Chapter 341 Mineral Water Trading. As everyone chatted in the area, Li Sijing finished all the dinner on the table. After that, she didn't care about washing the dishes and quickly opened the trading area. Through the chat information she just saw, Li Sijing came to a conclusion. In the days to come, there will not only be famine, but also water shortage. Eating too much food requires drinking more water, which is something Li Sijing had not thought of before. However, since this kind of thing has already shown signs. What will happen next must be prepared in case of an emergency. In order to synthesize the intermediate resource box, Li Sijing originally had no income in terms of mineral water. Originally, she was going to buy it in the trading area when the water in the water tank was almost used up. Now it seems that this idea needs to be implemented as soon as possible. After a long time, the price of mineral water will definitely increase, or even be unavailable, which would be terrible. After clicking on the trading area, Li Sijing quickly searched inside. All other information was skipped, and the focus was on transactions related to water resources. Among them, there were quite a few transactions of selling mineral water. However, most of them were small transactions. 3 liters, 5 liters. Li Sijing wanted a larger quantity, preferably enough for her world. It was really troublesome to buy little by little like this. She wanted to look for it and see if there was a large transaction like gasoline. After searching for a few minutes, she saw that the transaction information was almost at the bottom. Just when Li Sijing was thinking that she could only buy it bit by bit, she finally saw the transaction information she wanted. A seller of mineral water only accepts food as a trade item. And the most important thing is that it is marked with unlimited quantity behind it. Although I don't know if the other party is exaggerating, Li Sijing still clicked on the other party's private message and expressed that she wanted to buy 100 liters of mineral water. 100 liters of mineral water, plus what she already had, will definitely not be used up in this insect-infested world. But the opportunity is rare, and it would be good to exchange more. The other party was probably busy, and the private message was not received in time. Of course, Li Sijing was not in a hurry. Taking this opportunity, she cleaned the table and washed the dishes first. Originally, she was going to go to bed after washing up. But suddenly, I remembered that today's exercise has not been completed yet. So, I ran to the spinning bike and started exercising. After the area of the RV is larger, Li Sijing's daily activity is actually enough. However, Li Sijing still wants to keep the habit of exercising every morning and evening. While exercising, she finally received a reply from the seller of mineral water. The other party clearly stated that he had so much mineral water, but needed food in exchange. As for the exchange price, it was 1 gene of food for 2 liters of mineral water. 2 liters of mineral water is equivalent to 2 kilograms, which is equivalent to 4 gene. This exchange ratio of 1 to 4 is a relatively fair price in the area. Don't talk about bulk transactions, any discounts or the like. In the survival world, for bulk transactions, others don't raise the price, which is already generous. So, Li Sijing finally didn't bargain and accepted the price. If she wanted 100 liters of mineral water, she would have to pay 50 kilograms of food. Li Sijing now has so much food in her hands, but she is reluctant to trade meat and other foods. She is willing to take out only potatoes, corn and other foods, which are less than 10 kilograms. As for fruits, if she wants to collect 50 kilograms, she can only wait until 11 o'clock when the oranges are ripe. Just when Li Sijing was thinking, why not use potatoes and corn to exchange some first, and wait for the rest tomorrow? The other party sent a message, saying that he hoped she would trade with fruits. Oh, so it seems, she has only been in this world for 1 day, and her fruit sales have spread widely. Of course, Li Sijing is willing to trade with fruits. After all, corn and potatoes are staple foods that can fill your stomach at any time. And the fruits she grows are probably only popular in this world. So Li Sijing told the other party that she had no fruits for the time being and had to wait until tomorrow. The 2 parties agreed to prepare their own supplies and trade after tomorrow morning. After chatting with the other party, the time was already 8:30. The cherry tomatoes in the planting pots are ripe again. Li Sijing finally finished her exercise today and got off the spinning bike. She carefully picked and harvested another 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes. Next, there is no way to continue planting cherry tomatoes. After all, there is not enough time. Now there are still 2.5 hours until 11 o'clock. After the planting pots are accelerated, It will take about 100 days. And the crops she has that grow in about 100 days are only rice and potatoes. Rice requires too much water resources. So she can only plant potatoes. No! Li Sijing suddenly remembered that she had planted a crop of watermelons at first. And the planting time was also about 100 days. Why not plant a crop of watermelons? 3 watermelons can be harvested at a time. And each watermelon weighs about 3 pounds. And the total weight is 9 pounds. Such a harvest, if you only look at the time, is more cost-effective than cherry tomatoes. Of course, the weight of a watermelon. The watermelon rind accounts for about 20%. Although the watermelon rind can be eaten, it is not delicious. In this way, the two fruits are actually similar, each with its own advantages. It seems that in addition to planting cherry tomatoes tomorrow, you can also plant some watermelons. Sprinkle watermelon seeds in the planting pot. Li Sijing went to the bathroom and prepared to wash up. In order to save water, she has not taken a shower for 2 days. Now, since a large order for mineral water has been negotiated, Li Sijing is naturally ready to take a good bath. When she quickly took a shower and washed her hair, it was already past 9 o'clock. There was only 25 liters of mineral water left in the water tank. The dirty clothes this time, plus the clothes that were not washed last time. They were stuffed into the drum washing machine obtained by signing in, and just reached the upper limit of the washing machine. After adding detergent, Li Sijing clicked the start button. The drum washing machine started working, and the sound it made was not loud. When the clothes were washed, there was only 20 liters of water left in her water tank. Fortunately, this drum washing machine is energy saving. It only takes 5 liters of water to wash clothes once, which is not much different from the amount she uses when washing clothes by hand. The washing machine was washing clothes. After finishing all the chores, Li Sijing could finally go back to bed. Now there was still a lot of time before 11 o'clock. Just enough for her to watch a movie. Speaking of which, since she had a TV, she hadn't touched those game consoles, Rubik's Cubes, novels, etc. for a long time. When Li Sijing finished watching a movie, there were still more than 10 minutes before 11 o'clock. She got up, hung the clothes that had been washed in the washing machine in the closet, and turned on the dryer below. At 11 o'clock, Li Sijing quickly harvested 3 watermelons and 89 kilograms of oranges. She also planted sugarcane in the empty planting pots, and then went to bed. Chapter 342: The Bugs That Enter the Car. I heard before that it takes 21 days to develop a habit. Li Sijing believed it, but she never did it. The second day in the insect plague world. At 7 o'clock in the morning. It was the 23rd day since she traveled to the survival world. And now, she has developed a good habit. Wake up on time. A very punctual biological clock. In the few minutes before dawn, she had already woken up before Xingyu called her. At 7 o'clock, when the sky suddenly brightened, Li Sijing also sat up from the bed directly. First, she told Xingkong to drive. And then she put on her clothes and folded the quilt. But Li Sijing's eyes were on the mosquito net beside her. I saw that there were many small black dots lying densely on the milky white mosquito net. As for what the small black dots were, it was self-evident. They were those annoying bugs. There were dozens of them, if not 100. If someone with intensive phobia came here, he would probably get sick immediately. Fortunately, she had a mosquito net yesterday. Otherwise, she would have been eaten by these insects all night long. However, Li Sijing, who was thankful, suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was wrong, although a lot of insects flew in from outside the car yesterday. But most of the insects had been killed by her on the spot. In the car, Li Sijing could say with certainty that there were definitely not so many surviving insects. So, what happened to these insects lying on her mosquito net? Did they lay eggs and grow overnight? Or did they enter the car from other places? No matter which possibility it was terrible. The clothes were already put on, and the bed was made. Li Sijing waved her hand and took out the electric mosquito swatter from the mustard space. Since they were already delivered to her door, she naturally had to get rid of all the bugs on the mosquito net. However, she was ready to start. But she stopped at the end, because she suddenly thought of a problem. The bugs stopped on the mosquito net. If she wanted to get rid of them, there would inevitably be blood stains on the mosquito net. And these bugs are not the same as the mosquitoes on Earth. On Earth, the mosquito net was stained with mosquito blood, and it was washed off. But the bugs in this world are full of toxins and corrosive. If it gets on the mosquito net, won't it be ruined? That won't do. It's not worth it just to kill so many insects. Mosquito nets are so important in this world. She wants to get the second mosquito net, but she doesn't know when she will have to wait. So, with a wave of her hand, Li Sijing took the electric mosquito swatter back. Of course, it's impossible to just open the mosquito net and walk out. The situation inside the car is unclear. Who knows if there are more insects waiting for her outside the mosquito net? But it will take another 20 minutes before the next insect repellent incense is lit. Does she have to sit on the bed and wait for 20 minutes? After thinking about it, Li Sijing waved her hand again. Take out the bee-proof clothes that she exchanged yesterday from the mustard seed space. When she shook it open, the style is similar to the protective clothing. Both are one-piece. There is also a one-piece hood on it, which can directly cover the whole head. The whole piece of clothing can be said to cover from head to toe. Only the face was made into a dense mesh, like a mosquito net for ventilation. It was not very convenient to wear this dress while sitting on the bed. Li Sijing spent several minutes, sweating, and finally put it on. As for the hands and feet that were still exposed, she also had to protect them properly. After all, it had been a night. The bite wounds on her body finally disappeared. She didn't want to try the continuous stinging feeling again. From the mustard seed space, she took out the rubber gloves and rain boots that had been worn in the previous world and were not damaged, and put them on. After protecting her whole body, Li Sijing carefully lifted the mosquito net. After she came out of the mosquito net, she quickly closed the mosquito net. Tonight, she still had to sleep in it. This was her last piece of pure land, and she must not let the insects fly in. As Li Sijing lifted the mosquito net, the insects that rested on it flew up one after another. With her improved hearing, she naturally heard a lot of buzzing sounds. Unfortunately, Li Sijing's attention was not at all on the flying insects. She was staring at the ground and the wall with incredible eyes. I saw that Li Sijing would sweep and clean the ground every day. Now, there are many more dense black spots, just like the mosquito net just now. But where did these insects come from? The insects that landed on her mosquito net could barely be said to have flown in from outside yesterday. But how did these insects that couldn't fly on the ground get into her car? When she saw these, Li Sijing felt that she was going crazy. However, no matter how bad the situation was, she had to face it. Li Sijing walked on tiptoe carefully, but she could not avoid stepping on the bugs on the ground. After walking a few steps, it was very awkward and there was no effect. Looking at the bug she stepped on, Li Sijing simply walked normally as she usually does. As for the bugs, since it can't be avoided, stepping on a few more can also be regarded as a way to vent. Walking all the way to the activity area, Li Sijing had already seen the general situation in the car. As for how the bugs entered the car, she also had a rough inference from the situation. Half of these bugs entered the car from the small holes in the ventilation system. As for the other half, they should have entered from various invisible gaps. After these bugs entered, their unified target was Li Sijing lying on the bed. Therefore, most of the bugs crawled towards the bed. This also led to the fact that there were not so many bugs in the driving area and the activity area. Of course, how to deal with these bugs? Li Sijing also had a rough idea in her mind. At present, the first thing she had to do was to harvest the crops in the planting pots. Everything could be delayed, but the crops in the field could not be delayed. What's more, the planting pots were accelerated 1,000 times. If this delay was not done well, the things would rot in them. Standing in front of the planting pots, Li Sijing did not dare to take off her gloves when harvesting crops. Although picking is inconvenient, it is safe. After all, she is surrounded by bugs now. Fortunately, oranges and sugar cane are to be harvested. If it is cherry tomatoes, it would be really bad. It took a few minutes to harvest a sugar cane and 90 kilograms of oranges. Next, according to the original plan, cherry tomatoes were to be planted. But Li Sijing didn't know the current situation. When it's time to harvest, have you cleared all the bugs out of the car? Don't pick cherry tomatoes wearing rubber gloves. Or, plant some watermelons first. Chapter 343 Pesticide. When Li Sijing was dealing with the harvest in the planting pot, those insects that were originally crawling towards the bedroom also turned around and came to her. Those flying insects were the first to land on the bee-proof suit. Li Sijing had expected this situation a long time ago. Moreover, this was the result she wanted. After all, it would be more convenient to deal with the insects when they were gathered together. put all the harvested fruits in the mustard space. Of course, Li Xijing did not forget about the mineral water transaction. She directly divided a 3-gene watermelon, 10-gene cherry tomatoes, and 37-gene oranges. This was the fruit ratio they agreed on last night. Send the transaction information of the total weight of 50-gene of fruit directly to the other party. However, the other party did not reply for a long time. It should be impossible to go back on your word. Li Xijing estimated that the other party should be delayed by something. As for what? For example, a car full of bugs? Li Xijing, who was not in a hurry, looked at the time again. It was 7:15, and there were still 5 minutes before the next insect repellent incense was lit. After thinking about it, she looked at the breeding cage next to her. She grabbed a handful of rice husks, scattered them inside, and harvested an egg. However, Li Xijing found a problem. The hens in the breeding cage were actually eating the bugs that accidentally flew into the cage. The chickens' heads went up and down, and they were eating happily. Li Xijing originally wanted to stop it, but she didn't do it in the end, because she suddenly thought that after her RV stopped at dark, the insects on the ground should be trying to get into the RV. Those insects should have entered the RV in the middle of the night, and this hen should have eaten a lot of insects long ago. Since it has not been poisoned for such a long time, it should be no problem. At this time, the time was already 7:20, and the insect repellent incense was lit. Yesterday, the first 10 insect repellent incense inserted in it had already burned out. Later, she inserted 15 more, and now the 11th one was lit. As the insect repellent incense was lit, Li Xijing could see it clearly. Within 3 seconds, all the flying insects that were originally flying in the air shook their heads and fell to the ground. And the insects crawling on the ground now stopped and did not move. Li Xijing originally planned to wait for the insect repellent incense to be lit, and these insects lost consciousness. Find a way to gather all the insects in the car and throw them into the toilet. However, after seeing the hen eating insect paste, she had a new idea. How about opening the breeding cage, letting the hen out, and eating all the bugs? Li Xijing believed that this hen would definitely clean it better than she did. But there is one bad thing. Chickens are rectal birds, and they will poop everywhere. However, Li Xijing felt that compared with cleaning toxic bugs, cleaning chicken poop seemed to be nothing. What's more, there is a solution to this problem. For example, wrap the chickens, but, by the way, Li Xijing remembered that she seemed to have opened a roll of garbage bags before. It has never been used, and now it is just right to make full use of it. She took out the garbage bag at the bottom of the shelf. Then, she took the hen out of the breeding cage, carefully put the garbage bag on the chicken's buttocks, and then tied it around the chicken's neck to fix it. Then, the hen placed on the ground was like entering a playground. The speed at which the chicken's head was nodding down was almost a residual image. Although the hen was busy with the insects, Li Xijing also took the electric mosquito swatter and did not rest. After all, there were so many insects, and she only had more than 10 minutes. In short, when the time came to 7:30, the insects in the car were finally cleaned up, and Li Xijing also encountered the first resource box of the day. At this time, the insect repellent incense had just burned out, and the insects had not recovered yet. Li Xijing operated the mechanical arm, took back the resource box, and quickly closed the Windows screen. The Windows screen built last night is still very convenient to use now. Most of the bugs in the car have been eliminated, but there are definitely some that slipped through the net. So, Li Xijing did not take the hen back, but let it roam freely in the car. She took off her somewhat stuffy bee-proof suit and started this morning's exercise. Although this morning, the bugs delayed some time, but the daily exercise will not stop. While exercising on the spinning bike, Li Xijing was still observing the outside of the car. Today's environment is no different from yesterday. The only thing that has changed is probably the density of bugs outside the car. Surrounding the car, the number of these bugs is more than half more than yesterday. If she drove herself yesterday, she could still maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Then in this situation today, she will definitely slow down. Fortunately, Shinkong drives the car with radar, not eyes. After looking outside the car for a few minutes, Li Xijing retracted her sight. After all, as time passed, there were more insects outside, and her eyes hurt. Li Xijing retracted her sight and decided to divert her attention. Xingyu, sign in, she spoke while riding the bike. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the insecticide manufacturing machine. Insecticide manufacturing machine. Put in 500 g of small insect corpses. 100 milliliters of mineral water. Consume 1 unit of metal material. And you can make a bottle of 100 milliliters of disinfectant. Insecticide can effectively kill various insects and is harmless to humans. Li Xijing, who saw this news, was so excited that her feet slipped and she almost fell off the spinning bike. She finally stabilized her body, but she still couldn't hide her happiness. It turned out to be an insecticide, something that can kill insects directly, which is much more useful than insect repellent. The most important thing is that it is harmless to humans. In other words, it can be sprayed inside the RV without any scruples. But the materials needed to make insecticides are not easy to get. Mineral water doesn't matter. She will have a lot of it soon. And she has metal materials in her hands. But such small insects, if you want to collect 1 pound, you may have to collect thousands of them. And 1 pound of insects can only make 100 milliliters of insecticide. This little bit is probably enough for her to spray the inside of the RV once. Of course, although the materials are not easy to collect. But Li Xijing still likes this machine very much. After all, she is not alone. There are so many compatriots in the area. Everyone contributes a little, and they can make a lot. At worst, she can exchange it for insecticide. Chapter 344 Collecting Bugs. Insect-infested world. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, Li Xijing, who got off the spinning bike, collected another low-level resource box. Of course, after the insect repellent incense was extinguished for half an hour, the number of bugs outside naturally increased. When the car window was closed, it was inevitable that many bugs rushed in through the window. Even Li Xijing's hand was killed by the bugs, and 2 red bumps appeared. However, when Li Xijing turned around and took the electric mosquito swatter to kill the bugs, only then did he find that the hen, as a new member, was already working hard and happily. Almost half of the bugs that had just flown in were killed by it. As for those who were still alive, most of them were flying high, so they were lucky to save their lives. However, looking at the hen's wings eager to try, Li Xijing felt that he should act quickly. Otherwise, the hen would fly up and cause a mess, which she would need to clean up by herself. She took the electric mosquito swatter and waved it quickly a few times. She swatted all the visible insects and let them fall to the ground to be eaten by the hen. As for the fact that she needed the dead insects now, should she collect them? That's not necessary. Right? She wouldn't compete with a chicken for food. What's more, as a qualified worker, this hen would be useful in many places later. Next, the hen continued to look for the fish that slipped through the net. And Li Xijing didn't care about it. It was already this point. And Li Xijing was ready to make breakfast for herself. For breakfast today, let's make fish ball and fish cake soup that I haven't eaten for a few days. Take out half a pound of fish cake, 20 fish balls, and an egg that has just been taken out of the breeding cage. Although the wok looks very clean, Li Xijing is not sure whether it has been crawled by insects last night. To be on the safe side, she scrubbed it 3 times with hot water and detergent before starting to cook. The soup in the pot was boiling, and Li Xijing started to look through the mustard space again. She remembered that she had not tasted the 500 g of red amaranth she had obtained before, so she was going to wash a few and put them in the soup. While the fire was simmering slowly, Li Xijing quickly washed up. Before 8:20, when the insect repellent incense was lit again, Li Xijing took care of her personal hygiene, and the breakfast in the pot was ready. There was still something to do later, and she was afraid that the soup would be cold after she finished it. Li Xijing waved her hand and put it into the mustard space. 1 minute later, the insect repellent incense ignited without fire. The flying insects outside the car left the effective range within 3 seconds. As for those who didn't leave in time, they also fell to the ground and didn't move. Shinkong, stop the car, Li Xijing said as she found the broom and dustpan in the corner. The RV slowly stopped in the middle of the road. Li Xijing changed into the rain boots she had just worn in the morning. Then she opened the door, got out of the car with the broom and dustpan, and closed the door, mainly because she was afraid that the hens in the car would run down and get lost. As for what Li Xijing did when she got out of the car, naturally, she collected insects to prepare for the manufacture of insecticides. The dense insects on the road were now unable to move because of the insect repellent incense. Isn't this a good opportunity to collect them and do it well? With both feet on the ground and rubber gloves on both hands, Li Sijing began to work as a diligent nature cleaner. There was a layer of bugs on the ground, and a small pile of bugs was swept away with a broom. However, in just 6 minutes, she swept a full dustpan, because she needed to leave some time to return to the car to operate. For safety reasons, Li Sijing did not continue to collect bugs greedily. Instead, she directly put these bugs into the mustard space and then returned to the RV. As for whether the bugs would contaminate other materials in the mustard space, there is no need to worry about this. For the interior of the mustard space, Li Sijing has 100% control. After returning to the RV continued to move forward under the control of the starry sky. Li Sijing quickly changed her shoes, and there was no time to clean the bug corpses on the soles of her shoes. So she came to the folding table. The insecticide maker that she had just signed in to get was placed on the table. The insecticide maker was not big, and it was square, and not much different from a low-level resource box. There is a funnel-shaped entrance on the top, which should be used to put in insects and mineral water. There is a display screen on the side, which is still dark now. I am afraid that after the insect repellent incense is extinguished, the insects will regain their mobility again. Li Sijing did not hesitate and directly put all the insects in the mustard space into the funnel. Then, he ran to the faucet and poured a bowl of mineral water into it. Then, before Li Sijing could find the switch, the screen of the insecticide maker lit up directly. There were only 3 lines of words on it. Put in 635 g of small insect corpses. Input 211 milliliters of mineral water. You can spend 1 unit of metal to make a bottle of insecticide. Do you want to make it? Hey. It actually directly shows how much material she has invested. This is quite convenient. Li Sijing quickly clicked on the production, and the display screen changed again. Remaining insect corpses 135 g. Remaining mineral water 111 milliliters. Insecticide is being manufactured. Countdown 9:58 seconds. It seems that it takes 10 minutes to make an insecticide. Let it work by itself. Li Sijing took out the fish cake and fish ball soup she had made before from the mustard space and started to eat breakfast. While eating breakfast, she opened the blue screen as usual. Li Sijing was going to go to the trading area first to hang up the 142 kilograms of oranges she had left. However, as soon as she clicked on the blue screen, she stared at a place on it and paused. Chapter 345 Shocking Death Toll. On the homepage of the game blue screen, behind the time is the value of the toxin in Li Sijing's body. She was bitten by a bug twice just now, so the value displayed on it is 2 points. Of course, this is not strange, nor is it the reason why Li Sijing was stunned. Behind the toxin value is the real-time number of people in the area. This is the main reason why Li Sijing was stunned. 8259/10,000. This number made Li Sijing look very unfamiliar. She remembered very clearly that the value she saw before going to bed last night was not this. And the first number was wrong. Obviously, before going to bed last night, the real-time number of people was still more than 9,600. At that time, Li Sijing was still sighing that the first day of this world was not small. The number of casualties is more than twice that of the previous world. But what about now? It's only 1 night. No, it's only more than 9 hours. How come nearly 1,500 people died? These are not 1,500 bugs. Just a handful. This is 1,500 lives. When I first came here, it was normal for 1 or 2,000 people to die. But now, after experiencing several worlds, whoever survived must have some trump cards, supplies, and means. Even if it was a regional event or a competition, there would be only so many deaths. Right? And now, on the first night in the new world, so many people died? This is really abnormal. Now, Li Sijing didn't care about buying oranges to earn metal materials, and quickly opened the regional channel. And inside, there was really a big quarrel. Even though it is already past 8 o'clock, it is still very lively. Oh my god. I woke up in the morning and there were bugs everywhere in the car. It's terrible. I am also drunk. The doors and windows are closed tightly. Where did these bugs come from? The people upstairs? The reason is very simple. You stay in the car all night without lack of oxygen. So there must be a place for ventilation. And the bugs can naturally come in. By the way, do the people upstairs sleep until dawn? They were not woken up by bugs in the middle of the night? It should be because they opened the box and got a mosquito net? I was lucky enough to open one yesterday. Otherwise, I wouldn't have slept last night. Not sleeping for a night is already good. I'm afraid I can't wake up after falling asleep. Yes. Look at the real-time number of people. It is estimated that many people die directly in their sleep because the toxins in their bodies exceeded 100. Oh my god. Last night was really terrible. Can you imagine that after I was woken up by bugs? The toxins in my body had soared to 77 points. 77 points? That means you are coughing up blood. You are still alive. I admire you. No need to admire me. You must have spent all your money to survive. Last night, I was bitten by insects and woke up. I only left one vent and blocked all the others. I watched it all night without blinking. I also ate food all night to get rid of the poison. Ugh. The above is amazing. I don't have your perseverance. Anyway, there are so many insects in the car. I am too lazy to block the vents. I just put on the beep-proof clothes. I dare not fall asleep. I just doze off occasionally. My car has become a nest of insects. The combined volume of the insects is probably bigger than me. I wore the beep-proof clothes the whole time and didn't dare to take them off for a moment. The food I stockpiled was consumed last night. If I don't get anything today, I'll probably die. Hey, the car needs to be running so that the bugs on the ground won't crawl into the car through the vents. But I didn't sleep last night, and I don't have the energy to drive. What should I do? I was already driving tired. And now I can't even sleep. Is this survival game going to kill us all? Fuck. A lot of bugs suddenly flew into my car just now. After checking, I found that a piece of the window glass was corroded. Fortunately, I used the car maintenance card in time. Fuck. What you said is too scary. I'll go check my car immediately. Oh my god. I just checked and found that there is a corner at the back of the car that has been corroded. Most likely, it will break soon. The above person uses less insect repellent incense. If you light one every hour, it shouldn't be like this. It should be used during the day, but not at night? I am in the same situation. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered it. I don't have to go out at night. Who would be willing to use it? I'll check it out too. Oh, my glass is also problematic. And it's bulletproof glass. If it was ordinary glass, it would have been broken last night. The above person. When you said that, I suddenly had a terrifying guess in my mind. For those who don't have bulletproof glass, the ordinary glass on their cars was corroded and broken in the middle of the night. Then many insects entered the car through the holes and bit the car owner. If that's the case, it's no wonder there were so many casualties last night. But there should be quite a few people who open the mosquito nets. Even if insects get into the car, there won't be any danger for a while. Friends upstairs, have you forgotten that there are large wild animals in the dark? In the dark, we can't get out of the car. Do we dare to open the window? Isn't it because we are afraid of attracting large wild animals? In that case, if the vehicle is damaged in the dark and cannot be repaired in time, then there is no doubt that we will die. Ah, why is this world so terrible? And the dangers are all strange and bizarre. Woo. Woo. Buy food? All the food was consumed last night to remove the poison. And now I haven't even had breakfast. Buy insect repellent incense. Who has extra? Advanced purchase. Buy car repair cards. I am willing to exchange with food. Food. Insect repellent incense. Car repair cards. All became scarce supplies. The following topic, as they chatted, turned into a purchase meeting. However, Li Sijing had already obtained the information she wanted, so she naturally didn't care. Half of the deaths last night were caused by bugs that crawled in from the vents at night. The other half was caused by the broken glass corroded by bugs. Li Sijing had already guessed the first point, but the second point was what she was concerned about. The entire body of Li Sijing's RV was originally made of special steel, and it was later upgraded with an accessory upgrade card. The only thing she needed to pay attention to was, of course, each bulletproof glass. Just in case, Li Sijing put down her half-eaten breakfast and got up to check a few pieces of glass. After a thorough inspection, she found that all the glass had been corroded to some extent. Among them, a piece of glass in the bathroom was corroded by more than half, and it was unknown how long it could last. Of course, there would be no problem if it lasted until Li Sijing finished her breakfast. Just as she was about to sit back and have breakfast, the reminder of the starry sky sounded, because Li Sijing had just got off the car to collect insects. It delayed some time. As a result, it was now 8:39, and she had only met the third resource box of the day. So, she had to go to the driving area first and bring the resource box in. When she went there, Li Sijing also put the remaining breakfast in the mustard space. After all, there are already insects outside now. When she opens the window, there will definitely be more insects. Taking the opportunity to enter the RV, when she uses the electric mosquito swatter to kill these insects. Don't let them fall into the bowl. When she took back the resource box, Li Sijing was bitten on her finger again. As the bugs entered the RV, the hen that had been squatting in the corner became active again. After one person and one hen worked together to kill the bugs, Li Sijing was able to finish the rest of her breakfast. Chapter 346 Fusion of Mustard Seed Space. Today's breakfast was very tortuous because of various things. After Li Sijing finished her breakfast and cleaned up the pots and bowls, she came to the insecticide making machine. Just when she was still eating breakfast, 10 minutes had passed and the insecticide had been made. Li Sijing picked up this small spray bottle that could be completely held in one hand. The small metal spray bottle was small and exquisite, just like a travel bottle. After staring at it for 3 seconds, more detailed information suddenly appeared on it. Insecticide, 100 milliliter spray on the insects. It can instantly melt the insects without leaving any traces, and it is harmless to humans. Effective spray range is 1 meter. Instant melt? No traces? This function is good, and it saves her the trouble of cleaning. As for the spray range of 1 meter, it's not bad. I didn't expect that this bottle is small, but the spray range is quite far. Put this bottle of insecticide away first, and wait for an opportunity to try its effect. Then, Li Sijing touched the screen on the insecticide machine again, but there was no response. It seems that no other operations can be performed before the materials are gathered. Helplessly, she could only put the machine under the shelf. Then, Li Sijing clicked on the trading area. She was thinking about what materials to use and what price to buy the insect corpses. Use basic materials? Not to mention that she herself does not have enough. It is not very attractive to everyone. Then she can only take out what everyone is scarce. Other scarce materials. Others need Li Sijing herself. And she can only take out food. If you want to get the dead insects, it is a very simple thing as long as you have insect repellent incense in your hand. All you have to do is a little time. According to Li Sijing's own experience just now, if you light an insect repellent incense faster, you should be able to get 1000 G of insects within 10 minutes. And she is willing to pay the same amount of food for these 10 minutes. In order to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm and collect more dead insects as soon as possible, Li Sijing decided to set the price at a 1-to-1 ratio. In other words, 1 kilogram of dead insects can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of food. Given the current shortage of food, I think there should be many people who are willing to delay that 10 minutes. When enough insects are collected and enough insecticides are made, Li Sijing will also take out a part of it for sale to make back the cost as appropriate. After posting this price in the trading area, she was kind enough to write down the process of how she harvested insects before in the notes. Then, Li Sijing came to deal with the orange matter. She still had 142 kilograms of oranges in her hand, excluding the ones she wanted to trade for mineral water. Li Sijing carefully calculated that the metal materials in her hand were still 268 units away from 3,000. To exchange for so many metal materials, she needed to take out 107.2 kilograms of oranges. There was no need to calculate so clearly. Li Sijing directly took out 110 kilograms of oranges and hung them in the trading area. As for the remaining 32 kilograms of oranges, they were kept for trading insect corpses later. 110 kilograms of oranges were divided into 3 batches and hung in the trading area. Today, everyone's speed of buying food has increased a lot. Even though it was almost 9 o'clock now, the 3 batches of oranges that were put up for sale were still sold out within 5 minutes. Because of the popularity, many people noticed it. Li Sijing asked about the transaction information of purchasing insect corpses. She replied that after confirming the transaction was true, she turned off the blue screen directly. Now, 3,000 units of the 6 basic materials have been collected, and mustard space can be created. Clicking on the manufacturing page, Li Sijing took a deep breath and then clicked on manufacturing. Ding! It is detected that the host already has a mustard space. Will the mustard space created this time be fused with it? Or will another carrier be selected? Please choose within 10 seconds. Otherwise this manufacturing will fail and all manufacturing materials will disappear. Li Sijing chose to fuse again this time. After all, she is only one person, so there is no need to divide the mustard space into two. Ding. Manufacturing is successful. And fusion begins. Ding. Fusion is successful. Please check. Next. Li Sijing can clearly feel the increase in volume in the mustard space. The space that was originally filled with 70% or 80% of the space had a large additional space. Finally, on the second day after arriving in the new world, she completed the expansion of the mustard space. Of course, she would not relax in the future and still needed to continue to save basic materials. At this time, Li Sijing got up and sent the mineral water transaction information. After almost 2 hours, there was finally movement. After the other party completed the transaction, he also sent some messages to apologize. He said that it was because there were many bugs in the car that it had been delayed until now. Li Sijing had already thought of this reason and did not embarrass the other party. After getting 100 liters of mineral water, she first divided 30 liters and filled the water tank. As for the remaining 70 liters of mineral water, all of them were put into the mustard space. Fortunately, the mustard space has been expanded. Otherwise it may not be able to hold it. At this time, the time has come to 9 o'clock. Next, Li Sijing is ready to do what she had thought of before. Cleaning. Wipe the interior of the RV from head to toe. And add disinfectant to wipe. One reason is that most parts of the RV have been crawled by insects. And there are fears of viruses. Another reason is that cleaning can also remove all the insects hidden in the dead corners. From the shelf, I found the 84 disinfectant that was opened at some point and added a little to the clean water. Then put on rubber gloves. Took out the rag that I got yesterday and started from the back of the car. The first place Li Sijing wiped was the bed where she slept. The insects that had landed on the mosquito net before had long been eliminated. With a rag soaked in disinfectant, she wiped the roof, bed, TV, and corners. As for the washing machine, freezer, and mobile stove stuffed under the bed, Li Sijing did not let go of them either, and pulled them out to wipe. Then the kitchen, bathroom, activity area, and driving area. In short, she wiped the entire RV from beginning to end, and it was already 10:30. Of course, during this period, she also did some other things. For example, at 9:30, she harvested 3 watermelons. By the way, she also planted a crop of cherry tomatoes, which were harvested at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For another example, she encountered 3 resource boxes. Li Sijing now has 6 resource boxes in her hands. But unfortunately, they are all low level. Of course, she and the hen also worked together to deal with the insects that flew in. Originally, she was not prepared to use insecticide. But the electric mosquito swatter broke in the middle. It was not because there was no electricity, but because there were too many insects killed, and the circuit was corroded and broken. So, Li Sijing took the opportunity to try out the effect of the insecticide. It worked really well. Within a second, even the dead insects could not be seen. The poor hen on the ground kept looking up into the sky. Chapter 347 Experimental Insecticide. Looking at the brand new interior of the car, Li Sijing felt a sense of accomplishment. A comfortable environment has a great impact on people, and it is worth her hard work for a long time. Li Sijing, who was finally free, was ready to sit in the activity area and have a good rest. She took out the seedless red grapes that she had opened yesterday from the mustard space. While eating, she clicked on the blue screen to check. The information about purchasing insects has been posted in the trading area for an hour or two. And I don't know what the result is. I clicked it and found that the oranges hanging on it had been traded for several kilograms. It seems that the insecticide she wanted has been settled. Li Sijing quickly clicked to receive. And suddenly 4 convenient bags with different colors and tied mouths appeared on the desktop. The bags were densely packed with insects, running around but couldn't he find the exit. The method of using disposable convenient bags to pack these insects was also provided by Li Sijing. After all, the insects that were stunned by the insect repellent incense will gradually wake up as the effect of the medicine is gone. Li Sijing doesn't want the insects that were teleported over after the transaction is completed. Inside her RV, they are flying all over the sky. As for asking the other party to trade the insect corpses directly, it is not very realistic, let alone the extra process. The price will increase a lot. Just talking about so many insects. Who can guarantee that all of them will be killed and there will be no fish that slip through the net? And putting them in a convenient bag and then tying the mouth can solve this problem very well. As for convenient bags, they are sold in the trading area and are not expensive at all. As for the insects being poisonous and corroding the convenient bags, Li Xijing had also considered this problem. As long as she moved faster, it would be fine if this convenient bag could last for 10 seconds or half a minute. Li Xijing picked up a convenient bag full of bugs. Then, the convenient bag disappeared instantly and was collected by her into the mustard seed space. Then, the second, third, and fourth. After the 4 convenient bags on the table disappeared, the next second, Li Xijing waved her hand again. The convenient bag she collected into the mustard seed space appeared on the table again. After such a round of tossing, the bugs that were originally running around in the convenient bag were motionless like dust. As for why this happened, Li Xijing took advantage of a characteristic of the mustard seed space. Unable to store living things. This inability to store living things does not mean that living things cannot be collected into the mustard seed space. Rather, it means that living things will lose their lives after being collected into the mustard seed space. Of course, not all things can be collected by Li Xijing into the mustard seed space. If this is true, then isn't she invincible? The items that Li Xijing can put into the mustard space must be touched by her and have no resistance. Do the insects in the convenient bag have the power to resist? No. So Li Xijing's behavior of putting them into the mustard space was unimpeded and very smooth. And the insects that were originally living creatures, after turning around in the mustard space, came out. Naturally, they have lost their lives. Next, Li Xijing opened the mouths of these convenient bags. Carefully pour these dead insects into the funnel of the insecticide-making machine. Among these 4 packages of insects, one weighs 1000 g, and the other 3 weigh 500 g each. After adding a total of 2500 g of insects into the machine, Li Xijing added some mineral water into it. The display screen on the machine was lit up. After clicking on the manufacturing, the machine started working. This time, a total of 5 bottles of insecticide can be produced, which takes 50 minutes. After these things were properly processed, the 7th resource box of the day appeared. Take the resource box back and make a new electric mosquito swatter to extinguish the insects that flew in. Li Xijing sat at the table, frowning, and applied floral water to her wounds. She was bitten by insects again and had 2 wounds. And this is the 6th wound today. Clicking on the blue screen, she saw that the toxin value in her body was 4 points. Li Xijing found that there were many more insects today than yesterday. Even the chance of being bitten by insects has increased a lot. It is estimated that before dark, the accumulated toxins in her body will exceed 10 points. This is the result of her not skimping on insect-repellent incense, lighting one every hour. Then what will happen to those who don't have enough insect-repellent incense? Or simply don't have any? It's only the 2nd day. Is the situation so serious? At 11:10, I'm at the 8 resource boxes for today. The effect of the insect-repellent incense has long dissipated, and the insects in the sky outside are simply dancing like a group of demons. Li Xijing was inevitably bitten 4 times in a row. It took some effort, together with the hens, to eliminate the insects that entered the car. Li Xijing applied floral water to herself while clicking on the blue screen. I saw that the toxins in her body had risen to 8 points. There were still 2 points of toxins before the first dizziness symptom appeared. It seems that there is no need to wait until dark. It is estimated that the 2 points of toxins will be replenished when she takes the resource box next time. But this is also good, just for her to try and see what the dizziness symptoms are. But before that, Li Xijing had to get rid of the big beast today. In order to clean the car, this matter was delayed. When Li Xijing finished applying floral water to herself, the time was exactly 11:20. The insect-repellent incense was lit again, and the RV slowly stopped at Li Xijing's instruction. Putting on the rain boots that had stepped on the insects before and had not had time to wash, Li Xijing opened the door and got out of the car. I don't know what kind of insects will be the big beasts today. Don't let a disgusting cockroach appear like yesterday. Standing on the side of the road, the tall trees made Li Xijing look very small. She first took out the pistol from the mustard space, but after thinking about it, Li Xijing put it back and replaced it with a bottle of insecticide. She had seen the power of insecticide before. I just don't know if it will be so effective against these big beasts. If it works, it will be much easier to kill big beasts every day in the future. It's just right. Take advantage of this opportunity today to try it. So, Li Xijing held the insecticide in her right hand and was ready to go, while her left hand slowly stretched out. Chapter 348 Pesticides show their power. Yesterday, in order to lure out the large wild beasts, Li Sijing stretched her hand out of the road barrier and was bitten by insects several times. She still remembers it very clearly. However, the trees and grass in this world are too tall and too lush. If she doesn't use herself as bait, Li Sijing really can't imagine what other methods there are. Of course, with yesterday's experience, she was very careful when she stretched out her hand today. Like a kitten hunting, her hand stretched out quickly and then quickly retracted. The whole process did not even take more than 1 second. So, the insects that sensed the breath and took off quickly found that, in the next second, they lost their target and could only turn around in the air. However, in less than 1 second, Li Sijing did not dare to guarantee that she could attract large wild beasts. After all, the places where large wild beasts are usually located are some distance away from the road. So, Li Sijing prepared to stretch her hand out a few more times. Since the time is too short, let's make up for it with the number of times. Of course, the flying insects in front of Li Sijing have not fallen yet. It is obviously very dangerous to reach out at this time. Li Sijing prepared to walk 2 steps forward along the road and then reach out. In this way, she reached out 3 times within the protection range of the insect repellent incense. There was finally a sound in the distance, and she was not bitten by the insects this time. The sound came from far away and gradually came to Li Sijing's direction. When the sound became louder and louder, the large beast finally revealed its figure. About 1 meter tall, with 2 antennae on the top of the head. It looks ferocious. And it is another bug that has been magnified countless times. The 2 antennae on the black head are 1 meter long. And these 2 antennae look like deer antlers, with many forks. On the head, there are 2 protruding big eyes, which look very challenging to people's tolerance. Connected to the head, the body is almost 2 meters long. The body is covered with 2 gray-brown wing elytra, which looks very hard. There are also fine hairs on the wing elytra, which looks very inconsistent. 6 legs half a meter high, moving forward quickly on the ground. This giant bug today should be a beetle, right? However, Li Sijing doesn't know much about beetles, and can't tell which kind of beetle it is. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the defense of beetles must be much better than that of cockroaches. This makes Li Sijing think of a question. The beetle is covered with such a thick layer of armor. Can the bullets in the pistol really break through the defense? If a few shots can't even penetrate the opponent's shell, then it really breaks through the defense. Fortunately, she temporarily changed her weapon from a pistol to an insecticide. Insecticide can suppress insects in the rules. Even if the insects become many times larger, it should be able to have some effect, right? As the giant beetle stepped on the flexible green grass leaves, it crashed into the transparent barrier on the road. The insecticide in Li Sijing's hand was instantly aimed at the position and pressed to spray out. At this moment, the distance between the giant beetle and the insecticide nozzle was not even as long as a finger. The moment the nozzle was pressed, the spray with water vapor continued to spray forward. Because she was not sure about the effect, Li Sijing did not intend to release the finger on the nozzle. Next, Li Sijing saw a very strange scene. I saw that as the mist of the insecticide came into contact with the body of the giant beetle, the body of the giant beetle began to melt without any warning, starting from the 2 protruding eyes to the hard shell, and then the strangely colored inside. This is completely different from Li Sijing's previous use of insecticide to deal with small insects. When the insecticide touched the small insects, because the insects were very small, they all melted directly. But now the giant beetles are too big. The only place where the insecticide can melt is the layer that touches the mist. However, after 1 layer melted, the mist behind it also came. So the second layer began to melt. In short, this scene of disappearing layer by layer looks very sci-fi. The more critical point is that the spray range of the insecticide is limited, within 1 meter. Then, an even weirder scene appeared. The 2 1-meter-long antennae of the giant beetle were melted directly at the place where they were connected to the head. But the half away from the head was preserved. However, because there was no connection point, it eventually fell to the ground. As mentioned before, the body of this giant beetle is 2 meters long. The insecticide was sprayed, but it could only melt the front half, and the back of the body was still intact. After a few seconds, this weird melting finally ended. Li Sijing realized that the 100 milliliters bottle of insecticide in her hand had been consumed. Throwing the empty metal spray bottle on the ground, Li Sijing couldn't help but look at the battlefield ahead. The 2-meter-long body of the giant beetle was intact in the back half, but the front half was much more miserable. The only thing left of the entire head was probably 2 half antennae. As for the body, the upper half of the carapace, with some internal organs, was gone. Only the abdomen at the bottom, which was connected to the 6 legs, was still a little bit left. This was also because the giant beetle was too big and there was too little insecticide. This giant beetle had become like this, and it was obviously deader than dead. It was much more miserable than the cockroach that lost its head yesterday. And Li Sijing was not going to pay attention to the remaining remains of the beetle this time, although some time was wasted in luring the large beast. But because of the presence of insecticide, it was very fast to kill this more difficult beetle. In short, it took less than 5 minutes. The insect repellent incense burns for 10 minutes. And Li Sijing didn't plan to waste the remaining 5 minutes. She took out a broom and a dustpan and began to collect the small insects on the ground. Finally, she returned to the RV before 11:30. In 5 minutes, Li Sijing collected only about 370 g of small insects. Combined with the extra 135 g she collected the first time and made insecticide, she could make another bottle of insecticide. Chapter 349 Synthesize Resource Box. It was already 11:30, and the RV continued to move forward. Li Sijing changed her rain boots, which had insect corpses on the soles. She also took the rain boots to the bathroom and washed the soles. After that, Li Sijing washed the rice and started cooking. As for the vegetables, the 2 big pots of fried food yesterday were enough for her to eat for several days. Of course, eating only meat is not very balanced in nutrition. After thinking about it, Li Sijing took out 1 gene of leeks from the mustard space. Prepare to wash and mix them cold as a side dish, and can also be eaten for several days. When the 9th resource box appeared today, Li Sijing's cold leeks had already been prepared. This is a low-level resource box, but when taking it, Li Sijing was still very unlucky and was bitten by insects 3 times. However, when holding the electric mosquito swatter to extinguish the insects that entered the car, Li Sijing did not feel dizzy. Could it be that the symptoms of dizziness are very mild? But judging from the reactions of everyone in the area, it shouldn't be. When Li Sijing sat down, she applied floral water to herself and clicked on the blue screen. Only then did she find that it showed that there were only 9 toxins in her body. No wonder she didn't feel dizzy. Invulnerable to all poisons, and self-healing each gave her some toxins to deworm. Before adding them, she also ate some seedless red grapes and snacks. The toxins in Li Sijing's body were estimated to have dropped directly to 6 points. Even if she was bitten 3 times just now, it only rose to 9 points. This is not bad. It seems that she can survive for another hour. At 12 noon, Li Sijing started to eat lunch. While eating, she was also checking the regional channel. However, too many things were revealed in the morning, and there was no new news now. In the area, most people sent messages to complain, ask for help, wail, and so on. Otherwise, there were all kinds of information asking for supplies. Nowadays, everyone is really short of supplies. Li Sijing wanted to earn some basic materials, but unfortunately, she didn't have much of the supplies that others lacked. In short, she didn't want to watch it after less than 2 minutes. The atmosphere in the area was not very good, and everyone had accumulated too much negative emotions. After reading too much of this kind of information, Li Sijing felt that it had some impact on herself. Next, she ran to the trading area to replenish the electric mosquito swatter and various daily necessities. By the way, she harvested a bag of 500 g of insects, which she directly put into the mustard space. Li Sijing also took the opportunity to visit the trading area. As a result, the snacks and vegetables that should have been sold disappeared. She wanted to replenish some snacks and vegetables for herself, but she couldn't find anything. It seems that this is also an inconspicuous negative impact after the famine. After all, the prices of all food have become the same now. What to eat is not to eat. There is no need to go to the trouble of trading it for other food. Li Sijing sighed helplessly. It seems that she can only rely on herself. She can only hope that delicious snacks and vegetables will appear when she opens the box later. However, the blue screen just closed, and a friend message suddenly rang. Who will find her? Li Sijing opened the blue screen again and checked the friend message. Do you have any oranges left? I want to exchange some. The message was sent by Luizhou. Exchange oranges? A person like Luizhou will not be short of food. Li Sijing can be sure of this. So why did he exchange oranges? To remove poison? Tired of eating meat? Possibly. Of course. No matter what the other party came to her to exchange oranges for. Since Lu Yizhou asked, Li Sijing would naturally exchange them. After all, it doesn't matter who she sells to. She would be happier to sell to her friends. However, Li Sijing confirmed how many oranges she had left. I had kept 32 kilograms of oranges before, ready to exchange for the bodies of the little bugs. I had exchanged 5 kilograms before, plus another 1 kilogram just now. A total of 6 kilograms. So Li Sijing still has 26 kilograms of oranges in her hands. And she must have kept some of these oranges to exchange for the little bugs later. After all, the next batch of oranges will take another 2 or 3 hours to harvest. After thinking for a while, Li Sijing finally replied, I only have 10 kilograms of oranges now. But I can give you 4 watermelons. If you want more, you have to wait until after 3 p.m. As for watermelons, 2 crops were planted and a total of 6 were harvested. When exchanging for mineral water, 1 was traded out. And Li Sijing now has 5. She plans to keep 1 for herself and trade the remaining 4 to Lu Yizhou. As Li Sijing sent the message, Lu Yizhou's message also came back. Okay. What do you want to exchange? Meat? Basic materials? Meat? With the advanced planting pots, Li Sijing has no shortage of ordinary food. There is no way to replenish meat in a short period of time. Li Sijing wanted to exchange some. After all, the situation is unclear now, and it would be safer to store more meat. However, Li Sijing finally gave up this idea. After all, even if Lu Yizhou is a big customer, he has been consumed for several worlds. There will not be much meat on hand. Strangers can use basic materials as trading items to exchange oranges. Does Lu Yizhou, as a friend, have to use meat? It is definitely impossible. 10 kilograms of oranges. For watermelons, a total of 20 kilograms. Use basic materials to exchange. In terms of quantity, Li Sijing directly took an integer. Lu Yizhou did not hesitate and directly sent 50 units of metal materials. And a sentence. Come to you after 3 o'clock. If possible, leave me another 50 kilograms of oranges. 50 kilograms of oranges? It seems that Lu Yizhou must be uneasy and started to make some preparations. As for leaving 50 kilograms of oranges for him, there is definitely no problem. After finishing the chat with Lu Yizhou, Li Sijing thought of another question. Since Lu Yizhou asked her to buy oranges, what about Wu Aigua and Zhou Qinghuan? By the way, Zhou Qinghuan should not need it. Let alone, she has an apple tree herself. Just talking about her European attributes, she should not be bitten by too many insects. As for Wu Aigua, he wanted to get the news. Li Sijing gave all the 20 or 30 kilograms of oranges in her hand to the other party, and they should not have been eaten. According to this speculation, these 2 people should not be needed for the time being. At this time, Li Sijing had almost finished her lunch. However, before she could wash the dishes, the 10th resource box of the day had already appeared. At 12:20, the insect repellent incense had just been lit. This time when she opened the window, there were no insects to bother her, and she got the resource box back very smoothly. After that, Li Sijing first cleaned the pots and bowls very neatly, and wiped the stove and tabletop. Then she sat back at the table and waved her hand. On the table, 10 low-level white resource boxes suddenly appeared. As she clicked on the synthesis, these 10 white resource boxes turned into a larger blue resource box. Then, Li Sijing slowly opened it. Chapter 350 Upgrade the Mechanical Arm. Spicy Conject 20G. Oil Tank Expansion Blueprint. Full RV Carpet Blueprint. Baby Cabbage 200G. Lychee Flavored Sparkling Water 500 milliliters. Coconut Sugar 5G 20. Hey. What was opened this time was actually food and drink, which was quite to Li Sijing's liking. She liked the spicy konjac very much. But it was a pity that there was only a small bag. A baby cabbage. But it was a pity that it had no roots and could not be planted. So it was stored in the mustard space. A bottle of sparkling water. Still lychee flavored. To drink at night. There were also 20 coconut sugars, which were the kind that were delicious but very sticky. It happened that the tangerine peel candy she opened before, and the few lollipops she kept, they were all gradually consumed by Li Sijing in daily life. These ordinary supplies were packed up, and Li Sijing came to see the blueprints that were opened. The 2 blueprints opened in this intermediate resource box were not a big surprise. You don't need to look at the fuel tank expansion blueprint carefully. Just click to use it. The capacity of the RV fuel tank is directly expanded from 200 units to 210 units. This second blueprint is a bit weird. Full RV carpet, after use. You can lay carpets on all floors inside the RV. Material required for construction, cloth *10. Rubber *1. Lay carpets on all floors of the RV? If Lee Sejing wants carpets, can't she buy them in the trading area? Why waste a blueprint to lay carpets in the RV? The only benefit of the carpet made with this blueprint. Probably. This carpet is a car accessory. After using the car repair card, if there is any damage, it can be repaired directly. But does Lee Sejing need this function? No. So, this blueprint with a strange use can only be used as a bottom of the box in the end. By the way, Lee Sejing had already collected 9 useless car parts blueprints before, including this one. It is already 10. Thinking of this, Lee Sejing quickly clicked on the manufacturing page to check. Sure enough, there were 10 car parts blueprints that had not been manufactured yet. And next to these blueprints, there was a synthesis button. Nothing to say. Just click synthesis. Afterwards, a familiar accessory upgrade card appeared in Lee Sejing's hand. What accessory should this accessory upgrade card be used for? In fact, Lee Sejing had already considered it before she had collected 10 blueprints. If it was before, her first upgrade target would definitely be bulletproof glass. After all, after upgrading the special steel body before, the bulletproof glass that has not been upgraded has become the only loophole in the RV. However, after having the RV external mechanical arm, Lee Sejing changed her mind. In fact, the bulletproof glass is enough for the time being. What Lee Sejing wants to upgrade now is this mechanical arm. The current mechanical arm is more flexible than powerful. It is still a little short of being used as a means of attack. If the accessory upgrade card is used, the function will be increased by 5 times. It should be a good means of attack. Right? Thinking of this, Lee Sejing couldn't wait to click to use it. However, she still resisted and waited until she came to the driving area and sat down before clicking to use it. Then, Lee Sejing saw that the mechanical arm outside the car was wrapped in a white mist. 3 seconds later, as the white mist disappeared, a new mechanical arm appeared in front of her. This new mechanical arm is slightly different from the previous one. It looks more slender, but also more delicate, and the structure is more compact. I just don't know how the means of attack have changed. Now, there are no enemies for Lee Sejing to try this new mechanical arm. RV external mechanical arm, upgraded a 3-meter long mechanical arm with good flexibility and basic offensiveness. Installed on the outside of the RV. Can pick up supplies, and can also be used as a simple means of attack. However, the introduction of this mechanical arm has changed. Good flexibility. Basic offensiveness. These 2 sentences of introduction. But they were not there before. Lee Sejing is still looking forward to this basic offensiveness. After dealing with this matter, it seems that there are only a few minutes left before the next resource box. Lee Sejing simply sat in the driver's seat and did not leave. At 12:50, the resource box appeared as expected. To Lee Sejing's surprise, it was a blue intermediate resource box. She thought that today's intermediate resource box would appear in the afternoon again. However, the appearance of the intermediate resource box at this time was also a bit bad. 20 minutes had passed since the insect repellent incense burned out, and the insects outside began to chase the RV again. If you don't want to get off the car, just sit on the RV and use a pistol to solve it. When the car window is opened, it is inevitable that bugs will fly in. If it was before, Lee Sejing might choose to wear a bee-proof suit and get out of the car to solve the problem. But this is not the case with the newly upgraded mechanical arm, and she really wants to try out its power. So, in the end, Lee Sejing decided to take a risk. If the mechanical arm really can't handle it, just use a pistol to finish it off. It's just a few more bites from bugs. She can handle it. When Lee Sejing made up her mind, the RV slowly stopped in front of the resource box. Lee Sejing was still ready to operate the mechanical arm to trigger the small beast. However, when she started to operate this mechanical arm, she felt a very obvious difference. The reaction of this mechanical arm is much more sensitive than before, and it is also more convenient to operate. In order to familiarize herself with this new mechanical arm, Lee Sejing also practiced it to get familiar with it before triggering the careful beast. Chapter 351: The Folding Wall of the Bathroom. As the white mist suddenly appeared, it gradually dissipated. The small beast hidden in the white mist gradually emerged. It was a gray body about 1 meter tall, with a small head and a wide body. It had 2 tentacles that were not very long, and a siphon-like mouthpart that was half a meter long. It had a slender body and 2 wings, on which fine powder could be seen. Before Li Sijing could take a second look, the figure suddenly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. It was about the same size as an eagle, flying at low altitude, and it looked very oppressive. However, Li Sijing was not fooled by the size, because she had already seen what it was. Moth. It was the moth that flew into the fire. Thinking back to the time, Li Sijing could catch one of those moths that fluttered under the light bulbs as soon as she took off her shoes. Even if it had become countless times larger now, its combat effectiveness would definitely not be as good as that of an eagle. The only thing Li Sijing was worried about was that this thing would fly. If it kept flying in the sky and didn't get close to the RV, she would have no way to deal with it. Fortunately, these players were very attracted to these beasts. After circling in the air twice, the giant moth flew straight towards the RV. Li Sijing immediately seized this fleeting opportunity. He operated the mechanical arm and grabbed the flying moth. After the mechanical arm was upgraded, it was no longer the little waist that couldn't even pick up a pill. Although the moth was not slow, it was not caught in its hand. However, it also caught the wings of the moth and caused some damage. It can be clearly seen that the giant moth that dodged away staggered in the air. The wings that were obviously injured could not support its huge body. Li Sijing took advantage of the victory and caught it several times in a row, and finally held it in the palm of his hand. Looking at the giant moth that was caught and unable to move by the mechanical arm, Li Sijing was very satisfied with this upgraded mechanical arm. He operated the mechanical arm to tighten it hard, and continued to squeeze. The giant moth in the palm of his hand finally broke into pieces and died. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the small beast moth and obtaining 1 detoxification pill. Then, the moth corpse in the palm of the giant arm instantly turned into a pill and fell to the ground. It turned out to be a detoxification pill? Li Sijing thought it would be scale powder or something. When fighting with this giant moth just now, the scale powder on its body kept falling like rain. According to the nature of survival games, the scale powder that fell must be poisonous. Fortunately, she did not get out of the car to fight. Otherwise, the scale powder alone would be enough to give her a headache. However, the detoxification pill is not bad. Operating the mechanical arm, picking up the detoxification pill that fell on the ground, Li Sijing tried twice before finally succeeding. First, passed the pill in through the window. Li Sijing operated the mechanical arm again to pick up the intermediate resource box. After getting both items, a lot of flying insects had entered the car. Even Li Sijing was bitten 4 times by the insects. And at the moment of being bitten, Li Sijing finally felt the symptoms of dizziness. It was a very uncomfortable feeling, just like being dizzy and dazed after being hungry for many days. Frowning, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat for a few minutes before she gradually got used to this feeling. Because of the dizziness, it took twice as long to kill the bugs in the car this time. The feeling of dizziness was really bad, and Li Sijing didn't let herself suffer too much in the end. She took out a watermelon left for herself from the mustard space and cut it in half with a knife. Holding half a watermelon, she ate it with a spoon. Before she ate half of the watermelon, Li Sijing could feel that the symptoms of dizziness disappeared. However, she didn't stop, but continued to eat half a watermelon and stopped. Originally, she had eaten lunch and her stomach was full, and this half of the watermelon should not be stuffed. As a result, after eating this half of the watermelon, Li Sijing felt that her stomach had not changed at all, which was really amazing. The watermelon pulp in this half of the watermelon weighed about 1 pound. That is to say, after eating it, it can expel 5 points of toxins in the insect body. After clicking on the blue screen, the toxin value in Li Sijing's body has become 7 points. As for the remaining half of the watermelon rind after eating, it can be hung in the trading area and exchanged for some basic materials. But Li Sijing didn't do it in the end. Instead, she threw the watermelon rind into the breeding cage and coaxed the hen that had been free for a whole morning into it. After all, she had to take a lunch break later. It was still a little uneasy to leave this hen outside. As for the remaining half of the watermelon, it was put into the mustard space. Li Sijing planned to eat it when the toxins in her body accumulated to 10 points again. It was already 1 o'clock. The cherry tomatoes planted before can be harvested. Fortunately, Li Sijing's dizziness has completely disappeared. Otherwise, Picking cherry tomatoes when dizzy would not necessarily delay for a long time. After harvesting 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, Li Xijing planted another crop of watermelons. Just now, Li Xijing realized the benefits of watermelons, so she naturally had to plant more. After dealing with the planting pots, Li Xijing sat in the activity area and took out the intermediate resource box she had just obtained. Unexpectedly, she could open the box again not long after opening it. Somewhat happy. 30 washcloths. Drawings of folding wall in bathroom. Drawings of built-in shoe cabinet in RV. 1 electric toothbrush. 500 milliliters laundry detergent. Weighted ropeless skipping rope. Folding wall in bathroom. After use, the wall of the bathroom can be folded to leave more space. Materials required for construction: plastic *10, metal *5, rubber *2. To be honest, Li Xijing really didn't know what the name of this first drawing meant. After she carefully read the instructions, she finally understood. After using this drawing, the wall of the bathroom can be folded. That is to say, when no one is in the bathroom, the entire bathroom and the door can be pushed inward. In this way, the original empty space in the bathroom is exposed, and when the bathroom is needed, it can be moved outward. In short, it is a reasonable use of limited space. Li Xijing will definitely use this drawing. After all, the aisle between the kitchen and the bathroom is only half a meter wide. When cooking on weekdays, you can't step back a little bit. It's very uncomfortable to be too close to the flame. With this blueprint, Li Xijing can push the bathroom inward a little bit when cooking. After clicking to use, she couldn't wait to stand up and want to experience it. Press the switch on the side of the door, and the wall of the bathroom can be pushed. Push it gently inward until it touches the toilet and the sink, and then it can't be pushed any further. At this time, half of the bathroom space has been exposed. The corridor, which was only half a meter wide, has now become 1 meter wide. This function is great. Li Xijing sat back in her seat, suppressed her excitement, and checked the second blueprint. Built-in shoe cabinet in RV. After choosing a good place to use, you can build a built-in shoe cabinet. Materials required for construction: wood *10, metal *2. Well, Li Xijing thinks that the shoe rack she made with the shelf is pretty good. There is no need to waste a blueprint to make a built-in shoe cabinet. Save it first. After all, the accessory upgrade card is too good. In addition to the 2 blueprints, the other materials opened are all some daily necessities. A pack of 30 washcloths, an electric toothbrush, and a bottle of laundry detergent. All put away. The last weighted ropeless skipping rope is a bit interesting. She has been riding a spinning bike these days, which is a bit monotonous. Just happened to get a skipping rope, so she can try it in the evening. Chapter 352, Driving. Seeing that there were still a few minutes before the next resource box appeared, Li Xijing stood up again and checked the bulletproof glass in various parts of the RV. After confirming that it would not be corroded and broken for a while, she was relieved. Then Li Xijing sat in the driver's seat, yawning and waiting for the next resource box to appear. At 1:30 p.m., the 12th resource box of the day finally appeared on the road. The insect repellent incense had just burned out, and the insects outside the car had not yet recovered their ability to move. Li Xijing quickly took back the low-level resource box and closed the window. All the things that needed to be done were done, and she could finally take a lunch break. By the way, the more worlds she experienced, the later Li Xijing's lunch break was. Why? After the experience of being bitten by insects during yesterday's lunch break, today's lunch break, Li Xijing no longer dared to save trouble. She went to the bedroom honestly and tidied the mosquito net after going to bed. Today's lunch break was really late, and Li Xijing began to doze off. She fell asleep almost immediately while lying on the bed. Unfortunately, half an hour later, Li Xijing was woken up from her sleep. The loud voice of Shinkong came from the intercom at the head of the bed. While quickly putting on shoes, she ran to the driver's seat. Li Xijing also comforted herself. Forget it. Half an hour of lunch break is enough. Thinking about other people in the area, she should be content. Besides, the shorter the lunch break, the more resource boxes she gets. Right? Unfortunately, at 2 o'clock, the bugs outside the car were rampant. At the moment of taking the resource box, Li Xijing was inevitably bitten 3 times again. Fortunately, in an hour, 1 point of toxins in her body had been expelled. Even with these 3 points, there were only 9 toxins, and she could still survive for a while. Li Sijing sat down in the activity area again. She found that she probably had nothing to do for the next period of time. As for driving by herself, Li Sijing was prepared to wait until the fruits in the 2 planting pots were harvested before taking action. After all, if you have to get up to do something else when driving halfway, it would be a bit troublesome. There is still more than an hour before the planting pots are harvested. Is Li Sijing just sitting there? This is of course impossible. She is still going to find something to do to kill time. Or she should shell the rice. Although the rice in her hand is enough for her to eat 3 or 4 meals. But since there is time to grind a little, it is not too much. From under the shelf, she took out the stone mill and took some more rice. Then Li Sijing asked Shinkong to turn on the speakers. Listening to the music, Li Sijing slowly started to work. From 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. It took a full hour. Li Sijing only ground about 2 kilograms of rice. From this point, we can see how lazy she is. However, it was mainly to kill time, so there was no need to increase the output. In the middle of the journey, Li Sijing also brought back a resource box. Of course, it was a low-level one. When she cleaned up the table, the 15th resource box of the day had already appeared. There were more and more insects outside the car, making it hard to guard against. This time, Li Sijing was bitten by the bug 3 times again. So the accumulated toxins to 10 points made Li Sijing feel dizzy again. Even though she had tried it once before, the feeling this time still made Li Sijing very uncomfortable. In this situation, she was too lazy to use the electric mosquito swatter. She took out a bottle of insecticide and sprayed it at the flying bugs in the car. After quickly killing the bugs in the car, Li Sijing sat back in the activity area. She waved her hand, and half of the watermelon appeared on the table. After quickly eating half a watermelon, the dizziness finally disappeared. The original 11 points of toxins also dropped to 6 points. As usual, the watermelon peel was thrown into the breeding cage. Then, Li Sijing came to the planting pot. I saw that the orange tree was full of yellow fruits. This time, a total of 95 kilograms of oranges were harvested. According to the previous agreement, Li Sijing directly sent 50 kilograms of oranges to Lu Yizhou. As for the remaining 45 kilograms of oranges, they were received in the mustard space. Lu Yizhou did not reply immediately, probably because he was driving. After Li Sijing sat back in her seat, she looked at the insecticide she had just used and thought. The insects she collected herself, plus the insects she traded with other people in the area. A total of 8 bottles of 100 milliliters insecticide were made. The first bottle was used to deal with large beasts before. The bottle in Li Sijing's hand was used about 1/3 just now to quickly eliminate the insects in the car. And her mustard space still has the remaining 6 bottles of insecticide. Li Sijing was thinking that she wouldn't have to save too much pesticide in the future. After all, there would obviously be no shortage of bugs in this world. Then the number of pesticides in her hands would only increase. Even, Li Sijing thought that after dark tonight, she could put a bottle of pesticide in the trading area to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for collecting bugs. As for what price to mark to stimulate everyone, Li Sijing had to think about it carefully. However, Li Sijing didn't think for a long time. 5 minutes before 3:30, she came to the planting pot again. Because the watermelon planted in another planting pot was also ripe. This thing is much easier to harvest. With 3 clicks of scissors, 3 watermelons were in hand. Then, Li Sijing sowed cherry tomato seeds in the planting pot. Although the watermelon was good in all aspects, she was still prepared to plant it alternately. After Li Sijing dealt with the things in the planting pot, the 16th resource box also appeared. After taking back the resource box unscathed, Li Sijing did not leave the driver's seat, because next she was going to drive herself. However, the dense flying insects in front of the car made Li Sijing frown. These insects really blocked her vision. And the insects that hit the windshield, when the wipers scraped it, a long blood mark was immediately left. Yesterday, Li Sijing could barely maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. However, in this situation today, for safety reasons, she had to reduce her speed. Finally, when the insect repellent incense was lit and there were no insects in the air, Li Sijing could still maintain a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. When the insect repellent incense was ineffective and the number of insects gradually increased, her speed gradually decreased. When there were the most insects, her speed could only maintain 60 kilometers per hour. Chapter 353 High Beam Cannon. From 3:30 to 6:10. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Li Sijing drove the RV for a total of 200 kilometers. The average speed was about 85 kilometers per hour. In general, it was pretty good. In these 2 hours, Li Sijing also encountered 4 resource boxes. At 10 minutes past 4, he encountered the first resource box. He was bitten by insects 3 times, and the toxins in his body became 8 points. He also consumed 1/3 of a bottle of insecticide, and quickly killed the insects that flew in. At 4:50, he encountered the second resource box. He was bitten by insects once, and the toxins in his body became 9 points. The last third of the remaining insecticide in this bottle was also used up. At 5:30, he encountered the third resource box. The insect repellent incense had just burned out, and there was no insect outside the car. It was still very easy to get this resource box. And now, the time has come to 6:10. On the road outside the car, there is the 20th resource box for today. Most importantly, the bugs outside the car are dancing wildly. As for the number of bugs outside the car, Li Sijing is very sure of one thing. If she opens the window to take the resource box at this time, she will definitely be bitten by the bugs more than once or twice. Li Sijing's body speed is still 7 points. If she is bitten 3 more times, she will feel dizzy again. And there is less than an hour before dark. Even if Shinkong moves at full speed, there is no way to encounter 2 resource boxes. In this case, it is better to wait. After waiting for 10 minutes, the insect repellent incense was lit, and all the bugs were driven away. Li Sijing would feel very relaxed when she opened the window to take the resource box. After driving the RV for more than 2 hours, Li Sijing was also very tired. Leaning on the driver's seat, she took a break. 10 minutes later, the time came to 6:20. The insect repellent incense was lit, and the bugs around the RV scattered instantly. This time, Li Sijing did not operate the mechanical arm to collect the resource box. Instead, she put on rain boots, opened the door of the RV and got out. Li Sijing was ready to collect some bugs while there was still some time. Of course, she was not greedy, but kept watching the time. After all, Li Sijing didn't want to miss the last resource box of the day. So, after collecting 500 G of bugs, Li Sijing quickly picked up the white resource box and returned to the RV. At this time, the time was only 6:27. The RV continued to move forward under the driving of Shinkong. After Li Sijing returned to the car, she changed her shoes first. Then she took out the 500 G insect corpses she had just collected from the mustard space. She stuffed them all into the funnel of the insecticide maker and clicked to start. Finally, she went to the bathroom and brushed the soles of her rain boots clean. After that, she washed the rice and cooked. When Li Sijing returned to the activity area, the insecticide had been made. She had used up a bottle of insecticide before, and now she made another one. Now, Li Sijing still has 7 bottles of insecticide in her hand. The RV is on the road, moving at full speed. When there are only 2 minutes left until 7 o'clock, the last resource box of the day finally appeared. At this time, there were still many bugs outside the car. However, Li Sijing didn't care about it at this time. She quickly operated the mechanical arm, grabbed the resource box, and handed it in through the window. Then unfortunately, Li Sijing was bitten by the bug 4 times. The toxin value in the body was exactly 10 points, triggering dizziness. In the last minute before dark, Li Sijing took the newly made insecticide and quickly sprayed the bugs that flew into the car, closed all the blackout curtains, and then turned on the lights in the activity area. Li Sijing frowned and applied floral water to her wounds. After thinking about it, she finally grabbed a handful of cherry tomatoes from the mustard space. One by one, she stuffed them into her mouth and ate them. When she ate the 5th one, Li Sijing felt that the dizziness disappeared. Clicking on the blue screen, the toxin value has indeed dropped to 9 points. Well, that's it. As for the remaining toxins in the body, let them be slowly expelled. I think by tomorrow morning, she will be a clean person again. By the way, the cherry tomatoes planted in the planting pot should be ripe. Right? Looking closer to the planting pot, it is indeed ready to be harvested. Another 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes were harvested. Next, it is time to synthesize resource boxes. Li Sijing harvested a total of 21 resource boxes today, 1 less than yesterday. 10 of the low-level resource boxes have been synthesized into intermediate resource boxes before. There is another one, which was originally an intermediate resource box, and has been opened. As for the last 10 resource boxes, they are all on this table. After clicking on the synthesis, Li Sijing showed her expectation. I don't know what useful drawings can be opened this time. Apple 200G. RV High Beam Cannon Spotlight Drawings. Car Desk Drawings. Milky Macadamia Nuts 200G. Pickled Mustard Tuber 100G. DIY Plaster Doll 1. The two drawings that came out of the box this time made Li Sijing a little sad. RV High Beam Cannon Spotlight. Installed on the top of the RV. It can illuminate the road within 300 meters ahead. 1 unit of gasoline is consumed per hour. Materials required for construction: plastic *5, glass *2, metal *2, rubber *2. This drawing is quite useful. But the key is that it can't be used. In what situation will you need lights to illuminate the road? On foggy days? Or even at night? This spotlight will be used. But is there foggy days in this world? No. Do you need to drive at night? Does Li Sijing dare to drive? No need. She doesn't dare. Anyway, it's not going to be used for the time being. So put it away first. If the first blueprint is normal, then the second blueprint is weird. Desk? The RV is so small. Is there room for her to use it as a study? Besides, in this survival game, do you need a study? Do you need a desk? The only function of the desk is probably to be used as a dining table. But she already has a folding table that is more useful. So, this blueprint can only be put away. As for the rest, they are all ordinary supplies. An apple. But unfortunately, she hasn't eaten all the apple she exchanged with Zhou Qinghuan before. Less than half a pound of macadamia nuts, which she likes to eat. It's a pity that they are ripe and can't be planted. There is also a bag of pickled mustard, which can be eaten with porridge later. It just so happens that Li Sijing hasn't cooked porridge in the morning for a long time. The last one is a plaster doll that can be DIY'd by yourself, which often appears at roadside stalls. In addition to killing time, it has no other function. In general, this intermediate resource box is a loss. Chapter 354 Prerequisites for Purchasing Pesticides. After dealing with the resource box, it was already past 7 in the evening. Li Sijing was originally planning to exercise today. As a result, the cooking rice tripped at this time. Smelling the aroma in the car, Li Sijing couldn't help it. Otherwise, exercise after dinner. It's stir-fried beef and stir-fried braised pork, which have been eaten for several meals in a row. How about stir-frying some vegetables? She only put 2 or 3 amaranths in the soup this morning. How about stir-frying the rest? After this idea came up, Li Sijing immediately took action. Stir-fried amaranth is very simple and can be directly served in less than 10 minutes. After that, Li Sijing sat in the activity area and began to enjoy her dinner today. While eating, she also opened the blue screen to deal with some trivial matters. The first time after clicking on the blue screen, a message popped up. It turned out that the 50 kilograms of oranges sent to Lu Yizhou before were successfully traded. Lu Yizhou still traded with metal materials. A total of 125 units. He also left a message to express his gratitude. Just 2 words. Thank you. It seems that Lu Yizhou is still as quiet as ever. But Li Sijing didn't care and replied, "You're welcome." After that, she opened the trading area again. The transaction of purchasing insects fermented for several hours in the afternoon. There are now 3 transactions, one of which was traded before. 1 2 kilograms, and 2 1 kilogram. A total of 4 kilograms of insects. Using 4 kilograms of oranges for trading. After clicking confirm, 3 convenient bags appeared on the desktop. Li Sijing waved her hand and put the 3 convenient bags into the mustard space. I'm eating. Li Sijing naturally wouldn't deal with these things. Let's wait until after dinner. As for the items hanging in the trading area, the best-selling one is still the electric mosquito swatter. However, it is not as popular as it was at the beginning. By the way, the mustard space has been successfully manufactured. Now Li Sijing is accumulating basic materials again. It's not just a lack of one basic material, but all 6 basic materials are lacking. So, the exchange restrictions of these items in the trading area can also be changed. The price restrictions of the items hanging in the trading area have been changed, and the stock has been replenished. After that, Li Sijing flipped through the mustard space again. She still has 3 watermelons, more than 19 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, and 57 kilograms of oranges in her hand. The cherry tomatoes were harvested twice, and they should have been 20 kilograms. But before that, Li Sijing grabbed a handful and ate them to remove the poison. So Li Sijing planned to keep the less than 1 pound of oranges for herself. She planned to trade 50 pounds of 57 pounds of oranges. The remaining 7 pounds could be used to exchange for small insects. Although Li Sijing knew that the probability of someone coming to trade insects after dark was basically zero, it was better to be prepared. After dark, the trading area was bustling. Li Sijing hung up 50 pounds of oranges, and they were all sold out without even a splash. The time before and after was less than a minute. It seems that the fierce competition for food has reached a new height. So, Li Sijing naturally struck while the iron was hot and hung up 19 pounds of cherry tomatoes. This time, the speed was even faster. Li Sijing lowered her head to eat a mouthful of rice. And when she looked up again, all the watermelons had been sold. There were still many people who didn't get the watermelons and were waiting to be fed, leaving messages one after another. Finally, Li Sijing put 3 more watermelons on the shelf. A watermelon weighs 3 pounds. So she sold it according to the weight of 3 pounds. Although the watermelon rind accounts for a large proportion of it, the watermelon rind can also be eaten. The watermelon rind is not very delicious. But I think everyone should not care. Besides, selling fruits with peeled skin will increase the price a lot. Li Sijing, who successfully became a profiteer, thought so. Then, what happened next also proved that her idea was correct. After Li Sijing finished eating a mouthful of rice, the 3 watermelons hanging in the trading area had all been sold. Because Li Sijing did not mark this transaction, she could only trade with metal materials. So the basic materials exchanged in the end were more mixed. 50 pounds of oranges, 19 pounds of cherry tomatoes, and 3 watermelons of 9 pounds. In total, Li Sijing got 100 units of metal and 100 units of wood, 40 units of plastic, 30 units of glass, 40 units of cloth, and 30 units of rubber, including the previous ones. Li Sijing now has a total of basic materials: 663 units of metal, 142 units of wood, 55 units of plastic, 48 units of rubber, 41 units of glass, and 40 units of cloth. Among them, because the resource box can be decomposed into wood, the amount of wood is not small. And because of the electric mosquito swatter, metal materials have become the highest in quantity. As for other basic materials, because Li Sijing has not opened any low-level resource boxes these days, naturally there is no income. However, Li Sijing changed the trading restrictions today. I think the quantity of other materials will also increase slowly in the future. In short, the quantity of these basic materials is so low that Li Sijing can't bear to look directly at it. It is still far from the goal of 4,000 units of each basic material. We still need to work hard. And the dozens of kilograms of fruit that Li Sijing sold in the trading area, it may be a lot for an individual, but for thousands of people in the area, it is a drop in the bucket. So, after the 3 kinds of fruit were sold out, many people who haven't grabbed it yet are reluctant to leave, and they leave messages under the transaction. Seeing so many people, Li Sijing suddenly came up with an idea. She thought about it, and responded to the fierce demand for large purchases. First, she said that she had no stock for the time being. Then she announced that at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, a large number of goods would be put on the shelves, and everyone could wait for it. Finally, Li Sijing said again, she will soon put on the shelves a kind of artifact to deal with insects, and everyone can pay attention to it. Then, Li Sijing took out a bottle of insecticide and hung it in the trading area. As for the price, she spent a lot of time and thought about it carefully. A bottle of 100 milliliters insecticide sells for 20 units of metal. According to the ratio, if you buy it with plastic, rubber, glass, cloth and other materials, you need 40 units. If you buy it with the least valuable wood, you need 80 units. This price is not expensive, and it can even be said to be very cheap in terms of the effect it can play. After all, Li Sijing's electric mosquito swatter requires 10 units of metal materials. Therefore, the price of this transaction has a prerequisite. The prerequisite is that you must have traded 5 kilograms of small insects with Li Sijing. Of course, she gave the 5 kilograms of oranges for the 5 kilograms of insects. The amount of 5 kilograms was determined by Li Sijing after careful consideration. According to the time it takes to light an insect-repellent incense and burn for 10 minutes. Those who are quicker can collect 2 kilograms of small insects. The time it takes to delay the amount of 5 kilograms is no more than half an hour. Half an hour can be exchanged for 5 kilograms of food. You can also buy a bottle of insecticide at a low price. Such a cost-effective deal should be tempting to many people. Of course, if someone finds it troublesome and does not want to collect insects, it doesn't matter. It's just that the price is no longer this price, but double directly. If there is no small insect trade, a bottle of insecticide costs 40 units of metal materials. After the insecticide is put on the shelf, Li Sijing first marked the price of 40 units of metal per bottle in the trading area. Then she wrote in the notes that if she traded 5 kilograms of insects with her, she would get a half-price spot. Chapter 355. Advanced Planting Pots Exposed. In the trading area. Because Li Sijing first took out a lot of fruits for trading, it attracted a lot of people in the area to pay attention. So, when she hung the insecticide in the trading area, the attention was not small. Therefore, Li Sijing did not go to the trouble to promote it. After all, she believed in the effect of the insecticide. In this insect-infested world, no one can resist it. At this time, Li Sijing's dinner was all finished. She stood up, washed the dishes, and then sat back. This time, Li Sijing opened the regional channel and prepared to check the chat inside. Oh my god! You guys, please stop rushing for food. Yes, those of you who have stocks. Can you please let me have some? I didn't get any food in a day, and the toxins in my body have soared to 54. Don't talk about me. I only managed to get 3 kilograms of food in a day. Oh my god. The shadowless hand upstairs. I risked my life and only managed to get 2 kilograms. And you are still gloating? The toxins in my body have soared to 89 points. And all the food has been consumed. I won't survive tonight. More than 600 people disappeared in a day. I don't know if I will become one of the missing numbers in the next moment. Hey, how am I going to get through tonight? I have no idea. How to get through? If there is a mosquito net, hide in the mosquito net. If there is no mosquito net, block all the vents in the car. In the end, there are too few items that can fight insect plagues. Yes, insect repellent incense can only stun, not kill. And the effect gradually weakens after burning out. The experience is too bad. Speaking of this, have you seen the insecticide that Li Sijing hung in the trading area in the area? I just saw it. The effect description above is too awesome. I don't know if it's true. It must be true. That's the description that comes with the game. When has it ever been faked? Oh my god. I want it so much. If I have a bottle of insecticide, I don't have to worry tonight. It's a pity that it's too expensive. I have to save the basic materials I have for buying food. Hey, the transaction notes say that after trading 5 kilograms of insects with Li Sijing, you can buy it at half price. Oh my god. If I had known, I would have collected some insects and sold them to her today. Buying insects? Food. 1-to-1 exchange. Is this true? Of course it's true. I have exchanged 3 kilograms. And I will exchange another 2 kilograms tomorrow. And I can buy insecticide at half price. Hey, I also saw this transaction information at that time. And I thought it was a scam. I felt wrong. How could Li Sijing be a scammer? She is very famous. Yes, I remember that she also bought mutant meat in the last world. By the way, what is the use of Li Sijing buying mutant meat and insects? Who knows? We don't understand the world of the boss. No need to understand. As long as it can be exchanged for food. I have decided to work hard to collect insects tomorrow and try to exchange for 2 bottles of insecticide. Speaking of Li Sijing, have you found a problem? She has sold a lot of fruits in the past 2 days. Yes, I found it too. There must be several hundred kilograms. Really? I didn't pay attention to these, but I did buy 2 kilograms of oranges from her. I'm curious. Where did she get so many fruits? She didn't get them from boxes. Did she? She must have grown them herself. But as far as I know, a medium-level planting pot can only speed up 100 times. And it takes 3 or 4 days to produce oranges. Could it be a high-level planting pot? The above person said it can speed up 1,000 times? Isn't that too exaggerated? If you really have a high-level planting pot, wouldn't it be great in this insect-infested world? Is she going to be invincible? Is there only one advanced planting pot? Why do I feel that she has at least 2? Yes. I remember that Li Sijing also sold cherry tomatoes and watermelons these 2 days. Wow. After hearing what you said, I suddenly feel so envious and want to curry favor with her. Tomorrow is a resource point activity. Maybe I can meet Li Sijing. Whether it is currying favor with her or something else, there is a chance. Others? You are probably looking for a bullet upstairs. That is, let's find out the origin of the nickname murderer. Hee hee. With so many people, it is still unknown whether we can meet in the resource point activity. By the way, I don't know what will happen in tomorrow's resource point activity. This ghost game. Each resource point activity is different. Who can guess it? Hey, I don't know if I can survive safely tonight. So don't think about tomorrow. My car feels like it will be hit by a bug again. But I don't have a car repair card anymore. Today, it's another day without mosquito nets. And it's going to be another hard night. By the way, does blocking the vent really work? Who knows? You can try it. Alas, I survived the previous 3 worlds. But failed in this world. Nothing else. Now I just hope that the big guys can sell more food so that I can survive tonight. The chats in the future are all useless chats. As for everyone's guess that she has advanced planting pots, Li Sijing has already prepared. After all, she sold so many fruits in the area, and she couldn't hide it from everyone. But if Li Sijing didn't earn the basic materials in order to keep a low profile, she would not be willing to do that. And now Li Sijing has confidence and has a lot of trump cards. She has confidence to fight against the possible malice. And then, the direction of the area was a bit unexpected for Li Sijing. Not many people showed their covetousness for advanced planting pots. It seems that killing 30 people in one go left a trauma on many people. Chapter 356 Selling Nutritious Soil. Li Sijing sat in the activity area, checking the area and chatting, and digesting the food. The 4-pound insect corpses in the mustard space have also been put into the insecticide making machine. After resting for a long time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Sijing got up and prepared to exercise for a while. Then she washed up and went back to bed to watch a movie. After all, everything that can be done has been done during the day. At night, you have to rest well, because a weighted ropeless skipping rope was opened before. So, Li Sijing is going to change the way of exercise today. Spinning bikes have fallen out of favor. So she took out a skipping rope. This skipping rope has 2 handles to hold, and 2 weighted balls are hung below. And there is no rope in the middle. Li Sijing is quite satisfied with being able to open this kind of skipping rope. After all, the internal space of the RV is limited, and wireless skipping ropes will be more convenient. If it is wired, it is very likely to hit the roof when winding it up. Li Sijing first picked up the insecticide machine and put it in the driving area. Then she put away the folding table to make room for the activity area. Then Li Sijing checked whether her shoelaces were tied properly. Then she started skipping rope. While skipping, she turned on the blue screen and counted the time. Of course, Li Sijing had experience with skipping rope, but she was not proficient in it. When she was on Earth, 60 times per minute was her fastest speed. But now, things are different. When she was not proficient at it at the beginning, Li Sijing also jumped about 100 times per minute. After a few minutes, the body and the skipping rope became familiar, and the movements became proficient. The speed suddenly increased, and it doubled directly, more than 200 times per minute. After that, Li Sijing's speed became faster and faster. However, at the fastest time, how many times per minute? Li Sijing was not sure, because she was too lazy to count. In short, she found that the amount of exercise of skipping rope was much greater than riding a spinning bike. Before, Li Sijing would only sweat slightly after riding a spinning bike for half an hour. But now, she can feel her body sweating in less than 20 minutes of skipping rope. After persisting for another 10 minutes, Li Sijing stopped after half an hour. Although Li Sijing was not out of breath after half an hour of exercise, she was sweating all over. This feeling can be said to be very refreshing. Of course, there is also a bad thing. With so much sweat on her body, she must take a shower. Fortunately, Li Sijing now has sufficient water resources, so she can afford to take a shower. Arriving at the door of the bathroom, Li Sijing straightened the folding wall before entering. Washed first, then took a quick shower, and finally washed her hair. After coming out of the bathroom, Li Sijing first stuffed the dirty clothes into the washing machine and saved them. Then took out the hair dryer she had unpacked before and blew her hair until it was dry. Finally, after everything was done, Li Sijing returned to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, it was almost 9 o'clock. Li Sijing turned on the TV and randomly picked a movie she had never seen. Leaning against the wall of the car, Li Sijing enjoyed the rare leisure time. However, this time didn't last long before it was broken. Li Xijing's friend message rang. And it rang more than once. Who could it be? Clicked it, and saw that there were so many people sending messages. There must be 6 or 7. There were also some names that Li Xijing was not familiar with. And she should have only traded with them once. In this case, Li Xijing would of course reply to the familiar people first. First, click on Zhou Qinghuan's avatar. Sister Jing, I saw you selling watermelons. Do you have any more? I want one too. Also, I remember you said that your planting pots are also intermediate. Did you get another advanced planting pot? I'm so envious. Want watermelons? She really doesn't have them for the time being. However, there is a crop in the planting pot, and it can be harvested at about 9:30. So she replied, watermelons will be available after 9:30, and I will send them to you then. As for Zhou Qinghuan's second question, Li Xijing told the truth directly. I originally had an intermediate planting pot, but it was upgraded later. After saying that, Li Xijing also said Zhou Qinghuan the introduction of the nutrient soil. As for why she did this, Li Xijing naturally had her own purpose. You know, she still has 1920 nutrient soil in her hand, which has never been used. Li Xijing's planting pot has been upgraded to the highest level, and cannot be upgraded again, unless she gets another planting pot. Otherwise, Li Xijing can only use these nutrient soils as accelerators. To upgrade an intermediate planting pot to an advanced planting pot, only 500 G of nutrient soil is needed. And if this 500 G is used as an accelerator, it can only accelerate for 500 days. If you calculate it this way, it's really a big loss. So, what should Li Xijing do with these nutrient soils? Of course, sell them to maximize the profits. Who to sell to? Zhou Qinghuan is naturally the best choice. It seems that Zhou Qinghuan, who has an intermediate planting pot, can't resist the charm of nutrient soil. To be honest, even if Zhou Qinghuan doesn't come to Li Xijing these 2 days, Li Xijing is also preparing to send a message to Zhou Qinghuan. After all, now that everyone is starving, the nutrient soil should be used to play the greatest role. Sure enough, Zhou Qinghuan couldn't wait to reply as soon as Li Xijing sent the message. Oh my god! Is this effect true? Does Sister Jing have more nutrient soil? I want it too. I can exchange it with drawings. As he said, Zhou Qinghuan sent several drawings in a row. Now Li Xijing was interested and read every description very carefully. When he saw a certain drawing, he was even more happy and his eyes lit up. Chapter 357 4-Wheel Drive Engine Acceleration Blueprint. 4-wheel drive engine acceleration blueprint can drive 4 wheels and accelerate 30% on the original speed. Materials required for construction: metal 10, plastic *2, rubber *2. This engine blueprint must be exchanged. What Li Xijing is interested in is not the engine acceleration. You know, at the beginning of the journey, Li Xijing exchanged an engine acceleration blueprint from Zhou Qinghuan. The maximum speed of the RV is 100 km per hour. And after acceleration it is 125 km per hour, which is enough. With the current size of the RV, if it really reaches a speed of 125 km per hour, Shinkong may not be able to control it. After all, the engine of the RV is still 2-wheel drive. What Li Xijing is interested in is the 4-wheel drive engine written on this blueprint. People who don't know cars may not know the difference between 2-wheel drive engines and 4-wheel drive engines. 2-wheel drive means that the power of the engine is transmitted to the 2 front wheels, or the 2 rear wheels, as the power to drive the vehicle forward. The 4-wheel drive is the power of the engine, which is transmitted to the front and rear wheels, so that all 4 wheels can be used as the power for the vehicle to move forward. In short, the 4-wheel drive engine is more friendly to the control of large vehicles such as RVs. No matter how bad the road conditions are, Li Xijing will not be afraid at all. Except for this drawing. It is what Li Xijing wants urgently. The other drawings that Zhou Qinghuan took out may be very tempting to others. For example, cruise control, gas system, and degradable toilet. But these things are useless to Li Xijing. So, in the end, Li Xijing only used 500 G of nutrient soil. A transaction was issued to exchange the 4-wheel drive engine acceleration blueprint. Zhou Qinghuan first quickly confirmed the transaction, and then sent a message to ask, besides this one, don't you have any other blueprints you like? Li Xijing replied, I have opened other blueprints. Is that so? But I still want to exchange for 500 G of nutrient soil. Do you have anything else you want? Zhou Qinghuan also has 2 planting pots. and he wanted 1,000 g of nutrient soil, which was also within Li Sijing's expectations. As for what else Li Sijing wanted? Insect repellent incense? Everyone needs this, so it's better not to ask. Food? She doesn't need it either. After thinking about it, Li Sijing finally sent a message. Do you have those weird and used auto parts blueprints? Zhou Qinghuan, a big blueprint owner, should have a lot of blueprints in stock. It's just the right opportunity to exchange some. Collect 10 blueprints and synthesize the parts upgrade card. Zhou Qinghuan obviously understood what Li Sijing meant. Are you going to use it to synthesize the parts upgrade card? Wait a minute. I'll look for it. Then, not long after, Zhou Qinghuan's message came. I just synthesized the parts upgrade card before, and I only have 5 discarded blueprints left. Is that enough? Only 5? That's fine. She can just save them herself. Facing the 5 blueprints sent over, Li Sijing completed the transaction with 500 g of nutrient soil. Li Sijing glanced at these 5 blueprints. Just looking at the name, you can feel how weird they are. One of the drawings was called the color exterior flashlight drawing. It was to turn the low beam lights outside the car into colorful, flashing lights. Imagining that situation, Li Sijing couldn't help being speechless. Just after reading 5 drawings and preparing to look at other information, Zhou Qinghuan sent another message. I feel like I got a bargain by exchanging 5 discarded drawings for 500 g of nutrient soil. Sister Jing, I'll give you something else. Then, another transaction message popped up. 5 g of flour? Isn't that too much? Food is so expensive nowadays. What's more, 1 g of flour, after adding water, can make about 1.5 g of steamed buns. Li Sijing would definitely not accept it. However, facing Li Sijing's refusal, Zhou Qinghuan replied again. Sister Jing, you know I'm not very good at making pasta, so I'll just leave this flour in my hands. If you think it's too much, just give me some after you make it into food. Li Sijing was immediately happy. They treated her as a free cook. Of course, Li Sijing finally agreed to the deal and accepted 5 kilograms of flour. After finishing the chat with Zhou Qinghuan, Li Sijing then clicked on Lu Yizhou's message. Exchange for a bottle of insecticide. And I'll make up for the bugs tomorrow. This sentence is still simple and clear. Li Sijing directly sent Lu Yizhou a bottle of insecticide at the price of 20 units of metal, and left a message. I'll give you the insecticide in exchange. As for the bugs, help me collect some if you have time. And forget it if you don't have time. When dealing with friends, the preconditions can of course be omitted. Then, Li Sijing clicked on Wu Aigua's message. Probably to buy pesticides. Sisterly, do you still have watermelons and oranges? Hey, you're asking about fruits? Before crossing to this world, Li Sijing sent Wu Aigua more than 30 kilograms of oranges. Did they all finish eating? Of course, Li Sijing didn't ask these questions. Why bother to ask about others' business when they are taking care of her business? I don't have it now. If it's not urgent, how about sending it to you tomorrow morning? After the message was sent, Wu Aigua's reply came immediately. No hurry. Then leave me 2 watermelons and 30 kilograms of oranges tomorrow. No problem. By the way, do you want a bottle of pesticide? Thinking of sending a bottle of pesticide to Lu Yizhou just now, Li Sijing asked a question. Is that okay? I'm planning to come back to you to exchange after I collect the bugs tomorrow. Li Sijing immediately smiled and replied, we don't need to be so polite. I'll return the insecticide to you. If you have time, collect the bugs. If you don't have time, forget it. As she said that, she also gave him a bottle at the price of 20 units of metal as usual. Apart from these 3 people, there are a lot of remaining information. Li Sijing estimated that they all came for the insecticide. After all, the quiet night is not any better than the day. Li Sijing temporarily divided them into 2 groups. One group was acquaintances she had contacted. For example, Tao Jinmiao, who had chatted with Li Sijing, and Lo Wenwen, a profiteer. There were also people who were on the list and participated in the exchange meeting together. For these people who wanted to buy insecticide, Li Sijing relaxed the standard. 20 units of metal were exchanged for them. But they had to trade enough bugs with her tomorrow. As for the other group, they were strangers who had no impression and had not socialized much. Li Sijing refused these people's requests without hesitation. After all, she didn't have much pesticide in her hand. After exchanging with those acquaintances, there were only 3 intact bottles left in her hand. plus a bottle that had been used before. And one of these 3 bottles was left for Zhou Qinghuan. They were all good friends. And since they were given to the other 2, it would not be good to favor one over the other. When Li Xijing finished processing all this information, it was already 9:30. The watermelons in the planting pots were ripe. Li Xijing got out of bed quickly and picked 3 watermelons. The remaining 1.5 hours were obviously not enough to plant another crop of watermelons. So Li Xijing planted a crop of peanuts and harvested them at exactly 11 o'clock. Then, she gave Zhou Qinghuan a watermelon and a bottle of pesticide together. In terms of price, Li Xijing only charged 20 units of metal for the pesticide. As for the money for the watermelon, she didn't ask for it. After all, she had just received 5 kilograms of flour from the other party. And Zhou Qinghuan didn't hesitate to do as she said. As for only giving out 1 watermelon, it wasn't because Li Xijing was stingy and unwilling to give it. It was because the other 2 watermelons were to be kept for Wu Aigua tomorrow. By the way, she didn't even keep one for herself. Chapter 358, Using the Car Repair Card. Sitting on the bed, Li Xijing was originally going to watch a movie. As a result, many people contacted her because of the pesticide incident. When replying to the message, Li Xijing naturally had no choice but to watch the movie seriously. As a result, the time came to 9:30, and the movie had been playing for almost half an hour. Li Xijing was still not quite clear about what was in it. Finally, after all the information was processed properly, Li Xijing turned the movie to the beginning and watched it again. This time, no one and nothing came to disturb her. A movie was played for almost an hour and a half. And then the ending song was played. Seeing that there were only 10 minutes left until 11 o'clock, Li Xijing had no time to watch the ending song. She was thinking about a question. Should the ventilation holes in the RV be blocked? In fact, the most important thing is whether it can work after blocking? And will it cause breathing difficulties after blocking? In the end, Li Xijing decided to give it a try. She took out the tissue and plugged the ventilation hole. Of course, in order not to suffocate herself in the RV, Li Xijing was still in the activity area, leaving 2 ventilation holes unplugged. Then, Li Xijing also released her secret weapon from the breeding cage. Take out a new garbage bag and put it on the hen's buttocks. Then let the hen roam freely in the car. In this way, if a reptile enters the car, I think this hen will definitely not let it go. The only thing to worry about is this hen. When it is excited about eating, don't let it cluck in the middle of the night. It's not that I'm afraid of attracting large wild animals. After all, the car compartment is soundproof. The most important thing is that it will disturb Li Xijing's sleep. As for plugging your ears, that won't work. In such a dangerous world, plug your ears. If something really happens, there will be no chance to react. It's too dangerous. After dealing with this matter, Li Xijing came to the glass window that was severely corroded by insects to check. As time went by, the traces of corrosion on the glass became more serious. At one point, Li Xijing almost saw the slender legs of the insects. Feeling, it was only about the thickness of paper. Li Xijing knew very clearly that this place should not be able to hold on until tomorrow morning. It is estimated that it will take less than an hour and a half to corrode a hole. So, do you still have to use the car repair card? Li Xijing reluctantly took out a car repair card from the mustard space. In fact, many people's vehicles in the area, under the attack of the insects, it didn't even last a day. Li Xijing's RV has been able to hold on until now, which is already very good. What she is reluctant to part with is not this car repair card. What Li Xijing is reluctant to part with is this car repair card, which can't play its greatest role. There is one thing that she remembers very clearly. Tomorrow is the 3rd day of the insect plague world. After signing in, you can get vehicle upgrade card. In other words, Li Xijing's RV can be upgraded tomorrow. Every time the vehicle is upgraded, all the damage on the vehicle can be directly restored to its original state. So, if Li Xijing's RV can last until tomorrow morning, there is no need to use any car maintenance card at all. Just upgrade the RV. Unfortunately, with only these last few hours left, she just can't hold on. She was reluctant in her heart, for the sake of her own life. In the end, Li Xijing still used this car maintenance card. She hesitated for a few minutes on this matter. Seeing that it was already 11 o'clock, Li Xijing hurried to the planting pot. The first thing to harvest was oranges. This crop harvested a total of 96 kilograms of oranges, all of which were stored in the mustard space. Li Sijing found that the yield of the orange tree each time has almost stabilized. It's about 90 kilograms. Anyway, it doesn't exceed 100 kilograms. As for the peanuts, Li Sijing was too lazy to pick them after pulling them all out of the soil. It should have been placed on the ground and blown to be better. But thinking of how many insects would crawl over in the middle of the night, I'm afraid that the fruits I worked so hard to plant will be ruined. Li Sijing finally put the peanut vines into the mustard space. After all these were dealt with, Li Sijing thought about it for the last time. After making sure that there was nothing missing, he turned off the light and returned to bed. Before going to bed, Li Sijing carefully covered the mosquito net. If you don't pay attention, you will be torn apart by insects. So you have to be careful. Li Sijing's sleep quality has always been good. In the past 2 days since I came to the insect plague world, I didn't sleep well during my lunch break. After lying on the bed at night, I fell asleep faster. After all, Li Sijing has the double insurance of mosquito nets and hens. He doesn't have to sleep in fear like other people in the area. Chapter 359 Jungle Resource Point. Insect-infested world. The third day. 7 o'clock in the morning. The RV compartment was bright. Li Sijing rubbed her blurry eyes when she was woken up by Xingyu again. She picked up the walkie-talkie beside her and prepared to tell Xingkong to drive. She just opened her mouth, but suddenly realized that today was the third day of the insect-infested world. There was a resource point activity today, and there were no resource boxes on the road. So, she didn't have to rush to drive this early in the morning. Shaking her head and putting down the walkie-talkie, Li Sijing carefully checked the situation outside the mosquito net. The first thing she saw was the dense black spots lying on the mosquito net. Looking at the density, there was almost no big difference from yesterday. Could it be that the free-range hens didn't make any achievements last night? No. She clearly heard the clucking sound several times in the middle of the night. Li Sijing looked outside through the gap in the mosquito net. The hen was standing in the activity area, pecking at the insects on the ground from time to time. However, the reptiles on the ground were clearly much less than yesterday. If the ground yesterday was so densely packed that there was no place to step on, then today, Li Sijing could at least find a place to step on by standing on tiptoe. So, was it because she blocked the ventilation hole? Or was it the hen's credit? Forget it. Now is not the time to worry about this. After putting on clothes and folding the quilt on the bed, Li Sijing took out a bottle of insecticide that she had used once yesterday from the mustard space. First use 1/3 of the amount to kill all the insects on the mosquito net. Then use the remaining insecticide to eliminate all visible insects in the car. Compared with yesterday, I thought of various ways to eliminate insects. Today's solution is very quick and effective. After the insects were solved, the first thing Li Sijing did was to harvest the fruits in the planting pots. A total of 98 kilograms of oranges, plus a piece of sugar cane. By the way, she has saved several pieces of sugar cane every day. When she has time, she can try to squeeze juice and make sugar. In the planting pots where sugar cane was planted, watermelon seeds were replanted. Then, Li Sijing looked at the hen that was not moving much. By the way, when she used insecticide to eliminate insects just now, she felt a little strange. Seeing the insects all over the ground, they all disappeared completely under the spraying of insecticide. This hen didn't react at all. The food was taken away, and there was no clucking sound, until Li Sijing touched the stomach under the neck of this hen. It was bulging and felt like it was about to burst. She suddenly realized. Was it full? No wonder there was no reaction at all. It seems that this hen made a great contribution yesterday. Li Sijing quickly untied the garbage bag on the hen, sent this hero back to the breeding cage. Then, Li Sijing picked up 2 eggs from the breeding cage. 2 eggs were laid last night. It seems that these insects are a great tonic for hens. Continue tonight. In addition to the hen, Li Sijing also checked the ventilation port that she blocked last night. As a result, all the blocked ventilation ports and the toilet paper stuffed inside have disappeared. Obviously, this method may be useful, but it is limited. After everything was done, Li Sijing sat on the spinning bike and started today's exercise. The effect of skipping rope last night was quite good, but Li Sijing was not going to continue skipping rope in the morning. That's because the effect of skipping rope is too good, and you must be sweating after using it. In this way, taking a shower will be uncomfortable. But if you take 2 showers a day, even Li Sijing thinks it's a bit wasteful. So, it's better to use a spinning bike in the morning. While exercising, Li Sijing looked out of the car through the glass. There were more insects outside the car than yesterday. They were densely packed around the car, looking very scary. Moreover, Li Sijing also saw that there was slight damage on the originally flat road. This kind of damage is not like acid rain, corroded into potholes or something. Instead, the road as a whole has cracks. Some cracks look very thin and short, and if you don't observe carefully, you won't find them at all. Some cracks, although very thin, spread from the left side of the road to the right side of the road. Did it appear last night? Or did it exist before? But it was too slight for her to notice. Li Sijing frowned, and she couldn't help but have a bad premonition in her heart. Unfortunately, there were no resource boxes on the road today, and no vehicles were driving. Otherwise, Li Sijing really wanted to see the probability of this crack appearing. The vague speculation in her heart made her feel a little bad. However, some things will happen if they are supposed to happen, and it is useless to worry more. In order not to let her mood be greatly affected, Li Sijing could only divert her attention in the end. The best way to divert attention is, of course, Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the car upgrade card. Car upgrade card, after use. The car can be upgraded to 1 level. Note, the host's current car level is a motorhome, which can be upgraded to a large motorhome. Large motorhome? Very good. With a wave of his hand, he put the car upgrade card into the mustard space. Before falling asleep last night, Li Sijing made a temporary decision. That is to postpone the use of the car upgrade card. Although Li Sijing really wants to know what the difference is between a large motorhome and a motorhome. But Li Sijing finally decided to wait. There are 2 reasons for this. One of them is what Li Sijing said last night. It is not cost-effective. Her car maintenance card has not yet maximized its benefits, which is really not cost-effective. Don't say that she doesn't lack that little material. Li Sijing is really short of it. You know, she only has 4 car maintenance cards in her hand. We have to hold on until the 5th day. We have to save some money. As for the second reason, it is the same old tune. To keep a low profile. Yesterday, Li Sijing became famous in the area because of the high-end planting pots and pesticides. Today is a resource point activity, and it is inevitable to meet other people. If Li Sijing upgrades the RV at this time, wouldn't he be adding fuel to the fire? So, wait a little longer. At least it won't be too late to upgrade the RV after the resource point activity is over. Today's RV is also enough. Li Sijing, who put away the car upgrade card, suddenly remembered it again. The fruit I promised to Wu Aigui yesterday has not been given to him yet. Last night and today, I harvested nearly 200 kilograms of oranges twice. Li Sijing directly divided 30 kilograms, plus 2 watermelons, and sent them to Wu Aigui. Because it was early in the morning, there was no need to drive in a hurry. Wu Aigui replied quickly, and the transaction was completed directly. After riding the spinning bike for half an hour, Li Sijing finished her exercise today. First, take out 30 beef dumplings from the freezer and cook them in cold water. Li Sijing went to the bathroom and washed up quickly. After washing up, she had time to prepare a dipping sauce for herself. Finally, when everything was done, when Li Sijing finally sat at the table with dumplings in her hand, the time came to 8 o'clock. In the sky, the sound of the game rang. On the 3rd day of the insect-plagued world, the resource point activity was launched. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the activity is based on the region. At that time, players in the same region will appear at the same resource point. Second, the activity is voluntary. Players who do not want to participate can refuse and will be left on the road. Third, during the activity, the road is a rest area, and all resource boxes and large beasts will no longer refresh. Fourth, this resource point is in a dense jungle, with a total of 9 types of nests and countless bugs, 9 built-in advanced resource boxes, and a chance to produce skill books. Fifth, during the activity, players can attack each other. Sixth, the activity time is 10 to 1800 hours. Please be prepared. The same game notification, only the 4th message each time, is slightly different, and everyone can only find useful information from this rule. This time the resource point is in the jungle. Li Sijing expected it. However, thinking of the densely packed bugs in the jungle, Li Sijing's scalp tingled. I don't know if there are any activity props for this resource point activity. If there is no effective prop for self-defense, who dares to set foot in the jungle? In particular, the jungle not only has tall trees, but also lush green grass that is taller than humans. Chapter 360 Pesticide Trading. Sitting at the folding table, Li Sijing was eating breakfast. Regarding the resource point activities, the information that can be obtained from the game notification is limited. Li Sijing thought for a moment and directly opened the blue screen. The first thing she could see was the toxins that were still in her body last night. After a night, it was directly cleared. This skill of invulnerability to all poisons is really useful. Like other people in the area, it takes a whole day to automatically expel 1 point of toxins. Accumulating a few points of toxins every day can be fatal over time. Then Li Sijing also saw that the current real-time number of people is 7013/10,000. She remembered that before going to bed last night, she saw about 7,500 people. So did 500 people die in one night yesterday? The most important thing is that this death toll is really exaggerated. It was the first world they just crossed over and didn't know anything. There weren't so many deaths in the first 2 days of the resource point activity. Is this game going to destroy the world directly? When the insect plague world ends, how many of the original 10,000 people will be left? Li Sijing had no way of predicting this question. The only thing she could do was to ensure her own safety first. Then she would sell more food, which would indirectly increase the survival rate of others. Sighing, she opened the trading area. Then, Li Sijing was stunned, because she actually received so many insect corpses. It was only an hour after dawn, and everyone was so active and hardworking. Of course, Li Sijing knew that everyone was so active. The main reason was that there was insecticide as bait. After all, the specific situation of today's resource point activity was unpredictable. For everyone, if they had a bottle of insecticide as a guarantee, they would feel much more at ease. Thinking of this, Li Sijing was no longer interested in eating beef dumplings, and she hurried to act. She first materialized all the insects wrapped in convenient bags on the ground. Then she waved her hand and put them all into the mustard space. She waved her hand again and released all the insects that had become corpses. Finally, she got a few kilograms of insects and put them into the insecticide making machine to let it work first. Then Li Sijing ate breakfast while checking other situations. Li Sijing counted and found that a total of 18 people made transactions. Among them, 6 people's transaction volume was 2 kilograms, and the remaining 12 people all had a transaction volume of 1 kilogram. In other words, this time Li Sijing received a total of 24 kilograms of insect corpses. The most important thing is that one of them is an old customer. When Li Sijing first bought insects, he was among the first batch of people to trade. Later, he traded again, and traded 2 kilograms directly. In addition, he now traded 2 kilograms of insect corpses. In other words, this person has met the prerequisite for exchanging for insecticides. This really surprised Li Sijing. However, she did not delay and directly sent a bottle of insecticide to trade. Of course, Li Sijing still wanted to collect 20 units of metal materials, or other equivalent basic materials. Yesterday, Li Sijing left herself 2 complete bottles of insecticide, plus a bottle that had been used a little. When she got up in the morning, she sprayed the bottle of insecticide that had been used up. Originally, she only had 2 bottles of insecticide left, and now she traded 1 bottle out. In other words, Li Sijing now only had the last bottle of insecticide left. Fortunately, new insecticides will be manufactured soon. The insecticide issue came to an end for the time being, and Li Sijing checked other items in the trading area. The trading volume of daily necessities remained the same. The sales of electric mosquito swatters showed signs of fatigue, and only a dozen pieces were sold in one night. After replenishing all these, Li Sijing continued to put fruits on the shelves. The only fruit she could trade now was oranges. In addition to the 30 kilograms given to Wuigua, there were also 24 kilograms of oranges used in the trade for insects just now. Li Sijing now had 147 kilograms of oranges. Of course, she couldn't trade all these oranges. Still have to keep some to exchange for insect corpses. According to everyone's current enthusiasm, Li Sijing felt that he should keep more oranges in his hands. In the end, Li Sijing only took out 50 kilograms of oranges to sell. Nowadays, the basic materials used for trading are not just metals. In terms of quantity, it is not easy to count. However, one thing is certain. The amount of basic materials in Li Sijing's hands is growing steadily. After finishing the business in the trading area, Li Sijing came to the regional channel as usual. I survived successfully again and saw the sun today. I am awesome. I'm great. But I feel like I'm running out of energy and can't make it through today. I haven't had a good sleep for 2 days. I don't know how long I can last. Which buddy said yesterday that plugging the ventilation holes is useful. If I hadn't woken up in the middle of the night, I would have almost died. Fuck. The above is so funny. No one has used this method before. Everyone is just trying it. No one guarantees that it will work. Are you so naive? You won't really plug the ventilation holes and sleep without any protective measures? I tried it yesterday. But I had a mosquito net underneath. So I slept soundly. Blocking the ventilation holes is still useful. But the effect is not as great as expected. Yes, after plugging the ventilation holes, the number of insects in the car this morning was similar to yesterday morning. But known insects. The number of bugs increases every day. So the number of bugs is actually decreasing. After I blocked the ventilation hole yesterday, I stayed up until midnight and came to some useful conclusions. After blocking the ventilation hole, bugs will still come out of this hole. But because it is blocked, the bugs can only corrode the things used to block it. In the process of corrosion, some bugs should be consumed. The specific amount of loss depends on how deep you block it. In other words, the deeper the blockage, the more bugs will be consumed, and the fewer bugs will enter the car. Fuck. The Big Brother Wuigwa appeared. Ah. This knowledge point is so useful. Thank you, Big Brother. Ah. So that's how it is. I know. Thank you, Big Brother. Oh my god. I was afraid that the blockage was too deep yesterday, and I couldn't get it out the next day. So I only blocked it a little bit. Crying? Me too. Woo woo woo. Huh. Now that we know the key point, I'll block those ventilation holes deeply and firmly tonight. I suddenly thought of a trick. After blocking them, we can wait and see how long it takes for the bugs to corrode them completely. In this way, we can set an alarm and block the ventilation holes on time. In this way, we can have a good sleep in the middle. Wow. This is a great idea. But unfortunately, I don't have an alarm clock. I'm afraid I will sleep until dawn. The above. You may sleep until the king of hell. Thank you for the advice above. I happen to have an alarm clock, and will try it tonight. Indy. I will share my experience tomorrow after trying it. My friend. Although I may not be able to see it. Hey. It's useless to think so much. Let's get through the resource point activity first. And then talk about other things. I'm too sleepy. I really don't want to participate in today's resource point activity. But I have no more food in my hand. So I have to participate. Me too. I'm too tired these 2 days. The whole person feels like being squeezed dry. I want to sleep +1. Unfortunately, the bugs on the road have not disappeared. Even if you don't participate in the resource point activity, it is still difficult to stay on the road. Hey, there are dangers on both sides. It's better to participate in the event. At least you can fight. Chapter 361. Check the cracks on the road. After breakfast, Li Sijing washed the dishes. While thinking about what she saw in the area just now, Wuigwa is still the same Wuigwa, and has not changed at all. Without damaging his own interests. Share the gains as much as possible to help everyone. What he shared in the area was also useful to Li Sijing. It seems that tonight, she can stuff the toilet paper in the vent. Make more and stuff it more tightly. When Li Sijing finished washing the dishes, the time was already 8:20. The insect repellent incense was lit again, and the flying insects outside the car dissipated instantly. Although there were already many people who traded insects with her. But Li Sijing did not waste this opportunity. Put on rain boots, open the car door with a broom and dustpan, and get out of the car directly. There were a lot more insects on the ground than yesterday. It only took 8 minutes for her to collect 2 kilograms of insects. Seeing that there was still some time, Li Sijing hurried to the cracked road and squatted down to take a closer look. Before the insect repellent incense burned out, she finally returned to the RV and successfully closed the door. Li Sijing was not in a hurry to wash the rain boots she had changed. After all, she was going to go and pick more insects in an hour. The collected insects had already been around in the mustard space and were dead. These insects, plus the ones left in the morning, were stuffed into the insecticide-making machine. Li Sijing was thinking about the road conditions she had just seen. After carefully observing the road from a close distance, she came to a conclusion. The tiny cracks on the road are not just on the surface. It feels like it has been a long time since the inside began to collapse. This further verified some of Li Xijing's guesses. After stuffing all the bugs into the machine, she added enough mineral water. Li Xijing couldn't help but sigh. Such a small machine. It's really amazing that it can hold so many bugs and mineral water. However, so many people traded bugs with her. So there should be more people in the future. In order to prevent herself from forgetting or getting confused, Li Xijing prepared to write down all these names and quantities. In this way, she can react faster to who traded 5 kilograms of bugs with her. From the shelf, she took out the notebook and signature pen that she had unpacked before. By the way, when these two things were just opened, Li Xijing was going to use them to count the supplies, but she never took action. As a result, when she took them out now, they were still as good as new. Li Xijing searched for records in the trading area. Record all the people who have traded insects from yesterday to today. As for how many kilograms were traded, use the old method and write the strokes of the word zheng at the back. In this way, a person who records a zheng can trade a bottle of insecticide, which is clear at a glance. After recording these data clearly, the time is only 8:40. There is still more than an hour before the resource point activity starts. What should she do in this more than an hour? Li Xijing thought for a moment, but finally couldn't figure it out. Finally, I decided to make food. It just so happened that I got 5 kilograms of flour from Zhou Qinghuan yesterday. As for not having enough time, and the activity started when I was halfway through, it doesn't matter. I will put it in the mustard space and continue after the activity is over. If you want to make it, just do it. Li Xijing took out the flour directly. She originally had 1 kilogram of flour left in her hand, plus the 5 kilograms of flour she got from Zhou Qinghuan. A total of 6 kilograms. What kind of pasta should I make? Of course, she has made it before. Which is the most convenient and most skilled? Dumplings, steamed buns, and chive boxes. As for dumplings, Li Xijing still has some unfinished dumplings in the freezer, so I won't make them this time. As for chive boxes, it takes time to fry them, so I can save them for the evening. So now, let's make buns first. As for the fillings, to be honest, she has traveled through time for a long time and eaten too much meat, so she really wants to eat some vegetarian fillings. It just so happened that Li Xijing still had a lot of chives in her hand. Chive and egg fillings are never out of fashion. They can be used to make dumplings or chive boxes. Unfortunately, the hen has been raised for several days. Li Xijing now only has the 2 eggs she got this morning. She can only go to her old friend. Li Xijing clicked on the friend list and found Xiong Shuangyan, who had exchanged hens with her. Do you still have eggs? I want to exchange some. At this time, everyone in the area was idle. Xiong Shuangyan's reply speed was naturally very fast. Only 4. It was a bit small. But thinking that the other party only had 1 chicken left, it was understandable. I want all 4 eggs. What do you want to exchange? Exchange for oranges, Xiong Shuangyan replied. So, Li Xijing used 1 pound of oranges to exchange for 4 eggs. These 6 eggs, mixed with 3 pounds of leeks, were made into stuffing. Add 2 pounds of flour, and you should be able to make a lot of leek boxes. As for the other 4 pounds of flour, Li Xijing first added yeast powder, kneaded it into dough and let it rise, and used it to make buns. As for the stuffing of the buns, you can only mix it with meat. After thinking about it, Li Xijing took out 5 pounds of mutton from the mustard space. She also took out the meat grinder under the shelf. Mutton with mushrooms should taste good, right? So, she took out some dried mushrooms and soaked them in water. Then you have to prepare seasonings such as onions and ginger. After Li Xijing prepared both fillings, it was already 9:30, and there was only half an hour left before the event started. This time was really not enough. Li Xijing hurriedly took out the dough that had risen. Prepare to make some buns first, so that they can be steamed first. Chapter 362, Poison-Proof Pills. Because of various chores, in the last half hour, Li Xijing only had time to wrap 30 buns. Take out a 3-layer steamer. Put 10 buns on each layer, and start steaming. During this time, Li Xijing did not miss the bug trade in the trading area. There were already nearly 3 pages of dense notes on the notebook, in addition to the 24 kilograms of bugs received before. After that, Li Xijing harvested a total of 98 kilograms of bugs. These bugs took up a lot of space in the mustard space. The most important thing is that these bugs directly consumed the remaining 96 kilograms of oranges in her hand. In the end, Li Xijing took out a watermelon and exchanged 2 kilograms of bugs for it, and then completed the transaction. As for where the watermelon came from, of course, it was freshly harvested from the planting pot. The watermelon planted when she got up in the morning. And at 9:30, 3 watermelons were harvested. Afterwards, Li Xijing also planted cherry tomatoes in the planting pot again. In addition to this, the insecticide making machine was turned on at 8 o'clock. Before 10 o'clock, 11 bottles of insecticide had been successfully made. In addition to the 1 bottle that Li Xijing had left, there were a total of 12 bottles of insecticide. All of them were traded out, and not a single bottle was left. Originally, Li Xijing had planned to get off the car and collect some insects when the insect repellent incense was lit. As a result, he forgot everything when he got busy. So, in addition to the insecticide that had been made, Li Xijing only had 111 kilograms of insects left in his hand, which could make 111 bottles of insecticide. Of course, this takes time, and it will probably take until tomorrow to finish everything. Li Xijing didn't expect that it was no longer the bugs that limited her, but the speed of the insecticide maker. Take out the bugs collected in the mustard space and stuff them all into the insecticide maker. Before 10 o'clock, Li Xijing put all the dough fillings and other things into the mustard space. Then she quickly cleaned up the table and washed the utensils. In short, when 10 o'clock came, when the game notification sounded, Li Xijing was already sitting in her seat waiting. Dear players, the resource point activity has officially begun. The resource point has been refreshed in the jungle on the left side of the road. Players who are ready to participate in the resource point activity can enter it alone. For other relevant information about the activity, please check the World channel. In these 4 short sentences, Li Xijing cares most about the word alone. In other words, you can't drive into the resource point activity this time? Okay. The trees in the jungle are tall and dense, and there are lush green grass. Large vehicles like RVs have poor flexibility when entering. It is more convenient to go alone. But how to ensure safety? With this doubt, Li Xijing quickly opened the World channel. Notice, this resource point is infinite, with 9 types of nests, including ants, mosquitoes, cockroaches, grasshoppers, bees, locusts, bedbugs, beetles, caterpillars, and countless bugs. There are countless 9 types of nests. But as long as one nest is destroyed, all nests and bugs of the same type will disappear. Killing 100 bugs of the same type can trigger the resource monster to explode the detoxification pill. Completely destroy a nest to explode the advanced resource box. All materials in the resource point can be used by players at will. But only the resources exploded by the resource box and resource monster can be carried out of the resource point. Due to the difficulty of this resource point, the game has prepared auxiliary props for players and placed them in the game store. Please check them. 10 minutes before the end of the event, the game will issue a reminder, asking players to evacuate as soon as possible. After the event, players who have not left the resource point will leave their resentment at the resource point. Sure enough, all resource monsters and nests are related to bugs. And the types of these bugs really challenge a girl's bottom line. It's just that this resource point event, how to get advanced resource boxes, is actually written directly in the rules. There are countless nests of each type. If you destroy one of them, all other nests of the same type will disappear. And you can also get advanced resource boxes? Isn't this a matter of being quick? That's great. And killing resource monsters will not give you food, but detoxification pills. But thinking about the animals in the resource point this time, Li Xijing can understand this rule. After all, most people can't eat cockroaches, bedbugs, caterpillars, etc. And, in this insect-infested world, the functions of detoxification pills and food are originally interchangeable. I think that under the temptation of detoxification pills, there should be few people who don't participate in resource point activities. And what interests Li Xijing the most is the newly appeared game store. As expected, there are auxiliary props again. What are they? Li Xijing quickly opened the game store, and there was only one product in it, Baidu Bujin Pill, which can make you immune to all poisons after taking it, and the effect lasts for 1 hour. Note, this product can only be used in resource points. Price, 3 units of each of the 6 basic materials. Fuck. This auxiliary prop is really awesome. After taking it, it can really make you immune to all poisons. although the effect lasts only 1 hour. If there is no note at the end, Li Sijing is ready to exchange it for hundreds of them. It's a pity that the dog game really doesn't leave any loopholes. Of course, even if this Baidu Bujin pill can only be used in resource points, it's also very useful, at least for those players who participate in the resource point activities. Don't worry about being bitten by too many small insects and dying after getting off the car and entering the jungle, when these insects lose their weapon of toxins. For players who have lived in several worlds, there is no threat. After figuring out all the rules of this event, Li Sijing began to organize the supplies. Since I could only go alone this time, I must bring all the necessary supplies with me. For example, weapons, food, and mineral water. As for weapons, Li Sijing usually puts them in the mustard space. The small bottle of mineral water I got from the box before has never been taken out of the mustard space. As for food, there are still more than half of the 2 dishes I fried before. There are also 6 fried fish fillets, which I haven't eaten yet, so it's enough. Seeing that there is nothing missing, Li Sijing then began to check the clothes. There is no need to change the clothes on her body. However, Li Sijing put on the beat-proof clothes she had changed before when she was outside. She put on the rain boots she hadn't had time to wash before. Although she is not afraid of toxins after taking the 100 poisons pill, the pain will not disappear after being bitten by insects. So, the necessary precautions should still be taken. Finally, Li Sijing took out the backpack that was placed in the corner. She put some snacks in the backpack and carried it on her body to cover it up. Chapter 363: Encountering Ants. Although everything was packed up, however, when she was about to get off the car, Li Sijing found that she still had a lot of things to do. For example, the steamed buns that were not yet cooked must be turned off. After all, Li Sijing herself didn't know how long she would be away. When the water in the pot dried up, no one would turn it off. There were also cherry tomatoes in the planting pot. It had only been less than an hour since they were planted, and it was unknown when they would be harvested. Can Li Sijing make it back in time? By the way, the hens in the breeding cages must be released. She had been away for so long, so she didn't want the car to become a nest of insects when she returned. If she thought so, the insect repellent incense that was originally prepared to be put away could not be put away. Not only could it not be put away, but a few more incense sticks had to be inserted inside, to ensure that it could burn until the end of the activity at the resource point. After all, they had the 100 poisons invulnerability pills to eat, and the cars on the road did not have these protections. In short, Li Sijing found that this RV really couldn't do without her. How much would she lose if she left? Even the insecticide that was still being made, she couldn't get a few bottles. After finishing all the trivial matters, the time had come to 10:10. Li Sijing finally got out of the RV with a bottle of insecticide that she had just made. At this time, the insects outside the car were rampant. As soon as Li Sijing got out of the car, she was surrounded by dense insects. Li Sijing, who had wrapped herself tightly, didn't pay attention to these insects, but she went straight to the left side of the road. Although it was converted into a resource point, it was observed. Li Sijing did not find any difference between this jungle and the previous one. She first fed basic materials to exchange for a pill of invulnerability to poison and ate it. Then she slowly walked out of the road barrier and entered the jungle. The road deep into the jungle was covered by dense green grass. Li Sijing approached the green grass and realized how tall they were. She reached out to push away the green grass so that she could move forward, but she found that the green grass was unexpectedly tough, and there were tiny serrations on the edges. The sharp serrations directly pierced the beat-proof clothes on Li Sijing's hand. Isn't this too exaggerated? If this kind of green grass is everywhere in the jungle, how can we find a nest? After thinking about it, Li Sijing took out the military shovel that had not been used for a long time from the mustard seed space. Used the military shovel to push away the tall green grass, revealing a gap for her to walk. The journey here lasted for about 10 meters before it finally ended. Looking at the open view ahead, the grass returned to its normal size. Li Sijing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, things were much more normal. In the silent jungle, Li Sijing quickly opened the real-time map. She wanted to go to the nest closest to her. However, the real-time map she opened made her stunned. This real-time map was completely blank, without even the most basic area divisions. On the blank map, there were only 2 small bright spots, one white and one green. From the distance and situation of these 2 points, Li Sijing could draw a conclusion. The green dot indicated the location of her RV, and the white dot indicated her own location. In addition, there is no sign on this map. So, is there no clue about the location of the nest? This is too bad. Is it all about luck in the end? Li Sijing reluctantly accepted this reality and took action quickly. After thinking about it, she did not walk directly in one direction. After all, Li Sijing knew her own luck. If she chose a direction, she probably would not be able to touch the nest. Li Sijing clicked on the friend message and found Zhou Qinghuan. Huan, did you participate in the resource point event? Zhou Qinghuan replied as fast as ever. No. Those bugs are too disgusting. Sister Jing should have participated. Right? Li Sijing immediately replied. I participated, but this resource point is too big, which makes me have difficulty in making choices. For directions, front, back, left, right. If it were you, which direction would you choose? Li Sijing asked this question very obscurely. In Zhou Qinghuan's eyes, Li Sijing is a European emperor with the same luck as her. Naturally, I thought Li Sijing was just asking casually. And she answered casually, I will choose to move forward. Okay. Then I will try to move forward too. Li Sijing answered without hesitation. In this way, she took advantage of Zhou Qinghuan's good luck. Although Zhou Qinghuan didn't know, Li Sijing felt that she should compensate her. After thinking about it, Li Sijing sent another message. By the way, I plan to use the flour you gave me yesterday to make buns and chai boxes. I will send you some when the time comes. Really? I just finished all the noodles. Thank you, Sister Jing. Zhou Qinghuan's tone was very happy. After closing the chat with Zhou Qinghuan, Li Sijing did not hesitate at all. Holding a pistol full of bullets in her right hand, holding a military shovel in her left hand, she walked forward carefully while tapping the road ahead. As Li Sijing continued to go deeper, the dense insects that followed her were gradually decreasing. Although they did not disappear completely, there were fewer than before. Because the jungle was densely covered with grass, Li Sijing was afraid that she would miss something. So she did not move forward quickly. In more than 10 minutes, she only walked about 500 meters. The silence along the way made Li Sijing doubt. Could it be that even the luck of the European emperor could not save her now? Just when Li Sijing began to doubt herself, there was finally movement in front. 100 meters away, an ant about the size of a human head appeared in Li Sijing's sight. The ant was crawling towards her quickly, and its body was very light. In the messy green grass, if it weren't for the different colors, it would be really difficult to find this figure. So, the beast in the resource point is only this big. From this point of view, the difficulty is a little lower than she imagined. The ant crawled very fast, but with Li Sijing's current gun technology, it is not difficult to hit it. And there is experience in killing small beast ants. Li Sijing clearly remembers that the weakness of the ant is the connection between the head and the chest. However, when Li Sijing raised her gun and aimed, she never fired that shot. Even when the ant was getting closer and closer, Li Sijing put away the pistol and raised the ordnance shovel. Chapter 364 Abandon the gun and use the knife. When you are in the wild, how can you quickly find an animal's nest? The answer is to find an animal first. As long as you can find the animal, then the nest of the animal should be not far away. And this is what Li Sijing thought after seeing the ant. It is just an ant the size of a human head, and it is not difficult to kill it. However, after killing this ant that finally appeared in front of her, after that, wouldn't Li Sijing have to look for the nest in the vast jungle again? But if she didn't kill the ant, but just injured it, what would the injured ant do? Of course, run away. Where to run? Since they are all injured, of course they run to the nest. In this way, the ant's nest is found. So, following this ant, it gets closer and closer to Li Sijing. She finally changed the weapon in her hand from a pistol to an ordnance shovel. When the ant raised its mouth parts and wanted to stab her foot, Li Sijing directly hit it with a military shovel. Because she controlled the force, the ant only flew backwards a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Without waiting for the ant to stand firm, Li Sijing took 2 steps forward. This time, she directly turned the handle and pointed the serrated side of the military shovel at the ant's body. There was a sound of puff. It was the sound of the military shovel piercing the ant's body. Along with the sound, the ant flew back 2 or 3 meters again. After 2 consecutive hits, the ant was not only injured, but also dizzy. After it stabilized its body, it naturally did not dare to crawl towards Li Sijing again. The ant dragged its injured body and turned to run away. Li Sijing changed her weapon from the shovel to a pistol and followed the ant. She slowly followed behind and didn't follow very closely. After all, Li Sijing, who has eagle eyes, is not afraid of losing the ant. Following the ant, she walked a few sections and turned a few corners. In the dense jungle, the scenery kept changing, but in the end, there was not much difference. To be honest, at this time, Li Sijing really couldn't tell her current location. It seems that the location of the RV given on the real-time map is still very correct. If there is no such location, Li Sijing really has no confidence to get back to the road. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the speed of the ant suddenly slowed down, just because a large group of ants appeared in front. There must be dozens of them. So, is it close to the range of the ant's nest? Is this large group of ants patrolling? For this ant, Li Sijing did not stop it from joining this large group of ants, because she was looking around, trying to find the location of the nest with her eagle eyes. According to Li Sijing, most of the ants' nests are built underground, and these ants are huge, so the nests they build must not be small. After building a huge nest, it will definitely hinder the growth of plants. And on the ground in front of her, the vegetation is dense and there is no black soil. Obviously, it is not what a nest should look like. Could it be that the nests of these ants are not underground, but in the trees? Li Sijing's eyes finally stopped on a tree in the distance. The nest should be in that tree, right? Although there is no specific difference, Li Sijing can feel a little bit of incongruity. Without waiting for Li Sijing to check carefully, where does the incongruity come from? A large group of ants in the distance have shown an offensive trend and are constantly moving towards her. Li Sijing even saw that a few ants broke away from the team and ran in the opposite direction. And the final goal seems to be the tree she was staring at just now. So, is this to call for help? This is not bad. After all, there is no way to know how many ants are in this ant nest. If she attacks the nest rashly, it will be bad if she is surrounded by ants. Li Sijing is not afraid of dozens or even hundreds of ants. But if there are more ants, it will be a bit dangerous. After all, if there are too many ants, they can bite elephants to death. And like now, she is standing outside, and the ants come out in batches, which is good. But before that, Li Sijing must quickly get rid of the large group of ants in front of her. Then, it was time to face the next group of ants. Li Sijing was seen holding a pistol. Bang bang bang. The loud gunshots echoed continuously in the silent jungle. Li Sijing aimed at the ants' weaknesses, and every bullet hit the real spot. None of the bullets were wasted. After dealing with this large group of ants, Li Sijing did not have a chance to breathe, and the reinforcements came back. A few ants ran in the front, followed by a large group. This large group was really powerful, and it was all over the mountains. Li Sijing roughly estimated that there must be hundreds of them. Are there so many? Li Sijing raised her pistol and shot while retreating, trying to extend the battle line. However, the ants were advancing much faster than she was retreating. So after firing dozens of shots, the ants in the front were not far away from her. She pressed the trigger again, but a mute sound came. Fuck. The pistol ran out of bullets at the critical moment. In fact, Li Sijing had a lot of bullets in her mustard seed space. However, when there were dozens of ants before, she would have time to reload bullets. These hundreds of ants are in front of her, and it is obvious that she has no time to reload bullets. Forget it. If she uses a pistol to kill hundreds of ants, not only is it a waste of time, but also a waste of bullets. It is better to chop them directly with a knife. After all, Li Sijing's knife skills are also perfect, so it is a good time to check if they are abandoned. She put away the pistol and took out the tang sword that had not seen the light of day for a long time. Facing the ants that had come to her feet, Li Sijing waved her hand and slashed. There was almost no resistance, and she cut off the ant's head with this slash. Li Sijing kicked the ant that was crawling on her body. The tang sword in her hand was waving non-stop, almost killing a big ant with each slash. To be honest, the combat effectiveness of these ants is weaker than Li Sijing imagined. Although they are very fast, their attack power is not strong, and their defense is very weak. Their only chance of winning is probably that there are many ants. As Li Sijing was surrounded by ants, more and more ants came behind her. There were too few places to attack her, and the ants behind her even stacked on other ants to attack. Li Sijing only had a pair of hands and a knife. Although she slashed one ant with each slash, the ants in front of her were increasing. Chapter 365 Digging and Digging. I used to hear people say that it was like being bitten by an ant. So, what does it feel like to be bitten by an ant? If it is an ordinary ant on Earth, many people would say that it doesn't feel anything. But now, Li Sijing can tell you with certainty that it really hurts. These ants in the jungle are magnified dozens of times. The pain of biting people seems to be magnified dozens of times. Facing the attacks of countless ants, Li Sijing deeply realized what it means to be no match for 4 hands. Although she can kill an ant with one knife, more ants can also attack her. The only thing to be thankful for is that these ants have very simple means of attack. They only bite people with their mouthparts. And the pain is like an injection. As for whether there is toxin, it doesn't matter. Li Sijing has taken the 100 poisons pill. In general, this fight lasted for more than 10 minutes. Li Sijing was bitten by ants countless times. Even the bee-proof clothing she was wearing looked tattered because of many holes. Of course, Li Sijing's achievements were not cheap. There were originally hundreds of ants surrounding her. Now most of them have become headless corpses, piled up into small hills at Li Sijing's feet. And next to these hills, there are a few round pills scattered around. These pills are the rewards Li Sijing got for killing these ants. For every 100 ants killed, a resource monster with double combat power will appear. Of course, even if the combat power is doubled, for Li Sijing, it didn't make much difference. After all, it was still solved with one knife. It took a few more minutes to get rid of the remaining ants on the scene. In fact, Li Sijing could see it with her peripheral vision. There were several ants on the scene, and they were quickly retreating to the nest. However, she was too lazy to run over to stop them for those ants. After all, the ants in the nest could not escape later. There was no living ant around, and Li Sijing could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at the bee-proof clothes on her body, which looked like a beggar's clothes, and simply took them off and threw them away. After all, there were not many small insects in the depths of the jungle, and those insects that were magnified many times could not be stopped by this bee-proof clothes. After tearing off the bee-proof clothes covering her body, Li Sijing had the opportunity to take a good look at the wounds on her body. She was actually fine, although she was bitten many times. But because of the basalt scale clothes, most of the force was removed, and now she didn't feel much. The key is those places that are not covered by the basalt scales, such as the hands and neck. There are red and swollen marks on them, about the size of a coin. It doesn't itch, but the pain is very obvious. However, at this time, Li Sijing didn't care about these wounds. She squatted down and picked up a few detoxification pills on the ground. Counted, there were 7 in total. In this battle, Li Sijing killed about 500 to 600 ants, including the ones killed with a pistol at the beginning. It is estimated that there are only about 700. It seems that killing a resource monster can only explode 1 detoxification pill. With a wave of his hand, all these pills were collected into the mustard space. The ants outside have been dealt with, and now Li Sijing is ready to attack the nest. It is better to fight quickly in this battle. Otherwise, if she slacks off and others get there first, she will cry to death. As she walked forward, Li Sijing looked at the time. It is now 10:58, and she has been out for almost an hour. And the Baidu Bujin pill that Li Sijing took has only a few minutes left to be effective. After thinking about it, she changed another one and stuffed it into her mouth. After all, there will be no time to take medicine when the battle starts. As they got closer and closer to the somewhat unconventional tree, Li Sijing finally found out where the unconventional feeling came from. The problem lies under this tree. According to the laws of nature, the vegetation under tall trees will be sparse. After all, the larger the tree, the thicker the root system, the more nutrients it needs, and the grass naturally cannot compete. It is normal for the vegetation under other trees to be sparse. However, under this tree, there is a large area with almost no grass, which is not normal. It seems that the nest is here. Li Sijing walked around the trunk of this tree, which required 3 people to hold hands to hug. Then, on the back of the tree, he finally saw the true appearance of the nest. A hole the size of a wash basin spread down next to the tree roots. It seems that Li Sijing's previous guess was not wrong. These ants really live underneath. It's just that the entrance is on the back of the thick tree, and it was not seen before. The whole of this nest spreads inwards, and because of the light problem, it is more and more unclear as you go in. No ants were seen at the entrance of the nest, and it seems that they are hiding inside. Of course, This is not difficult for Li Sijing. Since they don't come out, dig them out. So Li Sijing waved her hand, and the tang sword in her hand turned into a military shovel. Then she started digging along the hole. Like a farmer, she worked hard and sang a self-composed ballad. Dig and dig in the small nest. Dig small ants, and get a big resource box. After digging down almost 1 meter deep, Li Sijing finally saw the traces of the passage. Oh! The ants are big, and the nest is a bit difficult to dig. After digging along this passage for a few times, a cave about the same size as the bedroom in Li Sijing's RV was exposed. There were dozens of ants and some messy things in it. In short, the smell was not very good. Especially Li Sijing's sense of smell was already full. Quickly changed the tang sword from the mustard space. Then it was still one knife one. Quickly solved. Although she was standing in the pit, it did not affect Li Sijing's performance. It took less than 2 minutes to get rid of all the ants. Then, Li Sijing took out the military shovel again. Along the passage, she dug down again. Speaking of which, the insect plague world is so dangerous. Li Sijing originally thought that this resource point activity would also be extremely dangerous. But she did not expect that it would be like this now. She spent more time using the shovel than using the knife. I don't know if the style of other people is the same as hers. Not long after digging along the passage, a cave appeared in front of her again. This time, in addition to dozens of ants, there were also many fist-sized milky white egg-shaped objects. After quickly getting rid of dozens of ants, Li Sijing also picked up a detoxification pill. As for these things that looked like ant eggs, she didn't have time to pay attention to them for the time being. Let's dig through this ant nest first. Holding the military shovel, Li Sijing continued to dig down. Along the passage, her efficiency also increased a lot, and she could dig a cave from time to time. Chapter 366 Digging Through the Ant Nest. Li Sijing never thought that after crossing to the survival world, one day, she would be like a well digger, constantly digging deeper in one place. To be honest, this was the first time that Li Sijing realized that the military shovel was really useful. When digging up the soil underneath, you can get twice the result with half the effort, especially as you go deeper. The soil underneath gradually becomes as hard as rock. If there is no military shovel, it will probably not take long. Li Sijing will be forced to give up this ant nest. After all, you have dug nearly 10 meters from the ground, but you haven't dug through the nest. Can you believe it? Relying on the luck given by Zhou Qinghuan, Li Sijing found this ant nest in just over 10 minutes. After that, it took only half an hour to kill more than 700 ants. And now, digging this nest and killing the few ants in the nest, it took an hour, which is speechless. In fact, when the nest was halfway dug, Li Sijing was thinking about a question. Among the 9 kinds of insects in the resource point, only the nests of ants should be the deepest underground. Right? In other words, the nests of other kinds of insects are actually easy to destroy. Only ants, because of their racial habits, have their nests deep underground. As the size of ants has increased, the depth of their nests has naturally become deeper. This also makes their nests difficult to dig and even more difficult to destroy. So, although Li Sijing found the nest quickly with Zhou Qinghuan's good luck, but because of his bad luck, he encountered the most difficult ant nest. If she thought in this way, Li Sijing could figure it out. After all, she knew what kind of luck she had. So it was good to find the nest. And she couldn't expect too much. Besides, there was also a benefit in encountering this most difficult ant nest. At least Li Sijing could guarantee that no one would get to the advanced resource box of the ant nest first. Thinking of this, she comforted herself while digging the nest more diligently. How deep is a 10-meter deep pit? Let's put it this way. Many self-dug wells in rural areas are only 10 meters deep, and it takes several days for a person to dig out such a well. Of course, the difficulty of what Li Sijing dug was fundamentally different from that of a well. She didn't have to maintain the round shape all the time, but dug it as needed. So this 10-meter deep pit looked strange from above. Even in order to save time and energy, Li Sijing didn't throw a lot of the excavated soil out of the pit at all. It's okay. I don't know if there is any strange power protecting it. Even if she didn't think about the structure at all, the pit didn't mean to collapse. After almost an hour of digging, Li Sijing was almost exhausted. Not only was she covered in dust, but her clothes and shoes were also covered in dust. It was almost 12 o'clock. She was exhausted and hungry. Just as Li Sijing was thinking about whether to take a break and have lunch to replenish her energy, The sound of the survival game echoed in the air. Players, please note that the locust nest has been destroyed, and the first advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning for 1 hour. The locust nest was destroyed? Although Li Sijing was very confident, no one would be faster than her on the ant nest. But when the game notification sounded, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. Fortunately, it was not an ant nest. Li Sijing couldn't help but stop digging and clicked on the real-time map to check. On the blank map with only 2 bright spots, a third bright spot appeared. Red. The 3 bright spots formed a triangle on the map. Because there was no reference, Li Sijing didn't know the specific distance. But she was sure that the distance between her and the red dot was twice the distance from the RV. After converting in this way, Li Sijing felt that this first high-level resource box that appeared could be abandoned. After all, her ant nest would see the effect immediately. There was no need to go far away. Right? Li Sijing was originally planning to take a break and eat something. However, stimulated by the appearance of the advanced resource box, what else can she eat? She continued to dig. She didn't believe that she had dug 10 meters. How deep could it be? The originally exhausted physical strength was instantly stimulated. The action, like chicken blood, lasted for several minutes. At a certain moment, Li Sijing's action suddenly paused, because the system prompt sounded again. Players, please note that the grasshopper nest has been destroyed, and the second advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning, and the time is 1 hour. Moreover, because she dug another cave. Although the second advanced resource box appeared so quickly, Li Sijing was a little surprised. But now she is more concerned about the cave she just dug. She slightly adjusted her position to ensure that she would not fall into the cave when digging through it. As the cave was gradually dug, Li Sijing felt different. This cave was very different from the cave she had dug before. First of all, although it had not been fully dug, but she was sure that this cave was the largest one among the caves dug, and it was cleaner and tidier than other caves. Most importantly, inside this cave, in addition to more ants, there was also a big-bellied queen ant that was much bigger than the ants. So, did Li Sijing finally dig the bottom of this nest? Facing the ants who rushed over recklessly, Li Sijing was not surprised but happy. The military shovel was replaced with a tang sword, and then she skillfully cut one by one. In a few minutes, except for the queen ant, all the ants had been killed by her. Finally, she came to the queen ant with the tang sword. Facing the queen ant, Li Sijing was still very vigilant. She swung a knife tentatively, thinking that if the opponent's fighting power was too strong, she would switch to a pistol and fight quickly. After all, Li Sijing, who was seriously exhausted, didn't want to fight a war of attrition. However, the next development was beyond her expectations. Li Sijing's tentative knife directly chopped the queen ant without dodging. Then, she received a game notification. Congratulations to player Li Sijing. Successfully obtained this resource point. The third advanced resource box. The resource box will be opened in an hour. In this hour, the location information of the advanced resource box will be marked on the map in real time and visible to all players. The system will announce the information in 5 minutes. Please escape as soon as possible. So, this queen ant actually has no fighting power? She was killed by her knife like this? This unexpected reversal made Li Sijing very happy. As for the escape warning of the survival game, it doesn't matter. Now Li Sijing will never flee like in the first world. The most important thing is that she probably can't run away just by her 2 legs. Chapter 367 I said you go. Leave your weapons behind. This resource point activity has a rule that you can't drive and can only go alone. For Li Sijing, in addition to causing her to lose a lot of fruit, the most important thing is that it reduces her speed to the same level as others. After all, how big a difference can there be in speed when walking on 2 legs? Therefore, Li Sijing directly ignores the game's escape reminder. Those players who are far away from her will give up directly. As for the players who are close to Li Sijing, even if she runs away quickly now, the people who should chase her can still catch up. Besides, in this jungle where trees are everywhere blocking the view, if Li Sijing runs away blindly without a purpose, she might even deliver herself to the door. Of course, although she is not going to escape, she will not stay in this deep pit forever. In this way, if someone comes, it will be too easy to be surrounded. So, Li Sijing first picked up a detoxification pill that had fallen on the ground. This was the 4th detoxification pill she got in the nest. together with the 7 pills she got on the ground before. Li Sijing got a total of 11 detoxification pills from this ant nest. It takes 100 ants to produce 1 detoxification pill. And 11 pills means 1,100 ants. No more. No less. It seems that this group of ants is still a big family. After putting the detoxification pills into the mustard space, Li Sijing picked up the yellow advanced resource box on the ground. This advanced resource box cannot be put into the mustard space within an hour. As for putting it in the backpack, Li Sijing tried it, but found that it was not possible. It seems that the rules in this regard are very strict, and there is no loophole to exploit. Helplessly, Li Sijing could only hold the advanced resource box and slowly climb up, although she did not leave an obvious path up and down when digging. But there are many caves, and it is still easy to go up along the traces of these caves. Li Sijing returned to the ground and walked forward. This place is full of ant corpses, which affects the mood. During this period, the game notification also notified everyone in the area of the appearance of the second advanced resource box. After walking forward for 2 minutes, Li Sijing came to an open place, under a thick tree. He sat directly on the ground, and the advanced resource box was also placed beside him. Then, Li Sijing came from the mustard space. First took out a bottle of 550 milliliters mineral water, and then took out a compressed face washcloth. After wetting, wiped his face and hands. After simply handling personal hygiene, Li Sijing took out the fish fillet that she had fried together with the dishes from the mustard seed space. Others might come over at any time. Li Sijing had to eat something to replenish her energy before those people came over. In this case, it was obviously impossible to slowly pick up the dishes with chopsticks. Eating fish fillet was much more convenient and quicker. After the fish fillet was fried, it was directly put into the mustard seed space. Now it was taken out, and it was still crispy and juicy. Squeeze a layer of ketchup on it, and the taste was not bad at all. He finished 2 pieces of fish fillet in a few big mouthfuls, so that his stomach was full. When eating the 3rd piece of fish fillet, Li Sijing was much slower. While eating, she also had time to scan the surroundings with her eyes, not missing any movement, whether Li Sijing escaped or not. This hour was not easy. She naturally had to be vigilant at all times. When the 3rd piece of fish fillet was finished, Li Sijing was just about to take out the 4th piece. Her sharp ears heard a subtle movement in the distance. With a wave of her hand, she took out a reloaded pistol from the mustard space. At this moment, Li Sijing was very fortunate that she had changed all 5 senses in her last world. Now, she can seize the opportunity before the enemy gets close. So, this lucky player who found the second resource box appeared near him. When he approached carefully and walked out of the jungle, he found that he was aimed at by a pistol. The desire to survive at this moment let him immediately discard his weapon and raise his hands to surrender. The man dressed like Sharp Brother can no longer see his true face, but from his trembling voice, it can be heard that he should not be very old. Big brother, spare my life. I am just curious and have no intention of coveting the resource box. I will leave now. I will leave now. Is it really just curiosity? Li Sijing certainly would not believe these nonsense. However, since the other party is so sensible, she is too lazy to care. Waving her hand, she meant that the other party should get out of here quickly. Send the other party away quickly, so that everyone will not gather together to deal with her. Seeing that Li Sijing was so easy to talk to, the man's face was happy, and he was glad that he had saved his life. He squatted down and wanted to pick up his weapon and leave. Then with a bang, the gunshot rang out. A bullet hit his hand very accurately. The man originally picked up his weapon, a steel knife. He was frightened by this and let go of his hand. He sat on the ground and looked forward in horror. The muzzle of the pistol held by Li Sijing was emitting wisps of green smoke. Obviously, the bullet just now was fired from here. I told you to get out. Leave the weapon behind. Li Sijing spoke coldly. It was just a steel knife. Li Sijing naturally did not covet his weapon, but in order to prevent them from joining forces, she decided to confiscate the weapons of these people who appeared. Li Sijing knew that many people must have a second weapon in their hands, but she believed that in this case, the one in her hand must be the best one. It can also be regarded as indirectly weakening their combat effectiveness. As for the shot just now, in addition to threatening the person in front of him, it is also a warning to others. Warn those who are rushing over that there is a pistol here. If you want to compete for the advanced resource box, you need to weigh your own ability. The man in front of him was almost scared out of his wits by Li Sijing's shot. He was stunned for several seconds before he finally reacted. Naturally, he didn't dare to take the steel knife that was so close. Instead, he ran away, stumbling a few times, but not daring to look back. Oh! This person is really a freak. The person who can survive to this day is so timid. If the people in the future are like the man just now, Li Sijing can be much more relaxed today. Seeing that person walking away, she stood up and walked over, putting the steel knife into the mustard space. Li Sijing, who returned to the original place, took out the fourth fish fillet from the mustard space again. According to her usual appetite, eating 3 pieces should have been enough to make her full. However, Li Sijing felt that she could eat another piece. While eating the fish fillet, Li Sijing waited for the arrival of others. Chapter 368 Danger is Coming. While Li Sijing was eating quickly and replenishing his energy, the game prompt sounded 3 times again. 3 more nests were destroyed, namely beetles, caterpillars and cockroaches. So, 6 red dots lit up on the real-time map at once. It looked very lively. After eating the 4th fish fillet, Li Sijing took out the sparkling water he had unboxed from the mustard space and drank it. During this period, 3 more people came out of the jungle one after another. These 3 people came alone, holding 2 knives and a crossbow in their hands. And they all have one thing in common. That is, they are not very brave. Under the deterrence of Li Sijing's pistol, there was almost no ripple, and the weapons in their hands were confiscated. Seeing that these people appeared more and more frequently, Li Sijing also sped up and drank the sparkling water in his hand in 2 or 3 gulps. Then he leaned against the big tree behind him and rested to recover his energy. While holding the pistol with the safety off, he stared at the jungle intently. Unfortunately, the trees in this jungle are too thick and tall. The 10-meter-high trees are straight up to the sky. The fork of the tree is 5 or 6 meters away from the ground. If it were a little shorter, Li Sijing might be able to climb up the tree, holding a pistol to occupy the high ground. As long as he is not surrounded by too many people, he could almost be said to be invincible. There is no need to spend energy to guard against others like now. What a pity! Even with Li Sijing's current physical fitness, facing these tall trees in the jungle, he can't climb up. While Li Sijing was still sighing about these things, the noise in the jungle got louder again. And this time the sound came from the left and right. Li Sijing couldn't help but frown. Did 2 people arrive at the same time? This situation is more complicated. Fortunately, Li Sijing had expected it. Facing this situation, the most important thing is that they must not unite. As the noise got closer and closer, Li Sijing pointed the pistol at the person who showed his head first without hesitation. After this person showed up from the left, the most eye-catching thing was probably her hairstyle. She was obviously a slender woman, but she had a short haircut. The most important thing was that this short haircut looked very irregular. Some places were long enough to cover the ears, and the short places were almost close to the scalp. This woman, very rarely, was holding a sword that flashed with cold light. When she looked up and saw the muzzle of the gun pointed at her, although her face was tense, she was not as unbearable as those people before. The woman stopped and was about to speak, but she was attracted by the movement from the opposite side. I saw a man slowly walking out of the jungle on the right. This was a dark-skinned man who looked very strong. The most important thing was that he was holding a pistol. At this moment, Li Sijing almost did not hesitate and immediately turned the gun to the man. This strong man came out of the jungle with a pistol. At first glance, he saw the yellow advanced resource box next to Li Sijing. Then, at the second glance, he saw the current situation clearly and made a decision immediately. Bang! Bang! Let us join forces and kill her first. 2 gunshots and a sentence echoed in the air one after another. The strongman fired while speaking to the woman holding a sword opposite. Almost at the same time as the strongman fired, Li Sijing, who turned the gun muzzle, also fired without hesitation. Even Li Sijing's bullet was fired before the other party. When she fired, it directly triggered the 6th sense. It frantically reminded her in her mind that there was danger, and she should hide quickly. Li Sijing was very obedient. The next second after firing, she rolled on the ground, and while rolling, the bullet fired by the other party had already arrived in front of her. The bullet originally aimed at the heart finally landed on Li Sijing's right shoulder. The bullet penetrated Li Sijing's clothes all the way and was finally blocked outside her body by the basalt scales. although a lot of the force was absorbed by the basalt scales. But the attack force that finally fell on Li Sijing still made her groan. Of course, this did not slow down Li Sijing's dodging speed. She rolled over and quickly hid behind the thick branches of the tree. The pain from being hit by a bullet in her right arm did not go away. Li Sijing immediately switched the pistol in her right hand to her left hand. Although the accuracy of her left hand was not as good as that of her right hand, it was obviously incomparable to that of her injured right hand. Then, Li Sijing ignored the sword-wielding woman who ran towards her. Her left hand stretched out of the tree trunk and fired randomly. While suppressing the fire, Li Sijing dared to stick his head out to check the situation on the other side. Li Sijing was sure that the first shot he fired should have hit the target. However, he was not sure where he hit the opponent, the strong man with a pistol, who was not sure whether he was dead or alive, the woman who came with a sword in a fierce manner. Among these two people, Li Sijing decided to kill the man first without thinking. After all, a long-range attack method such as a pistol is still somewhat dangerous. Li Sijing, who stuck his head out, saw clearly that the strong man was indeed injured. The wound was on his right arm, and blood was flowing down his sleeve. And the few shots Li Sijing fired just now, although he did not hit the target, he was a little afraid of the consequences. He kept dodging and retreating, and had no chance to continue shooting. Behind the strong man was the dense jungle where he came from. Once he retreated, it would not be easy to get rid of him. Li Sijing would definitely not let go of someone who had become his enemy. And Li Sijing could already see the target clearly. Each of the following shots was naturally aimed at the opponent's vital points. After firing 3 shots in a row, one shot finally hit his vital points. With a sound of thump, the strongman fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 369 solved. It took a while to use a few bullets. Li Sijing, who finally solved an enemy, did not dare to slack off, just because her second enemy was already behind her. When she was confronting the strongman, the woman next to her had already come to Li Sijing with a sword. Li Sijing could even feel the cool breeze coming down from the back of her neck along with the sword. This was almost the closest time to death since she crossed into the survival world. After all, Li Sijing's fragile neck was not protected by the basalt scales. The arrival of danger made her hair stand up. At this time, it was obviously too late to raise a gun to shoot or stand up to fight. So, Li Sijing made another ugly but very effective move. She rolled to the right. The sword blade that was supposed to fall on the back of her neck chopped on Li Sijing's back. That's not all. After rolling to avoid the attack on the vital part, Li Sijing rolled over again. And after moving away from the woman, she got up. And the woman was obviously not giving up. After hitting the target, she continued to move forward, slashing with a sharp sword, facing the sword blade that was coming at her head. Li Sijing, who had already stood up, would naturally not let herself be slaughtered. She waved her right hand, and a military shovel with soil on it suddenly appeared in her empty hand. With a clang, the sharp sword was blocked in front of her by the military shovel. After avoiding her own crisis, Li Sijing raised the pistol in her left hand, facing the muzzle of the gun pointing at her forehead. The originally fierce woman suddenly calmed down. The hand holding the sword was shaking. The shock on her face almost overflowed. What shocked her was not only the sudden reversal of the situation, but also the sudden appearance of the shovel in front of her. Her eyes moved from the shovel to Li Sijing's face in disbelief. Storage space? She had just exposed the existence of the mustard space for her own life. And this news obviously could not be spread. Li Sijing's eyes suddenly showed a fierce light. Seeing this, the woman begged for mercy. Wait, big brother. Spare my life. I promise not to disclose the storage space. However, she did not have the chance to say her promise completely. A gunshot ended her life. Whether it was because she took the initiative to attack or because she knew the secret of the mustard space, Li Sijing would not spare her life. He ignored the woman who fell to the ground because of losing her life. Li Sijing first put away the shovel, and did not let go of the woman's sword. As for her backpack, she also searched it. I didn't expect that this woman was actually a poor guy. There was nothing in the backpack except the unpacked food and mineral water. Somewhat disappointed, Li Sijing rubbed the wound while walking towards the strong man, picked up the bloody pistol beside him, wiped it with a tissue first, and then put it into the mustard space. As for the backpack behind him, Li Sijing also searched it. They were all regular food and water, but there were 6 detoxification pills that were good, so they were all put away. By the way, the situation just now was really thrilling. Who would have thought that two people would appear at the same time? One of them even had a pistol. This time, the basalt scale she wore played a big role. Otherwise, it was not certain whether Li Sijing, who was shot, could recover from the sword of the woman in the end. It is estimated that the woman dared to come forward and add insult to injury after seeing that she was shot. Li Sijing, who returned to the tree, was not ready to change places. After all, it is not easy to find a place like the one in front of you. It is not easy to find a place with a wide area and a large space without obstruction. And who knows if you will meet any messy people during the search. The environment in front of you is excellent. Let's wait for her to pass the 1-hour positioning period before changing places. As for the corpse, Li Sijing did not just cross over. So she naturally did not care. Of course, the female corpse in front of the tree should be dragged away. Now, half of the 1-hour positioning time has passed. The remaining half of the time still needs to be alert. This time, Li Sijing used the high-level resource box as a stool and sat on it. The place on his shoulder hit by the bullet still hurts a lot. However, the place on his back hit by the sword doesn't feel much now. It's just that the hole in his clothes that was cut by the sword revealed the basalt scales, which looked a bit conspicuous. As for clothes, Li Sijing put a spare set in his mustard seed space. Unfortunately, it's obviously not suitable to replace it in this situation, so he has to wait a little longer. While rubbing the wound on his shoulder, Li Sijing pricked up his ears, waiting for the next enemy to come. The attraction of the advanced resource box to everyone is obviously infinite, even though the many gunshots just now were heard far and wide. But there are still people coming here one after another. Of course, with the thrilling experience just now, these people behind seem a bit childish. In 20 minutes, 4 people came, and they did not collide with each other. One of them was very fierce. In the end, Li Sijing killed him with 2 shots. As for the remaining 3 people, they all knew the situation very well. After negotiating with a pistol, they retreated very calmly. In the next few minutes, it was very quiet. As time passed by second, the 1-hour positioning time finally passed. 1 hour has come. Players can open the resource box at any time, and the real-time positioning function has been cancelled. After hearing the notification, Li Sijing was also greatly relieved. This chaotic hour is finally over. After experiencing several worlds, this advanced resource box is the most tense time for her. Even if it was the first world, the first high-level resource box obtained, the situation was better than this time. After all, there was a car as a cover. She worked so hard, and I don't know what skill book she could get in the end. Li Sijing wanted to open this high-level resource box immediately, but reason told her that it was not the right time yet. The most important thing she should do now was to leave here first. After all, who knows if someone will suddenly appear? An hour has passed, and this high-level resource box can naturally be stored in the mustard seed space. Li Sijing waved her hand and put away the advanced resource box. She immediately stood up and chose a direction to leave. She walked out of the open space and entered the dense jungle. However, after only 2 steps, Li Sijing's sensitive ears heard movement in the distance. Is it a bug? Or a person? Is it a coincidence? Or is he looking for a high-level resource box? Frowning, Li Sijing turned around and changed direction. Now she is not ready to make trouble, so it is better to be careful. However, it's useless. After turning around and walking for a few steps, there were movements from all directions. It seems that she encountered a bug. Could it be that Li Sijing encountered a bug nest again? Unfortunately, Li Sijing, who was physically tired and mentally tense for a long time, did not want to explore a new bug nest now. She just wanted to find a quiet place and open the advanced resource box in the mustard space. So, Li Sijing chose a direction with the least movement again. Then, after walking just a few steps, she met a person. This was an acquaintance. Chapter 370 Su Yongkong's scheming. An acquaintance suddenly appeared in the jungle. He was gentle, with a good overall mental outlook and personal hygiene. Li Sijing had only dealt with him once, but was impressed by him. This man was Su Yongkong, the Su Yongkong who sold her bullets, the Su Yongkong who had eaten human flesh. Li Sijing had not expected to meet an acquaintance in this infinite jungle. Moreover, it was not certain whether this acquaintance was a friend or an enemy. Although he looked decent, he was holding a pistol in his hand. Coupled with the information learned from Wu Igua, Li Sijing was alert the moment she saw him. After seeing each other, both of them stopped. Su Yongkong spoke first, with some surprise and something else in his tone. Boss Jing, I didn't expect to meet you. It's an unexpected fate. There was a safe distance of dozens of meters between the two. Seeing that Su Yongkong had no intention of moving forward, Li Sijing felt relieved. The pistol with the safety off was still tightly held in her hand. Li Sijing did not show it on her face, but responded with a smile. It's quite unexpected. By the way, are you also here to find the advanced resource box? A red dot just disappeared on the real-time map at this location. People nearby would know that there is an advanced resource box here. And this Su Yongkong is very likely to be here to find the resource box. Although the advanced resource box has been put into the mustard space by Li Sijing, and the red dot of the location has disappeared. But in order to avoid unnecessary suspicion from Su Yongkong, Li Sijing decided to take the initiative in her speech. Su Yongkong smiled bitterly. Yeah, it's a pity that the distance is a bit far. I finally got here, but the red dot disappeared. Me too. We are both equally unlucky, Li Sijing echoed. There are still many red dots on the real-time map. Su Yongkong suddenly became energetic. Why don't we cooperate and pick the nearest red dot to rush over? The chance of success should be a little greater. Cooperation? It's definitely impossible. Let's not talk about what Su Yongkong did. Would Li Sijing dare to cooperate with him? Let's just say that Li Sijing now just wants to find a quiet place to check her spoils. She just wants to deal with the person opposite as soon as possible. So, Li Sijing asked a sharp question without mercy. If we cooperate, the success rate will be higher. But after success, how should the spoils be distributed? After asking, Li Sijing spoke again, without waiting for Su Yongkong to answer. So, let's act separately. Faced with Li Sijing's clear position, Su Yongkong showed a regretful look on his face. Okay. I hope we will meet again. Speaking of this, Su Yongkong nodded to Li Sijing, then slowly turned and left. Being able to separate from the other party in peace should be the best situation. Looking at the figure of the other party turning around and leaving, Li Sijing secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. However, this breath of relief was not completely relieved. Li Sijing suddenly had a strong premonition in his heart. There is danger. The sixth sense was triggered. This feeling of being in danger was stronger than ever. Li Sijing's sensitive hearing made it very clear that there was no movement around. So, this unknown danger came from. A gunshot rang out. Li Sijing did not hesitate at all, and shot directly at Su Yongkong. Li Sijing believed in the sixth sense that had repeatedly made contributions. If the sixth sense sensed that there was danger, then there must be danger. There was no sign of the shot, and Su Yongkong on the opposite side was naturally unprepared. Su Yongkong's body, which had turned back, seemed to be turning back somehow. So, the bullet originally aimed at his head shot directly into his temple. Su Yongkong's body trembled slightly, and the moment he was hit by the bullet, he looked at Li Sijing with his peripheral vision, as if he showed an unbelievable look. Looking at Su Yongkong, who fell heavily to the ground, he felt that the sense of danger in his heart had disappeared. Only then did Li Sijing hold the gun and slowly walk towards Su Yongkong's body. So, the sixth sense that was triggered just now was really because of Su Yongkong? He said he was leaving and then turned around. But it was all fake. Then what was the reason for the incredulous look before he died? Of course, no matter what, since the sixth sense was triggered, there is nothing to worry about in killing Su Yongkong. I was afraid that the gunshot just now would attract people. After Li Sijing was ready to collect the spoils quickly, he left here quickly. When Su Yongkong fell, he was facing the ground. So, the backpack behind him was directly exposed. Li Sijing didn't hesitate and searched everything upside down. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of things. First of all, there are food and drinks, all of which are delicious snacks. In addition to these, there are hundreds of bullets and a large number of detoxification pills. Li Sijing counted these handfuls and found 16 more. So many? Li Sijing doesn't believe that Su Yongkong got them by killing insects himself. After all, with his clean appearance, he doesn't look like someone who has experienced fierce battles. So, these are all trophies robbed from others? Does Li Sijing count this as eating and drinking on the sly? In addition to these trophies, of course, there is also the most important pistol. The pistol was pressed under Su Yongkong's body. Li Sijing turned him over directly, revealing his eyes that were unwilling to close and unbelievable. Then, Li Sijing, who picked up the pistol, found a blind spot. The safety of this pistol has been opened? Li Sijing remembered very clearly that the safety of this pistol was not opened originally. This is also the main reason why she dared to waste time talking with Su Yongkang. And now, the safety of this pistol was opened without her knowing. So, this bastard was really going to attack her just now. And he turned around and left just to let Li Sijing relax her vigilance? This Su Yongkang is really too insidious. No wonder he died with his eyes open. I guess he couldn't figure out why the plan was about to succeed but failed at the last minute. Su Yongkang could never have thought that Li Sijing actually had a cheating skill like the Sixth Sense. But what Li Sijing couldn't figure out was, why did Su Yongkang want to attack her? Is there anything worth coveting for Li Sijing, who only has a backpack? Or did Su Yongkang already know that the advanced resource box was in her hands? Of course, this question has become an unsolved mystery after Su Yongkang's death. Without much hesitation, Li Sijing picked up the pistol, turned off the safety first, and then put it into the mustard seed space. Then, she chose a relatively quiet direction to leave. Chapter 371 Car Repair Skill Book. Walking in one direction. During this period, Li Sijing also encountered several bees and mosquitoes waving their wings. Each of them was the same size as a basketball, and looked extremely scary. Faced with this kind of insect that could run away even if it couldn't be defeated, Li Sijing had no desire to take action. After walking for 10 minutes, she was sure that she was far away from the original place of trouble. Li Sijing then stopped casually under a tree. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. I think no one else should know that she has an advanced resource box in her hand. After carefully confirming that there was no other movement around, Li Sijing quickly took out the advanced resource box from the mustard space and opened it. Gorgon Cake 50G. Proficient Car Repair Skill Book. Perfect Climbing Skill Book. Ice Cream Puff 20G *5. Pecan 250G. Fresh Milk 950 milliliters. The first thing to check is of course the two skill books that were opened. One is at the mastery level, and the other is at the perfection level. Both levels are not low. But when she saw the specific content, Li Sijing was dumbfounded. Mastering car repair, with tools and accessories. You can repair vehicle failures 100%. 100% repair of car failures. This sounds very impressive, right? But there is a prerequisite. You must have tools and accessories. So, can this skill really be used? Even if Li Sijing can get a complete set of car repair tools. But where can she find the corresponding vehicle accessories? Or, can she find another car and remove some screws? Moreover, can the car failures they are encountering now be repaired? The car body is corroded by acid rain. Can it be repaired? The glass is corroded by insects. How can it be repaired? So, this skill book is like chicken ribs to Li Sijing now. It is tasteless to eat, but it is a pity to throw it away. It is better to exchange it for a few car repair cards. However, since this skill book has been opened, Li Sijing can't throw it away. In the end, she still clicked to learn. In fact, Li Sijing still has some extravagant hopes in her heart. I hope that the perfect level of this car repair skill can have something different. For example, making accessories with bare hands. If so, she will make a lot of money. After reading the first skill book, this second skill book is still going to make things happen. Perfect climbing. After learning, you can master the climbing skill proficiently. As long as there is a leverage point, you can walk on flat ground. Although this skill is not very useful, it can be used. For example, use it to climb a tree and easily reach the treetop. But the key is that Li Sijing has passed the time to climb a tree. Before, she had thought about climbing a tree in order to get through the 1-hour positioning period. And now, she is safe. Okay. In fact, it is not bad to directly reach the perfect level of this skill. Although it has not been used before, it may be used later. Li Sijing can only comfort herself in this way. After studying 2 skill books, the academic master possession card is triggered, and the skill is learned instantly. Afterwards, Li Sijing came to check the remaining supplies. A large bottle of fresh milk needs to be refrigerated and has a shelf life of only 3 days. Fortunately, she can store it in the mustard space without worrying about the shelf life. A small can of pecans. This is a good snack to kill time. Put it away first. Coincidentally, the macadamia nuts that were opened earlier have been eaten. There is also a bag of Uriel Ferox cake, which is also put away. 5 ice cream puffs. This is very suitable for Li Sijing's appetite. Although it has not been long since she was full, the tense atmosphere before has consumed a lot. There is no need to put it away. Li Xijing feels that she can finish it all. The crispy outer layer and the soft and delicate inner layer are really delicious. Then, the game notification that has not sounded for a long time interrupted Li Xijing's tasting. Dear players, please note that the bedbug nest has been destroyed, and the 7th advanced resource box has been opened for real-time positioning. And the time is 1 hour. Li Xijing couldn't help but click on the real-time map to check. The original 6 red dots on it, plus Li Xijing's red dot, have disappeared. Now, with the red dot that just lit up, there are still 3 lit. 9 types of nests. If counted, only the mosquito nest and the bee nest were left, and they had not been destroyed. Both of them have wings and can fly in the sky. It is obviously not an easy task to deal with them without any shelter. This is probably why they were left to the end. And now, only half of the 8-hour activity time has passed. In the remaining 4 hours, we will focus on dealing with bees and mosquitoes. Li Xijing can already imagine how intense it is. So, should she participate? Li Xijing thought about this question while eating puffs. First of all, there is one thing that can be confirmed. She must set aside an hour or more for the return trip. After all, the last World Resource Point activity. Those who didn't have time to get back are a very vivid example. And after getting the advanced resource box, the 1-hour positioning period must also be expected. So, she needs to get the advanced resource box before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Although the nests of bees and mosquitoes are not as difficult to dig as ants. But they can fly, and it takes time to deal with them. So let's set aside an hour for this time. In other words, Li Xijing must find the nest before 3 o'clock. After sorting out these situations, she finally made a decision. Li Xijing decided to rest for 10 minutes in place. At 2 o'clock, set off on time. From 2 to 3 o'clock, this 1 hour, she will find the nest. If she can find the nest before 3 o'clock, then she will go all out. But if she still can't find the nest by 3 o'clock, then decisively give up the search and return directly to avoid doing useless work. After all 5 puffs were solved, Li Xijing drank a lot of mineral water to replenish her water source. Finally, she quickly changed her clothes. As for the dirty clothes that had been torn into several large holes, there was no need to keep them. When the time came to 2 o'clock, Li Xijing was ready. This time, she did not ask Zhou Qinghuan again. After all, she already had a high-level resource box. As for the second one, whether she can get it depends on God's will. No need to force it. Picking a direction at random, Li Xijing strode forward. After all, bees and mosquitoes are insects with wings. They are not on the ground, and most likely they are flying in the air. So there is no need to look down to find them. Chapter 372. Can I go back to the highway? Insect Plague World. 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the 3rd day. Li Xijing set out again on the road to find the nest. However, her mentality this time was completely different from before. After all, there was already a high-level resource box as a base. Li Xijing was naturally very surprised to get this second high-level resource box. But if she didn't get it, she wouldn't be disappointed. And along the way, Li Xijing really didn't see any insects except bees and mosquitoes. As for bees and mosquitoes, she met a lot of them one after another. Unexpectedly, she killed several of them. But more of them flapped their wings and ran away. This time, Li Xijing didn't let them go on purpose. They really ran away. And she also tried to track them, but failed in the end. After all, even if Li Xijing's physique has been greatly improved, but the speed of 2 legs is always not as fast as a pair of wings. This led to not much achievement in the search along the way. I met many bees and mosquitoes, and killed many of them, but I just couldn't find their nests. By chance, Li Xijing also met 2 people, both of whom were strangers. However, Li Xijing's reputation in the area was obviously not low. She didn't know these 2 people, but they recognized her at a glance. It might be because of Li Xijing's notoriety as a murderer. After seeing her, these 2 people fled in panic. This made it very easy for her. Time passed little by little as Li Xijing was looking for the nest. When the last red dot marked on the real-time map disappeared, there were only 10 minutes left before the time agreed by Li Xijing and herself. Based on Li Xijing's understanding of her luck, there should be no chance of a Jedi reversal. In fact, it was just as Li Xijing expected. When the time came to 3 o'clock, she still had nothing. Not only did she not find the nest, she didn't even get a single detoxification pill. Because it was expected, Li Xijing naturally accepted this result very calmly, and she decided to implement her previous plan. Don't waste time in this dense jungle. Just go back directly. Opening the real-time map, Li Sijing aimed at the location of the RV and reselected the direction to move forward. Because it was a return trip, her steps were particularly relaxed. On the way back, she occasionally heard movement next to her. Li Sijing didn't mean to pay any attention to it. She just wanted to go back. However, the way back was longer than she thought. Li Sijing, who was moving forward with all her heart, walked for 10 minutes and only walked half of the way. After another 10 minutes, she finally saw hope. 20 minutes later, Li Sijing finally reached the outskirts of the jungle. The green grass in the distance, which was taller than a person, flexible but sharp, looked particularly nostalgic. Of course, along with these green grasses, there were also those annoying, densely packed little bugs. Every hour, Li Sijing, who took the Baidu Bujin pills, was naturally not afraid of the toxins they carried. But not being afraid did not mean that she was willing to be bitten by these bugs. After all, although she was not afraid of toxins, the persistent pain did not disappear after being bitten, and the bee-proof clothes that Li Sijing wore had long been destroyed by ants. Some distance away from the little bugs, she found a place to sit down casually. Li Sijing decided to stay here until the end of the event. Unfortunately, she forgot to put the folding chair in the mustard space before. Otherwise, she could take out the chair and lie on it for a nap. Sitting on the ground, Li Sijing first opened the trading area. She was going to put on a new bee-proof suit. When the time was up, she could return to the RV quickly and safely. After putting on the bee-proof suit, Li Sijing had nothing to do. After thinking about it, she opened the regional channel to see if there was any useful information. Unexpectedly, the regional channel was not as deserted as Li Sijing expected. Although it was not as lively as after dark, it was much better than driving on weekdays. Brothers, there are still more than 2 hours before the end of the event. How did you gain? This resource point event is unexpectedly easier than before. I got 21 detoxification pills. Fuck. The brother above is not afraid of being exhausted. 21 detoxification pills. You have to kill more than 2,000 bugs. Right? The above is awesome. I worked so hard and only got 17 detoxification pills. This event is indeed easier than the previous ones. These bugs are almost no threat to us. There are still threats, but they are not bugs. But the same kind? Wow. The above said that. Is he being cheated? I'm not afraid of being cheated. The car is still on the road. What can be worth cheating? I'm just afraid of being killed. What the above said is self-contradictory. I said there is nothing worth being cheated. So what is worth killing? Why not? To vent the emotions in your heart. Killing a few people to vent your anger. Is this difficult to understand? Fuck. What alien language is the person above saying? Everyone has two sides. Don't think too highly of others. Especially in this dangerous world. I think the situation described by the person above is quite normal. The world we live in is abnormal. And the people in it gradually become abnormal. Isn't that normal? Is the person above saying a tongue twister? But I understand what you mean. Facing the danger of death at all times. Many people have accumulated too many emotions in their hearts. I think that the longer you live in this purgatory, the more the animal side of your body is stimulated. Hey, I suddenly don't know when it will come. I am not so resistant to death anymore. Me too. I don't want to become the kind of person who kills his own kind to vent his emotions one day. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel that death is not so scary. I say, can you please stop discussing such sad and heavy issues? It makes me want to die immediately. Let's talk about something happy. Do you know that the first 7 high-level resource boxes are in those people's hands? I heard that the first and 4th high-level resource boxes were taken away. The 3rd high-level resource box is in the hands of Li Sijing, so it should not have been taken away. The 3rd high-level resource box was triggered by the ant nest. Oh my god. That's awesome. What happened to the ant nest above? They dug 7 meters deep, but still couldn't get through the ant nest. Let's learn about it. Fuck. Is this true? The guy above is so miserable. I'm more curious. How deep did Li Sijing dig to get through the nest? It seems that the ant nest is just a big pit. It takes a lot of perseverance. It's not just the ant nest. What else is there? After digging it open, the stench in the nest directly made people faint. Let's learn about the bedbug nest. The whole person felt like falling into a 10-year-old cesspool. The smell was simply amazing. Ugh. The guy above said that, and I want to vomit. Fortunately, I didn't meet him. That means I'm not jealous of the guy who triggered the advanced resource box in the bedbug nest. Definitely not jealous. After all, who knows how long the smell will last? By the way, the remaining 2 nests of bees and mosquitoes are too difficult to deal with. And who knows when they will be dealt with? I have already given up. I have no ability to destroy the nests. And even killing bees and mosquitoes is difficult for me. So of course I have to give up. I have already sat by the road, waiting for the event to end and return to the car. Me too. I got more than a dozen detoxification pills, which is enough. There are more than 2 hours left. Just in time for a good sleep. I haven't slept well for 2 nights. The only bad thing is that the event is not over yet. And there is no way to return to the car. Otherwise it would be more comfortable. Who said that there is no way to return to the car before the event is over? What does the person above mean by that? Oh my god. It's not what I understand. Is it? I hope it's what you understand. So, the event is not over yet. We can also return to the road? Yes. Hasn't this news been exposed before? When? Why didn't I know? Just when the event started. A brother entered the resource point and realized that he had forgotten to bring something. He tried to go back to get it. And he actually went back. Wait for me to scroll up and see. Forget it. I'm too lazy to scroll up. I'm going to try it directly. No need to scroll up. Trust me. Because I'm already in the car. Chapter 373 Return to the RV. Li Sijing couldn't help but stand up after seeing this. Damn. I can get back to the road without waiting for the activity to end? This has never happened before during the resource point activity. No. Li Sijing suddenly realized that this situation seemed to have happened before. In the extremely cold world, the underwater resource point activity, they can go back to the road directly with the return card. That time, they also went into the water alone and left the vehicle on the road. So, when you don't drive the vehicle to participate in the resource point activity, can you get back to the road at any time? Although you haven't returned to the road yet. This logic has convinced Li Sijing. Sure enough, you still have to watch the chat in the area frequently. Maybe there will be a surprise at any time. After checking her anti-bee clothes and making sure there are no gaps left, Li Sijing took the military shovel and walked towards the road. She couldn't wait to get back to the RV. Using a military shovel to clear the grass taller than a person, she ignored the dense insects that fell on the bee-proof clothes. Li Sijing slowly crossed the road barrier and stepped onto the road. The tall RV stopped quietly in the middle of the road. There were no flying insects around the RV. Apparently, the insect repellent incense in the RV had just burned out, and the effect had not yet worn off. As Li Sijing stepped into this insect-free vacuum range, the insects that had fallen on her bee-proof clothes and were brought in from outside the road also fell to the ground one after another. Li Sijing patted herself to make sure there were no more insects on her body. Li Sijing quickly returned to the RV and only had time to take a quick look at the situation inside the car. She didn't even have time to take off her bee-proof clothes or change her shoes. She came directly to the planting pot with a clear goal. You know, when participating in this resource point activity, the only thing Li Sijing was worried about was her 2 planting pots. Originally, she thought that the fruits in the 2 planting pots would be wasted because they were not picked in time. But she didn't expect the rule change to make her return to the RV in advance. The most important thing is that it's only 3:30 in the afternoon. Among them, the original picking time of oranges should be 3 p.m. Now there is an extra half an hour. And 1,000 times the acceleration is 21 or 22 days. After wasting so much time, the overgrown oranges must have fallen from the branches. However, this can still be saved for Li Sijing. After all, fruits like oranges have a long shelf life. In addition, there are no annoying insects and bacteria in the planting pots. The oranges should rot more slowly after they fall. In short, any loss can be recovered. When Li Sijing saw the planting pot with the orange tree, the situation was just as she expected. Most of the oranges on the branches of the orange tree have fallen into the planting pot. Only a few oranges are still hanging at the top of the tree. Under the planting pot, there are densely packed oranges that are several times smaller. Like the size of pearls. Li Sijing reached out and carefully picked up the top layer of oranges. After taking these oranges out of the planting pot, they became normal size. These oranges are bright in color and smooth in surface, with no signs of decay. Li Sijing carefully checked each orange and confirmed that they were all intact. A total of about 20 kilograms. Then she reached out and picked up another layer of oranges under the planting pot. The oranges on this layer are not as good as the oranges on the top layer in color. They look like oranges that have been left for a few days and are not very fresh. The situation is even worse when it comes to the third layer. Although there are still no signs of decay, they are drooping. As for the fourth time, signs of decay began to appear, and most of them are inedible. There are also those at the bottom that are close to the soil surface, which have completely decayed and can no longer be seen. Li Sijing did not pick up the oranges on the fourth and fifth layers in the end. There are too many rotten ones. Even if they are intact, she is afraid of getting a stomachache. Let them rot in the soil. It was originally a pleasant surprise, so there is no need to worry too much. Finally, this harvest, Li Sijing got a total of oranges. There are oranges on the treetops, and the first layer of intact oranges, a total of 23 kilograms. The second layer of not-so-fresh oranges 20 kilograms. The third layer of wilted oranges 20 kilograms. All these oranges were collected by Li Sijing in the mustard space. She naturally would not eat these oranges, but would sell them all. But not now. After all, everyone who participated in the resource point activities should have obtained a lot of detoxification pills. And with substitutes, I think everyone is not short of food. So, she still kept them, and waited to buy them tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Chapter 374 Loss and Gain. Li Sijing returned to the RV from the resource point activity. After dealing with the planting pot with the orange tree, he looked at the other planting pot. If the fruit of the orange tree can still recover some losses, then there is no room for recovery in the other planting pot. This planting pot is planted with cherry tomatoes, planted at 9:30, with a growth period of 3.5 hours. In other words, it can be harvested at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But now, the time is almost 4 o'clock, and 2 or 3 hours have been delayed in the middle. Not only can the fruit not be seen in the planting pot, even the branches of the cherry tomatoes are nowhere to be seen. I think these things have melted into the planting pot and become nutrients. Li Sijing, who had expected it long ago, took out the watermelon seeds and replanted them. By the way, this time in order to participate in this resource point activity, Li Sijing's loss is not small. Originally, about 100 kilograms of oranges should have been harvested, but almost half of them were directly lost. I also lost 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes. In addition, the time from 1 o'clock to now is enough for a crop of watermelons to mature. So, Li Sijing lost at least 60 to 70 kilograms of fruit. Fortunately, she gained a lot from the resource point this time, so she didn't lose anything. Li Sijing killed the ants herself and got a total of 11 detoxification pills. In addition, she killed 4 people and seized 25 detoxification pills. In addition to the detoxification pills, the most important thing is that there are 2 pistols. Of course, the weapons of those people who Li Sijing didn't kill were also confiscated. Therefore, there are still many cold weapons in Li Sijing's mustard space. In addition to these, of course, we have to count the supplies opened from the advanced resource box. While counting her losses and gains in her mind, Li Sijing came to the kitchen. Before, in order to participate in the resource point activity, she turned off the fire for the steamed buns in her steamer that were not yet cooked. Now if she turns on the fire and steams again, the taste of the buns will definitely be worse. All the problems left before leaving have been dealt with. Li Sijing then carefully checked the situation in the car. She first looked at the hen that was slowly pecking at the insects. There were also a few small insects on the ground of the RV. These small insects still appeared in the car. Fortunately, with this hen, the situation is still under control. You know, when she left before, Li Sijing was still worried about this problem. When the car is on the road and stops for a long time without moving forward, the small reptiles on the ground will crawl into the car along the ventilation holes. This situation should have only occurred at night. But now it happened during the day because of the resource point activity, and it was impossible to drive there. In order to prevent the car from becoming a nest of insects when she returned, Li Sijing did not extinguish the insect repellent incense and let the hen out as a safety measure. Looking at the current situation, is the hen full again? Li Sijing picked up the hen and touched its stomach. And it was true. The hen that had made a contribution was returned to the breeding cage. Li Sijing took out a bottle of insecticide that she had previously placed in the mustard space. After she had killed all the visible bugs in the car, this bottle of insecticide was almost used up. After all the bugs in the car were killed, Li Sijing dared to take off her bee-proof clothes. After that, She also did some preventive work. Used toilet paper to block all the ventilation holes tightly, to prevent the bugs from entering the RV again. After all, Li Sijing was back in the car. But the resource point activity was not over, and she would not drive forward. As for whether the car would be short of oxygen if all the ventilation holes were blocked, there is no need to worry about this. After all, Li Sijing had drawn up the window screen drawings before. The insecticide-making machine was working before leaving. It is still working tremblingly now. And the small bottles of insecticide made below have piled up into a small mountain. Li Sijing roughly counted them. And there were more than 30 bottles in total. With so many insecticides, it seems that she will no longer be reluctant to use them in the future. After finishing all these trivial matters, Li Sijing sat in the chair for a while. Her head was empty. She didn't think about anything. But she felt extremely satisfied. So Li Sijing has Stockholm Syndrome? When she first crossed into the survival world, she was disgusted. But now, she feels that this vehicle is the place where she feels most safe. This hypocritical time did not last too long. When the time came to 4 o'clock, Li Sijing had come back from her sentimental emotions. The buns in the steamer were cooked. After turning off the fire, let out some air, Li Sijing took one directly to taste it, regardless of the heat. Sure enough, the re-steamed buns tasted a little worse. It seems that these 2 baskets of buns can only be kept for her while they are still hot. Li Sijing put all the buns into the mustard space. In this way, when she needs them, she can take them out directly from the mustard space, and they will still be hot, without wasting time. Now that she has rested, the next step is naturally to do things. Take out the bun fillings and dough that were previously stored in the mustard space. Li Sijing began the process of rewrapping buns. The preparations had been done before, so it was naturally not slow to wrap them directly now. In just half an hour, Li Sijing had already wrapped 50 buns. Put 10 buns directly on each layer of the steamer. A total of 5 layers. In fact, this steamer can also be put on 2 layers. But because she was not in a hurry, it was also for safety reasons. Li Sijing finally decided to steam 5 layers each time. Bring these 5 layers to the kitchen to steam them, and Li Sijing will come back to wrap them. When it was 5 o'clock, the buns on the pot were finally steamed. The other 50 buns were already wrapped and ready to be put into the pot. They took turns like this, and the pot was always burning without any free time. In this way, Li Sijing still had time to occasionally check the chat in the regional channel, see everyone bragging and chatting, and also collect some information. At 5 o'clock, the second-to-last high-level resource box in the resource point finally appeared. It was the mosquito nest that was destroyed. I don't know which ruthless person it was. And just when Li Sijing was curious, she found out who it was from the regional channel. Old acquaintance Lu Yizhou. Li Sijing also learned from the regional channel. Lu Yizhou was very cruel. After obtaining the high-level resource box, he killed all the people who surrounded him, and then broke through the siege and left. Chapter 375. The resource point is over. Li Sijing, who was wrapping buns, kept an eye on the regional channel. However, when the time came to 5:30, her third pot of buns had already been put into the pot and started to steam. There was still no movement in the last advanced resource box. Is there any hidden condition to trigger the last advanced resource box? Or, it still has to wait until 10 minutes before the end of the event before it appears? But if so, those who compete for the advanced resource box, can they still get back to the road before the end of the event? Li Sijing couldn't help but think of the resource point in the last world. Those compatriots who lost their lives because they didn't come back in time. While thinking about it, Li Sijing wrapped all the remaining buns. There are 57 buns in total. It seems that this last pot has to be put in 6 layers. The previous 3 pots, 50 buns each time. A total of 150. Add these last 57. And there are 30 that have been steamed twice before. Li Sijing made a total of 237 buns this time. Of course, she had already eaten one to taste it. After all the buns were made, Li Sijing received a notification from the game. Dear players, the resource point activity will end in 10 minutes. Players who do not exit the jungle in time will be trapped in it forever. Dear players, please note that the last high-level resource box has been opened for real-time positioning, and the time is 10 minutes. This dog game is indeed the same routine as always. I don't know how many people can't resist the temptation. In order to compete for the high-level resource box, they forgot to return to the road in time. After thinking about it, Li Sijing couldn't help but click on the blue screen to check. The current real-time population of the area is 6448/10,000. In today's resource point activity, almost 500 or 600 people died. And when the time finally came to 6 o'clock, Li Sijing clearly saw that the number above jumped instantly and became 6121/10,000. So, there are still more than 300 people who did not remember the painful lessons of the last world. In the end, they lost their lives because they did not retreat in time. Alas, this is the most tragic world. The third day has not yet passed, and almost 4,000 people have died? I don't know how many people can successfully survive the disaster day in the end. Li Sijing shook his head and turned off the blue screen. The buns on the pot have been steamed, and the last 57 buns are put on. After that, Li Sijing took out the last 2 pounds of flour and kneaded the dough again to make chive boxes. The egg and chive filling has been prepared long ago. Li Sijing took out the multi-purpose pot that she hadn't used for a long time and put it on the table. She wrapped the chives dumplings while frying them slowly over low heat. This time, Li Sijing prepared to fry all the chive dumplings. In this way, put them in the mustard space while they are hot. Just like steamed buns. When you want to eat them later, just take them out of the mustard space. And you don't have to waste time frying them again. But in this way, the speed is inevitably much slower. The speed of frying in the pot can't keep up with Li Sijing's speed of wrapping. So she is naturally more leisurely. Li Sijing also took the opportunity to open the trading channel and check it out. First, it was her own trading items. Restocked the small amount of daily necessities and electric mosquito swatters that were missing. Then, Li Sijing found that there were actually several transactions under the insects she bought. The quantity was not too much. A total of 7 kilograms of small insects. And these insects were all traded by one person. Li Sijing estimated that the other party should not have participated in the resource point activity. Fortunately, she came back early and saved some oranges. Otherwise, Li Sijing could only use watermelons as trading items. She took out 7 kilograms of intact oranges and completed the transaction with the other party. Li Sijing took out a bottle of insecticide and sent it to the other party as a trading item. In this way, she obtained 7 kilograms of insects and 20 units of metal materials. In addition to her own trading items, Li Sijing also took a general look in the trading area. Then, she found that there was an extra commodity in the trading area. Detoxification pills. In fact, detoxification pills had already appeared before the resource point activity started. However, the quantity was scarce before, and most people used them for themselves and rarely took them out for trading. But now it is different. The trading area is full of detoxification pills. It seems that anyone who has participated in the resource point activities and returned alive has gained something. However, the price of detoxification pills is not high due to their efficacy. One detoxification pill can only remove a little toxin from the body. And 100 g of food can also remove a little toxin from the body. But compared with food, detoxification pills are obviously more convenient and faster. So the final price is 4 detoxification pills for 1 kilogram of food. The detoxification pills that Li Sijing obtained today, plus the 2 she originally had, totaled 38. Calculated in this way, it is still a little short of 10 kilograms of food. Of course, Li Sijing is not going to trade these detoxification pills and fruits now. However, she has many cold weapons in her hands, which can be sold at a low price after dark. After roughly understanding the situation in the trading area, Li Sijing came to the regional channel again and took a look casually. The regional channel at this time is naturally very lively. Everyone shared their gains and experiences today. There are also many people who have made enemies, and they are all saying harsh words on it. Some people are also speculating how the last advanced resource box was triggered. Who got this advanced resource box in the end? When the time came to 6:30, Li Sijing had only fried 6 leak boxes. After carefully placing the 2 newly made ones in the multi-function pot, Li Sijing stood up and went to the kitchen to turn off the fire. The buns have been steamed and can be put away. There are also watermelons planted in the planting pots. And now it is time to harvest. After putting all 3 watermelons into the mustard space. Next, Li Sijing was going to plant cherry tomatoes. However, after she carefully calculated the time, she rejected this decision, because now there are only 4.5 hours left until 11 o'clock in the evening. If cherry tomatoes are planted, it will take 3.5 hours. The remaining 1 hour is not enough to plant other crops. And the time is obviously not enough for 2 crops of watermelons. So what should I plant? That's right. Li Xijing suddenly thought. The crop of spring onions she planted before took a long time. And there were not many left. Today, when making dumplings, they were directly eaten up. In this case, it's just right to plant a crop of spring onions. Although, there will still be more than half an hour in the end. After finishing the things in the planting pot, Li Xijing returned to her seat. She continued to wrap the chives while frying them in the pan. Chapter 376 Cherry. To be honest, it is not difficult to wrap leek dumplings. But frying these leek dumplings is a waste of time. In order to finish it as soon as possible, Li Xijing even used the pot in the kitchen. The two pots worked together to fry the leek dumplings. But even so, when the time came to 7 o'clock and it was dark, Li Xijing only successfully fried 18 leek dumplings. As for the remaining fillings, she had already wrapped them all. There were a total of 17 unfried ones placed on the table. If you count it this way, there were a total of 35 leek dumplings this time. As the sky outside the car got dark, Li Xijing had already pulled up the blackout curtain. Inside the RV, the activity area and the kitchen were lit with soft lights. The windows that were originally opened were naturally closed long ago. As for the ventilation problem, there is no need to worry about it. Long before dark, Li Xijing had stuffed toilet paper in the ventilation hole. It had been corroded by the bugs. Now the toilet paper stuffed in the ventilation hole is the second wave. When blocking the second time, Li Xijing had already left a ventilation hole, waiting to take 2 more chive boxes and fry them in the pan. Li Xijing couldn't help thinking that there were still 15 chive boxes left. So why not give them to Zhou Qinghuan? The key is that the chive boxes given to Zhou Qinghuan don't have to be completely fried. In this way, most of the time is saved. However, if 15 chive boxes are given, how many buns will be given? Although the 5 kilograms of flour sent by Zhou Qinghuan was an exchange, Li Xijing still took advantage. Originally, Li Xijing was going to give Zhou Qinghuan about 10 steamed buns and 10 leek boxes, enough for her to eat for 6 or 7 meals. So it was considered a give and take. However, during the resource point activity, Li Xijing borrowed Zhou Qinghuan's good luck again. Although Zhou Qinghuan probably didn't know, Li Xijing couldn't pretend that it hadn't happened. Therefore, in terms of quantity, it must be a little more than the original plan. Then 15 leek boxes, plus 30 steamed buns, because the last 15 leek boxes are for Zhou Qinghuan. Just fry them until they are fixed, which is much more convenient. So after dark, less than half an hour later, the remaining 15 leek boxes have all been fried until they are fixed. Then, Li Xijing can start to wrap up. Wait until she cleans up the kitchen and the tabletops in the activity area. It was only 7:30. At this time, the rice she cooked at night had also tripped. So, after finishing, Li Xijing started to eat dinner seamlessly. After all, the meal she got at noon was very perfunctory. Li Xijing's stomach was hungry early. Today was busy enough. Li Xijing was too lazy to cook again. She took out the 2 dishes she had cooked before from the mustard seed space and divided them out. Sitting at the table in the activity area, Li Xijing clicked on the blue screen while eating. First, she sent the steamed buns and chive boxes that had been prepared long ago to Zhou Qinghuan. There was no need to worry about Zhou Qinghuan's speed of replying to messages. Facing Li Xijing's sending, she got the noodles. Zhou Qinghuan was very happy and kept saying that there were too many. Then she turned around and sent a pound of cherries, and said that these cherries were just harvested. Not many and a little small. After 2 days, when the tree age grows, the cherries become bigger and the taste becomes better. She will send a few more pounds to her. Li Xijing did not refuse a pound of cherries. As for Zhou Qinghuan saying that she would send her more later, Li Xijing did not refute that she didn't want anything. At most, when she sends it over, she will return the corresponding oranges. Li Xijing still likes to eat cherries, so she will naturally not refuse. As for why Zhou Qinghuan planted cherries again, without thinking, Li Xijing knew that this must be the credit of the nutrient soil she traded. After all, there is a prerequisite for upgrading the planting pot with nutrient soil. That is, the planting pot must be empty and no crops are planted. So, in order to upgrade the intermediate planting pot to the advanced one, the apple and walnut trees that Zhou Qinghuan had planted were probably pulled out. Right? In this case, Li Xijing had the apples in her hands. There were still 20 to 30 kilograms of apples left from the previous trade with Zhou Qinghuan. So she had to save them. After all, there would probably be no more to exchange later. As for Zhou Qingwan's 2 planting pots, one was planted with cherries, and the other one was planted with something else? Li Xijing guessed that he was also planting short-term crops like himself. After the chat with Zhou Qingwan ended, Li Xijing went to the regional channel again and looked at other people's chats. The regional channel after dark is always the most lively. To be honest, although the insect plague world is a pit, this resource point activity is really simple. During the entire activity, there is almost no danger that can threaten life, so it is not difficult. But in such a simple activity, nearly 1,000 people died. Can you believe it? Most of the deaths were caused by humans killing each other. There is nothing to say. Fortunately, I was lucky. I didn't meet anyone at the resource point. In short, I was quite satisfied with the harvest. You are all satisfied with the harvest. Am I the only one who wants to complain about the loss? Add me, and complain together. After fighting for a long time at the resource point, I returned to the road and found that my car had become a playground for insects. Can you believe it? I finally got a bottle of insecticide, but I didn't want to use it at the resource point. As a result, but they were all eaten up in the end. Can you believe it? Check out the same bug nest. Wow. You above have actually switched to insecticide. Please give me some feedback. Is it good? How is the effect? Those who have used insecticide, please share. It is very easy to use, and the effect is very satisfactory. However, the dosage is too small. It is always painful to use it. I didn't get poisoned when I participated in the resource point event. As a result, after the event, I was bitten by insects many times when I returned to the car. Now the toxin level has soared. I am drunk. Me too. As a result, I ate the dozen or so detoxification pills that I finally got. Ah? So this is a break-even? This is a huge loss. Okay. I was busy all day. But in the end, I didn't miss anything. Before I participated in the event, I was afraid that insects would get into the car. I didn't even turn off the insect repellent incense. As a result, when I came back, there were still insects in the car. I was speechless. Oh my god. The rich family upstairs. They left the insect repellent incense when they left? Too extravagant. Don't mention it. I put out the insect repellent incense to save money. But when I came back, the car was destroyed by insects. I used up a car repair card, which was a big loss. Wow. When I changed the insect repellent incense, I was reluctant to change more. And now there are only a few left. How will I live tomorrow? I only have about 10 insect repellent incense left in my hand. If I save a little, I don't know if it can last until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow? Insect repellent incense, car repair card, all gone to me. I have used them all up. What should I do next? Hey, everyone is short of these things now. I can't exchange them even if I have them. I barely made it through today. But it will be another tough battle tonight. I haven't slept well for 2 days. I just want to have a good sleep now. Tonight I plan to follow the sharing of Mr. Wu Igua and block the ventilation holes to try. I plan to try it too. It should be better than being defenseless. Right? Hey, I hope this world will pass quickly. The person above, praying like this. Aren't you afraid that the next world will be more difficult? Chapter 377 Basic Resources. After Li Xijing finished dinner and washed the dishes, she sat in her seat and ate the cherry she had just gotten to digest the food. In her mind, she was still thinking about the chat in the regional channel just now. Speaking of which, Li Xijing had always inserted insect repellent incense in the incense relay incense burner. She only knew to ensure that the insect repellent incense would not be broken. It had been 3 days, but she had not counted how many insect repellent incense she had left. In the last world, Li Xijing opened a total of 101 insect repellent incense from the natural disaster treasure chest. After coming to this insect plague world, the first insect repellent incense was lit at 10:20 a.m. on the first day. After that, relying on the existence of the incense relay incense burner, the insect repellent incense had to be automatically lit every hour. So, it was 8 o'clock in the evening of the third day. A total of 57 insect repellent incense were burned, and she still had 44 insect repellent incense in her hand. After calculating it clearly, Li Xijing checked it again. There are 40 insect repellent incense sticks in the mustard seed space. There are still 4 sticks in the incense relay incense burner, which is exactly 44 insect repellent incense sticks. And 20 minutes later, one of the 44 insect repellent incense sticks will be lit again. Of course, the remaining insect repellent incense is enough for Li Sijing to burn until the 5th day. And the competition begins. He took out 10 more insect repellent incense sticks and inserted them into the incense relay incense burner. In this way, it can be guaranteed that it will burn until dawn tomorrow morning. After eating cherries, Li Sijing also took out the handheld game console that he hadn't touched for a long time to kill time. I haven't played for a long time, but I didn't think about it. But this time, I can't stop playing. One round after another. When Li Sijing looked up again, it was already 8:30. The food in her stomach had naturally been digested long ago. Li Sijing quickly put away her handheld game console and took out her skipping rope. Tonight's exercise was still done with skipping rope. The amount of exercise was about the same as last night. Still about half an hour. When the time came to 9 o'clock, Li Sijing put away her skipping rope. Sweating all over. I participated in the resource point activity today and dug a pit in the jungle for a long time. My body was not clean to begin with. And now I was sweating again. Of course, I had to take a shower. Although taking a shower for 2 consecutive days was a bit extravagant. However, Li Sijing could still bear it. After washing, she quickly took a combat shower. When Li Sijing came out of the bathroom, she also refilled the half-used water tank. After the 50-liter water tank was filled, Li Sijing still had 45 liters of mineral water left in his hand. In other words, Li Sijing now has a total of 95 kilograms of water resources left. Of course, the dirty clothes from yesterday and today also need to be put into the drum washing machine for washing. In this way, another 5 liters of mineral water is needed. In addition to water resources, Li Sijing also checked the fuel tank of the RV. The RV did not move at all day today. Of course, this does not mean that the gasoline in the RV has no loss. After all, in daily life, various electrical appliances are not stopped. Now Li Sijing has a total of 238 units of gasoline, and the total capacity of the fuel tank is 210 liters. So after filling the entire large tank, Li Sijing still has 28 units of gasoline left. After calculating the situation of the basic supplies in her hands, only after she was sure that there would be no problem in this insect-infested world, Li Sijing was relieved. After wasting so much time, the toilet paper that was originally blocked in the ventilation hole was corroded by insects again. Li Sijing first cleaned up the few insects on the floor of the RV. Then she blocked the ventilation hole again. When Li Sijing finished all the things and came to the bed, it was already 9:30 in the evening. Occasionally, small insects would break through the defense line and enter the interior of the RV. But the bed with mosquito net was Li Sijing's last pure land. Every time she got out of bed, she carefully checked that there were no gaps. So, after returning to bed, Li Sijing completely relaxed. At noon today, because she participated in the resource point activity, Li Sijing did not take a lunch break. So now that she was relaxed, she fell asleep directly. Li Sijing wanted to fall asleep, but unfortunately the planting pots still needed to be dealt with. In an hour and a half, I can only watch a movie to kill time. So, 1 movie a day. When Li Sijing finishes watching these 100 movies, I don't know if she will still be alive. Although I want to sleep, I have the company of the movie. At least Li Sijing can hold on and not fall asleep. When the movie was halfway through, the time came to 10:30. Li Sijing also got out of bed and started to get busy. First, the planting pots where the green onions were planted. Now they are ripe and can be harvested. The harvested 2 kilograms of green onions were directly collected by Li Sijing in the mustard space without drying. After harvesting the shallots, Li Sijing did not rush to plant sugarcane. Instead, she carefully checked the corrosion of the RV glass by insects. It has been almost a day since she used the car repair card last night. The car window glass has been corroded by insects for about 2/3. The remaining 1/3 of the glass should be enough to support 8 hours tonight. After this check, Li Sijing watched a movie for more than 10 minutes. When there were only a few minutes left before 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Sijing got up and plugged all the ventilation holes with toilet paper again. This time she took a lot of effort and plugged it more tightly than the previous times. Then, she planted sugarcane in the empty planting pot. In another planting pot, the yellow and orange fruits can finally be harvested. There are a total of 98 kilograms of oranges, each of which is round and big. These oranges are separated from the oranges that fell before. Then, Li Sijing released the hens in the breeding cage again. In this way, she could finally sleep peacefully. Chapter 378. The RV is broken and can't start. Insect-infested world. The fourth day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Unlike those who worry about being attacked by insects all night and have poor sleep, Li Sijing slept very soundly and comfortably. After all, she has the double insurance of hens and mosquito nets. After being woken up by Xingyu's alarm clock, Li Sijing rubbed her eyes with one hand and touched the intercom at the head of the bed with the other hand. Xingkong, drive. Because she just woke up. Her voice was still a little hoarse. However, this time Li Sijing did not receive a positive answer. Master, the vehicle cannot start. Suspected to be faulty. Please recheck. Cannot start? Faulty? What's going on? The RV is broken? Could it be that the bulletproof glass that has been corroded for most of the time did not last until dawn? That's not right. If that were the case, her RV would have become a nest of insects long ago. Now, although there are bugs outside the mosquito net, the number is almost the same as the morning of the previous 2 days. Besides, even if the bulletproof glass is damaged, it will not affect the driving of the vehicle. So, it can only be that something is broken inside the vehicle. Of course, Li Sijing opened a master-level car repair skill book yesterday. If she wanted to, she should be able to find the cause of the fault by spending some time. But, what can she do if she finds the cause? Can she still fix it with her bare hands? So, Li Sijing didn't bother to do it in the end. Anyway, the bulletproof glass can't last long. Li Sijing originally planned to upgrade the RV today. Now, isn't this just right? Directly from the mustard space, take out the car upgrade card that I got yesterday and click to use it. Li Sijing didn't have time to care about what the RV looked like after the upgrade. After all, she was very busy every morning. And there were many things to do. Naturally, after the RV was upgraded, when she came to remind Li Sijing that the RV could be transformed, she also put it aside for the time being, picked up the intercom, and told Xingkong to drive again. Sure enough, there were no more moths this time, and the RV started smoothly. After dressing and folding the quilt, Li Sijing took out a new bottle of insecticide from the mustard space. The upgrade of the RV cannot make the bugs in the car disappear. Therefore, these small bugs in the car have to be solved by her personally. After a bottle of insecticide was used, the small bugs in the car basically disappeared. And after taking a circle in the RV, Li Sijing also felt the changes after the RV was upgraded. The space is much bigger. After finishing the tasks at hand, we need to plan it well. After the bugs in the car are eliminated, Li Sijing followed the previous process and did other things one by one. First, harvest the fruitful planting pots. On the orange tree, a total of 97 kilograms of big and round oranges were harvested. In another planting pot, a piece of sugar cane was harvested. Then, cherry tomatoes were replanted. After that, it was the hen that worked hard all night and ate a lot. Wipe it but clean and send it back to the breeding cage. Take out 2 eggs for today from the breeding cage. After finishing these 2 things, Li Sijing stepped on the spinning bike again. While exercising, she was still looking outside the car. There were more bugs outside the car today than yesterday. The most important thing was that Li Sijing discovered. On the road, there were thin cracks that were still vague yesterday. Today, they have expanded a lot. If the cracks yesterday were like a line and looked inconspicuous, then the cracks today have already split into a large gap. You should know that these cracks are different from the pits on the road corroded by acid rain in the last world. The pits corroded by acid rain are mainly on the surface. The cracks that appear now are spreading outward from underground. This kind of crack will not only cause gaps, it will also cause the road to bulge upwards or collapse downwards, forming a road like a staircase. This road condition is not very friendly to those who drive. What needs more attention is the density of these cracks on the road. Li Sijing looked at the cracks on the road while paying attention to the time. After 10 minutes or so, he came to a conclusion. On the road, a crack will appear every 2 or 3 minutes. After 3 or 4 cracks, a bigger crack will appear. As for whether there are more serious cracks in the future, it will not be clear in a short time. Because of the appearance of these cracks, the speed of the starry sky has also dropped. From the original speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it has dropped to 80 kilometers per hour. This is not the most important thing. Li Sijing is more worried about the future. The 5th day, the 6th day, or even the day of the natural disaster. How serious will these cracks on the road become? Li Sijing was thinking about these contents while exercising. It was not until 7:40 that she encountered the first resource box of the day. The first resource box of the day was not unexpected, and it was still low level. It had been more than 10 minutes since the insect repellent incense burned out. The originally clear sky outside the car gradually appeared small flying insects. When operating the mechanical arm and handing the resource box in through the car window, Li Sijing was inevitably bitten by the flying insects. This time, she did not use an electric mosquito swatter to kill the insects in the car. Instead, she took out a bottle of insecticide and sprayed it twice to solve it quickly. The insecticide making machine worked all day yesterday until very late. All the small insects in Li Sijing's hands have been made into insecticide. With more than 100 bottles of insecticide, Li Sijing will naturally not be stingy. The most important thing is that she is very sure. I should receive a lot of small insect transactions today. After solving the insects in the car, I sat down and applied floral water to my wounds. Li Sijing was thinking about a problem. Nowadays, there are more and more insects. Every time she takes the resource box, she is always inevitably bitten by insects. So, before taking the resource box, should she put on the beep-proof suit first? However, it is not convenient to do anything after putting on the beep-proof suit. If she takes it off immediately after taking the resource box, she will have to take it off more than 10 or 20 times a day. This is too troublesome. So, after thinking again and again, Li Sijing decided not to wear it. As for insect bites, the worst case is a slight sting. Anyway, she is almost used to it. As for toxins, as long as it does not exceed double digits, there will be no problem. Chapter 379 MP5 Submachine Gun. After taking back the resource box, Li Sijing's exercise this morning also ended directly. With 1 point of toxins in her body, she went into the bathroom to wash up. After coming out, Li Sijing sat at the table in the activity area and prepared to have breakfast. She was not going to cook for breakfast today. She took out 4 fried chive boxes from the mustard space directly. She put them into the mustard space right after they were fried. Now that they were taken out again, there was no change at all. She took a big bite directly, biting through the crispy outer layer. The special aroma of chives mixed with eggs directly touched the taste buds. Li Sijing was so hot that she gasped and said vaguely, "Xingyao. Sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the MP5 submachine gun. MP5 submachine gun can be fired with one hand, with low recoil, and an effective range of 200 meters. Shit. It's a submachine gun. At this point, Li Sijing didn't care about the breakfast she hadn't finished yet. She quickly picked up the submachine gun that appeared out of thin air on the table and looked very familiar. Why do I say familiar? Because this type of submachine gun appears very frequently on TV. Most special forces use this type of gun when they go on stage. This submachine gun must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. With Li Sijing's current physique, it is naturally no problem to use it. Li Sijing, holding the submachine gun, couldn't help but try to aim. Compared to a pistol, this submachine gun has a great advantage in power. The only disadvantage is that it is too big and difficult to carry on a daily basis. But this is not a problem for Li Sijing, who has a mustard seed space. Unfortunately, no matter how good this MP5 submachine gun is, she has no bullets now. The bullet blueprint that Li Sijing got before was the full size of a pistol. It can't match this submachine gun. So, after holding the submachine gun in her hand and aiming forward, she had a taste of it. Li Sijing could only put away the submachine gun helplessly and continue to eat breakfast. While eating breakfast, she also opened the trading area. Although Li Sijing didn't have bullets for the submachine gun, but it's possible that others had them. Unfortunately, she looked through the trading area from beginning to end. After finishing her breakfast, Li Sijing still didn't see the shadow of the submachine gun bullets. So, after finally opening such a powerful submachine gun, in the end, it can't be used because there are no bullets? Wait a little longer. Maybe at some point, the bullet blueprint will suddenly appear. Li Sijing took out the fresh milk that was opened yesterday and poured herself a glass. Comforting herself like this, while drinking milk, she also replenished the items in her trading area. Oh! There are also many cold weapons seized yesterday. Originally, I planned to put them up in the trading area yesterday, but I forgot about it last night. Just took this opportunity to put them up. who would live to this day without weapons. So in order to sell them, Li Sijing did not set the price too high. 10 units of metal per piece. Pick whatever you want. As for the 2 seized pistols, Li Sijing also wanted to sell them, but she didn't put them up in the trading area. After all, for high-end weapons like this, friends should be given priority. Louis Zhou and Wu Weigua. These 2 people don't need to be considered. They have pistols themselves. As for Zhou Qinghuan, although she hasn't heard her say it, but with her luck, Li Sijing thinks she should have won too. Of course, Li Sijing still sent a message to ask. As expected, Zhou Qinghuan got a pistol as early as the first world. In addition to these 3 people, there are many people who have contacted Li Sijing. In the end, the 2 pistols were traded to Zhao Xinyuan and Xiong Shuangyan. Zhao Xinyuan, Li Sijing's first younger brother. Later, after selling a few drawings to each other at a low price, they rarely contacted each other. As for why she sold the pistol to Zhao Xinyuan this time, that's because Li Sijing still remembers. The pistol she has been using was exchanged from Zhao Xinyuan with some food. At that time, maybe they each took what they needed, and it is hard to say who took advantage. But now she has an extra pistol in her hand. Selling to anyone doesn't matter. Wouldn't it be better to sell to Zhao Xinyuan? Anyway, the money will be collected, and it will definitely not be given to him for free. The reason for selling to Xiong Shuangyan is because of the hen. Of course, the hen that Li Sijing exchanged for was also a fair trade. But now it seems that this hen is still very useful in the insect plague world. Think about the hard-working hens these nights. Li Sijing decided to sell the pistol to Xiong Shuangyan. The price of the 2 pistols is 50 units of metal materials, which is a friendly price. Li Sijing also gave 5 bullets for each pistol. As for the 5 bullets that have been used up, what should I do? Come and buy from her. So, although the 2 pistols were sold at a friendly price, Li Sijing has 2 more continuous customers. The weapons have been dealt with. As for the fruits, Li Sijing has saved more than 200 kilograms. However, judging from the situation in the trading area before, Li Sijing feels that now is not the best time to make a move. Wait a little longer. Wait until everyone has used up the detoxification pills in their hands. Then we can talk about it. Anyway, these fruits are placed in the mustard space, so there is no need to worry about storage problems. After finishing the things at hand, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel and took a casual look. There is no activity today, and it is time to fight again. It's only 8 o'clock, and the chats in the area have become very rare. Ignoring the occasional chats, Li Sijing directly flipped up the chat records. Then he looked for useful information from the complicated chat records. Then, Li Sijing found a problem. This morning, many people's vehicles could not start like hers. Then, many wailings appeared in the regional channel. Many people complained that there were not enough car maintenance cards, and some even wanted to buy them. Then, some people speculated the vehicle could not start because everyone blocked the ventilation port too tightly. It was too difficult for the bugs to enter the car through the ventilation hole. So they ran around in the car. The running bugs indirectly damaged the car parts, causing the vehicle to be unable to start. Don't say it. This explanation is quite reasonable. Many people in the area agreed with this explanation. After that, the question that followed was, should we plug the ventilation holes? So, the people in the area became 2 factions. Those who plugged the holes, and those who didn't plug the holes argued endlessly in the area. In short, Li Sijing didn't read the useless argument carefully. After reading the chat in the area, Li Sijing had a general understanding of the current situation. Everyone in the area was still buying food, but because of the existence of the detoxification pills, they were not as anxious as before. The most in-demand supplies now were car repair cards and insect repellent incense. Of course, there was also the insecticide in Li Sijing's hand. There were even several people who directly bought insecticides at the price of 40 units of metal. Chapter 380 Upgrading the RV. At 8:20, the insect repellent incense was still burning. In an environment without insects outside the car, Li Sijing encountered the second resource box of the day. This time, he finally did not get hurt again when taking the resource box. The resource box was put into the mustard space, and Li Sijing, who had dealt with all the trivial matters, could finally take a good look at the upgraded RV. The upgraded RV has a much larger interior space. This enlargement is not that a certain area suddenly stretched by 1 or 2 meters. Instead, each area has expanded evenly. Looking at one area alone, there may not be much change. But if you look at the overall length and width, you can see a huge change. The interior of the car has directly changed from 5 meters long to 7 meters long. A full 2 meters longer. If you look at this RV from the outside, it is estimated that it is 8 meters long. The width has also changed from the original 2.2 meters to 2.4 meters wide. As for the height, it has been increased from 2.2 meters to 2.5 meters. At this height, Lee Sejing couldn't reach the roof even if she stood on tiptoe. With this height, it feels like there is no problem even if it is built into a double-decker RV. By the way, will it be upgraded to a double-decker RV directly next time? Thinking of this, Lee Sejing was immediately looking forward to it. Of course, she still had to redesign the current RV first. The interior area of the entire RV has increased by more than half. First of all, Lee Sejing wanted to expand her bedroom a little bit. Her 1-meter single bed was directly expanded to a 2-meter double bed. In this way, sleeping will be more comfortable, because Lee Sejing's bed has a blueprint. After each vehicle upgrade, the bed can be redesigned, which is very convenient. And the width of the RV has increased. The bed, which was originally only 1.7 meters long, can finally become 1.9 meters. Moreover, the freezer and washing machine can all be stuffed under the bed without half of it being exposed. After the RV was upgraded, the extra 2 meters of length, 1 meter was used in the bedroom. As for the other meter, Lee Sejing planned to use it in the kitchen and bathroom. Directly extend the length from the original 1 meter to 2 meters. In this way, the area of the kitchen and bathroom has become 1 meter * 2 meters. Since the bathroom body can be folded, the width of the aisle will be larger. As for the area of the activity area and the driving area, it is enough for Lee Sejing for the time being. So there is no need to expand. After finding out the situation inside the RV and designing it carefully, he was confident. Lee Sejing finally clicked to use the car modification card. After the RV was modified, Lee Sejing couldn't wait to check it out. The bedroom, which was almost doubled in size, looked very comfortable. The stove in the kitchen was finally no longer crowded. The bathroom finally no longer had the problem of difficult turning around. In short, everything was moving in a good direction. The design of the interior of the RV delayed Lee Sejing a lot of time. When 9 o'clock came, the third resource box of the day also appeared. At this time, the bugs outside the car were flying around. Even if Lee Sejing was faster, she was still inevitably bitten. The 1 point of toxin from the previous bite had long been expelled from the body by the skill of invulnerable to all poisons. Now, Lee Sejing was bitten 4 times, and 4 points of toxins accumulated in her body again. She still used insecticide to get rid of the flying insects. Each time, the consumption was about 1/3 of a bottle. In other words, when taking the resource box, a bottle of insecticide can only last 3 times. Sitting back on the chair in the activity area, Lee Sejing opened the trading area after applying the medicine. It was 2 hours before dawn. In her trading area, transactions about small insects appeared again. Many of these transactions were with people who had traded before. She spent 21 kilograms of oranges in exchange for 21 kilograms of small insects. In addition, Lee Sejing also exchanged 14 bottles of insecticide at the price of 20 units of metal. She exchanged 18 bottles of insecticide at the price of 40 units of metal. From this point of view, there are quite a few people who can accept the high price of insecticides. This is good news for Lee Sejing. After dealing with these things, the next step is to wait quietly. Lee Sejing is ready to get out of the car and get rid of the large beast when the insect repellent incense is reignited. It didn't take long to wait until 9:20. The insect repellent incense ignited without fire, and the insects outside the car retreated as if they had met their natural enemies. Lee Sejing had already changed into rain boots, opened the door, and got out of the car. After getting off the car, Lee Sejing's eyes were instantly attracted by the RV. Looking at this upgraded RV from the outside, it feels even more majestic. The length of 8 meters is twice the height of Lee Sejing, and the width is exaggerated. She had never seen such a large RV on Earth before. However, it is also a big problem to control such a huge RV. Fortunately, she got the 4-wheel drive engine drawing from Zhou Qinghuan. Otherwise, driving this RV with the original configuration would be a difficult test. She didn't spend too much time on the RV. After a rough look, Lee Sejing turned her attention back to the jungle outside the road, with targeted weapons such as insecticides in hand. For Lee Sejing, there is no need to worry about large beasts. holding the insecticide in one hand. The other hand stretched out the barrier very skillfully. There was no ripple in the process of attracting large beasts. As the large beast stepped over the tall green grass leaves, it revealed its body. Li Sijing's expression suddenly became indescribable. The body of this insect is round and long. How to say it? Well, it's like a python. And its thickness is about the same as a human waist. Of course, Li Sijing knows very well that it is not a python. The grayish-yellow body, the mouth parts can be seen from the blunt front end. The whole body surface is very rough. And there are many small nipples protruding. The most important thing is that the whole body has no dorsal line, ventral line, and lateral line. It is even impossible to tell which side is the back, and which side is the abdomen. The way this insect moves forward is similar to that of a snake. It swims and slides forward. And when the head of the insect has already touched the road barrier, its tail is still at the other end of the green grass leaf. And the end cannot be seen. So, how long is this insect? Chapter 381 Giant Iron Wireworm. Things like snakes and bugs. For girls, it is natural to have mental attacks. Even Li Sijing is no longer the same as before. But when facing these things, she still can't help the most primitive reaction of her body. Goosebumps. And now this bug appeared in front of her. Li Sijing even felt that it was more terrifying and disgusting than a python. At least, pythons are very beautiful in the eyes of some people with peculiar aesthetics. And for this bug in front of her, Li Sijing believes that no one will show appreciation. This appearance is simply anti-human. If there were no road barriers, Li Sijing would probably turn around and run. It's not that she is afraid of this bug, but she is afraid that it will touch her. With this disgusting look, if it touches her, Li Sijing estimated that she would rub off all the skin on her body. Not to mention how powerful this bug is. At least in terms of mental attack and disgusting people. It has reached the top. Looking at this insect, it was blocked by the transparent road barrier. The body twisted into a ball and kept moving forward. Li Sijing's goosebumps appeared layer by layer. She resisted the nausea, took out the insecticide, aimed it at the head of the insect, and pressed hard. Because the body of this insect twisted into a ball, it was not easy to aim at the head. The bottle of insecticide in her hand was finished. Li Sijing only eliminated part of the body of this insect. But judging from the vitality of its twisting body, there was no sign of death. There was no other way. Li Sijing could only take out a bottle of insecticide from the mustard space again, because the first bottle of insecticide dissolved part of the insect's body. This second bottle of insecticide was much more convenient to spray on the head. In short, when the second bottle of insecticide was used up, the insect finally stopped moving. After the insect was solved, Li Sijing turned around and left. She didn't want to look at such a disgusting insect for a second. As for what kind of insect it was, while killing the insect with insecticide, Li Sijing had already guessed it in her mind. As we all know, large beasts are formed by enlarging insects countless times. Then this disgusting insect. Imagine it shrinking countless times. Isn't it just a thin and long insect? Even shrink it a little smaller. Like a thread. So, Li Sijing thought of a notorious parasite, the iron wireworm. So, the bug she met today should be the iron wireworm. Right? I just didn't expect that the iron wireworm would become so disgusting after being magnified countless times. It took almost 10 minutes to kill this giant iron wireworm. When Li Sijing returned to the RV, the insect repellent incense had just burned out. The RV continued to move forward under the driving of Shinkong. Li Sijing went to the bathroom and prepared to scrub the bottom of her rain boots. However, after she scrubbed the insect corpses on the bottom of her shoes, she found that there were already some places on the bottom of the rain boots that were corroded and broken. It's a pity that this pair of rain boots is scrapped. In the end, Li Sijing could only throw the cleaned rain boots into the decomposition toilet. After that, she thought about what she was going to do next. Li Sijing habitually puts driving off until the afternoon. It is only 9:30 now, and there are still more than 2 hours before lunchtime. Li Sijing, who was thinking while eating snacks, finally found something to do for herself. For example, boil sugar with sugarcane. Of course, before that, Li Sijing planned to stew soup for herself at noon while she had time. She took a piece of wild boar bone, a corn cob, a handful of soaked mushrooms, and added green onions and ginger. She put all of these in a casserole and simmered them on low heat. When the time came to 9:50, Li Sijing met the fourth resource box of the day. When taking this resource box, Li Sijing was bitten 3 times. The bottle of insecticide that originally had 1/3 left was also used up. Afterwards, Li Xijing came to prepare the things for boiling sugar. As for sugarcane, she already had 5 pieces in her hand. In addition to sugarcane, there was also a wall breaker and a multi-function pot that she had accidentally obtained before. In fact, Li Xijing still has about half a pound of white sugar in her hand. It is enough for daily use as a seasoning. However, the sugar boiled from sugarcane is brown sugar. Li Xijing is going to boil it and drink it often on weekdays, which can be regarded as a blood tonic. The technique of boiling sugar is very simple, but ordinary people rarely know it. Li Xijing naturally didn't know how to do it before, but now that she has learned the cooking skill book, it is naturally a piece of cake. First, use a knife to clean the hard outer skin of the sugarcane. After cutting into small pieces, put it in a wall breaker and add a small amount of mineral water to beat it. Each time, beat for 3 minutes. 5 sugarcanes. Li Xijing beat a total of 10 times. Therefore, this step alone took half an hour. The whipped sugarcane was poured into a clean bucket. Then, the juice in the sugarcane was squeezed out, and the sugarcane residue was thrown aside. This step was very laborious. At this time, Li Xijing couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't they open a sugarcane juicer? That would be much more convenient. While squeezing sugarcane juice, at 10:30, Li Xijing also harvested a crop of cherry tomatoes. After all the 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes were stored in the mustard space, watermelons were planted. After the watermelons were planted, the 5th resource box of the day also appeared in the middle of the road. This time, the time of the resource box's appearance was very accurate. It was just the time when the insect repellent incense had just gone out and the insects had not recovered yet. Therefore, there were no insects to interfere when taking the resource box. This step of squeezing sugarcane juice lasted for a long time. The main reason was that it was too laborious. So I took several breaks in the middle. When the time came to 11 o'clock, Li Xijing finally got half a bucket of sugarcane juice and half a basin of sugarcane residue. The sugarcane residue is useless and can be directly poured into the decomposition toilet. As for sugarcane juice, it needs to be boiled before it can become brown sugar. However, looking at the half bucket of sugarcane juice in front of her, Li Xijing understood that this process must be even longer. So, she finally did not choose to boil it now. Otherwise, not only will the lunch at noon not be eaten well, even the lunch break will probably be ruined. Let's put this half bucket of sugarcane juice into the mustard space first. When there is enough time, take it out and boil it slowly. As for now, Li Xijing is ready to let herself have a good rest. Mainly to let her trembling hands have a good rest. As a result, before Li Xijing had a good rest for a few minutes. At 10 minutes after 11, the 6th resource box appeared. At this time, the insects outside the car are just noisy. When Li Xijing used her shaking hands to operate the mechanical arm to pick up the resource box, she was bitten without any surprise. Chapter 382 Two Identical Drawings? Normally, even if Li Xijing is very fast, there is still a high chance of being bitten by flying insects. Now, how can Li Xijing's sore and trembling hands fight these sensitive insects? Being bitten is not surprising. The key is that this time Li Xijing was bitten 7 times directly. Then, the dizziness symptoms were triggered. The familiar feeling of motion sickness came online again. Helplessly, Li Xijing took a new bottle of insecticide. Dragging the dizzy body, it took some time to finally solve the bugs in the car. After sitting down in the activity area, Li Xijing took out the cherry tomatoes directly from the mustard space. This dizzy feeling is really uncomfortable. Li Xijing didn't plan to let herself try more. Just want to get rid of the state quickly. While eating the cherry tomatoes, she also turned on the blue screen to check. Now the toxins in Li Xijing's body are 12 points. So she needs to eat 300 g of food. Just like Xu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Without caring about tasting the flavor, Li Xijing just stuffed it into her mouth quickly. After eating 300 g of cherry tomatoes, the dizziness finally disappeared. Looking at her hands, that were still shaking involuntarily, Li Xijing couldn't help but sigh that this incident was a lesson. In the future, you still have to leave some room for doing things. And you can't fight like this again. She took out the massage roller that hadn't been used for a long time and massaged her hands in turn. After massaging for several minutes, the symptoms of her hands were relieved a lot. Seeing that the time had come to 11:30, Li Xijing got up again, took out 200 g of rice, washed it clean, and cooked it in the rice cooker. The broth in the casserole has been cooking for a long time, and the fragrance has spread throughout the carriage. Li Sijing sat down in the activity area again. While resting, he opened the trading area to check. It was mainly about the trading of insects and pesticides, which was very popular now. As soon as Li Sijing checked, she found that there were many more transactions. 35 kilograms of oranges were exchanged for 35 kilograms of insects. As for pesticides, 8 bottles were exchanged for 20 units of metal. 22 bottles were exchanged for 40 units of metal. After completing these transactions, Li Sijing walked around the trading area again. When the time was 10 minutes away from 12 o'clock, the 7th resource box of the day appeared. The most important thing is that this resource box is a blue intermediate resource box. Oh! Fortunately, after resting for more than half an hour, Li Sijing's hands have almost recovered. Otherwise, she might not have the confidence, can operate the mechanical arm to fight against small beasts. And now, of course, it is not a problem. After the RV stopped next to the resource box, Li Sijing operated the mechanical arm to trigger the small beast. When the white mist dissipated, a very familiar figure appeared in front of her. A reddish-brown bug. It was more than 1 meter long and half a meter high, with a flat, oval body and fine hairs all over. A pair of protruding compound eyes, curved antennae, and a needle-sucking mouthparts. Isn't this the stink bug that appeared in the resource point yesterday? But she didn't see it. Unexpectedly, she didn't have the chance to meet it yesterday. But it appeared today. This bug's attack ability is not strong. Li Sijing dared not let it get close to her RV. After all, bedbugs. The stench is its advantageous weapon. Who knows how long the stench of this bedbug will last after being contaminated? Generally speaking, the speed of insects is very agile, and bedbugs are no exception. However, Li Sijing, who was operating the mechanical arm, was even faster. The mechanical arm suddenly pressed down. It directly pressed the running bedbug to the ground and made it unable to move. As Li Sijing operated the mechanical arm with force, the body of the bedbug was instantly flattened, and the juice in its body splashed. At this moment, Li Sijing smelled an indescribable smell. Ugh! Li Sijing couldn't help it and vomited directly. This smell is really too sour. As the game issued a notification that Li Sijing successfully killed the bedbug, the body of the bedbug also turned directly into a detoxification pill. Although the body of the bedbug disappeared, however, the stench still lingered around, with no intention of dissipating. If you smell this smell for a long time, you will probably get anorexia. In order to leave this place as soon as possible, Li Sijing operated the mechanical arm, quickly picked up the detoxification pills and the intermediate resource box next to it. When handing these things into the RV, Li Sijing was bitten by the bugs outside the car again 4 times. This time, Li Sijing not only had to endure the stench lingering in her nose, but also had dizziness. However, at this time, she couldn't care so much. Directly command Shinkong to operate the RV and leave here quickly. During this period, Li Sijing also took out insecticide and sprayed the small bugs that took the opportunity to enter the car. As the RV gradually moved away from that area, the stench in the air gradually dissipated. However, Li Sijing always had the illusion that the stench was still lingering at the tip of her nose. Originally, she was going to eat some cherry tomatoes and the like, reduce the toxins in her body to single digits again, and eliminate the dizziness symptoms. But now, she really can't eat anything. Even delicious fruits are no exception. Helplessly, in order to relieve the dizziness symptoms as soon as possible, Li Sijing could only take out 3 detoxification pills and swallow them. In this way, the toxins in her body became 9 points again. The broth in the kitchen had been cooked long ago, and the rice in the rice cooker had also tripped. At this time, Li Sijing had no appetite for food at all. This stink bug appeared just at the time of eating, and it really knew how to pick the time. Since there was no appetite for food for the time being, Li Sijing decided to take a look at this intermediate resource box first. I don't know what drawings can be opened this time. Windmill Fun Candy. Oil Tank Expansion Drawings. Oil Tank Expansion Drawings. 1,000 sheets of tofu 200g. Salt-baked quail eggs 10g asters 10. Hangers 10. After opening the intermediate resource box, Li Sijing was surprised to find a strange problem. This time, 2 drawings were opened again. But the strange thing is that these 2 drawings are exactly the same. Li Sijing actually opened 2 car expansion drawings from an intermediate resource box. This has never happened before. So, is she lucky? Or bad? Helplessly, she clicked on both of the oil tank expansion drawings to use. The original capacity of the fuel tank was 210 units, and it instantly became 230 units. In addition to these two drawings, there were no other surprises in the materials that were opened. A thick sheet of 1,000-sheet tofu was stored in the mustard seed space. Li Sijing remembered that she seemed to have opened a baby cabbage before. It was just right to make baby cabbage fried 1,000-sheet tofu. 10 small quail eggs, all peeled and sealed, were placed in the snack cabinet. There were also 10 hangers, hung in the closet. There was also a windmill candy that could be turned. The 5 candies on it were a little bigger than soybeans and colorful. This kind of candy was originally used to coax children. However, Li Sijing now did not dislike it at all. She had no appetite because of the stench. It was just right to eat this windmill candy to whet her appetite. Chapter 383 Despair in the area. The RV was moving fast on the road. Li Sijing was sitting in the activity area, eating windmill candy. It was already 12 o'clock noon. I guess everyone in the area is having lunch at this time. It should be quite lively in the area, right? So, Li Sijing, who had nothing to do, opened the area channel to check. It's lunchtime again. What are you eating for lunch today? Today in the last world, I was eating snacks and complaining that boiled meat was not delicious. Now I eat a piece of dry bread in 2 meals. And I think I eat too much. The example above is too vivid. Alas, these days are really getting worse day by day. I used to look forward to eating the most every day. But now eating is like torture for me. After all, who can stand eating dry bread every day? You people. It's good to have something to eat. All the food I stored has been eaten up. And I haven't had lunch yet. Hey, the food I stored has been eaten up a long time ago. Now I rely on the resource box every day. I eat whatever I can get. Who is not like this? The one above. No. It's already like this. And there are still some problems on the road. Yes. The cracks on the road have greatly affected the driving speed. Hey. I could drive 80 kilometers per hour in the past 2 days. But today the maximum speed is only 70 kilometers. It's too bad. In the past 2 days, I could get 20 to 30 resource boxes every day. I don't know if I can get 20 today. With fewer resource boxes, we get fewer supplies. How can we survive? It's not so bad now. But I'm afraid these cracks will get worse. Don't scare me. The people above. We can barely survive now. But if it gets worse, can we still live? Oh, I just hope that tomorrow's competition will come soon. Me too. I want to change my car maintenance card. Oh my god. My car window is broken by bugs. And now the bugs are flying in. Help me. Wow. My car window is about to break. Who can help me? There is a car maintenance card in the room. Please lend me one. I will return it double tomorrow. Please. Hey. I used up my last car maintenance card this morning. I don't know if the car can last until tomorrow noon. Don't let the last few hours make me die. I worked so hard yesterday to get more than 20 detoxification pills. But I used them all up this morning. Detoxification pills? I used them up a long time ago. Hey. The more difficult it is, I feel like I can't get through this world. Li Sijing didn't read the chat messages in the area for long and closed them directly. There was no useful information in today's chat messages. On the contrary, for various reasons, the whole area was full of decadence, loss of control, and even despair. After reading the chat messages for a long time, Li Sijing felt that this situation would affect her. So, for the sake of her stable mentality, she turned off the blue screen early. After eating the windmill candy, Li Sijing's appetite, which had been ruined by the stench, finally gradually returned. Of course, there are still some effects. The corn bone soup that I had been looking forward to did not taste as fragrant as expected. I forced myself to finish the rice. There was still half of the corn bone soup left. In fact, if Li Sijing had a normal appetite, she should have eaten all of it. Therefore, the stink of stink bugs still affected Li Sijing's appetite. She put the remaining half of the corn bone soup into the mustard space and saved it for the afternoon when she was hungry. At this time, the time had come to 12:40. The 8th resource box of the day also appeared on the road. While there were not too many bugs outside the car now, Li Sijing operated the mechanical arm and handed the resource box in neatly. While washing the dishes, Li Sijing was still sighing because of the cracks on the road. The speed of the car today dropped a lot. As a result, the number of resource boxes encountered was obviously reduced. Originally, 3 intermediate resource boxes could be gathered in the past 2 days. But today, unfortunately, it was obviously impossible to do so. After washing the dishes, Li Sijing returned to the activity area. Originally, she was going to take a nap. But then she thought that she would need to harvest the plants in the planting pots later. Helplessly, it seemed that she could only wait. While waiting, Li Sijing took out her handheld game console out of boredom. After playing 2 games of Tetris, it was already 1 o'clock. The watermelons in the planting pots were ripe. After harvesting 3 watermelons, she replanted cherry tomatoes. Li Sijing returned to the activity area and played Tetris again. When the time came to 1:20, the insect repellent incense was lit. After quickly taking back the 9th resource box of the day, Li Sijing began to take a nap. Today's nap was still taken on the bed. The bed was widened to 2 meters asterisk 1.9 meters, and the quilt had been laid out long ago. Li Sijing, lying on the bed, could finally roll around without worrying about falling to the ground. I wonder if it was because the bed became bigger? The quality of this nap was particularly good. The nap time was only a short 40 minutes. From 1:20 to 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, Li Sijing, who was woken up by Xingkong, felt particularly energetic. As for the reason why Xingkong woke her up, it was naturally because she encountered a resource box. The intermediate resource box had been encountered before. There was no need to guess that the resource boxes after today were all low level. After getting off the bed, Li Sijing went straight to the driving area. The resource box that appeared in sight was indeed white. There were small insects flying outside. When taking the resource box, Li Sijing was bitten 3 more times. This time, the toxin that had finally dropped to 7 points soared to 10 points in an instant. And the dizziness symptoms appeared again. After using insecticide to kill the insects in the car, Li Sijing took out a watermelon from the mustard space and broke it in half. This time, she planned to reduce the toxins in her body a little more, in order to avoid triggering dizziness symptoms every time she was bitten by an insect. That was really uncomfortable. Chapter 384 Carrying Skill Crossing Card. A watermelon weighs 3 pounds. The watermelon pulp in half a watermelon weighs about 1 pound. When Li Sijing finished eating half a watermelon, the toxins were naturally expelled by 5 points. The toxin value on the blue screen dropped directly from 10 points to 5 points. The watermelon rind that was eaten was cut into small pieces by Li Sijing and thrown into the breeding cage to feed the hens. As for the other half of the watermelon, she put it into the mustard space to ensure the fresh taste. After that, Li Sijing sat in the activity area, looking like she was in a daze. In fact, she was thinking about what she needed to do in the afternoon. First of all, one thing is certain: Li Sijing must drive. However, it should be noted that the orange tree in the planting pot can be harvested at 3 o'clock. There is less than an hour from now. So, in order not to drive, you have to run to do other things. Li Sijing decided to start driving after she had finished dealing with the planting pots at 3 o'clock. So, what should she do in the next hour or so? Cook sugar? No. Put the sugarcane juice squeezed out in the mustard space in the morning. It will take several hours to boil it into brown sugar. Since she had to drive in the afternoon, it was definitely not suitable for making sugar. After thinking for a long time, Li Sijing finally couldn't think of anything suitable to do. In the end, she decided not to look for trouble. It's just an hour. Since there is nothing to do, take a good rest and give yourself a holiday. It was just right, and she could relax her tense nerves. So, Li Sijing stood up and took out the Maojian tea leaves that she had only drunk once. Boil a pot of hot water to brew the tea. Then, she went to find the domineering novel that she hadn't touched for a long time to kill time. Reading the novel and drinking tea, there was a peaceful and leisurely atmosphere in the car. Such a rare leisure time. Time naturally passed quickly. As a result, she hadn't finished drinking a pot of tea and hadn't read a few chapters of the novel. The time came to 2:40, and the resource box appeared on the road again. The process of taking this resource box was very easy. After all, the insect repellent incense had just gone out not long ago, and the insects outside the car had not yet become rampant. After taking the resource box back safely, and quickly killing the insects that entered the car, Li Sijing sat in the activity area. Her expression could not hide her excitement. You know, the resource box she just took was the 11th resource box today. In other words, In addition to the intermediate resource box that was opened before, Li Xijing already has 10 low-level resource boxes in her hands. They can be synthesized. How can she not be excited? Take out all the low-level resource boxes from the mustard space, and then click to synthesize. After 10 white resource boxes are transformed into one blue resource box, Li Xijing slowly opens it. Strange Peanuts 100G. Oil Tank Expansion Blueprint. Carrying Skill Crossing Card. Spicy Beef Jerky 200G. Salted Duck Egg 100G *2. Breathable Stockings 5 pairs. Another Oil Tank Expansion Blueprint was opened. After opening only 2 intermediate resource boxes, 3 Oil Tank Expansion Blueprints have been opened. Is this normal? Of course. Regardless of whether it is normal or not, Li Xijing's attention is not on this now. Li Xijing's eyes are looking at the second item in this resource box. This is not a blueprint. That is to say, this intermediate resource box, even with the blessing of the sign-in system, did Li Xijing only get one blueprint? Recalling the 2 identical blueprints in the last resource box, Li Xijing couldn't help but wonder, has her luck hit a new low again? Has it become a level that even the sign-in system can't save it? Of course, this self-pitying suspicion only lasted for a second, and she threw it behind her. Because of the name of this second item, Li Xijing suddenly felt that this item should not be simple. All kinds of cards in the game have magical uses, and this strange card is not necessarily worse than the blueprint. Carrying Skill Crossing Card. When crossing back, you can choose a skill you already have and carry it with you. Note, this card is banned and cannot be used temporarily. When she saw the card information for the first time, Li Xijing's eyes widened. The introduction was only one sentence. The content could be read clearly at a glance. But Li Xijing read it again and again with unbelievable eyes, looking at the 5 words when traveling back on the introduction. She couldn't react for a long time. So, is this true? Are these words really what she understood? Do they really have a chance to travel back? Countless questions rippled in Li Xijing's mind, and the answers to these questions made Li Xijing unbelievable. Forced to travel through time to survive, Li Xijing went from being cautious at the beginning to being at ease now. Compared with other people who traveled through time together, Li Xijing's life now is already very good. Or rather, she is almost one of the top ones. But what about this? Do the top existences in the survival world live as comfortably as ordinary people on Earth? Li Xijing went from being an ordinary person to becoming the top existence with the help of a golden finger. But her biggest wish is to return to being an ordinary person, on an ordinary Earth, as an ordinary girl, going to an ordinary class every day and living an ordinary life. Although Li Xijing knew that after traveling through time to the survival world, such an ordinary life is just her extravagant wish, a consolation when bored. And now, can her extravagant wish come true? It took several minutes for Li Xijing to finally come back to her senses from the stunned shock. Barely suppressing her inner excitement, she forced herself to calm down. Then, Li Xijing looked at the introduction of this card again, interpreting it word by word. I hope to find more information from this brief introduction. First of all, the travel back here is temporarily understood as traveling back to Earth. Then the function of this card is to choose a skill when traveling back to Earth and bring it back to Earth together. So, when they return to Earth, can these and skill drawings that they have now be brought back together? What about the RV? And the mustard seed space? Oh! And the most important sign-in system. Which of these things can be carried? Is there a corresponding carrying card? Li Xijing even thought about it. Since these skills and other things can be brought back to the Earth, then is the Earth still the ordinary Earth? So, after they travel back, will there be any strange changes on the Earth? Also, this card is in the ban and cannot be used for the time being. So, when will it be unsealed and when can it be used? Do we have to wait until a specific time? Or how many worlds do we need to pass? Or, what percentage of people need to die? If this is really a game, how can we pass the level and go home? Too many questions came to my mind, but I couldn't find a clear answer. Li Xijing tried to ask Xingyao. As for the result, naturally, he kept silent and pretended to be dead. So don't disturb me. Chapter 385 Favorable Choice. A sudden card that allows you to travel with skills. Li Xijing's originally calm state of mind was turned upside down. Too many questions and too many possibilities were rolling in her mind. Unfortunately, no matter how much Li Xijing thought about it, she could not find the answer. This card was marked as temporarily unusable, and it just could not be used. Li Xijing tried to click on it, But there was no response at all. In the end, she could not figure out why. So she could only carefully put the card into the mustard space. With the shocking appearance of this card that allows you to travel with skills. In this intermediate resource box, other supplies are very inconspicuous. The fuel tank expansion drawing. Click to use directly. The fuel tank capacity is upgraded from 230 units to 240 units. A bag of strange tasting peanuts and a bag of spicy beef jerky are directly stuffed into the snack cabinet. 2 salted duck eggs are stuffed into the mustard space. And they are kept for when to eat. Finally, there are the unparalleled breathable stockings, which are put away for daily wear. While sorting out these supplies, Li Sijing was very absent-minded. Although she told herself that the card could not be used now, it was useless to think more. But Li Sijing still couldn't help but have all kinds of questions and ideas in her mind. When she finished dealing with the resource box, it was already 3 o'clock. It took 20 minutes to open a resource box, which was quite long. 3 o'clock was the time when the orange trees in the planting pots matured. By picking oranges, Li Sijing also diverted her attention, so that she would not think about the cards and some things on the earth all the time. This crop of oranges yielded a total of 96 kilograms, all stored in the mustard space. Li Sijing, who sat back in her seat, was thinking about another question. Has anyone else obtained this kind of card besides her? If the card is really as she guessed, then, should she tell her friends, or even everyone in the area? First of all, Li Sijing made a decision without any hesitation. She is definitely willing to share this information with her friends. After all, letting a few people know that there is a chance of traveling back. For Li Sijing, there is no loss. As for whether to tell more people, or even everyone, Li Sijing is still hesitating. The most important thing is that Li Sijing is still unable to determine what the conditions are for unlocking this card. If the unlocking condition is triggered by a certain number of deaths, then Li Sijing told everyone this news. Wouldn't it increase the difficulty for herself, enhance everyone's desire to survive, and prolong the time to go back? Such an idea may be very selfish. But people are selfish. If you stay in this survival game for a long time, you will become more selfish. If you can use the death of some people in exchange for your chance to return to Earth, Li Sijing believes that most people will agree without hesitation. So, she struggled for a long time on this issue. In the end, Li Sijing made the most favorable choice for herself. This news can be shared with friends, but not told to everyone for the time being. After Li Sijing determines the trigger mechanism for returning to Earth, she will make a new decision. As for telling friends about this news, now is obviously not the right time. How shocked I was when I just got the news. Li Sijing believes that others will be shocked. In order not to delay their search for supplies, let's wait until dark. When Li Sijing thought about these things clearly, the time had come to 3:20. The insect repellent incense was lit, and the flying insects outside the car were scattered instantly. In the clear vision again, the resource box appeared again. The process of taking this resource box was very peaceful without the disturbance of insects. Li Sijing, who put away the resource box, did not leave the driver's seat, because she was going to start today's driving trip. Just now, she got the shocking news that she had a chance to go home. Li Sijing not only did not cancel the driving trip, on the contrary, she became more active and even wanted to extend the driving time. After all, who knows if Shinkong can go back with her when she travels back? There is also a master-level racing driver skill book. If Li Sijing is asked to choose one of all the skills she has to bring back to Earth, anyway, she would definitely not choose the racing driver skills. So, take advantage of the opportunity now and practice more. After all, the skill book cannot be taken back. But the proficiency she has practiced is hers. It is more reliable to have everything in your own hands. In fact, Li Sijing has a deeper concern hidden in her heart that she is unwilling to say. She is worried about the Earth she has traveled back to with so much difficulty. Is it still the ordinary Earth? Li Sijing, who was driving the car, was more serious than before. After the RV was upgraded, it became much larger, and naturally more difficult to operate. Fortunately, it has a four-wheel drive engine, which is more flexible in operation. It reduced some difficulty for Li Sijing. In this way, Li Sijing could drive at a normal speed. But the road conditions added a lot of difficulty to her. The dense flying insects constantly blocked her vision, and there were dense cracks on the road. When Shinkong drove, he could still maintain a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. When it was Li Sijing's turn, the speed dropped a lot. The insect repellent incense was lit, and there were no insects for half an hour. She could still maintain a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. But when the insects were rampant, Li Sijing only had a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The average speed of the two combined was only 60 kilometers per hour. But even at such a slow speed, Li Sijing still insisted on driving herself. Moreover, she drove for quite a while. From 3:20 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., Li Sijing drove for 2.5 hours and traveled 150 kilometers. At the very least, she could encounter a resource box every 50 kilometers. During this period, Li Sijing encountered 3 resource boxes in total. Chapter 386. The resource box will be left until tomorrow. Halfway through driving the RV. At 4:30, Li Sijing also took some time to pick ripe cherry tomatoes. Still 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, all stored in the mustard space. Then Li Sijing also planted watermelon seeds. The next time they mature, they will have to wait until dark. And from 3:20 to 5:50, during the 2.5 hours of driving time, Li Sijing encountered 3 resource boxes. And when taking these 3 resource boxes, it is still inevitable to be bitten by insects. When encountering the first resource box, the insects were flying outside the car. Li Sijing was bitten 6 times directly, and the toxins in the body rose to 9 points. The second resource box was very unfortunate, and it was still encountered when there were many insects. So, Li Sijing was bitten 5 times again, and the toxins in the body rose to 13 points. When driving, dizziness symptoms are really deadly. Although there was still half a watermelon in the mustard space, Li Sijing, who was driving, had no time to eat. So, she could only swallow 4 detoxification pills to reduce the toxins in her body to 9 points. And when it was 5:50 now, when she met the third resource box, the insects had just reappeared. So there were not many. But Li Sijing was still very unlucky, and was bitten 4 times. The driving rights of the RV were returned to Shinkong. Li Sijing first used insecticide to get rid of the small number of flying insects that flew into the car. Then she dealt with her dizziness. Clicking on the blue screen, she saw that the toxins in Li Sijing's body had risen to 12 points. Shinkong was driving the RV forward. Li Sijing didn't need to take the detoxification pills now. She had free time. So she naturally had time to eat the half watermelon she still had. Half a watermelon. Only about half of it. Li Sijing's dizziness had completely disappeared. When she finished eating it all, the toxin value in her body had dropped to 7 points. As usual, the watermelon rind was cut into small pieces and thrown into the breeding cage. 2.5 hours of driving. Tense nerves. Insects appearing from time to time. And occasional dizziness. Now, Li Sijing, who was free again, naturally had to take a good rest. There was only 1 hour left before dark. Li Sijing didn't pay much attention to the trading area for the whole afternoon. Now it was just right to take advantage of this time to deal with trivial matters. The items hung in the trading area, except for insect trading and insecticide trading. The sales volume of other items was relatively light as always. Even the electric mosquito swatter, which was originally quite good, now had a bottleneck. In one day, it was good enough to sell more than 10 or 20. And in 1 hour, the trading of insects accumulated another 39 kilograms. 39 kilograms of oranges were consumed to exchange for these 39 kilograms of insects. As for insecticide, 7 bottles were sold at the price of 20 units of metal. 16 bottles were sold at the price of 40 units of metal. After dealing with the matters in the trading area, Li Sijing also browsed the regional channel. Unfortunately, now is a good time to struggle. There were not many people still chatting in the area, so naturally there was nothing to see. When the time came to 6:30, the insect repellent incense had just burned out. The 16th resource box of the day appeared in the middle of the highway. This time, Li Sijing finally avoided the fate of being bitten by insects. And now there is only half an hour left before dark. Unfortunately, with Shinkong's current speed, half an hour is not enough for her to encounter another resource box. So, Li Sijing simply stopped the RV on the spot, washed some rice, and cooked it in an electric rice cooker. Li Sijing returned to the activity area and sat down, and began to count the resource boxes. Today's speed was not increased, and only 16 resource boxes were obtained in the end. Among these 16 resource boxes, 1 resource box is intermediate and has been opened. There are also 10 low-level resource boxes, which have been synthesized into intermediate resource boxes and have also been opened. So, Li Xijing now has 5 low-level resource boxes in his hand. So, the question is, should these 5 low-level resource boxes be opened now? After the 5 low-level resource boxes are blessed by the sign-in system, they should be able to open a lot of food and daily necessities. However, after thinking for a few seconds, Li Xijing directly put away these resource boxes. She planned to keep these low-level resource boxes. After harvesting the resource boxes tomorrow, she would put them together with these few. Synthesize a new intermediate resource box. After all, the items in the low-level resource boxes can be purchased with materials. And in the intermediate resource boxes, you can get magical items such as the skill crossing card. Sometimes, you still have to take a chance. Although the chance is very small. What if it comes out again? After the RV stopped in the middle of the road. As time went by, the number of bugs surrounding the vehicle increased. Seeing that the time of 7 o'clock was getting closer and closer, Li Xijing took the time to check the car window glass from beginning to end. The result? The situation is naturally not very good. The car maintenance card was used this morning, and it has only been 12 hours. The corrosion of the glass by insects is already serious. Some serious places have even been corroded by almost half of the thickness. Looking at the situation, it is estimated that it can only last until tomorrow morning. Originally, a brand new RV can last for a day and a half. Now, it has been shortened to 1 day? Then what will happen next? There are more and more insects. And the time the RV can last is getting shorter and shorter. It seems that it will be in tomorrow's competition. Li Xijing still needs to change more car maintenance cards and hold them in her hand for backup. After checking all the conditions of the RV, there are only a few minutes left until 7 o'clock. Li Xijing simply closed the blackout curtain. Chapter 387 Basic Materials for Rapid Growth. Insect-infested world. The 4th day. 7 o'clock in the evening. After dark, Li Xijing first picked the 3 ripe watermelons in the planting pot. From 7 to 11, there are 4 hours in between. Li Xijing did not continue to plant fruits. Instead, she took out soybean seeds and prepared to plant a crop of soybeans. Since she came to this world, she rarely opened low-level resource boxes. There were not many drinks in Li Xijing's hand. Plant some soybeans, and then you can use the wall breaker to squeeze some soy milk to drink. The rice in the rice cooker has tripped. Today, Li Xijing is still preparing to eat dinner first. Take out half of the corn bone soup left at noon from the mustard space. Stir-fried beef and mutton. And make a little bit of each. Finally, with rice, it is a very hearty dinner. The regional channel after dark is as lively as ever. With these chat messages, it can be said to be very good for eating. There were no activities today, so naturally nothing unusual happened in the area. Most of the chats in the area were about what they had gained today. There were also concerns about tonight and expectations for tomorrow's racing activities. After filtering out this information, Li Xijing also obtained some useful information. First, there was a serious shortage of insect-repellent incense and car repair cards. The purchase information that could be seen almost everywhere indicated that many people had reached their limits. After a day, the detoxification pills in everyone's hands were obviously almost consumed. Food, especially fruits, became scarce again. Or rather, everyone's demand for food has become more urgent than before. After all, there are still 3 days before the end of this world. Moreover, these 3 days are getting harder and harder. If you really want to survive to the end, of course you have to prepare early. In this case, Li Xijing has stored fruits in his hands. In this case, they can be released. While eating dinner, Li Xijing counted the fruits in his hands. In addition to trading for insects, there are still 212 kilograms of intact oranges. By the way, there are 20 kilograms of stale oranges and 20 kilograms of wilted oranges. In addition, there are 20 kilograms of cherry tomatoes and 11 watermelons. Finally, Li Xijing decided to sell 200 kilograms of intact oranges. As for those stale and wilted oranges, they will be sold at a lower price. There are also 20 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, all of which will be sold. As for watermelons, sell 10. These fruits add up to almost 300 kilograms. As a result, they were all sold out in less than 5 minutes after being put on the trading area. For this, Li Xijing also obtained a lot of basic materials. In addition to selling fruits, she also sold pesticides, which also earned a lot of basic materials. Clicking on the manufacturing page, you can see that Li Xijing's 6 basic materials have finally exceeded 1,000 units. metal 2,394 units, plastic 1,256 units, rubber 1,134 units, glass 1,076 units, cloth 1,023 units, wood 1,894 units. Of course, these quantities are still far from the 4,000 units she wanted. Comrades still need to keep working hard. When Li Sijing finished dinner, it was already 7:30. After washing the dishes, she sat back in the activity area. Li Sijing drank fresh milk and digested the food. At this time, everyone should have been free. After thinking about it, Li Sijing took out the skill-carrying card from the mustard space, sent the basic information of this card to Zhou Qinghuan, Lu Yizhou, and Wu Aiguo respectively, in the more than half a month of crossing to the survival game. For various reasons and coincidences, Li Sijing interacted most frequently with these three people. They were also the most familiar with each other, and had a good relationship. So, the list that Li Sijing finally decided to share information with was only these three people. After the message was sent, the three people replied one after another. As for the content of these messages, it was naturally shocking. After the shock, the performance of the three people was different. Zhou Qinghuan envied Li Sijing's good luck as always, and thanked Li Sijing for sharing. After Wu Aiguo thanked Li Sijing for sharing the information, he also gave a series of related analyses. Although most of the content of the analysis was what Li Sijing had already thought of, but there were still some points that Li Sijing had not considered, which were very useful. As for Lu Yizhou, after thanking Li Sijing, he said little as usual. He only left a promise to find me if you have anything. In short, after the secret was shared, although there was no specific reward, but Li Sijing's mood was unexpectedly much more relaxed. The chat with him lasted until 8 o'clock before it finally ended. Li Sijing, who was in a much better mood, started today's exercise with great enthusiasm. Daily exercise, which was originally a daily task, has now become very passionate. Half an hour later, Li Sijing, who was sweating profusely, finished today's exercise. After that, he still took a shower and washed his face. As for the dirty clothes, save them first. By the way, Li Sijing's water resources and gasoline are not much left. According to this trend, it is estimated that he can only hold on to the end of this world. It seems that I have to find time to go to the trading area to change it tomorrow. After Li Sijing cleaned up, he used toilet paper to block the ventilation hole. When I finally returned to the bedroom, it was just 9 o'clock, which was half an hour earlier than yesterday. Although other people in the area speculated, the reason why the vehicle malfunctioned and could not drive was because the ventilation hole was blocked. But Li Sijing still decided to block the ventilation hole tonight. It doesn't matter if the RV can't drive after getting up tomorrow morning. Anyway, it has to be used, and the car maintenance card is not. Sitting on the bed, Li Sijing usually finds a movie to kill time. By the way, the bedroom has doubled its space. Even watching movies is more comfortable. Today's movie, Li Sijing even watched the ending song. It was only 10:30. At this time, the soybeans in the planting pots were ripe. It took some time to harvest the pods and put them all under the dryer in the closet. Blow it for half an hour, and you can peel the shells and squeeze soy milk to drink tomorrow morning. Seeing that there is still some time before 11 o'clock in the evening, Li Sijing opened the regional channel again and took a look. At this time, there were not many people chatting in the area. After watching for a while, before turning off the blue screen, Li Sijing also looked at the real-time number of people, 5088/10,000. Compared with yesterday, there are more than 1,100 fewer people. There are no activities today. But there are still so many fewer people? Then tomorrow's competition activities. Wouldn't it be? While thinking about it, time finally reached 11 o'clock. This time, Li Sijing harvested 101 kilograms of oranges from the orange tree. Wow! The harvest of one crop broke through 3 digits for the first time. This weight can be said to have broken a historical high. Li Sijing happily put it into the mustard space. Then, she planted sugarcane in another planting pot. Finally, Li Sijing took out the hen from the breeding cage. Take out a garbage bag. Carefully wrap its butt, and put it in the car to roam. By the way, there is also a ventilation hole, which must be plugged tightly again. In short, after all the preparations before going to bed were completed, Li Sijing finally climbed into bed and could sleep well. By the way, today she has such a big bed. Li Sijing couldn't imagine how well she slept. Chapter 388 Natural Disaster, Eternal Night. On the 5th day of the insect-infested world. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. After a good night's sleep, Li Sijing was awakened by Xingyu's alarm clock. She couldn't help but stretch herself hard, then sat up and opened her eyes. She picked up the intercom on the bedside and told Xingkong to drive. As expected, the RV broke down and couldn't start, and Li Sijing had been prepared for it, and took out a car maintenance card directly from the mustard space. After using it, the whole RV was brand new. Then I felt the sound of the engine starting, and the RV finally started to move. Now Li Sijing only has 2 car maintenance cards left in his hand. In fact, the previous RV upgrade is equivalent to a car maintenance card. Otherwise, Li Sijing would probably only have a pitiful car maintenance card left in his hand. While dressing and folding the quilt, Li Sijing also looked outside through the mosquito net. When she stuffed toilet paper into the vent last night, she stuffed it as tightly as she did the day before. As a result, there were more bugs in the car this morning than yesterday. These bugs that increase day by day are really frustrating. Li Sijing, who got dressed and got out of bed, still took out a bottle of insecticide to spray. There were so many bugs in the car today that a bottle of insecticide almost didn't solve them all. After dealing with these bugs, Li Sijing's first stop, when she got up early, was still the planting pot. The weight of the harvested oranges once again became double-digit oranges. A total of 97 kilograms. It seems that the 3-digit number last night was indeed just a flash in the pan. In another planting pot, a piece of sugar cane harvested was directly stuffed into the mustard space. Yesterday, she clenched her hand so hard because of the sugar cane. She didn't want to deal with sugar cane again in the short term. As for the crops to be planted next, Li Sijing still followed the original choice. After all, look at the current situation. Insect bites and famine are getting worse and worse. Fruits are high yield, delicious, and easy to eat. So, is there a better choice than this? In the planting pot, sow the seeds of cherry tomatoes. Then, Li Sijing turned her eyes to the hen lying motionless on the side. She picked up the hen casually, and her hand subconsciously touched the hen's stomach. Then, the bulging feel really scared Li Sijing. How come it's getting bigger day by day? This hen won't be stupid enough to burst her stomach one day. Right? So, Li Sijing carefully took off the diaper made of a garbage bag for the hen. At the same time, she was still nagging in the hen's ear, warning it not to eat too much and make itself stupid. Facing Li Sijing's nagging, the hen looked lazy. After wiping the hen clean with a wet towel, she stuffed it into the breeding cage. The hen, that was full of insects, was still very diligent. Let Li Sijing harvest 2 eggs again. After putting the eggs into the mustard space, she came to the kitchen again. Li Sijing prepared to wash some rice and cook a pot of rice porridge in the morning. I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I still miss it. After all the things to do were done, Li Sijing sat on the spinning bike. The position of the spinning bike was facing the left window. This also led to Li Sijing's exercise every time she sat on the spinning bike. As soon as you look up, you can look out the window at the road outside. It has been several days since I came to this insect-infested world. Li Sijing is already familiar with the environment outside the car, but she still can't adapt to the increasing number of insects outside the car. And she expresses disgust. Of course, the increase in these insects is expected. What attracted Li Sijing's attention more was the cracks on the road. Compared with yesterday's situation, the density of cracks on the road has not changed much. It seems that there is a small crack every 2 or 3 kilometers, and a large crack every 10 kilometers. However, the density of these cracks has not changed, but the degree of cracking has changed. Yesterday's small cracks were like lines, and the large cracks were as wide as fingers. But what about today? Looking at Li Sijing outside the window, the perfect level eagle eye skill allows her to see clearly. The 2 cracks that appeared in succession are both as wide as the thickness of a finger. Will there be 2 large cracks that appear in succession? From the rules learned yesterday, it is obviously unlikely. Then there is only one possibility left. Today's small cracks have expanded to the same extent as yesterday's big cracks. Li Sijing didn't have to wait too long. The cracks that appeared in her field of vision later completely confirmed her guess. The width of this crack was as wide as a palm. This can no longer be called a crack, but a crack. A crack as wide as a palm extends from the left side of the road to the right side of the road. No matter how you want to avoid it, there is no way. The only way to get past it is to honestly press over this crack. Now, this palm-wide crack is not a big problem. The biggest impact is probably the speed of the vehicle and the wear of the tires. But the key is that this crack will get bigger and bigger. It is only 1 palm wide now. What about tomorrow? Will it become 2 palms wide? According to the routine of the survival game, this speculation will definitely come true. By then, even if the vehicle can barely pass, how many people in the area have mastered this superb technology? Of course, it is too early to consider these things that have not happened yet. Back to the current situation. There is a problem that has been put in front of Li Sijing. That is, the driving speed of the RV is now slower. The increase in insects does not have much impact on Shinkong, who uses radar as his eyes. But the expansion of the cracks on the road forced Shinkong to slow down again. Yesterday's speed dropped by 20 kilometers, and it could only maintain a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Today's speed dropped by another 10 kilometers, becoming 70 kilometers per hour. In this way, the resource boxes that could have been obtained today have become even fewer. I don't want these established things to affect my mood. Li Sijing is going to find something else to divert my attention. For example, sign in. Today is the 5th day of the insect world. I don't know what kind of natural disaster will happen in the next world. With a nervous mood, Li Sijing said, Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for the natural disaster prediction card. Ding. The natural disaster prediction card was used successfully. The next natural disaster, Eternal Night. Chapter 389. I am very grateful. Eternal Night? When Li Sijing saw these 2 words for the first time, she was still a little confused. What does Eternal Night mean? Is this a natural disaster? Then, when she looked at these 2 words for the second time, Li Sijing suddenly understood. Eternal Night? Eternal Night? Is this how these 2 words mean? So, the next natural disaster is Eternal Night. That is, a world without day and always dark. Fuck. This can't be true? In disbelief, Li Sijing immediately thought of those unknown beings in the dark. So, in that world without day, will those unknown beings that have been living in the dark appear anytime and anywhere? Thinking of those unknown creatures and strange means of attack, Li Sijing couldn't help but have a headache. Fortunately in the last world, because of Wu Aigua, the mysterious veil of those unknown creatures was revealed a little. Let Li Sijing have a general understanding of those unknown creatures, so that he will not be confused. Of course, in addition to those unknown creatures wandering in the night, there are many troubles and dangers in the world of Eternal Night. For example, in the world of Eternal Night, they can only travel in the dark. And what do you need to travel in the dark? Of course, it is lights. But when the whole world is dark, are the lights that come with the vehicle really enough? If you don't pay attention, you don't know which corner you will drive into. By the way, speaking of lights, Li Sijing suddenly thought of something. She seemed to have opened a high beam cannon spotlight before. Right? At that time, she thought it was useless, and was going to synthesize it into an accessory upgrade card. Thinking of this, Li Sijing didn't even bother to ride her spinning bike. She hurriedly clicked on the blue screen, and opened the manufacturing page. Then she found the high beam cannon spotlight blueprint in a row of useless accessory blueprints. There are a total of 8 abandoned blueprints that have been put into the Coal Palace, including this high beam cannon spotlight blueprint. At this time, Li Sijing couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, no useless blueprints were opened in the 2 intermediate resource boxes she opened yesterday. Otherwise, if Li Sijing had collected 10 useless blueprints yesterday, she would definitely choose to synthesize the accessory upgrade card immediately. That would be really miserable. If she lost the high beam cannon spotlight blueprint, Li Sijing would definitely regret it and want to hit the wall. She was extremely lucky and quickly clicked on manufacturing. Then the drawing disappeared, and the skeleton structure of the entire RV appeared in Li Sijing's mind. This was to ask her to choose the location for the spotlight installation. The most important purpose of installing this spotlight. It is to illuminate in the dark so that the vehicle can drive better. Then, there is no need to think too much about the installation location. The roof of the RV, the top of the windshield, is the best choice. After installation, Li Sijing was in the car. Because of the angle, she couldn't see the situation and general shape of the spotlight. However, it doesn't matter whether it looks good or not, as long as it is useful. Forced herself to exercise on the spinning bike for a while, when the starry sky prompted that the first resource box of the day appeared on the road. Li Sijing couldn't wait to get off the spinning bike and head straight to the driving area. At this time, the insect repellent incense had just been extinguished for more than 10 minutes. There were fewer insects outside the car than before the insect repellent incense was lit. But even so, when taking the resource box, Li Sijing's hands were still inevitably bitten 3 times. She found that as the insects became more and more dense, unless the insect repellent incense was lit when the resource box was taken. Otherwise, no matter what, it was always impossible to avoid being bitten by insects. Fortunately, after a night, because of the skill of invulnerable to all poisons, all the toxins in Li Sijing's body have been expelled from the body. Other people in the area can only automatically expel 1 point of toxins every 24 hours. For so many days, I don't know how much toxins have accumulated in the body. Thinking about the symptoms that will appear every time the body exceeds 10 points. Li Sijing feels extremely terrible. After using insecticide to eliminate the insects that entered the car, Li Sijing did not get up and leave the driving area. She was ready to take the opportunity to try out the specific effect of the long-range spotlight that had just been installed. Li Sijing, who drives the RV herself every day, is very familiar with the driving area. So, when there was an extra button next to the steering wheel, she saw it at a glance. I guess this is the switch to control the long-range spotlight. After turning on the switch, Li Sijing saw a transparent white beam of light shot straight into the distance from the top of her head. It was obviously daytime now, and the light outside the car was sufficient. This white beam of light was obviously transparent and should be integrated into the light. But Li Sijing could see the trace of this beam of light shooting into the distance. And there is only one reason for this situation. That is, the light emitted by this high beam cannon spotlight. It is even brighter than natural light. Because it is daytime, the 300-meter effective range mentioned in the introduction cannot be seen clearly. But even so, for the effect of this long-range cannon spotlight, Li Sijing is very satisfied. With this thing, she is more confident in the eternal night disaster in the next world. After watching the spotlight, Li Sijing did not forget to go to the bathroom to wash up. The rice porridge in the rice cooker has been boiled. After washing up, it is just right to have breakfast. When Li Sijing finished washing up and started to fiddle with breakfast, 8 o'clock came, and the game notification appeared on time. Congratulations to all players for surviving until now. Surrounded by insect plagues, the poison in your body is rising. Do you feel unwell and famine? Don't worry. The intimate game activities have started again. Here you can get everything you want. Next, our car race activities are online again. Please listen carefully to the rules of the game. First, the competition starts with the car itself and drives 250 kilometers to reach the end. The first 10 players to arrive will receive points. Second, points treasure chests will be refreshed along the way. You can get a number of points by opening them. Third, when the activity starts, the game mall will appear in the world channel. Drinking water, gasoline, skill books, car repair cards, etc. can all be purchased with points. Fourth, all players must participate in the competition. After the activity ends, players who have not reached the end will be directly eliminated. Fifth, all players on the way will gradually converge to a main road. They can attack each other. After reaching the end, they cannot attack. Sixth, the activity time is 12 to 1800 hours. Please be prepared. Well, it's still the familiar recipe. And it's still the familiar taste. Li Sijing has heard this set of words several times after traveling through several worlds. And she can almost recite it by heart. Chapter 390. Consider clearing the pesticide. This competition. 250 kilometers. 6 hours. The average speed needs to be maintained at about 42 kilometers per hour. Of course, we can know this from the previous competitions. The road of the competition will become steeper and more tortuous as we go back. Therefore, this average speed must be raised. Not to mention, there are points treasure chests on the road. And if you want, you have to go faster. To do this, it is somewhat difficult for most people in the area. Of course, this is no problem for Li Sijing. But the key is that Li Sijing's goal is higher. Not only does she want to reach the finish line on time, she also wants the first place reward. And if she wants to get the first place, Li Sijing's behavior of driving herself can obviously not be arranged in the event. If she doesn't know the news that she can go back, Li Sijing may just give up driving herself today, just like before. But since she already knows the news, she naturally doesn't want to miss every opportunity to exercise. So, Li Xijing prepared to move this trip to the morning. However, this way, she had more things to do in the morning. She had to deal with large beasts, small beasts, and drive. She also had to eat lunch before the event started. And it would be best if she could take a nap. Li Xijing could already imagine so many things. She was so busy this morning. Therefore, she still cherished this short leisure time during breakfast. 2 steamed buns, a salted duck egg, rice porridge, and some pickled mustard. This is Li Xijing's breakfast today. Sitting in the activity area and eating breakfast, she still took the opportunity to open the blue screen. The first thing to look at, of course, is the trading area. Early in the morning, only an hour after dawn. There are not many people selling insects. There are only 5 kilograms of insects, and 5 kilograms of oranges are used. As for insecticides, the sales volume is relatively large. 2 bottles were sold at the price of 20 units of metal. 33 bottles were sold at the price of 40 units of metal. With such a large income early in the morning, Li Xijing was in a very high mood. Although a lot of insecticides were sold yesterday, there were also a lot of insects. The insecticide making machine didn't know when it worked last night. Finally, all the insects were made into insecticides. Now, Li Xijing has a total of 118 intact bottles of insecticides in her hands. There is also a bottle, which she just used a little. Now that 35 bottles have been traded, there are only 83 bottles of intact insecticide left. The 5 kilograms of insects that I just got can make another 5 bottles of insecticide. Counting the number of insecticides in my hand, Li Xijing calculated in my mind. It is now known that the natural disaster in the next world is eternal night. Then, the insecticides in this world are in short supply. In the next world, it is obviously useless. So, in order to maximize the benefits, I have to clear all the insecticides in my hand in this world. Even if I make less money, I have to sell them all. But when should I clear them out? The last day? No. There are no resource boxes on the road on the day of the natural disaster. That is to say, under normal circumstances, everyone is rushing to get on the road and will not get off the car at all. If you don't get off the car, the bugs cannot enter the moving vehicle. So there is no need for insecticide. Then, the most appropriate time should be the night of the 6th day. After all, the vehicle has been parked on the road for a night, and a lot of bugs must have entered. Early in the morning of the 7th day, who would not want a bottle of insecticide to clean the bugs in the car? Well, it's decided. After dark tomorrow night, empty the insecticide in your hand. After dealing with the affairs of the trading area, Li Xijing came to the regional channel again. The competition is coming soon, and it is obvious that everyone in the area is looking forward to it. The negative emotions that were originally surging in the area have also become much less. Imagine waiting, using points to exchange for various supplies from the game store. Everyone's heart is full of hope. Of course, many people have also raised the difficulties in this competition. For example, the cracks on the road that are like speed bumps. It seriously hindered everyone's speed, which was not fast to begin with. But even so, it did not extinguish everyone's passion. Li Xijing finished all her breakfast while chatting in the area. Just after washing the dishes, the second resource box of the day appeared on the road. At 8:30, the insect repellent incense had just burned out. Taking the resource box at this time naturally avoided being harassed by insects. After the resource box was put into the mustard space, Li Xijing did not leave the driver's seat. Now that we have eaten and drunk enough, it is a good time to drive. So, without any warning, Li Xijing started driving. Under the influence of insects and road conditions, Li Xijing can only maintain an average speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The driving process is very boring. And with such complex road conditions, Li Xijing must always concentrate. In short, this process is very energy consuming. From 8:30 to 10:30. In 2 hours, Li Xijing got a total of 2 resource boxes. This efficiency has to be complained about. And it goes back to the beginning. And the only good news among them, probably, the time when I encountered the resource box twice. Both happened to be stuck when the insect repellent incense just burned out. This also led to the fact that Li Xijing was not bitten by insects during the whole process. And the 3 toxins that appeared after being bitten 3 times in the morning. Now they are also completely expelled in the skill of invulnerable to all poisons. The 2 resource boxes just obtained, plus the 2 resource boxes obtained before. A total of 4 low-level resource boxes were obtained today. Plus, there are 5 low-level resource boxes that were not opened yesterday, which is 9 in total. Alas, I still need one to synthesize the intermediate resource box. It seems that I have to wait a little longer. After handing the driving rights back to Shinkong, Li Xijing left the driving area. When he got up, the cherry tomatoes planted were ripe at 10:30. So, after driving, Li Xijing did not rest. He had to come to the planting pot and start the harvest journey. After harvesting 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes, he replanted watermelons. Finally, Li Xijing finally came to the activity area and sat down to rest for a while. Chapter 391 Caterpillars. After closing her eyes and resting for a few minutes, Li Xijing opened the trading area again. It's been 2 hours, and there must be many people trading insects. As expected, there were as many as 46 kilograms of insects traded in the trading area. Fortunately, Li Xijing didn't rush to sell the oranges she harvested in the morning. Otherwise, she might not be able to pay for enough fruits now. In addition to insects, the number of insecticides traded was also considerable. 9 bottles were sold at half price, and more were sold at full price. A total of 23 bottles. Calculated in this way, after all these insects are manufactured, the number of insecticides in Li Xijing's hand will exceed 3 digits again. After dealing with these, there is still some time before meeting the next resource box. This time, Li Xijing doesn't have the energy to read novels or play handheld game consoles. She is taking the time to close her eyes and rest. It feels like not long after, the sound of the starry sky sounded. The 5th resource box of the day has appeared. I opened my eyes and saw that the time was about 11:15. Alas, this is not a good time to take the resource box. As Li Xijing stood up, she wondered if she should wait for a few minutes. But if she waited, the remaining time would not be enough to see the resource box again. However, when Li Xijing came to the driving area, she found that her previous thoughts were unnecessary. Just because the resource box outside the car was not the low-level resource box she thought. It was a mid-level resource box with a blue glow. So, there was no need to worry about it. It would definitely take time to deal with the small beast. After that, the time was obviously not enough for Shinkong to advance another 50 kilometers. So naturally, he would miss the next resource box. The RV slowly stopped in front of the resource box. Li Xijing was operating the mechanical arm in the flying insects. The intermediate resource box was triggered, and white mist filled the air. When the white mist dissipated, a familiar figure appeared in sight. The black-brown body, which was almost 1 meter long, was covered with a layer of carapace. The most eye-catching thing was probably its pair of crab-like claws, and the slightly raised tail. There was no need to look at other details. Just from these features, Li Xijing already knew what kind of insect it was. Scorpion. So, on its raised tail, there should be a scorpion tail needle that is extremely poisonous. Right? The toxicity of scorpions is very famous on Earth. So, if you fight face to face, you must always pay attention to this toxin. Of course, Li Xijing now has a mechanical arm, so he will naturally not get off the car to fight. Although this giant scorpion looks very majestic, but Li Xijing believes that she can definitely win with the help of the mechanical arm. When the white fog dissipated and the scorpion began to move, Li Xijing had already taken a step ahead, operating the mechanical arm and waiting on the road to the RV. However, the speed of this scorpion is very agile. Li Xijing operated the mechanical arm and grabbed it several times before finally grabbing half of the giant scorpion's body. The captured giant scorpion was obviously unwilling to be controlled like this. Its flexible tail was raised high, revealing the hidden poison needle. The poison needle pierced the mechanical arm and ejected venom at the same time. Unfortunately, the mechanical arm has no life. Naturally, it will not relax its grip because of pain or paralysis. On the contrary, Li Xijing still controlled the mechanical arm and continued to increase the force of squeezing. Then, the giant scorpion was crushed by the mechanical arm. Of course, during this process, Li Xijing also discovered a problem. The place on the mechanical arm that was sprayed by the giant scorpion's venom was actually corroded. You know, this mechanical arm has been upgraded with an accessory upgrade card. Even if it has been exposed to the outside, those small flying insects with toxins have left very few traces on it. Now, it has been corroded by the giant scorpion's toxins. Although the degree of corrosion is not serious and does not affect the movement of the mechanical arm, but Li Xijing still wants to say that the scorpion's toxins are indeed very powerful. After crushing the scorpion, she has received a notification from the game. Then, the body of the giant scorpion disappeared directly. Only a detoxification pill was left. Falling to the ground, Li Sijing did not operate the mechanical arm to pick up the detoxification pills. It was because the time had already passed 11:20, and the insect repellent incense had been lit. All the insects in the circular area with a radius of 5 meters, centered on the insect repellent incense, were scattered. Li Sijing controlled the RV and slowly approached the road. Time had been delayed, and since she could not meet the next resource box, then this extra time was just right for her to get rid of the large beast today. After getting off the RV, Li Sijing first picked up the intermediate resource boxes and detoxification pills on the ground and put them into the mustard space. Then, she quickly came to the side of the road. The burning time of insect repellent incense is only 10 minutes. This has delayed several minutes, and Li Sijing has to be faster. She held the insecticide in one hand and lured the large beast with the other hand. However, the speed of the large beast today is much slower than usual. After waiting for almost twice as long as before, there was finally movement in the tall green grass leaves. After shaking gently, the wide green grass leaves were separated, revealing a gap. Then a green insect slowly moved forward from the green grass leaves. This color is almost integrated. If you don't observe carefully, I guess you can't find it. Where is the insect? This green insect is round, and I guess it can't be held by 2 hands. The body that was moving forward, stretching and shrinking, was not very obvious against the background of the same color. When the insect got closer, you could see a circle of dense hairs on its body that looked like thorns. So, today's large beast turned out to be a green caterpillar? No wonder it was so slow. The speed of the caterpillar was really not fast. However, this was very beneficial to Li Sijing. After all, the slower the insect was, the more convenient it would be for her to spray the insecticide. As for the enlarged caterpillar, it didn't look very good. Compared with yesterday's wireworm, it was much better. In short, today's game was considered a favorable game. When the caterpillar got closer, Li Sijing calmly pressed the insecticide. After a bottle of insecticide was used up, the huge caterpillar was naturally easily solved. The time consumed before and after was no more than 5 minutes, and most of this time was delayed by waiting for the caterpillar. Anyway, I was worried that I would not be able to kill the large beast even after the insect repellent incense burned out. Now, it was killed before the insect repellent incense burned out. It was unexpectedly fast. Chapter 392 Pesticides in the Game Store. Li Sijing finished dealing with the large beast and returned to the RV. It was only 11:30, and there was only half an hour left before the competition began. And Li Sijing decided to use this last half an hour to rest. Only after a good rest, she would have the energy to win the first place in the afternoon. Of course, before resting, she did not forget to cook rice. In this way, when Li Sijing got up, she would have a ready-made lunch. After a busy morning, she fell asleep very quickly after lying on the bed. As for the alarm clock, there was no need to set it. After all, there would be a game notification at 12 o'clock. There was no need to worry about oversleeping. Li Sijing felt that she had just fallen asleep when she heard the game notification. Dear players, the competition has officially begun. The space conversion has been completed. Please start from the current position and drive forward 250 kilometers to reach the end. After the event ends, players who have not reached the end will be eliminated. The game store is open. Please go to the World Channel to check. It's already 12 o'clock. Li Sijing almost immediately sat up from the bed. First picked up the intercom and told Shinkong to drive. The RV drove forward step by step, and she got up calmly. The rice that was cooked before had already tripped. After Li Sijing got out of bed, she put lunch on the table first, prepared to eat lunch while understanding the situation. In fact, after experiencing the previous worlds, what changes will there be in the game store? Li Sijing was about the same, and could make a rough guess. Clicking on the game store in the World Channel, there were still 4 familiar categories. The first one Li Sijing clicked on was naturally the category of resisting natural disasters. There were only 3 items in this category. She was very familiar with these 3 items. Detoxification pills, 2 points per pill. Insect repellent incense, 10 points per stick. Insecticide, 100 points per bottle. To be honest, this price was much cheaper than Li Sijing expected. Such an affordable price is almost a blessing in disguise for everyone in the area who are struggling to support. I think everyone should be able to afford it. For the first two items, Li Sijing took a look and skipped them directly. Her attention was on the last insecticide. In the entire area, insecticide is unique to Li Sijing's family. In the past few days, she has earned a lot of basic materials for her. And now, the same items have appeared in the game store. This is a big blow to Li Sijing's business. Fortunately, the price of this insecticide is not cheap. When points and basic materials cannot be exchanged with each other, people who choose to exchange points for insecticides may not understand it very well. After all, points can be exchanged for car repair cards, but basic materials cannot. When points are limited, everyone's first choice must be car repair cards. After thinking clearly about the connection, Li Sijing also felt relieved. After closing the disaster prevention category, she opened the basic category again. The items in the basic category are still the same in terms of price. It was directly adopted from the previous world, and there was no change. 500 g of bread, 10 points. 550 milliliters of mineral water, 10 points. Gasoline, 10 points per unit. Car repair card, 1,000 points. Alas, in the previous world, the price of car repair cards increased 10 times. Li Sijing didn't buy it because she thought it was too expensive, and she kept stingy afterwards. Now that the competition has resumed, the price has not dropped, but she can only choose to pay. After reading these two categories, in the remaining two categories, the special category cannot be opened as usual. Li Sijing clicked on the last skill book category and searched in it. Finally, she found the skill book she was looking for. Mastery level 6 cents, 10,000 points. Perfection level 6 cents, 100,000 points. These two skill books are Li Sijing's ultimate goal this time. A mere basic level 6 cents has already benefited her a lot. Li Sijing is looking forward to it. When she has mastered the perfect 6 cents, what will it be like? At that time, even if she faces the unknown eternal night disaster, she should be able to handle it with ease. Right? While learning about these products, Li Sijing's lunch was almost finished. At the 18th minute of the event, she encountered the first points treasure chest. Now, Li Sijing didn't even have time to wash the bowl, and rushed to the driving area. While the RV was driving, she operated the mechanical arm to pick up the points treasure chest. Such behavior is no longer difficult for Li Sijing. However, at this time, there are only 2 minutes left before the insect repellent incense is lit. It is obviously not a wise choice to open the window to take the points treasure chest at this time. Stopping and waiting is obviously not advisable, which is too time-consuming. The only way is to let the mechanical arm grab and wait. In this way, various problems are solved. But there is an unavoidable disadvantage. That is, Li Sijing's hand cannot leave the mechanical arm operating rod. The mechanical arm without human operation has no grasping ability. So in order to prevent the points treasure chest from falling, Li Sijing can only operate it all the time. This is also the reason why Li Sijing has not used this method to avoid insect bites before. It doesn't matter if it controls for 1 or 2 minutes. But it is obviously impossible to control it for too long. Not to mention wasting time. The key is that it is too laborious. After all, the operating rod has some sense of gravity. When operating, it is like picking up a heavy object. When operating in this way, it will be more delicate and sensitive. Today, Li Sijing's right hand has never dared to leave the operating rod. After waiting for 2 minutes, the insect repellent incense was lit, and the surrounding insects scattered. Li Sijing then used her other hand to open the window and take the points treasure box. Opening this points treasure box is no different from the previous ones. 10 points. 1,000 points. A points treasure box contributed 1,010 points to her. Li Sijing left the driving area and went to wash the dishes first. Then, she sat in the activity area and dealt with other things. First, the situation in the trading area. Some time before the competition, after everyone's unremitting efforts, another 22 kilograms of insects were traded. These bugs should be the last batch for today. After all, no one will collect bugs in the subsequent competitions. Insecticide was also traded at half price and original price. 5 bottles and 21 bottles respectively. After finishing the business in the trading area, Li Sijing waved his hand. He released the intermediate resource box that had been stored in the mustard space before. After wasting so long, I finally have time to open the box. Unfortunately, I only got 4 low-level resource boxes today. Even if I had the 5 low-level resource boxes from yesterday. If I want to synthesize an intermediate resource box, I still lack one. Otherwise, what Lee Sieging opened now is not 1 intermediate resource box, but 2. Chapter 393 Gradient Dream Car Paint. 100 Wet Wipes. Fuel Tank Expansion Blueprint. Gradient Dream Car Paint Blueprint. Sugar Roasted Chestnuts 250g. Green Coconut Egg Crisp Roll 150g. 200 Tissues 10 packs. Has Lee Sieging poked the nest of fuel tank expansion blueprints these 2 days? It was fine that 3 fuel tank expansion blueprints were issued yesterday. Today, another fuel tank expansion blueprint was issued. Yes, this fuel tank expansion blueprint is quite useful. After the expansion, it saved her a lot of trouble. But there is no need to issue it like this all the time. Right? She wants some fresh blueprints. Isn't it? Or, like yesterday's time travel card, another one will do. Lee Sieging thought with some wishful thinking. Of course, even if she complains, since the blueprint has been issued, it must be used. After using it, the fuel tank capacity has increased from 240 units to 250 units. By the way, what is the limit of the expansion of the fuel tank capacity? Before the RV was upgraded, Lee Sieging had not tried it out. Now that the RV has been upgraded, the upper limit is estimated to have increased, making it even more difficult to try it out. In addition to the fuel tank expansion blueprint, this second blueprint is quite bizarre. Gradient Color Dream Car Paint Blueprint. After using it, you can produce a gradient color dream car paint according to your wishes. And from then on you will be the most beautiful kid in the game. Well, the slogan is quite loud. But this can't change the weirdness of this blueprint. This is actually a car paint blueprint. Gradient color? Dreamy? In addition to looking good, are there any other functions? Yes. It can make you the biggest target in the game. Therefore, this blueprint was finally collected by Lee Sieging along with other useless blueprints. When she collects 2 more useless blueprints, she can synthesize the accessory upgrade card. After processing the 2 blueprints, there are other materials that were opened. A pack of 100 wet wipes. Just in time. Lee Sieging had only a few wet wipes left from the one she had opened before. There were 10 packs of 200 paper towels in total, which were put away in the locker. Half a pound of sugar roasted chestnuts, and a pack of green coconut egg crisp rolls. Lee Sieging really wanted to taste them. But unfortunately, she had just had lunch and was quite full. She could only put them all in the snack cabinet and eat them in an hour or so. A few minutes after the unboxed materials were processed. At about 12:30, the Points treasure chest appeared again. This time, it was only a few minutes after the insect repellent incense burned out. And the insects had not recovered yet. So it was particularly smooth when taking the Points treasure chest. The second Points treasure chest still contributed 1,010 points to Lee Sieging. With 2,020 points in hand, she opened the game store and prepared to exchange some supplies. After all, the last 3 insect repellent incense sticks in Lee Sieging's hand were inserted in the incense burner. If she didn't exchange some insect repellent incense, she would be surrounded by insects after 3 hours. As for how many sticks to exchange, Lee Sieging was calculating in her mind. First of all, the insect repellent incense today and tomorrow must not be interrupted. As for the last day of the natural disaster, at that time, there is no need to get off the car or open the window. So the demand for insect repellent incense is not high. However, the price of this insect repellent incense is not expensive. Just in case, Lee Sieging didn't mind exchanging a little more. Then make it an integer and exchange 80 sticks. 1 stick of insect repellent incense is 10 points. And 80 sticks of insect repellent incense cost her 800 points. Half of the 80 sticks of insect repellent incense she got were directly inserted into the incense burner. In this way, she didn't have to keep it in mind all the time. For fear of forgetting it, she kept the small incense burner full. Later, Lee Sieging, who still had some free time, was originally going to open the regional channel to take a look. As a result, everyone is now trying to get the Points treasure chest. There are not many people chatting in the area. Fortunately, the interval between each Points treasure chest is relatively short. Lee Sieging's boring time did not last too long. Before 1 o'clock, she encountered the third Points treasure chest. This time Point is not ideal. Most of the insects outside the car have recovered. There were still more than 20 minutes before the next insect repellent incense was lit. So, in the end, Li Sijing had no choice but to open the window to take the points treasure box. Then, she was bitten by insects 6 times. Fortunately, the toxins in Li Sijing's body had been expelled. Even though she was bitten 6 times, she did not feel dizzy for the time being. After collecting the points treasure box, Li Sijing took out the insecticide and sprayed the insects in the car. Then she took out the floral water and applied it to her wound. After applying it carefully, it was already 1 o'clock. In the planting pot, the watermelons planted earlier were now ripe. After harvesting 3 watermelons, she still planted cherry tomatoes. Li Sijing, who sat back in the activity area, looked out the window. Through the dense insects, you can see the originally straight road has shown signs of bending. It seems that although there will be more points treasure chests in the future, the road conditions will get worse and worse. At 1:14, the 4th points treasure chest appeared. This time is really uncomfortable. There are still 6 minutes before the insect repellent incense is lit. It is not easy to let Li Sijing operate the mechanical arm for 6 minutes. She finally decided not to embarrass herself. At worst, she will be bitten. When she took the points treasure chest, she was bitten again. The number of bites this time was more than before. Li Sijing didn't have time to count them clearly, and the dizziness came directly, without bothering to check. She first used the remaining half bottle of insecticide. After killing the many insects that entered the car, she felt. Then she clicked on the blue screen to check, and saw that the toxin value on it had soared to 14 points. Did she get bitten so many times? Li Sijing quickly took out a watermelon from the mustard space. After eating half a watermelon, the toxin value dropped to 9 points. Ah! Li Sijing liked watermelon before. Now she eats 1 or 2 a day, and she doesn't like it so much after eating too much. If she eats watermelon for a few more days, she will hate it. This reminds Li Sijing of the oranges that she sells the most. Will those people in the area who eat too many oranges want to vomit when they see oranges? Chapter 394 Camera Observation. The distance between the points treasure chests is much closer than that between the resource chests. And, during the competition, as the road continues to move forward, the distance between the points treasure chests will get closer and closer. Therefore, during the few hours of the competition, even if there is some free time, Li Sijing dare not do other things. After all, although Shinkong can find the points treasure chest, she must pick it up by herself. More importantly, other people will appear on the competition road. There seems to be no fork on this road, but you may meet anyone in the area. For example, now, Li Sijing, sitting in the activity area, looks forward through the glass. In front of the road, an initial RV is moving forward at a constant speed. The insect repellent incense in Li Sijing's RV is burning. Therefore, there are no insects flying around her RV. And in the RV in front, it is estimated that the insect repellent incense has just burned out. It can be clearly seen that a large group of insects, like a black cloud, are surrounding the RV. If you don't look closely, it looks like a black cloud blown away by the wind. So, when there is no insect repellent incense to protect it, is there also this weird scene outside her RV? What should I do if I suddenly feel a little scared? Li Sijing couldn't help rubbing her arms. Although the vehicles are moving forward, the speeds of both parties are obviously different. As time goes by, it can be clearly felt. Li Sijing's RV is gradually catching up with the vehicle in front. When there is not much distance between the two parties, Li Sijing's RV suddenly slowed down. That's because there is a points treasure chest on the side of the RV in front. The conclusion has been drawn before. On the competition road, everyone's points treasure chest is unique to each person and cannot be seen by others. And the points treasure chest in front is obviously unique to Li Sijing. After all, the RV in front was passing straight without any reaction. At 1:30, while slowing down the speed, Li Sijing operated the mechanical arm and easily grabbed the points treasure chest on the ground. When opening the car window to collect the points treasure chest, there was naturally no bug harassment. It has been an hour and a half since the start of the competition. During this time, Li Sijing got a total of 5 points treasure chests. Sitting in the driver's seat, she couldn't help but look at the distance. From the time she started driving to now, she has traveled a total of 101 kilometers. 3/5 of the goal has been completed, and there are still 149 kilometers left. But with the experience of the previous few times, Li Sijing knew very well. The first 100 kilometers are just an appetizer. The second 100 kilometers is the real deal, and the difficulty is more than doubled. Of course, the number of points treasure chests will also double. And when it comes to the last 50 kilometers, it becomes a hell of difficulty. Thrills can be seen everywhere. And of course, the surprise of encountering points treasure chests is also incomparable to the previous ones. After all, the points treasure chests that can be obtained in the last 50 kilometers are almost the sum of the points treasure chests encountered in the previous 200 kilometers. Unfortunately, not everyone can get so many points treasure chests. Most people in the area have limited time. Whether they can drive the first 200 kilometers is still a question. Now, Li Xijing's leisurely time is over. Next, it must be busy. So, Li Xijing sat directly in the driver's seat to avoid running around. Although it took some time to get the points treasure box before, it also opened up some distance from the vehicle in front. But as time went on, this distance was shortened again. So, within 2 minutes, Li Xijing's RV surpassed this RV surrounded by insects like a black cloud. It is still very comfortable to live in the RV. But when driving, because the body is too long, it is not very good to observe the specific situation behind the car. For example, the car just now was not passed until Li Xijing's RV passed. The owner of this RV finally realized that he had met someone and waved frantically in the car. When Li Xijing overtook, she glanced at the owner by the way. She didn't know this owner. Li Xijing was not prepared to talk to someone she didn't know. After all, who knows whether this person is good or bad? The key is to be in a hurry. So, Li Xijing simply ignored his crazy wave. Of course, she lives alone most of the time. It's rare to meet someone like her. So Li Xijing was very happy. After overtaking, she directly looked at the display screen next to the steering wheel. The clear picture on the display screen was the RV that was just overtaken. And the picture on this display screen was projected by the camera installed by Li Xijing behind the car. This camera was installed at the end of the last world. Li Xijing found an opportunity to install it at the rear of the RV. The images captured by the camera will be projected on the display screen in the driving area in real time. However, on the highway on weekdays, there is only Li Xijing's RV. This camera has been installed for 4 or 5 days, but it was not used until today. Not to mention, the image quality of this camera is quite high definition. On the display screen, you can even clearly see the regretful expression of the owner behind. After the owner regretted, he immediately cheered up and chased. The speed of the car, which was originally slower than Li Xijing, gradually increased. The distance between the two sides has not been pulled away for the time being. However, he wanted to catch up with Li Xijing so much. I don't know if it's because it's rare to meet the same kind and want to communicate, or is it because Li Xijing's RV is much larger than his. Faced with this sudden chase, Li Xijing was not panicked. Just because the other party's speed can't catch up with her. Even how long the other party can maintain this speed is still a question. Sure enough, after a few minutes, a new situation appeared on the screen. I saw that the RV behind was speeding up and chasing, and a large crack appeared on the road ahead. Because there was no deceleration. When crossing the crack, the center of gravity of the rear of the RV was slightly unstable. This slight instability would not have mattered much under normal circumstances. After all, the RV is a large vehicle, which originally has an advantage in terms of center of gravity. However, the speed of the RV has not slowed down now. The front wheel of the car just became slightly unstable because of the crack. Then the middle wheel of the car encountered this large crack again. So the instability of the center of gravity increased. Then, the rear wheel followed closely and crossed the crack again. In short, it was just a slight instability that could disappear immediately. As a result, due to the speed, it was not adjusted in time. As a result, the entire RV shifted to the left uncontrollably, with a sound of squeak. That was the sound of wheels rubbing against the road. Apparently, the other party was slamming on the brakes to prevent the RV from running off the road. Chapter 395. Not enough detoxification pills. As Li Xijing's RV moved forward at a steady speed, the RV chasing behind her was gradually pulled away and finally disappeared. And now Li Xijing's mind is no longer on the RV behind her. Just because, on the next journey, the frequency of the points treasure chest is indeed getting faster and faster. From the original 10 or 20 minutes, it gradually shortened to 15 or 16 minutes. After that, it was shortened to 12 or 13 minutes. Or even 10 minutes. From 1:30 to 3:30. A full 2 hours. Li Xijing drove a total of 100 kilometers and encountered a full 10 points treasure chests. Of course, She paid a lot of price to obtain so many points treasure chests. After all, the time between each points treasure chest is getting shorter and shorter. The chance of avoiding insect bites is getting less and less. And the insects outside the car are becoming more and more. Except for the 2 points treasure chests encountered during the effective period of the insect repellent incense. Li Sijing was lucky enough to escape. She did not escape any of the remaining 8 points treasure chests. She was bitten 2 or 3 times at least, and 7 or 8 times at most. In short, she ate a lot of watermelons, and the dizziness symptoms appeared many times. Later, Li Sijing ate watermelons in advance to suppress the toxins in her body to below 3 points. It also saved her from suffering every time the dizziness symptoms appeared. In just 2 hours, Li Sijing not only ate half of the previous watermelon. Even the 3 watermelons in her hand were all eaten clean. As for the watermelon rind after eating, the hens in the breeding cages were about to have sparks on their heads. They couldn't finish eating them. They couldn't finish eating them at all. After finishing the watermelon, Li Sijing turned her attention to cherry tomatoes and oranges. Now, she directly took out a pound of cherry tomatoes and washed them. A pound of oranges was also cut into 8 pieces, which was more convenient to eat. And the bugs outside the car, in addition to biting Li Sijing, naturally did not spare the inside of the car. Every time she collected the points treasure box, she had to get up and use insecticide to kill the insects. On this journey, 3 bottles of insecticide were consumed, which ordinary families really couldn't bear to do. On the way to drive, Li Sijing also took the time to harvest a wave of mature oranges in the planting pots. 98 pounds of oranges were stuffed into the mustard space to replenish her inventory. Of course, in addition to harvesting and paying. On this way, Li Sijing also met a lot of RVs. These RVs were surrounded by more or less insects, and their experiences were different. Even among the many RVs, Li Sijing also met the off-road vehicle she had seen before. Are there still people who have not upgraded their vehicles to RVs until now? Li Sijing was very curious. With bugs all over the outside, everyone can only stay in the car. Wouldn't the owner of the off-road vehicle get stiff if he stayed in the off-road vehicle from morning to night? And the people she met showed different attitudes after seeing Li Sijing's RV. And among these different attitudes, there is one thing that is completely consistent. That is, they didn't get out of the car, and they didn't even stop. At this point, the biggest reason should be the bugs outside the car. In short, Li Sijing is very satisfied with this aspect, which saves her a lot of trouble. Now it seems that as long as Li Sijing wants, in this competition, she can go straight to the finish line without any obstacles. It took Li Sijing 3.5 hours to complete the previous 200 kilometers. Now, there are still 2.5 hours before the end of the event. Li Sijing still has the last 50 kilometers to the finish line. And this last 50 kilometers is the most difficult and time-consuming. The rugged and steep road directly slowed down the starry sky. According to Li Sijing's own estimation, this last section of the journey, it is estimated that it may not be completed at 4:30. Of course, she who owns the starry sky needs so much time. Li Sijing believes that the time consumed by others will only be longer. In short, she has gone all out. If nothing unexpected happens, the first place in this competition will definitely be obtained. The 8-meter-long RV slowly moves forward as the starry sky slows down. Uphill. Turning sharply downhill. In this terrible road condition, you can see the treasure chest of points almost every 4 or 5 minutes. So, when you are going uphill to accumulate strength, going downhill by inertia, and making a 180-degree turn, the treasure chest of points will appear very just right. Li Sijing has to slow down the car at this difficult moment and distract herself to get the treasure chest of points. In short, during the next period of time, Li Sijing is really focused and exhausted. You have to pay attention to the terrible road conditions and operate the mechanical arm to pick up the treasure chest of points. You also need to use insecticide to kill the insects that fly into the car. If you feel dizzy after being bitten by an insect, you need to eat some fruit to remove the poison. It hasn't been half an hour yet. The cherry tomatoes and oranges that Li Sijing had washed earlier were all eaten. At this time, she didn't have time to continue preparing those things. So, she took out the stored detoxification pills directly from the mustard space. Li Sijing originally planned to sell these detoxification pills to exchange for basic materials. Later, when there was an emergency, it was quite convenient to use, so she kept them in her hands. Now, It has come in handy. There are 32 detoxification pills left in Li Sijing's hand. It should be no problem to survive these last few dozen kilometers. Right? To be honest, Li Sijing is really not sure if it is really not enough in the end. She can only use points and go to the game store to exchange. Time passed slowly in Li Sijing's tense nerves. Occasionally, when she woke up from her concentration, only to find out that it was already 4:30. The cherry tomatoes planted in the planting pots were ready for harvest. And now the busy Li Sijing only dared to take a points treasure box. He ran to the planting pots and picked them quickly. At this time, he could not care about being gentle and not breaking the skin. He really had to hurry as fast as possible, because he was in a hurry. 10 kilograms of cherry tomatoes with damaged skin were put into the mustard space by Li Sijing alone. He hurriedly sowed watermelon seeds in the planting pots. Li Sijing sat back in the driver's seat. Chapter 396 Exchange for the 6-cent skill book. From 3:30 to 4:30. An hour has passed. Li Sijing has not finished the last 50 kilometers. Now, she has obtained a total of 11 points treasure chests in this last section of the journey. Compared with the previous 200 kilometers, this is indeed a huge gain. Of course, the consumption is also huge. Of the 32 detoxification pills, only 3 have been eaten, and 4 bottles of insecticide have been consumed. And now, Li Sijing has traveled 238 kilometers. There are still the last 12 kilometers to reach the finish line. In this last journey, I don't know how many points treasure chests I can encounter. What's more unknown is how many detoxification pills and insecticides will be consumed. The only thing I know is that the detoxification pills are definitely not enough. Shinkong drives the RV, and Li Sijing operates the mechanical arm. The close cooperation between the two sides allows her to maintain the current speed. The last 10 kilometers of the road have become more and more steep and tortuous. Li Sijing even encountered a 60 to 70 degree downhill slope, which was like going vertically down. If she didn't hold the brakes firmly, the car would probably slide down directly. Right? Fortunately, there wouldn't be as many vehicles on this winding road as before. Otherwise, it would be another big problem. After all, no matter how careful you are, you can't stand having stupid teammates. Right? Fortunately, although she was in danger all the time. But in the end, Li Sijing still walked the last section safely. A few minutes before 5 o'clock, she finally saw the wide finish line in front of her. In fact, if the road was not rugged and blocked, with Li Sijing's eyesight, she could have seen the end point long ago. And at the wide and flat end point, she did not see any vehicles. This also shows that Li Sijing is indeed the first person to reach the end point. With excitement, the RV approached the end point little by little. Then, there were only a few hundred meters left to the end point. Li Sijing encountered the 30th points treasure chest on this road. It was also the last points treasure chest on this road. After getting this last points treasure chest, Li Sijing first clicked on the blue screen, which showed the value of her toxins in her body at 12 points. Well, it's already the end point. So this time, there is no need to exchange too many detoxification pills. 3 are enough. Using the points, she exchanged for 3 detoxification pills and stuffed them into her mouth, relieving the dizziness. Then, Li Sijing stood up and killed all around with insecticide. While she was busy killing the insects in the car, the RV finally reached the end under Shinkong's driving. Congratulations to Li Sijing, the first player to reach the end. Reward points 100,000. 100,000 points were credited to her account after killing a bug. Li Sijing's waist and legs were no longer sore, and even her tired spirit was restored. With previous experience, Li Sijing didn't need to tell her. Shinkong drove the RV directly and slowly came to the corner of the huge parking lot and stopped. Li Sijing, who had received a lot of points, couldn't wait to open the game store. Without any hesitation, she went straight to the skill book category. After finding the 6-cent skill book, she clicked to buy it twice in a row. 10,000 points for the mastery level 6 cents and 100,000 points for the perfect level 6 cents. All in hand. This directly cost 110,000 points. Learn immediately. Then, Li Sijing completely mastered the perfect level 6 cent skill. Of course, she didn't have any special feeling for the time being. However, according to the introduction of the perfect level 6 cents, in the future, no matter what problems Li Sijing encounters, she can directly trigger the 6 cents and find the most favorable choice for herself. Li Sijing got a total of 30 points treasure chests on the competition road. Each points treasure chest can get 1,010 points. 30 points treasure chests. That is 30,300 points. The first place in the competition event is rewarded with 100,000 points. When exchanging for the 6-cent skill book, it was directly used up, and 10,000 points were paid. Now, Li Sijing only has 20,300 points left. By the way, when the event started, 80 insect repellent incense were exchanged, and 800 points were used. At the end of the journey, 18 detoxification pills were exchanged, and another 36 points were used. So, Li Sijing now has 19,446 points. No one is coming now, and no one will disturb him. Li Sijing decided to exchange everything he wanted first before talking about other things. The first thing to bear the brunt is the car maintenance card. As for how many to exchange, first of all, today and tomorrow, a car maintenance card will be consumed. As for the disaster day, it is not known how many car maintenance cards will be consumed. By the way, there is also the next Eternal Night disaster world, so I must keep a few cards. Li Sijing wanted more, but unfortunately, the points didn't allow it. In the end, she decided to exchange 10 cards first. In the second world, the price of the car repair card was still 100 points. After exchanging 10 cards, the price will rise. Now, the price of the car repair card has become 1,000 points. I don't know if it will rise again. Li Sijing first consumed 10,000 points to exchange for 10 car repair cards. Then she looked over and saw that the price had risen again. The price above went directly from 1,000 points to 5,000 points. With the remaining 9,400 points in Li Sijing's hand, it was only enough to exchange one card. Forget it. She originally had 2 cards in her hand, and with these 10 cards, it was enough to last until the next competition. As for the remaining points, what else should she exchange for? Unfortunately, the remaining supplies were not very attractive to Li Sijing. I think it was basic supplies such as mineral water and gasoline. Although she wanted it, the price was too high, so she might as well exchange it with other people in the area. As for the skill book, Li Sijing was somewhat interested, but the few points she had were not enough to exchange for the perfect level. What's more, Li Sijing wanted to save some points to see if she could find a bargain. So, in the end, she only spent 46 points to exchange for 23 detoxification pills. As for the 9,400 points in her hand, she kept them for the time being. Chapter 397 Miner's Headlamp. After arranging all the points on hand, Li Sijing finally had some free time. The last 50 kilometers took a full hour and a half. It simply consumed too much of her energy. Now that she is free, she naturally needs to have a good rest and eat some snacks to replenish her energy. By the way, there is no need for fruit. This afternoon, I ate more fruit than in the past few days, and I went to the toilet countless times. Li Sijing, who arrived at the finish line ahead of time, can rest leisurely, while others in the area are still driving hard. While eating, Li Sijing also opened the regional channel. I want to know the specific situation of other people in the area. Ah, there's only 1 hour left, but I've only walked halfway. I never expected to reach the end within the specified time. It's better to work hard to accumulate points. Me too. If I accumulate more points, in addition to exchanging for teleportation cards, maybe there will be some extra points to exchange for car repair cards. But car repair cards are really expensive. Woo, woo, woo. I've worked so hard for so long, and it's only enough to exchange for 2 car repair cards. Car repair cards? I dare not even think about it. Now I just pray to survive. But without car repair cards, even if I survive the competition, I can't survive afterwards. Wow, the food in the game store is so expensive. My stomach keeps growling, and I don't want to exchange it. By the way, with so few points, is it necessary to open that skill book classification? There are more and more bugs on the road. It's really annoying. Hey, I'm going to try hard and push the distance to 200 kilometers, so that I only need to exchange a 50-kilometer teleportation card, which is enough. The above idea is good. I am also preparing to try it. Fuck. Why is this event mandatory? I feel that I can't get anything in the end, and I have lost a lot of materials. It's too bad. The above. You have experienced 3 or 4 worlds, And you are still spending more than you earn? I think this competition is pretty good. At least you can exchange some necessary materials in the game store. Huh. This time, I feel that I can rush to the finish line. Forget it. I have prepared the materials to exchange for the teleportation card. Just waiting for the last half hour. In the last hour of the event, many people are trying to sprint. But there are also many people who give up reaching the finish line directly. After all, in the special category that will be opened soon, the teleportation card is the biggest insurance for everyone. When Li Sijing was full and drunk, his tired spirit was almost restored. It was already 5:30, with only half an hour left before the event ended. On the way to the finish line, there was still no movement. Hey, is the second place winner so late in this event? Zhou Qinghuan should have arrived at this time before. Of course, the doubts in her heart did not delay Li Sijing's actions. She first clicked on the special category that had been unblocked to check. Fortunately, the prices of the 3 teleportation cards in it were the same as in the previous world and had not changed. 50 km transmission card is 1,500 points. 20 km transmission card is 750 points. 10 km transmission card is 450 points. After determining the price, Li Sijing began to search in the trading area. At this time, the trading area was several times more lively than usual. Endless supplies appeared one after another. I don't know if I can find the supplies that suit her this time. While searching in the trading area, Li Sijing was also thinking in her mind. What supplies are she most in need of now? There are only 2 days left in this insect-infested world. And there is no problem in getting through it safely. And the next world is the Eternal Night Disaster. What do you need to prepare in the Eternal Night Disaster? Others may not be clear. But there is one thing that must be prepared. That is light. Although there is already a long-range gun spotlight on the roof of the RV. But Li Sijing feels that she still needs to prepare some other lighting items. After all, after the long-range gun light is installed on the roof, it is directly fixed in position and can only illuminate the front. But what if Li Sijing needs to go to the side of the car or behind the car? However, most of the supplies posted in the trading area are related to food. After all, in today's famine, the purchasing power of food is unquestionable. The rich variety of food made Li Sijing a little tempted. If it weren't for her basic goal, she hadn't found it yet. She couldn't help but want to exchange for some novel snacks. Skipping all kinds of food, she searched all the way down. In 10 minutes, most of the transactions posted in the entire trading area were viewed. Just when Li Sijing was about to lose her patience and thought that she couldn't find it today, the next moment, she finally saw the item that suited her taste. Maybe it was a burst of luck. 2 appeared in a row. One was a miner's headlamp. And the price was a 10 km teleportation card. This price was not expensive. Of course for Li Sijing. For those who didn't know, it was a lion's mouth. Li Sijing didn't bargain, and directly spent 450 points to exchange for a 10 km teleportation card. Then she used this teleportation card to exchange for a miner's headlamp with the other party. As for the second item, it was not so smooth. It was a pair of red candles, as thick as a baby's arm with auspicious words written on them. This kind of candle, when on Earth, it was lit on New Year's Eve, and there was still some left after burning until the next day. Li Sijing was originally going to exchange it and keep it just in case. In the end, the negotiation failed. Not because the other party asked for too much, but because this pair of red candles was just a bonus. The other party put out a lot of miscellaneous supplies, including this pair of red candles. Then they wanted to exchange for a 50 km teleportation card. Li Sijing definitely didn't want to do that. After all, those miscellaneous supplies were of no use to Li Sijing. All she wanted was a pair of red candles. So, Li Sijing chatted with the other party privately. At first, she proposed to exchange food for the pair of red candles. But the other party disagreed. Helplessly, Li Sijing proposed to exchange a 10 km teleportation card for red candles. Just a pair of red candles. For others, it was of no use at all. Li Sijing was willing to exchange for a 10 km teleportation card, which was already a very high price. As a result, the other party probably saw her perseverance. He even said that he would not sell them separately. All the things were packed together, and a 50 km teleportation card was sold at a fixed price. How could Li Sijing agree to this? A 50 km transmission card costs 1,500 points, which is equivalent to 1.5 car maintenance cards. So, the deal finally fell through. Li Sijing gave up directly and ignored it. The other party was probably still waiting for Li Sijing to buy it. And he kept waiting without saying anything. Chapter 398 What to Wait For. Although Li Sijing was a little disappointed that she didn't get the red candle, she got a miner's headlamp, which was a gain. She continued to read the remaining transactions that she hadn't finished. As a result, there was naturally no material that Li Sijing was interested in. So, how should she use the remaining 8,950 points? Before Li Sijing could figure it out, she heard a noise. Is this someone finally coming? Li Sijing couldn't help but look up and look at the road she came from. Sure enough, an initial RV was accelerating towards the end. The perfect eagle eye allowed Li Sijing to see through the dense insects. Clearly saw that it was Zhou Qinghuan sitting in the driver's seat. As Zhou Qinghuan's RV arrived at the end and slowly approached her, Li Sijing also saw that on the road behind, several RVs were competing to drive forward. So, the second place has been determined. And are the places behind still in contention? Retracting her gaze from the distance, Li Sijing looked at Zhou Qinghuan, who had parked the car beside her. Unfortunately, the bugs were rampant outside the car. It was obviously inconvenient to get off the car to reminisce about the past. Li Sijing and Zhou Qinghuan could only nod to each other in the end. Moreover, there were only a dozen minutes left before the end of the event. Zhou Qinghuan had a lot of points in his hands, which were still waiting to be processed. And Li Sijing still had nearly 9,000 points in his hands, which were not used. Both sides had their own things to do. And they were busy. Li Sijing was clicking on the game store, looking at the goods inside and thinking, should she go to the trading area to exchange for some novel snacks with these last few thousand points? Or, should she find another suitable skill book in the game store? Or should she exchange them all for physical fitness? Li Sijing, who was entangled, suddenly thought of the perfect sixth sense that she had spent a lot of points to get before. Why not give it a try? Unlike the previous basic sixth sense, which can only be triggered passively, the perfect sixth sense can be triggered actively in addition to the passive triggering in dangerous moments. Taking this opportunity, just feel the effect. So, Li Sijing closed her eyes and actively triggered the sixth sense in her heart. Then, in the next moment, she suddenly had an extra feeling in her heart. Not good. Neither of these two options is the best choice. This thought suddenly popped up. And it was obviously the answer given by the sixth sense. Li Sijing had tried the power of the basic sixth sense before. So, she was still willing to believe in the ability of the perfect sixth sense. Aren't both options the best? How to choose? So, Li Sijing closed her eyes again and triggered her sixth sense. Then, she got the answer. Wait! Don't know what to wait for. Don't know when to wait. Although she was very confused, she trusted her sixth sense. Li Sijing still decided to wait for 10 minutes. There were only 15 minutes left before the end of the event. Even if Li Sijing waited for 10 minutes, there were still 5 minutes left for her to use up the 9,000 points. However, by then, she probably wouldn't have the chance to go to the trading area and exchange for novel snacks. While waiting quietly, Li Sijing looked up and looked around. Many vehicles have arrived at the finish line one after another. Among these vehicles that have arrived at the finish line, several vehicles have traces of being hit. Obviously, something unpleasant happened on the way. And on the road leading to the finish line, many vehicles have come one after another. But now, the top 10 places have been occupied. Those who come later will obviously not get any rewards. As more and more people reach the finish line, the trading area becomes more and more lively. Obviously, many people enter the market. As time gets closer to 6 o'clock, the atmosphere in the entire trading area reveals more and more anxious emotions. The liveliness of the trading area has nothing to do with Li Sijing, but she also has a lot of anxious emotions. The 10-minute bottom line that Li Sijing set for herself has gradually passed, and she is still confused by the waiting prompt given by the sixth sense. Seeing that there are only 7 minutes left before 6 o'clock, Li Sijing decided to wait for another 2 minutes. If it doesn't work, just change the skill book. If there are extra points, exchange them for detoxification pills and insect repellent incense. This is better than wasting thousands of points in vain. However, at this moment, Li Sijing's friend message suddenly rang. Who could it be at this time? Li Sijing clicked it and saw that it was someone she hadn't contacted for a long time. Wang Yulan was the one who traded the lucky necklace with her. After clicking on her avatar, a series of messages suddenly popped up one after another. Sister Jing, Do you still have points? Can you help me exchange for a 20-kilometer teleportation card? I don't know what supplies you need. And I don't have time to negotiate the price now. I can pledge a lucky necklace to you. After the event, we will talk about the price. If it doesn't work, how about using the lucky necklace as collateral? The matter and the request were clearly stated. Exchange for a 20-kilometer teleportation card and use the lucky necklace as collateral. This condition is very sincere. Finally, if the other party really doesn't have what Li Sijing needs, with this lucky necklace, she can also easily exchange for valuable supplies. Both parties are friends, and Li Sijing can't think of any reason to refuse. So, is this the result that the sixth sense made her wait for? The target is the lucky necklace? To be honest, Li Sijing was a little disappointed. Once the teleportation card is exchanged, it will not be returned. She couldn't help but confirm it before exchanging it. Okay. You are only 20 kilometers away. Right? Wang Yuan replied quickly, and came with a lucky necklace transaction. Actually, I'm 78 kilometers short. But the points I have are enough for me to exchange for a 50-kilometer plus 10-kilometer teleportation card. Now I only need a 20-kilometer teleportation card. Is it still that far away? I guess I picked up points treasure chests along the way. Li Sijing thought randomly while opening the game store. However, just when she was about to spend 750 points to exchange for a 20-kilometer teleportation card, suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Wang Yuan can exchange for a 50-kilometer teleportation card by herself, which means that she has at least 1,000 points in her hand. So, can she ask Wang Yuan to help her exchange for a car repair card? Chapter 399 Loopholes. Points in competitions cannot be exchanged. However, all kinds of materials purchased with points can be traded. This is also the most important reason why everyone can pick up bargains before the end of the event. Everyone in the area can buy 10 car repair cards at the price of 1,000 points. Li Sijing's quota is used up because she has a lot of points. Most people in the area obviously can't get so many points. Therefore, Wang Yuan's quota of 10 car repair cards must not be used up. Therefore, Li Sijing can help the other party exchange for a teleportation card, so that Wang Yuan can help herself exchange for a car repair card. As soon as this idea came out, Li Sijing couldn't sit still. When she was excited, the game prompt sounded. The event will end in 5 minutes. Please stay in the car. Otherwise you will not be able to teleport out. Friendly reminder, after the event ends, the teleportation card and remaining points will be invalidated. Ignoring the noisy reminder, Li Sijing sent a message to ask, have you exchanged all your points for teleportation cards? How many points are left? At this time, Wang Yuan was obviously waiting anxiously. Although she was puzzled by Li Sijing's question, she answered it immediately. I have a total of 2,100 points, and I am about to exchange them for teleportation cards. I actually have 2,000 points. God help me. At this moment, Li Sijing completely understood what her sixth sense made her wait for. Without any hesitation, Li Sijing said her thoughts directly. Let Wang Yuan exchange the 2,000 points in her hand for 2 car repair cards. And Li Sijing helped the other party to exchange for the 3 teleportation cards she needed. Wang Yuan obviously didn't understand why Li Sijing did this. But there was really not much time left. Li Sijing could be said to be her last hope. At this time, it was obviously impossible for her to find another person who was willing to help her exchange for a teleportation card. And if she didn't reach the end before the end of the event, she would be wiped out. So, in the end, Wang Yuan could only choose to do what Li Sijing said. Of course, Li Sijing didn't cheat Wang Yuan. Both parties exchanged the cards at the fastest speed and quickly exchanged the cards with each other. Let's not talk about how excited Wang Yuan was when she got the teleportation card. Let's talk about Li Sijing. After getting the 2 car repair cards, she was naturally very happy. It cost a total of 2,700 points to exchange for 3 teleportation cards. Now Li Sijing still has 6,250 points in his hand. Unfortunately, she figured it out too late. And now there is not enough time. Otherwise, she would have to exchange these 6,000 points for 5 car maintenance cards. Now, there are only 2 minutes left before the end of the event. Li Sijing can only quickly clear the points in her hand. As for the skill book, she has so few points now. To be honest, she can't exchange for anything good. It seems that she can only exchange them all for physical fitness to avoid wasting them. 6,250 points, of which 6,200 points were exchanged by Li Sijing for 62 times of physical fitness. As for the extra 50 points, there is no time to think. At the last moment, Li Sijing exchanged for 5 insect-repellent incense sticks, waiting to be teleported back to the highway from the end point. Without an anxious mentality, Li Sijing realized that she had exchanged for the wrong thing. What insect-repellent incense should she exchange for? The insect-repellent incense she exchanged for before was enough for her own use. The last 50 points should be exchanged for detoxification pills. However, it doesn't matter much. There are so many people in the area, and someone must be short of insect-repellent incense. When the time comes, mark a suitable price and sell it to others. However, Li Sijing's physical fitness, which she exchanged for at the end, feels a little different. When confirming the exchange, she can even feel that her body is getting hot all over. The muscles in various parts also feel slightly tight. Is this because the base number has increased, which has caused a qualitative change? Li Sijing couldn't help but try to clench her fists and feel the changes in her body. She can feel stronger. But how much stronger she has become? She still needs to observe through specific exercises. Let us put this matter aside for the time being, because Li Sijing's friend message rang again. When I clicked on it, I saw that the person who sent the message was still Wang Yuan. Thank you for your help, Sister Jing. I arrived at the destination on time. These are some supplies I can exchange now. Do you need any? Then, there was a long list of supplies. In fact, the time was too tight when the transaction was made before. Li Sijing didn't have time to receive the lucky necklace sent by Wang Yuan. Now that the event has ended, the lucky necklace is no longer in her hands. The other party was actually willing to send supplies to her for her to choose. To be honest, Li Sijing was quite relieved. She carefully checked the list sent by the other party. There are many kinds of supplies on it. In addition to basic mineral water, gasoline, daily necessities, and other basic supplies, there are also a few foods and some common machines. Unfortunately, from the beginning to the end of the list, there is no material that Li Sijing likes, like mineral water and gasoline. She wants them, but the quantity marked by the other party is not much. Obviously not enough to satisfy Li Sijing. You should know that the exchange between the two parties is 700 points different. Even if the basic materials in the game store are expensive, 700 points can also be exchanged for 70 units of gasoline or 70 kilograms of bread. Probably because Li Sijing has been selecting for a long time. But there is no movement. Wang Yuan sent another message. If Sister Jing doesn't like it, I can also send you the lucky necklace. Well, there is no need for that. There is no hesitation. Li Sijing directly chose something that she definitely needs and the other party definitely has. That is the basic material. This world is almost over. The goal of 4,000 units of each material. She hasn't even completed half of it. Wang Yuan was very surprised by Li Sijing's choice, but she was also more grateful. Then, she took the initiative to issue a transaction price of 500 units of plastic. In fact, in the area, 1 kilogram of food can only be exchanged for 5 units of plastic. According to the previous calculation of 70 kilograms of food, it can only be exchanged for 350 units of plastic. Of course, this conversion ratio is definitely inflated. This can be seen from the fact that few people use points to exchange for food. And in the face of Wang Yuan's initiative to increase the price by half, Li Sijing did not refuse. This transaction can be regarded as a win-win between the two. Of course, Wang Yuan is so reasonable. Li Sijing is also very comfortable in her heart. In the future, if the other party asks her to trade or help again, as long as it is not particularly outrageous, Li Sijing will naturally not refuse. Chapter 400 Reward Yourself. While Li Sijing and Wang Yuan were chatting, she also heard the sound of other friends' messages. When she finished chatting with Wang Yuan, she found that it was Zhou Qinghuan who sent the message. As for the message sent by Zhou Qinghuan, there was no important content. It was mainly Zhou Qinghuan complaining that they finally met this time. But they didn't chat or anything. To be honest, Li Sijing was also quite regretful. This competition was really a leisurely and hurried experience for her. Half an hour after Li Sijing arrived at the finish line, there was no one at the finish line except her. And she was so bored. When someone finally came to the finish line, there was not much time left before the end of the event. And the last 5 minutes before the end of the event were really a race against time. Li Sijing and Zhou Qinghuan complained and comforted each other for a few words, and then ended the chat. Today's competition finally ended successfully. The whole process was much more tiring than usual, but Li Sijing was quite satisfied with the gains from the event. First of all, of course, the sixth sense has reached perfection, and Li Sijing has also experienced the effect of the perfect sixth sense. Anyone who has used it will say that the effect is good. Secondly, it is the 12 car maintenance cards that I finally got after several twists and turns, with more than a dozen car maintenance cards as a guarantee. For the next Eternal Night World, Li Sijing is more confident. Finally, there are insect repellent incense and detoxification pills. Oh, and there is also a miner's desk lamp exchanged with others. While counting the gains, Li Sijing washed rice and cooked. A busy afternoon had already made her hungry. Now that she was back on the road, she had to eat dinner early. Not only did she have to eat early, Li Sijing also prepared to make some delicious food to reward herself. Ever since she came to this world, she had fried a large pot of beef and a large pot of mutton. Li Sijing had been a little lazy, and she had been eating almost all these 2 dishes these days. If she said she was tired of them, everyone in the area would probably want to kill her. But to be honest, Li Sijing really wanted to change her taste. After the rice was washed, it was put in the rice cooker to cook. Li Sijing was searching in the mustard space. A fresh baby cabbage, paired with 1,000 sheets that had been opened before, should taste good if stir-fried. In addition to this, Li Sijing also took out a fish, and ketchup, white sugar and other less commonly used seasonings. The fish was naturally obtained in this second world, in Li Sijing's hands. In addition to the fish meat and fish fillets cut into pieces from the big fish, there were 2 complete fish, which weighed about half a pound after the scales were scraped off. The gills were removed and the internal organs were dug out. One was a large yellow croaker, and the other was a mandarin fish. And what Li Sijing took out this time was the mandarin fish. She was going to make a somewhat difficult dish today. The squirrel mandarin fish. To be honest, if it weren't for her master-level cooking skills, Li Sijing really wouldn't dare to make this dish. After all, the first step of cutting the fish in a flower pattern is easy to fail. In the kitchen that has doubled its size, Li Sijing is moving with a knife. First cut off the fish head, then cut along the fish bones to the tail with a flat knife. Remove the spine in the middle of the mandarin fish and the big spines in the belly of the fish, and then cut the fish in a flower pattern. Whether the flower knife is cut well not only affects the appearance of this dish, but also the taste. Carefully cut the flower knife, wash it with clean water, and then marinate it. The seasoning of this dish focuses on the final sauce, and marinating does not require too much seasoning. A little salt and an egg yolk are enough. The marinated fish meat should be coated with starch. Finally, shake off the excess starch on the fish meat before frying it in the oil pan. If you want to fry this mandarin fish in a beautiful shape, the oil in the pan cannot be less. If it was before, Li Sijing really didn't have so much oil. But now, isn't it just using peanuts and soybeans to press oil? That must be enough for her. When frying squirrel mandarin fish, the fish spine cut off before, and the fish belly with fish bones. Li Sijing naturally didn't waste it. Just sprinkle some seasoning, coat it with the remaining egg white, and fry it in the oil pan. After scooping it up, it is a crispy and delicious snack before the meal. The squirrel mandarin fish was fried and placed on a beautiful plate. After that, it was time to boil the sweet and sour sauce, tomato sauce, white sugar, and balsamic vinegar. In fact, Li Sijing wanted to drop a few drops of lemon in it. Unfortunately, she didn't have any. It took too long to plant, so she didn't want to plant it. However, it's pretty good now. The squirrel mandarin fish with sweet and sour sauce looks very appetizing. Of course, the time spent on such a beautiful squirrel mandarin fish is also very touching. In order to make such a dish, Li Sijing spent more than half an hour. Then, she spent a few more minutes to make a stir-fried baby cabbage with 1,000 sheets. After both dishes were served, there were only a few minutes left before Tianhai. Li Sijing simply closed the blackout curtains and sat at the table to prepare for dinner. The sweet and sour squirrel fish was very much in line with Li Sijing's taste. Then she tried another dish. Stir-fried baby cabbage with 1,000 sheets. Not to mention, most of the time it was meat dishes. But now, this vegetarian dish made her miss it very much. It was rare to stir-fry 2 dishes, and both made Li Sijing satisfied. For dinner this time, she didn't even watch the regional channel. She just ate. Halfway through the meal. It was already 7 o'clock, and it was dark. The key point is that the watermelons in the planting pots can also be harvested. Fortunately, picking 3 watermelons is not as time-consuming as picking cherry tomatoes. Even if the delay of resowing seeds is added, the time consumed is no more than 1 minute. As for what to plant next, Li Sijing didn't waste her brains thinking. Just follow yesterday's method. So, she sprinkled soybeans in the planting pot. It is said that Li Sijing planted soybeans yesterday, originally intending to squeeze soybean milk to drink. As a result, she was busy all day today. And she hasn't even peeled the soybean pods yet. It seems that after dinner, I have to find time to peel them. This way, I can drink the fragrant soybean milk tomorrow. Chapter 401 New Uses of Insect Repellent Incense. Li Sijing enjoyed this dinner to her heart's content. After she cleaned up the mess, she sat back in the activity area. While digesting the food, her hands were not idle. She took out yesterday's soybeans and shelled them, while opening the blue screen. At this time, the time had come to 7:30. When she opened the blue screen, the first thing Li Sijing saw was the current real-time number of people. 3986/10,000. More than 1,000 people died in one day. To be honest, reason told Li Sijing that this was not surprising. After all, when there were no activities, 1,000 people could die in a day. There was a competition today, and more than 1,000 people died. Was it surprising? It was not worth it. But Li Sijing still found it hard to accept. This was the world with the fastest population decline in the area since she crossed over to the survival world. There were only 2 days left, and I didn't know how many more people would die, especially on the last day, the day of the natural disaster. Li Sijing was thinking about the people who could finally reach the finish line alive. Will it be less than 1,000 people? Sighing, Li Sijing forced herself to forget these unnecessary worries for the time being. Clicking on the trading area, she was ready to check the situation of insecticides. Although she was confident that the expensive insecticides in the game store before, it should not have a big impact on her business. But the moment she really opened it, Li Sijing couldn't help but feel uneasy. Fortunately, the number of transactions above did not disappoint her. In one afternoon, a total of 26 bottles of insecticides were sold. Because there was no insect trading in the afternoon, so the insecticides did not disappear at half price. And they were all sold at the price of 40 units of metal. 26 bottles of insecticide, but in exchange for a large amount of basic materials. As for other items in the trading area, the trading volume is not worth mentioning. Even the electric mosquito swatter, not many people need it now. After all, there are not many people left in the area now. After the affairs of the trading area were dealt with, Li Sijing came to the regional channel. For most people, now can be said to be a resurgence after a disaster. The atmosphere in the area is naturally very warm. Haha. I'm lucky today. I got a lot of points in each point treasure box. Hey, I got a lot of points. But it's a pity that I used them to exchange for teleportation cards. Shit. Why is my luck so bad? The points I got can hardly even be exchanged for teleportation cards. It feels that the prices of materials in the game store are getting more and more expensive. Those prices have only seen rising, and never seen falling. Really, I missed the first natural disaster world. The prices in the game store at that time were so affordable. Yes, I was originally prepared. I exchanged more food from the game store and stored it. But it's better to exchange it in the trading area than to exchange it with points from the game store. I would like to exchange it in the trading area, but the key is that food is in short supply, and I am always a step behind. In the last world, the exchange ratio between points and basic materials was still 1-to-1. But this time the difference is so big. 10 points can be exchanged for 500 g of bread, and 10 units of wood can be exchanged for 1 kilogram of food. There is nothing wrong with that. But wood is the cheapest basic material. Why don't you use metal materials as an example? That's right. The person above. How about I use 1 pound of food to exchange for your 10 units of metal? Haha. 10 units of metal can be exchanged for 4 pounds of food. Don't be so funny. By the way, how many car repair cards have you exchanged? How about I exchange food with you? I don't have enough points. I only exchanged for 2 car repair cards, which are not enough for me. I spent all my points and exchanged for 3. But they are only enough for me. I am even worse off. The points are only enough to exchange for 1. I guess I can't make it through this natural disaster day. Don't even think about it. In this situation, who has extra car repair cards? Car. I can't afford to replace the maintenance card. But I did replace a lot of insect repellent incense because it's cheap. What's the point of replacing so many insect repellent incense? Just 40 or 50 in my hand are enough. The insect repellent incense inserted in the incense relay incense burner can only be lit one stick every hour. I plan to light another stick of insect repellent incense myself halfway through the journey. In this way, there will be fewer insects surrounding the vehicle and less damage to the vehicle. The idea above is quite good. It is a good way when you don't have enough car maintenance cards. But it's a bit troublesome. It's really troublesome to stop and light incense every once in a while driving. The key is that this operation will definitely not work at night. Oh! Although it's troublesome during the day, if you stick to it until the end of the world, maybe you can have a car maintenance card left. I'm tempted by what you said. It just so happens that I don't have enough car maintenance cards. So I'm ready to try it. It's troublesome. But this method should work. Oh! I want to try it too. But unfortunately, I haven't exchanged enough insect repellent incense. Who has extra? I have extra. One stick of insect repellent incense is worth 5 units of metal materials. Fuck. The above is a bit ruthless. Double the price after reselling. Li Sijing didn't continue to watch the following arguments. As for the method mentioned in the area, she naturally wanted to try it. It just so happened that Li Sijing had extra insect repellent incense that she had exchanged before. But it's too late now. So let's try it tomorrow. After peeling the soybeans, it was almost 8 o'clock. Today, Li Sijing still skipped rope for half an hour as a daily exercise. And in the process of skipping rope, she also clearly felt the changes in her body. Compared with before, her physical fitness has improved by almost half. Although she hasn't tried it, Li Sijing thinks. Now, she should have no problem lifting an object weighing 500 kilograms. The physical fitness I exchanged for several thousand points this time is worth it. It seems that when the next world competition event comes, I can allocate some points to exchange for physical fitness. After daily exercise, Li Sijing still needs to take a shower. By the way, the dirty clothes from yesterday and today also need to be washed. When Li Sijing finished these and returned to bed, the time is almost the same as yesterday. Exactly 9 o'clock. Still choose a movie to kill time. But today Li Sijing did not choose a romance movie. Instead, she chose a gun battle movie, which made her blood boil. However, after watching the movie, she returned to reality. She still had no bullets for the submachine gun that made Li Sijing's blood boil. What a pity! After the movie ended, it was time to harvest the soybeans in the planting pots. The harvested soybeans still had to be placed in the wardrobe dryer to dry. Then, while she had time, Li Sijing also checked the window glass on the RV. What's the situation? Although it is not a problem to hold on until tomorrow morning, but it can be seen that it is more serious than yesterday. If no measures are taken tomorrow, it is estimated that it will not last a whole day. As usual, the ventilation holes are blocked and the hens are released. After all these trivial matters were dealt with, 11 o'clock finally came. This crop of oranges tonight is not as much as the harvest last night. A total of 96 kilograms of oranges were collected in the mustard space. Finally, plant sugarcane. Chapter 402: The Sudden Increase of Insects. Insect-infested world. Day 6. 7 in the morning. The first thing Li Sijing did when she got up in the morning was to use a car maintenance card. After the RV could operate normally, it slowly moved forward under the control of the starry sky, and Li Sijing began her busy morning. Every morning, there were dense insects outside the mosquito net. Li Sijing had long been accustomed to it. She put on her clothes as if she didn't see anything, and then she got out of bed with a bottle of insecticide. Compared with yesterday, there were more insects in the car today. After spraying a bottle of insecticide, some of the insects in the car were not eliminated. When Li Sijing had no choice but to reopen a bottle, it was finally done. The fruits in the planting pots still accounted for the bulk of Li Sijing's daily income. Today, a sugarcane was harvested, plus 95 kilograms of oranges. By the way, with this wave of oranges, Li Sijing has accumulated more than 300 kilograms. It seems that I can sell some of them later, so as not to take up space in the mustard space. Plant watermelon seeds in the planting pot again. Then, Li Sijing took the hen which was a little silly. Back to the breeding cage. He also harvested 2 eggs from the breeding cage. By the way, I don't need to feed it every day, and I can harvest double eggs. It can be regarded as the only surprise among these annoying insects. These trivial things that need to be done every morning are handled properly. Li Sijing took out the wall breaker and a handful of soybeans that she had used before. The soy milk that I talked about the night before yesterday can finally be drunk this morning. In fact, Li Sijing remembered that she had just crossed into the game. In the first world, it seemed that she had exchanged a soy milk machine with someone else. However, there were no soybeans at that time, so she never used it. Now it has been covered with dust for a long time, and I don't know where it is stuck. Li Sijing was too lazy to look for it. Anyway, it is more convenient to make soy milk with a wall breaker. Even soybeans don't need to be soaked. It takes half an hour to fill the wall breaker with water and turn on the soy milk mode. Taking advantage of this time, Li Sijing just went to exercise, skipping rope at night and riding a spinning bike in the morning. This mode has become a habit for her. While exercising, Li Sijing was still observing the scene outside the car. When she sat on the spinning bike, the insect repellent incense in the incense burner was just lit. So now the outside of the car is clear. In this way, Li Sijing can see the situation on the road outside the car more clearly. 2 or 3 palm-like cracks appeared one after another. This also let Li Sijing know that the cracks on the road are indeed getting bigger day by day. Moreover, these cracks are expanding exponentially every day. The small cracks now are so big. No. Can it still be called small cracks now? Then, the next moment Li Sijing saw the original big cracks now. The 2 palm-like cracks are almost more than 10 centimeters. Even after the upgrade of the RV, the taller tires passed over this huge crack. Li Sijing in the car could feel a very obvious vibration. At this time, don't fantasize about the speed. Li Sijing is already very satisfied to be able to drive forward safely. Therefore, she had no complaints about the speed at which Shinkong slowed down again. Under the premise of ensuring safety, 65 kilometers per hour is already the limit of Shinkong. The slow speed also allowed Li Sijing to see the surrounding environment more clearly. She was very serious about today's exercise. After all, she had just improved her physical fitness yesterday, and she had endless energy in her body. During Li Sijing's non-stop exercise, the insect repellent incense gradually burned out. Then, she could see clearly. The traces of flying insects gradually appeared around the RV, which was originally empty. At first, there were only a few, and then they gradually became more and more. That's not right. Li Sijing couldn't help but look at the time. It was only 7:35 now. It had only been 5 minutes since the insect repellent incense went out. According to the previous situation, the effect of the insect repellent incense after burning out should not dissipate so quickly. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't insects appear after 30 minutes? Then, with doubts, Li Sijing clearly saw the whole process of the insect's revival. At 7:30, the number of insects around the car has increased from 3 or 2 to densely packed. This number and density make people feel numb. So, are there so many insects outside the car that even the insect repellent incense can't suppress them for a long time? The introduction of the insect repellent incense says that the effective time is within 1 hour from the start of lighting. This introduction is not true. The previous validity period can still be counted as half an hour. But now the validity period can't even last for 20 minutes. If we don't light the insect repellent incense, won't the whole RV be flooded with insects? It's terrible. Fortunately, Li Sijing had extra insect repellent incense yesterday. Since 1 insect repellent incense every hour can't calm the situation, then let's light one every half an hour. I'll light it later. At 7:50, when Li Sijing got off the spinning bike, the dense insects outside the car had surrounded the entire RV. There were 3 layers outside 3 layers. If there was no RV to block it, Li Sijing estimated that he would be eaten alive by these insects. He quickly found an unused bowl and put some rice husks in it. In this way, a simple incense burner was ready. Take out an insect repellent incense, light it with a lighter, and then insert it. Put the bowl on the folding table. Li Sijing looked up and looked outside the car. I saw the dense insects outside the car. Suddenly, as if driven away by an invisible force, they spread out one after another. There were too many insects surrounding them, and it was difficult to retreat all at once. And those insects that did not have time to retreat fell stiffly to the ground in the next second. Sure enough, as long as you are willing to give up, the effect will be immediate. Fortunately, this feeling of being eaten alive by insects started today. If these insects were so arrogant a few days ago, although Li Sijing was willing to give up, she did not have any extra insect repellent incense at that time. And now, although these insects are dense, but she has 30 or 40 extra insect repellent incense in her hand. It is enough to light another round during the day in the past 2 days. Chapter 403 Submachine Gun Bullets. The reignited insect repellent incense drove away the insects outside the car. Li Sijing poured the prepared soy milk into the cup and brought it to the table. The reminder sound of the starry sky sounded, and the first resource box of the day finally appeared. There was no flying insect outside the car now, and the timing was just right. After successfully taking back the first low-level resource box of the day, Li Sijing came to the table. From the mustard space, she took out 4 fried chai boxes with freshly beaten soy milk. This was her breakfast today. Of course, while eating breakfast, Li Sijing did not forget the most important thing every day. Xingyao. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary bullet production drawings, submachine gun. Damn. It can't be true? Li Sijing didn't even bother to eat the chai box that was already delivered to her mouth. She quickly clicked on the newly obtained drawings to check. Ordinary bullet production drawings, submachine gun. Enter the submachine gun model, or scan the submachine gun to produce matching bullets. Materials required for manufacturing, metal *1. Li Sijing is very familiar with this drawing, just because she had already obtained one by signing in before. However, the word pistol was written in brackets behind the drawing. And now, she actually got the production drawings of submachine gun bullets again? The MP5 submachine gun that she got the day before yesterday. These 2 days, Li Sijing has been talking about the problem of bullets. As a result, she signed in today and got the submachine gun bullet drawings. When did her luck become so good? Li Sijing couldn't help wondering if she was having a sweet dream. She wanted to drink something to calm down. Then, Li Sijing was sure that she was not dreaming. It was because the soy milk in her mouth made her grimace. So, she really got the submachine gun bullet blueprint. So, she can use the submachine gun. Li Sijing's face was full of excitement. If she wasn't still eating breakfast, she would have made 2 bullets to test the power. However, the materials required for this submachine gun bullet are directly doubled compared to the materials required for the pistol bullet. It takes 1 unit of metal material to make a bullet. Although it is a little expensive, Li Sijing can accept it when she thinks about its power. Compared with a previous pistol bullet blueprint, this blueprint may not have a strong ability to attract money. After all, in the entire area, the only person who owns a submachine gun is probably Li Sijing herself. But this blueprint can also improve Li Sijing's strength. After calming down, Li Sijing started to eat breakfast again. While eating breakfast, he was also dealing with things in the trading area. When he opened the trading area, the first thing he saw was the insect trading. There were only 4 people trading, one of whom was 3 kilograms, and the others were 2 kilograms. If you look at the number of people alone, it is less than yesterday. Li Sijing estimated that the number of people in the area decreased on the one hand. As for the other hand, it should be because there were more insects outside the car. What disappointed Li Sijing was the trading of insecticides. Although there were more insects outside, the number of people buying insecticides did not increase. From morning till now, only 7 bottles have been sold. Among them, 4 bottles are sold at half price. Li Sijing was a little unwilling to not earn much basic materials. Thinking that it was not too late now, she was ready to take out some oranges to trade. However, she suddenly stopped and thought of something. Li Sijing originally planned to find someone to exchange some mineral water and gasoline last night. But she forgot about it last night. You know, when she got up this morning, there were only 82 units of gasoline in her tank. After driving for more than an hour, there were only 76 units of gasoline left. It is impossible to maintain it until tonight. As for mineral water, there is more than gasoline, about 70 liters. However, since it is necessary to exchange, Li Sijing is ready to exchange both together. It is better to exchange more. Enough for the next world. After all, the specific situation of the next eternal night world is still unknown. Who knows? Will the price of mineral water and gasoline increase due to shortage? In short, it is right to prepare in advance, because both materials have been traded with others before. Li Sijing is not going to make trouble. so she will just go directly to the two people before. First, the more urgent gasoline. After contacting the other party, there was no immediate reply. Li Sijing did not wait, but contacted another person. The message about the transaction of mineral water was replied relatively quickly. Almost as soon as Li Sijing sent the message, the other party responded. With a previous transaction foundation, Li Sijing did not waste words. Just send the 50 liters you need. At present, Li Sijing is in the RV. The daily water consumption, including bathing, is about 10 liters of water. Of course, every 2 days, using the washing machine requires 5 liters of water. And washing hair is more water consuming, which needs to be calculated separately. In a world for 7 days, Li Sijing gave herself an approximate water standard of about 100 liters. She already had 70 liters in her hand. And if she changed 50 liters of water, there will be no problem in getting through the next world. As for the next world, we will talk about it later. Although Li Sijing has the ability to exchange for more water resources, there is no need to do so. If she stores more, she will worry about having no place to put it. After all, the mustard space in her hand is not infinite. In terms of price, there is no change from the last transaction. The trading ratio of mineral water and food is 4-to-1. As for the saying that the price of mineral water and food in the game store is the same, no one takes this seriously, and it has no reference value. The only thing that surprised Li Sijing was that the other party did not ask for all the food this time. It was supposed to be 25 kilograms of food. In the end, the other party asked for 15 kilograms of food and a bottle of insecticide. In this way, the insecticide is priced at 25 units of metal materials. Li Sijing thought about it and finally agreed. After the mineral water transaction was over, there was a response from the gasoline side. The price of gasoline is twice that of mineral water. If it is exchanged with food, the ratio is 2-to-1. That is, 2 units of gasoline are exchanged for 1 kilogram of food. In terms of gasoline, Li Sijing wanted a bit more. Under normal circumstances, she consumes about 100 units of gasoline every day. In the first few days of each world, there is even overflow. Therefore, the gasoline that Li Sijing finally wants is 1,000 units. In this way, it will be enough. I just don't know if the other party has so much gasoline. Fortunately, after a conversation, Li Sijing got the answer. The other party does not have so much gasoline now. But he promised that he would definitely trade her 1,000 units of gasoline before dark today. This is good news for Li Sijing. After all, she doesn't have enough fruit to exchange so many units of gasoline. And she has to save it. Chapter 404 Paper Towel Manufacturing Drawings. As time came to 8:10, Li Sijing had finished eating her 4 chai boxes and soy milk. At this time, as the effect of the insect repellent incense weakened, the entire RV was once again wrapped in insects. This large-scale obstruction almost dimmed the light inside the car. After Li Sijing washed the dishes, she sat back in the activity area. She waved her hand, and a small hill of low-level resource boxes suddenly appeared on the table. Li Sijing knew without counting that these were 10 low-level resource boxes. 5 were saved the day before yesterday. 4 were saved yesterday. And 1 was saved today. A total of 10 low-level resource boxes can finally be synthesized into an intermediate resource box. After clicking on the synthesis, looking at the resource box in front of him with a blue light, Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh that this intermediate resource box was not easy to come by. It took 3 days. I don't know what I can get. 100 G5 nut mooncake. Oil tank expansion blueprint. Paper towel manufacturing blueprint. 350 milliliters Yangji Ganlu. 250 G purple sweet potato. Large nail clippers. First of all, the oil tank expansion blueprint has become a permanent guest. Li Sijing found that she can see it every time she unboxes it these days. Since it has been opened, what can I do? Use it. The oil tank capacity has changed from 250 units to 260 units. As for the second blueprint, it is an ordinary blueprint that I haven't seen for a long time. Paper towel manufacturing blueprint. Paper towels can be designed according to your own wishes. And the size, thickness, and flexibility can all be freely set. Materials required for manufacturing. 2 pieces of wood can make 1 jean of tissue paper. Paper blueprint. Daily consumables. The required manufacturing material is still the cheapest wood. This blueprint is pretty good. But the key is, Li Sijing has seen people selling tissue paper in the trading area. The other party's price is not expensive. So he must have got the blueprint. So, it is obviously impossible to make money with this blueprint. And he can only use it for himself. In addition to the 2 blueprints. This time, there is another thing that surprised Li Sijing. That is purple sweet potato. I have been thinking about sweet potatoes for so long. But I didn't wait for it. But I got purple sweet potato. If you only look at the high yield. Although purple sweet potato is only half of sweet potato. But compared with other crops, it is still much better. By the way, I also got a bottle of Yangji Ganlu. Just in time for lunch. As for the next material, it is a bit hard to describe. A 5-nut mooncake. Can you believe it? It is actually 5-nut. Li Sijing has always had a question. Does anyone really like to eat mooncakes with 5-nut fillings? Anyway, she definitely doesn't like it. So, there is no chance that 5-nut mooncakes will appear in the snack cabinet here at Li Sijing's place. Of course, it is definitely wrong to waste food. And you have to find a time to trade it out. The last item is a pair of nail clippers. This thing came just in time. And Li Sijing took it, and saw that she was cutting her own nails. After cutting her fingernails, there are toenails. That is to say, it has been almost a month since she traveled through time. And her nails have grown quite long. After Li Sijing finished cutting her nails, and put away the nail clippers, the second resource box of the day has also appeared on the road. The time at this time is 8:41. The insect repellent incense in the incense burner has been burned out for 10 minutes. The insects outside the car are so rampant that they seem to be unable to feel the insect repellent incense. If it were in the past, facing this situation, Li Sijing had 3 choices. The first is to wait for the next insect repellent incense to be lit. The second is to operate the mechanical arm and keep holding the resource box until the insect repellent incense is lit. The third is to open the window to take the resource box and let the insects bite. Among these 3 situations, Li Sijing usually chooses the last one. Although she suffers a little, it does not waste time. Besides, she has enough food in her hands and is not afraid of toxins. But now, Li Sijing has a 4th choice. To relight an insect repellent incense. She took out an insect repellent incense, lit it with a lighter, and inserted it into the bowl on the table. Then, Li Sijing walked to the driving area. As she walked, the insects outside the car had all dispersed. So, it was also very safe to take the resource box this time. Well, now Li Sijing felt more clearly the benefits of insect repellent incense. It allowed her to light insect repellent incense at any time without restraint. In this case, the detoxification pills that Li Sijing had exchanged before seemed to have no use? No. Li Sijing suddenly thought of it. If the detoxification pills had no use, then what about the fruits used for detoxification? People who held extra insect repellent incense in their hands would obviously not be bitten by insects again. These people would not be poisoned. So naturally they would not need to eat more convenient fruits to detoxify. Although, such people should only occupy a small part in the area. But in general, the demand for fruit has decreased. So, does Li Sijing still need to grow fruit? Thinking of this, she felt that she needed to change her strategy. As for fruit trading, Li Sijing has orange trees with higher yields. Then, there is no need to grow fruit in another planting pot. Next, some crops that can really fill the stomach can be planted. After all, many people no longer need to use food to detoxify. But the food consumed before has not been replenished. Therefore, the famine in the area has not disappeared. Li Sijing, who was thinking about these things in his mind, did not stay idle. Instead, he moved the stone mill that had not been used for a long time from under the shelf. He took out the rice from the mustard space and prepared to grind some rice. When she was cooking last night, Li Sijing found that there was not much rice left in her hand, and it was estimated that it was only enough to cook one more meal. While there is time now, it is just right to grind some out. This time was a bit tight, so Li Sijing naturally did not work slowly. She finished grinding 2 kilograms of rice before 9:30. 700 g of rice and 300 g of rice husks were collected separately. At 9:30, the watermelons planted before were ripe. The 3 plump watermelons harvested were collected into the mustard space. Then, Li Sijing took out the purple sweet potato that had just been unpacked. In the next planting pot, it was time to start planting real crops. The growth time of purple sweet potato is almost the same as that of cherry tomatoes. About 150 days. In other words, if planted in mind, it will mature at about 1 p.m. Chapter 405 about the plan for the ranking list. Wait until Li Sijing has dealt with the planting pots. The third resource box of the day appeared on the road again. At 9:30. The insect repellent incense in the incense burner had just burned out. In a few minutes, the insects were recovering. But time was too tight. There were not many insects that had time to get close to the RV. Although it was a bit dangerous, Li Sijing still chose not to relight the insect repellent incense for the time being. After all, there was no shortage of money. But it couldn't be wasted. The resource box was immediately put into the mustard space. Quickly closing the car window, Li Sijing couldn't help but raise his hand to check. I saw a red bump on the index finger of my left hand. Well, I was only bitten once. And the result was not bad. Li Sijing sat back in the activity area and continued to grind rice. While grinding, he sighed that the speed had slowed down and he didn't encounter many resource boxes. At this slow speed today, he waited until dark. I wonder if I can have another chance to synthesize an intermediate resource box. By the way, it's almost 10 o'clock. The time for the announcement of the rankings. I don't know what rank she will get on the 3 rankings this time. Time passed by little as Li Sijing was immersing herself in grinding rice. Then, at a certain moment, the sound of the survival game echoed in the sky. Dear players, being able to survive until now proves that you can get the title of Elite Survivor. Then next, the rankings will be opened again, and the data will be updated in real time every minute to ensure that everyone can clearly understand the gap between everyone. The rankings are divided into Popularity Ranking, Combat Power Ranking, and Comfort Ranking. After the natural disaster ends, the top 10 players on the list will receive game rewards. For specific game rules, please open the World Channel. Well, is it already 10 o'clock? Li Sijing is already very familiar with the content of the survival game. The only difference is probably the title given in it. From Advanced Survivor to Elite Survivor? I don't know what kind of survivor will become in the next level. While clicking on the rankings to check, Li Sijing did not stop grinding rice in his hand. This list will end at 12 o'clock in the evening on the day of the natural disaster. The first place will be rewarded with 3 car parts. The second and third place will be rewarded with 2 car parts. The fourth and fifth place will be rewarded with 1 car part. And the 6th to 10th place will be rewarded with some food. In terms of rewards, there is no change as always. Of the 3 lists, Li Sijing first clicked on the comfort list. The 3 big characters on the top of the list are still Li Sijing. As for the score behind the name, Li Sijing even scored more than 2,400 points more than the second place Zhou Qinghuan. She was a little surprised that the gap was so big. Clicking her name, Li Sijing carefully checked the score breakdown. Only then did she realize that 2,000 points were added after the RV was upgraded. The remaining 400 points were where she surpassed Zhou Qinghuan in her daily life. After closing the comfort list, the second list Li Sijing checked was the combat power list. During the resource point activity in the insect plague world, she killed 3 people. There were also large beasts every day. Although nothing was gained, they were not let go. In addition, there was 1 small beast every day. Li Sijing estimated that she should be able to get more than 700 points this time. I don't know what position she can occupy in the battle power list. I clicked it and found that she actually occupied the 9th place in the list with 850 points. It was quite unexpected. Whether it was the score or the ranking, it was a bit unexpected. Skillfully clicked on her name to check the score details. Li Sijing realized that she had missed something in her score. It turned out that among the more than 1,000 ants killed in the resource point activity, there were 11 resource monsters, and a total of 110 points were obtained. And she only occupied the 9th place with 850 points. Li Sijing originally thought that the large beasts this time would be useless after killing. Most people in the area should not waste this time. As a result, there are so many high scores on this list. In addition to Lui Zhou who ranked 1st, and Wu Aigua who ranked 5th. Among these other people with rankings, Li Sijing didn't see any familiar names. Did they rise suddenly? There were too many surprises on the battle power list. Li Sijing finally clicked on the popularity list, hoping that this list would be normal. Fortunately, after clicking on it, she finally found many familiar names, and Li Sijing ranked 2nd among them. As for the first place, it was still occupied by Wu Aigua. After all, Wu Aigua's strategic sharing, as well as various intimate tips, etc., helped many people in the area. The inspection team at each finish line also made most people in the area know him. As for why she was able to occupy the 2nd place, According to Li Sijing's guess, most of the reason should be because of pesticides. By the way, she also shipped a lot of fruits every day. After reading the 3 lists, Li Sijing also had a clear idea of the current situation. She had no hope for the combat power list, as long as she could ensure that she would not fall out of the top 10. After all, the free food was still very fragrant. Li Sijing's mentality was also very peaceful for the popularity list. After all, the first place was Wu Aigua, and given the relationship between them, there was no need to fight to the death. So, as long as she could ensure that she would not overturn and her ranking would not fall, it would be fine. As for the shooting of the short video this time, Li Sijing decided not to waste brain cells and think about anything new. Just follow the routine. Half of the time is killing monsters, and half of the time is food. Of course, in order to avoid being overtaken by some ruthless people, Li Sijing also spends some time on killing monsters and eating delicious food. For example, take out the MP5 submachine gun to show it. It just so happens that the large beasts have not been dealt with in order to grind rice this morning. This time, no insecticide is used, and the MP5 submachine gun is used instead. Not only is there a hot topic, but it is also a shock. Thinking of this, Li Sijing's heart can't help but get excited. Although she is a girl, she is still very interested in hot weapons such as submachine guns. Li Sijing couldn't help but look at the time. There are still 10 minutes before the insect repellent incense is lit at 10:20. So, she hurriedly cleaned up the rice and stone mill on the table. After Li Sijing cleaned up everything and the table was clean again, the time has come to 10:20. As the insect repellent incense was lit, the insects that were dancing outside the car returned to silence again. However, before Li Sijing told Shinkong to stop the car and let her go down to kill the large beast, Shinkong's reminder sounded. Today's 4th resource box appeared in the middle of the road. Chapter 406 Power Comparison. In the dense jungle, on a road full of cracks, Li Sijing's RV, under the control of Shinkong, slowly stopped by the left side of the road. At 10:20, the insect repellent incense was lit. The dense insects outside the car retreated 5 meters away. Li Sijing opened the door and got out of the car. The rain boots she wore when getting out of the car had been corroded and broken because of stepping on too many small insect corpses. She was now wearing just a pair of ordinary sneakers. However, as this pair of shoes was stepped on more on the road, the soles also showed signs of corrosion. I don't know how long I can hold on. I hope I can hold on for the last 2 days. As Li Sijing walked from the car to the road, she felt soft under her feet. Then, there was a crackling sound, like a burst of beats. This feeling occurs because there are too many insects on the road. Although there were many bugs on the road before, you could still see a large area of ground. But now, on the road, these small bugs are densely packed and close together. At a glance, there are bugs all over the ground, and the exposed ground is almost invisible. To be honest, seeing so many bugs lying on the ground motionless, Li Sijing really wanted to take out a broom to collect them all. It is estimated that she can collect 2 kilograms in less than 10 minutes. However, in reality, Li Sijing still knows what is important and what is not. It is enough for other people in the area to collect bugs, and Li Sijing herself has to do what needs to be done in front of her. For example, the low-level resource box in front of her. For example, a large wild beast far outside the road. On this road full of bugs, one step can kill dozens or hundreds of bugs. When Li Sijing stepped on them and came to the low-level resource box next to the car, I don't know how many bugs were trampled to death along the way. Bent down to pick up the low-level resource box on the ground and put it into the mustard space. Then, Li Sijing came to the right side of the road again. She waved her hand, and on her right hand, which was originally empty, suddenly, a very deterrent MP5 submachine gun appeared. As for bullets, long before, Li Sijing had consumed 100 units of metal materials and made 100 bullets. Now, this MP5 submachine gun has sufficient ammunition and can fire at any time. However, the process of luring large wild beasts today was not smooth. If it was said that luring large wild beasts yesterday took some time, then the time it took to lure large wild beasts today was directly doubled. There was no response for several minutes. Li Sijing almost doubted whether she was not attractive to these large beasts. Fortunately, the tall green grass leaves finally began to shake. Li Sijing held a submachine gun and looked forward with curiosity. She wanted to see what the insects that were slower than caterpillars were. After waiting for about half a minute, the full appearance of this large beast finally emerged from the wide leaves. On its chubby head, there were 4 tentacles, 2 long and 2 short. The whole body was close to the ground, and there was a huge spiral shell on its back. The highest point is about the same height as Li Sijing. When she saw the iconic shell on its back at first sight, Li Sijing had already recognized this large beast. It turned out to be a snail. So, is the snail a bug? It seems not. Li Sijing hesitated for a moment because of this doubt. And during the time she wasted, the snail was still trying to move forward. Snails are slow, which is common sense on Earth. However, what Li Sijing didn't expect was that this snail had grown countless times larger. But how could this speed not improve at all? However, looking at the snail, it is understandable that it carries a shell that can almost hold 2 people. It's understandable. But today's large beast is so slow. Did it come out specifically to be her target? To be honest, Li Sijing is quite satisfied with this target. Look at the shell behind it, which looks very solid. It's just right for Li Sijing to try the power of the submachine gun. Li Sijing didn't take the snail's slow crawling behavior to heart, because a new idea suddenly popped up in her mind. According to Li Sijing's original plan, she was going to use a submachine gun to shoot the big beast in the head when it came out. However, now that there is a perfect target, why doesn't she try the difference in power between a pistol and a submachine gun? First shoot the snail's shell with a pistol, then shoot with a submachine gun. I think the contrast should be very obvious. Right? So, Li Sijing directly handed the submachine gun in her right hand to her left hand. Then he shook his right hand, and the original pistol suddenly appeared in his hand. Facing such a close target, Li Sijing, who has a perfect level firearm skill book, hardly needs to aim. She raised her hand and fired a shot very calmly. With a bang, the bullet hit the snail's shell. And then, it was bounced away. I don't know where the bullet flew to. Li Sijing's eyes were more on the snail's shell. I saw a white round mark on the shell where the bullet hit. It can be seen that the mark is slightly concave, but it has not been penetrated. And this large snail hit by the bullet. But it seems as if it can't feel it, without any reaction, and still crawls firmly. So, with the power of the pistol bullet, is it really impossible to take the snail shell? In fact, this is Li Sijing's guess before the experiment. The snail's speed is greatly reduced, so it will naturally be strengthened in other aspects. For example, defense. If someone thinks that they can easily deal with this large beast because the snail is slow, they will definitely be disappointed. If Li Sijing hadn't fired the submachine gun bullet today, it would probably take some effort to deal with this large snail. Since the experiment has been done, Li Sijing put the pistol back directly. Next, it's the highlight. Holding the submachine gun in one hand, Li Sijing gently pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. After 3 consecutive gunshots, the situation at the scene suddenly came into view. In front of me, I saw the shell on the back of the snail. Under the shooting of the submachine gun bullet, all of them broke apart. Even at the location where it was hit, a large area of dents appeared. A large piece of shell with flesh and blood splashed out. The damage to the giant snail's shell directly exceeded 50%. In this case, the snail is obviously dead. In fact, if you use a submachine gun, one shot should be enough to kill this giant snail. However, just now, Li Sijing fired 3 shots. Well, I really couldn't help it. After all, continuous shooting is really cool. Chapter 407 Corpses are everywhere. After killing today's large beast snail, Li Sijing returned to the RV before the insect repellent incense burned out. At 10:30, the RV continued to move forward as the insects outside gradually recovered. Li Sijing sat in the activity area and began to edit the video. From the time she got off the car to the time she returned to the RV, the video was shot for a full 10 minutes. Li Sijing needed to edit out those useless or unexposed clips one by one. For example, the scene of her taking a gun from the mustard seed space. If this kind of clip was exposed, Li Sijing estimated that she could rush directly to the top of the popularity list. Of course, there were countless covetousness and troubles that followed. So, when editing, Li Sijing was very careful. In the end, a short video of almost 3 minutes was edited. The video also retained the scene of Li Sijing shooting a giant snail with a pistol. The sharp contrast between before and after makes everyone clearly aware of the power of the submachine gun, which is also a deterrent. The game requires a video of less than 10 minutes. And as for the remaining time, Li Sijing is ready to fill it with delicious food. So, what kind of delicious food should be made for lunch today? She doesn't seem to have any new ingredients in her hand. Li Sijing, who was looking for ingredients in the mustard space, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If I had known earlier, I should have saved the mandarin fish last night for today. Now, should I take out the beef and mutton fried in the mustard space and shoot a video? Speaking of beef and mutton, Li Sijing suddenly thought of it. Oh, or fry a steak and pair it with a glass of red wine. Simple and classy. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this is a good choice. So, Li Sijing took out a steak directly from the mustard space. After coming to the kitchen, wipe off the moisture and marinate it first. Li Sijing, who returned to the activity area, couldn't help but look at the flying insects outside the window. Now the time has come to 10:50. After a period of recovery, the insects outside the car hit the car window again. This time is just right. Li Sijing quickly took out an insect repellent incense and lit it. Then, she clicked on the trading area. Today, the insects outside the car doubled. And I don't know how the related transactions are going. After clicking, I found that everyone's gains are indeed good. Although there are not many people trading, the quantity is not small. Among them, 3 people traded 6 kilograms. There are 5 people who traded 4 kilograms. And 4 people traded 2 kilograms. Added together, a total of 46 kilograms of insects. So, 20 units of metal half-price insecticide were directly traded 10 bottles. 4 bottles of full-price insecticide were traded. After handling the situation in the trading area, Li Sijing turned to the regional channel again to see how everyone was chatting. It was 11 o'clock, and it was not time for dinner yet. The area should have been very quiet. But who made the ranking list just announced? There are still many people chatting in the regional channel now. Fuck. The ranking list is announced. And I am ranked outside the 1,000 again. Don't get excited. I am ranked outside the 1,000 on all 3 lists. What's the hurry? As long as I'm not at the bottom, it's fine. I've been eating bread every day these days. But I'm still ranked more than 2,000 on the comfort list. I'm really curious. What kind of life are you guys living behind me? Thanks for the invitation. I'm ranked 3,000th on the comfort list. I only eat 1 meal a day, and am always hungry. Haha. I'm ranked over 3,600th. Can I just give up? Ah. I never thought that one day I would end up so miserable. I envy Li Sijing every day. Really. As an old man in District 369, I don't envy Wu Igua or Luizhou. I only envy Li Sijing. When it comes to living, you have to look at Li Sijing. I'm definitely envious of Li Sijing for dominating the comfort list every day. I can't even imagine how happy I would be if I could live a day like Li Sijing. You only pay attention to the first place. Doesn't anyone pay attention to the second place on the comfort list? The little transparent person who has always been following Li Sijing? It's okay for a nobody. But Zhou Qinghuan is a European emperor with countless blueprints in her hands. Really? It's a pity that I didn't meet her. Hee hee. You said this above. What do you want to do if you meet her? Although Zhou Qinghuan is not well known, since she can be on the list, she must have something outstanding. What a joke. Who on this list doesn't have some trump cards? Speaking of which, a lot of unfamiliar names suddenly appeared on the battle power list this time. Yes, I also found that there are not many familiar ones. And the numbers behind these people are also very exaggerated. And they are all over 1,000. This time, the large beasts are all insects. And the key is that they are all poisonous. There should be no one to kill them. I don't even need to guess. It must be the points for killing people. In the previous resource point activity, driving was not allowed. So many people were directly carried inside. Yes, I encountered several battlefields at that time. And there were corpses everywhere. I was originally thinking that I would stay inside for a while and try my best. But I was scared out of my wits. Me too. I was scared and ran out before 2 o'clock. Killing people doesn't matter. The key is that I encountered a scene of massacre. Can you believe it? Ahem. I also encountered rape and murder. Fuck. Is this true or not? Who are these perverts? Really? I am the resource point this time. There is no danger. How can so many people die? It feels like many people have been forced to become perverts after staying in this survival game for a long time. Attitude. If they could drive and have the protection of vehicles, so many people would not have died. So, Those unfamiliar names on the battle power list have killed many people? Too scary. Alas, not only do I have to face the various difficulties of the game, but now I have to face the malice of my compatriots? I hope I can die fighting with beasts instead of being killed by my compatriots. This topic is too heavy. Let's talk about the popularity list. Speaking of the popularity list, I think of some silly and weird ways to get out of the circle. By the way, what happened to the warrior who was caught in the acid rain in the last world? Who knows? One thing is certain. He didn't get the first place in the end. It doesn't feel worth it. Maybe others think it's worth it. Chapter 408 The Trading of Small Insects ends. Insect-infested world. Day 6. 11:20. Just as the insect repellent incense was lit, Li Sijing encountered the 5th low-level resource box of the day. In a clear environment, she safely operated the mechanical arm and handed the resource box in through the car window. Li Sijing couldn't help but sigh that the world without insect bites was really nostalgic. If she had twice as much insect repellent incense from the beginning, how could she be bitten so many times? The resource box in hand was put into the mustard space. Li Sijing then came to the kitchen area. At this time, she was ready to fry the steak. The process of frying steak is not difficult. And of course, there is no shortage of various ingredients. Li Sijing filmed the entire process of production. After the steak was out of the pot and placed on the folding table, Li Sijing also took out the half bottle of red wine that had been placed in the mustard space. The steak and red wine. The shooting process is over at this point. Next, Li Sijing ate steak and drank red wine while editing the video. When she finished a large piece of steak on her plate, the video was almost edited. Finally, the 3-minute display of force was combined with the food display. A 10-minute short video appeared just like that. Li Sijing watched it very seriously from beginning to end, and then posted it on the World Channel. She felt good about the whole video. She should be able to maintain her current popularity and not let her ranking on the popularity list drop. After uploading the video, Li Sijing also paid attention to other people's works. Unfortunately, not many people have uploaded videos so far. After all, the video shooting function has only been turned on for about 2 hours. Shooting and editing videos all take time. Li Sijing estimated that the peak time for uploading videos would be after lunch, and she had lunch a little early today. After all, when Li Sijing washed the dishes and cleaned up the table, it was just 12 o'clock. At this time, most people in the area had just stopped their cars and prepared lunch. And now, when the area is bustling and crowded, Li Sijing is just about to announce something that she had considered long ago. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, that is, 1 hour later, the trade of food in exchange for small insects will be cancelled. After all, this insect-infested world is almost over. Li Sijing had thought about clearing out the pesticides tonight. Then the trade of small insects will naturally end. It even needs to end early. After all, it takes time to process pesticides. If we wait until after dark to end the bug trade, if the production takes too long, the insecticide produced later may be wasted. It is just right to spread the news at lunchtime. There is an hour of buffer time. Those who still want to do this deal will naturally try their best at the last chance. To be on the safe side, Li Sijing not only made a note in the trading area, but also shouted a few times in the regional channel. Because of the ranking, she is now very popular in the region. And the short video she posted on the World Channel just now has also been seen. There were already many people in the area talking about Li Sijing. Now that the news was announced, the discussion became more intense. But Li Sijing didn't have time to read those heated discussions, just because she finally encountered the 6th resource box of the day. Well, it was still a white low-level resource box. And this time, Li Sijing's luck was not very good. The current time is 10 minutes after 12 o'clock. As early as 20 minutes ago, Li Sijing lit an insect-repellent incense by herself. Now, it has been 10 minutes since the insect-repellent incense burned out. Most of the insects outside the car have returned to their original state. And it will take another 10 minutes to light the insect-repellent incense in the incense relay incense burner. During this time, light another insect-repellent incense. It's really a waste. However, thinking about the insect-repellent incense in her hand, there is still enough insect-repellent incense. Li Sijing looked out the window again, at those crazy little insects. Finally, she took out an insect-repellent incense and lit it. After taking the resource box, Li Sijing sat back in the activity area. She had nothing to do, so she took advantage of this opportunity. She watched the short videos posted by others in the World Channel one by one. Not to mention, through these videos, Li Xijing also got a better understanding of the lives of people in the area. For example, most of the lower class people in the area. Although you can get daily necessities by unpacking the boxes. But more people take out most of the basic supplies for exchange. This also led to many people not taking a shower for several days. The dirt on the body can be seen clearly in the video. Moreover, in the lives of most people, having a hot dish and some meat in a meal is already a good life. More people exchange delicious food for bread. Of course, there is always a gap between the rich and the poor. This is no exception in this difficult game world of survival. Li Xijing saw the gap in several popular videos. Clean and tidy figures, and several delicacies on the table. Against the backdrop of these videos, Li Xijing steak with red wine is not too rare. In today's famine situation, the most popular thing is all kinds of delicacies. Everyone is obviously very clear about this. Therefore, in the World Channel, most of the short videos have a high proportion of delicacies. Looking at these short videos showing various delicacies, Li Xijing had just finished lunch and felt a little greedy. Chapter 409 Carry the blueprint to travel through the card. When the time was about to reach 1 o'clock, the originally leisurely Li Xijing began to get busy. She first opened the trading area and dealt with the insect trading. After Li Xijing, the previous transaction was closed. Now click on the trading area. The trading volume on it exploded instantly. Originally, there were only more than 3,000 people left in the area, and the trading volume should not be very large. Now look again. The number of people alone has exceeded 20. As for the weight, it is a full 61 kilograms. On average, each person's trading volume is 3 kilograms. This number is a bit beyond Li Xijing's expectations. According to each kilogram of small insects, it takes 10 minutes to make. If you want to make all these 61 kilograms of insects into insecticides, it takes a total of 10 hours plus 10 minutes. In other words, it will not be completely manufactured until after 11 o'clock tonight. And Li Xijing is going to empty the insecticide at night. And he will definitely not choose such a late time. Therefore, she should have a dozen bottles of insecticide in her hands in the end. However, since she has already announced that the insect trading will not end until 1 o'clock, although the quantity is large now, Li Xijing will also accept all of them. As for the extra insecticides at that time, at worst, she will just collect them. Who knows when she will use them? She exchanged 61 kilograms of oranges for 61 kilograms of insects. Afterwards, Li Xijing completely removed the trading information of insects. As for the trading of insecticides, not many people bought them at full price. Only 3 bottles, and 20 units of metal were sold at half price, and a total of 15 bottles were sold. Li Xijing also held a notebook that recorded the number of transactions, and compared them one name at a time. After confirming that all the insecticides that were exchanged at half price were exchanged, she felt relieved. After processing all these transactions, Li Xijing also saw a lot of messages under the transaction. Many people asked why she didn't sell any fruit today, and they were all waiting. After completing the transaction of insects, Li Xijing still had 198 kilograms of intact oranges in her hand. These oranges are indeed not small in quantity. But in the evening, Li Xijing still had a large gasoline transaction. Therefore, Li Xijing will not sell these oranges for the time being. Not only oranges, but also other fruits in her hands. She has no intention of selling them. Li Xijing didn't expect that so many people were waiting for her to put them on the shelves. In order not to let everyone wait in vain, she had to leave a message. There is no fruit transaction today, so everyone doesn't have to wait. What was everyone's reaction after seeing her message? Li Xijing had no time to pay attention to it for now, because it was already 1 o'clock. It was time to harvest the purple sweet potatoes she had planted in the planting pots. It was not as easy to harvest purple sweet potatoes, which grow in the ground, as fruits. It took some time to wear labor protection gloves. Li Xijing finally dug out all the purple sweet potatoes in the planting pots. The purple sweet potatoes were not very big. Each one was about the size of a fist. The total harvest was about 3 kilograms. In terms of yield, it is indeed not as good as sweet potatoes. As for the purple sweet potato vines, Li Xijing was reluctant to give up. All of them were tied up and put into the mustard space. The tender ones on the purple sweet potato vines can be picked as green vegetables, and they should taste good as stir-fried. As for the old vines below, they can also be chopped up and fed to hens. However, now the hens are almost dead from eating insects every night. These purple sweet potato vines are naturally useless now. So let's save them for the next world. After harvesting the purple sweet potatoes, Li Xijing planted potatoes again. All the crops in her hands have been planted. In comparison, except for the optimized rice seeds, potatoes have the highest yield. In this unclear situation, Li Xijing naturally chose to plant the crops with the highest yield. Keeping more food in your hands will make you feel more secure. After the planting pots were dealt with, Li Xijing didn't wait for a rest. The starry sky prompted that a resource box appeared on the road. This time, it was only a few minutes after the insect-repellent incense that Li Xijing had just lit burned out. The insects outside the car had just revived. But the number was not particularly large. This time, Li Xijing was too lazy to light another insect-repellent incense. She opened the window directly and took the low-level resource box. And Li Xijing's actions also led to her being bitten by insects again. The number of bites this time was not large. A total of 3 times. In the absence of toxins accumulated in the body, 3 points of toxins are naturally not worth paying attention to. After spraying the insects that entered the car with insecticide, Li Xijing prepared for a lunch break. The speed of the car today was so slow that although the number of resource boxes encountered was much less, but relatively speaking, the lunch break time was also extended. From 1:10 to 1:50. It was more than 40 minutes, compared with the lunch break time of less than half an hour before. This time was enough for Li Xijing to sleep very comfortably. And Li Xijing was awakened from her nap by the starry sky. The first thing she did after getting up was to go to the driver's seat. The insects outside the car were like dark clouds. Li Xijing first lit an insect-repellent incense. Then she operated the mechanical arm to pick up the 8th resource box of the day. By the way, why hasn't the intermediate resource box appeared today? She was a little anxious waiting. Li Xijing, who collected the resource box, sat in the activity area and seemed to have nothing to do. In the comparison area, other people had to drive themselves the whole time. Li Xijing, who had the starry sky, had relatively more free time. But it's not a good idea to be idle all the time. When people are idle, it's easy to have random thoughts. Helplessly, she finally moved the stone mill out again and prepared to grind rice to pass the time. While grinding rice, she watched many new short videos in the World Channel. In this way, time passed quickly. Then, at a certain moment, Li Xijing's friend message suddenly rang. Looking at the time, it was only 2:30. At this time, everyone was busy. Who would send her a message? Could it be that the gasoline was prepared? Li Xijing clicked it and found that the person who sent the message was Zhou Qinghuan. Sister Jing, I also opened the kind of card you mentioned before. Carry blueprints to travel through card. When traveling back, you can choose a blueprint you already have and carry it with you. Note, this card is banned and cannot be used for the time being. Li Xijing, who was originally relaxed, sat up straight in surprise after seeing the content of the message clearly. The card information sent by Zhou Qinghuan is very similar to the card she got before. The only difference is that Li Xijing's card is to carry skills, while Zhou Qinghuan's card is to carry blueprints. The common point of these two cards is when traveling back. So, the conjecture about being able to go back. This new card has been further confirmed. As for the topic of going back, Li Xijing and Zhou Qinghuan had already discussed it before. This time Zhou Qinghuan sent a message just to inform Li Xijing. The two sides did not have a further conversation. And Zhou Qinghuan opened this brand new card at this time. It made Li Xijing have to think about one thing. In the entire area, except for the two cards in her and Zhou Qinghuan's hands, is there anyone else who has opened a card that allows time travel? If not, when will such a card appear? If so, how long can the topic of returning be kept secret? Does she need to find a time to announce this news? Chapter 410, The Limitation of the Active Triggering of the Sixth Sense. Insect-infested world. 2:40 p.m. Li Xijing got the 9th resource box of the day, which was still low level. At this time, the insects outside the car had gradually recovered. So, Li Xijing was bitten 4 times again. However, she sat in the activity area and applied floral water to her wound. She looked a little absent-minded, and her mind was obviously not on the wound at all. The news of the new card from Zhou Qinghuan. Li Xijing was really confused, with too many questions and too many ideas in her mind. And all these messy ideas were finally summarized into 2 questions. First, is traveling back to return to the Earth? Second, When did it happen? As for these two questions, Li Sijing was ready to trigger the sixth sense. In fact, the sixth sense is triggered when you have to choose one of two or more options on a matter. This is the most correct way to use this skill. The sixth sense will make the most favorable choice for you among these options. And like Li Sijing, asking about an unknown event, it is unknown what answer will be obtained in the end. But Li Sijing is now confused and eager to know the answer. Asked, "It's a last resort." Thinking of this, Li Sijing closed his eyes. While thinking about the first question in his mind, he triggered his sixth sense. Then, Li Sijing got a, well, how to say it, an ambiguous answer. Is the place he traveled back to the earth? The answer is yes. But no. When she got the first word, Li Sijing was very surprised. When the whole answer was connected, she was very confused. For this strange answer, Li Sijing finally interpreted an idea. The place to travel back should be the earth. But this earth has changed. As for what changes, this has become a new question. However, as long as the place to travel back is the earth, it is already good news. Li Sijing had previously speculated that there would be changes on the earth. It is not surprising to come to this conclusion now. So, when is the time to go back? Li Sijing couldn't wait to close her eyes, and wanted to trigger the sixth sense again. However, after closing her eyes for 3 seconds, she opened her eyes again in confusion. Why is there no answer? After carefully recalling the entire process of triggering the sixth sense twice before and after, Li Sijing finally came to a conclusion. It's not that there is no answer, but that the sixth sense was not triggered at all. So, why can't it be triggered? It was triggered easily yesterday and twice before. Could it be that the question she asked didn't work? Or, Li Sijing had another guess in her mind, and was ready to confirm it. So, she closed her eyes again. She was going to use a new question to trigger the sixth sense. Then, Li Sijing opened her eyes again after 3 seconds. And it still didn't work. So, this sixth sense has limitations? There is only one chance a day to actively trigger the skill? Dog game. Such an important rule is not written in the basic introduction. If this is discovered in an emergency, wouldn't it be a trap? While cursing in her heart, Li Sijing was glad that she found it in advance. However, what should I do with this remaining question? Save it for tomorrow? Isn't this just whetting people as appetite? By the way, Zhou Qinghuan told her about the skill of the sixth sense. I don't know if Zhou Qinghuan has used the active triggering skill once a day? Or, let her ask and try. So, Li Sijing quickly clicked on the friend information, found Zhou Qinghuan and sent a message. She first added the answer to the question she had just asked and sent it to Zhou Qinghuan. Then she told Zhou Qinghuan about the restrictions of the active triggering skill of the sixth sense. Finally, she sent the second question, saying that she wanted Zhou Qinghuan to ask. After Li Sijing sent the message, Zhou Qinghuan's reply came immediately. As expected, her active skill had not been used yet, so she naturally agreed. Then, less than a minute later, the message came again. Sister Jing, I asked the question, but there was no clear answer. I just answered, wait, it will be soon. Although it was expected that there would be no clear answer, Li Sijing still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Soon? How soon? 1 world? 2 worlds? Or 1 month? This feeling of disappointment did not last long. When the time came to 3 o'clock, Li Sijing had already sorted out her emotions and started to work. On the orange tree in the planting pot, the oranges were ripe. Picking them all by hand, a total of 99 kilograms of oranges were harvested. Later, Li Sijing came to the table again and grinded rice to kill time. Of course, this process did not last too long. Before 3:30, Li Sijing returned the stone mill to the shelf. In more than an hour, a total of 2 kilograms of rice were ground. 700 g of rice and 300 g of rice husks were also collected. After Li Sijing had packed up everything, the time came to 3:30. The potatoes that Li Sijing had planted in the planting pot before were also ripe. It took a few minutes to harvest a total of 5 kilograms of potatoes. As for what to plant next, it has been said before that it is best to plant crops in rotation. Therefore, even if the yield of potatoes is high, Li Sijing is not going to plant continuously. It just so happens that there is not much ginger left in her hand after so many days. You can take this opportunity to plant a crop of ginger. After Li Sijing finished the planting pot, the 10th resource box of the day also appeared. At this time, The insect repellent incense in the incense relay incense burner had just burned out for less than 5 minutes. The insects outside the car were recovering, so Li Xijing naturally avoided the fate of being bitten. Fortunately, the timing was right this time. If she was bitten a few more times, the toxins in Li Xijing's body would soar to more than double digits. After putting the resource box into the mustard space, Li Xijing did not get up from the driver's seat, but fastened her seat belt and took over the driving rights. Today's road conditions, because of the increase in insects and cracks, in terms of difficulty, it is naturally greater than yesterday. Whenever the number of insects outside the car increases, Li Xijing will take out an insect repellent incense and light it. But even so, Li Xijing's driving speed is still not as fast as yesterday. Yesterday, she could still harvest a resource box in an hour. Today, Li Xijing spent more than 2.5 hours. In the end, only 2 resource boxes were harvested. Chapter 411 Cicada's Sound Attack. Li Xijing started to control the steering wheel at 3:35. At 3:50, there were too many insects outside the car, and she took the time to light an insect repellent incense. It was not until 4:50 that she finally encountered a resource box. Relit an insect repellent incense and safely got the resource box. Continued driving. Until now, it was already 6:10, and she finally encountered a resource box again. Moreover, it was a blue intermediate resource box. There were less than 50 minutes before dark. In such a short time, even if Shinkong came to drive the RV, he would not be able to travel 50 kilometers. Therefore, the resource box in front of him was the last resource box of the day. In fact, it can also be said that it was the last resource box in this insect-infested world. After all, tomorrow is the natural disaster day, and there will be no resource boxes on the road. Li Xijing controlled the RV and stopped in front of the intermediate resource box. After unbuckling the seat belt, she began to operate the mechanical arm again. I don't know what kind of bug the last small beast in this world will be. After the intermediate resource box was triggered, a white mist filled the air. Then, a figure that was obviously a bug appeared in front of her. It was only half a meter tall and more than 1 meter long, with a wide and short head that protruded forward. A pair of protruding compound eyes grew on both sides, and there were short antennae. The needle-sucking mouthparts were slender and sharp. The most eye-catching thing was the 2 membranous wings that were longer than its body. If she only looked at the front, Li Xijing might not recognize what kind of bug it was. But after seeing the pair of membranous wings, I recognized it at once. Isn't this Zen? That is, cicada. Unexpectedly, this last insect would be a cicada. Li Xijing held the joystick in his right hand and operated the mechanical arm to catch the newly appeared cicada. However, when the mechanical arm grabbed it, the cicada had already flapped its wings and flew up. Avoiding it very nimbly, the cicada did not fly high, probably because its body was too big. It looked like gliding. But even so, with the help of wings, it is more flexible than ordinary insects. Several consecutive captures failed, and the gliding cicada tried to pounce towards the RV. Unfortunately, Li Xijing's car window was not opened. Its attack fell on the bulletproof glass, which was useless. And in this continuous struggle, it can be clearly seen that the cicada is not as flexible as at the beginning. After all, it is not the wings of a bird. This pair of membranous wings cannot support the cicada to fly for a long time. So, after 2 rounds of chasing and escaping, the mechanical arm finally caught the cicada that fell on the ground. It can finally be over. To be honest, her right hand was a little sore from operating the mechanical arm. However, just when Li Xijing was about to operate the mechanical arm to crush the cicada, 2 sharp sounds of chi-chi exploded in her ears through the soundproof car body. It was like a needle piercing her brain. Li Xijing's thoughts paused for a moment. The right hand that was originally placed on the operating lever also lost its strength at that moment. So, the mechanical arm that originally grabbed the cicada slowly loosened. The cicada that regained its freedom did not escape as imagined. Instead, it slowly slid off the mechanical arm and fell to the ground as if it had lost consciousness. From the time the sharp sound entered her ears to the time Li Xijing regained consciousness, the time in between was actually very short. Not even more than 1 second. And Li Xijing, who had regained her consciousness, had an extremely ugly face. When she saw the cicada, she guessed that there might be a sound attack. But what Li Xijing did not expect was that the call of this cicada was so powerful. Even through the soundproof car body, she could lose consciousness for a short time. If there was no RV protection, would Tia take a long time to recover? Of course. Li Sijing also knew that this cicada was just a small beast. There were other factors that could show such a powerful sound attack. For example, after the call, the cicada was exhausted, and it was obviously only the last blow. Another reason why the shouting had such a big impact on Li Sijing was actually another reason. That is, her hearing was improved to the perfect level. She was naturally more sensitive to sound. If other people in the area encountered such a shouting, their reaction would not be as big as hers. Of course, no matter what. This time she almost capsized in the gutter. For Li Sijing, it was a big lesson. It made her start to reflect on herself involuntarily. However, before that, she had to deal with the things in front of her first. Facing the Yulia lying on the ground exhausted, as if dead, Li Sijing directly operated the mechanical arm and crushed it fiercely. As the body of the cicada was crushed, the notification sound of the game finally came to my ears. Then, the body of the cicada disappeared, and a detoxification pill appeared. When Li Sijing was fighting with this small beast, the time had already passed 6:20. After the insect repellent incense was lit, all the small insects outside the car naturally avoided it. So, Li Sijing opened the car window with peace of mind, operated the mechanical arm to pick up the detoxification pills and the intermediate resource box. Li Sijing returned to the seat in the activity area. First, he took out some rice, washed it, and put it in the rice cooker to cook. Then, he couldn't wait to open the intermediate resource box. Zhou Qinghuan had already opened the carrying crossing card. I don't know if she could open the card again in this intermediate resource box. With this expectation, Li Sijing slowly opened the lid of the resource box. Orland's Chicken Drumstick 25G. Oil Tank Expansion Blueprint. RV Starry Sky Roof Blueprint. Fresh Black Fungus 250G. 100G * 3 Molten Persimmon. 250G Seaweed Flavor Handmade Small Twist. After taking a rough look at the items, Li Sijing couldn't help showing a disappointed look. There was no card she wanted, and there were no surprises in the two blueprints. A Fuel Tank Expansion Blueprint. Click to use it directly. As for the other blueprint, RV Starry Sky Roof, after loading, you can have a romantic starry sky-like roof. Materials required for construction: metal N5, rubber *5, plastic *5. Romantic starry sky-like roof? Does Li Sijing need it? No. Thank you. So this blueprint can only be put away in the end. In addition to the two blueprints, the remaining materials that were opened were all food. Half a pound of fresh black fungus, which can be used as a side dish when cooking after being put away. Half a pound of seaweed small twists were put into the snack cabinet. There was also a small bag of Orland's chicken wings, which did not need to be put away. Just eat them directly. As for the last three using persimmons, they were put into the mustard space. It should be a good after-dinner fruit tonight. Chapter 412 Carrying Supplies Crossing Card. The sixth day in the insect plague world. After a day of driving, Li Sijing harvested a total of 12 resource boxes. They were 11 low-level resource boxes and 1 intermediate resource box. One of the low-level resource boxes had been synthesized into an intermediate resource box with the 9 low-level resource boxes yesterday when it was just obtained. Another intermediate resource box has just been opened. Now Li Sijing has 10 low-level resource boxes left in his hand. It is just enough to synthesize an intermediate resource box. In fact, this situation was also Li Sijing's plan before. If it weren't for the low-level resource box that was obtained, it could just be synthesized into an intermediate resource box. How could Li Sijing let herself drive and waste time? The intermediate resource box that was just opened did not open what she wanted. Now these 10 low-level resource boxes are released from the mustard seed space. After resynthesizing the intermediate resource box, open it again. Li Sijing had given up hope of getting a cross-carrying card this time. She only thought that it would be great if she could get 2 practical blueprints. However, with such a peaceful state of mind, this intermediate resource box actually gave Li Sijing a big surprise. 1 delicate toothbrush. Oil tank expansion blueprint. Cross-carrying card. 5 white candles. 10 thick and compressed face towels. 5 soft rubber cartoon hair bands. The cross-carrying card she had been waiting for a long time actually appeared. Cross-carrying card. When you cross back, you can choose an item to carry with you. Note, this card is banned and cannot be used temporarily. Another new type of carrying and crossing card. And this time it can carry supplies. The three types of cards that appeared successively are skills, blueprints, and supplies. These three categories almost cover everything everyone has now. In other words, as long as they get enough cards, can they bring everything they have now back to Earth? I didn't expect that I would be lucky today. I actually got a card from the last intermediate resource box in this world. Li Sijing smiled and carefully put this precious card into the mustard space. Then, she came to check the other supplies that were opened. This intermediate resource box has brought enough value to Li Sijing to open a new card. So, for the other supplies that were opened later, no matter what it is, Li Sijing's mentality is very stable. A fuel tank expansion blueprint. Just click to use it. A toothbrush. Put it on the shelf and put it away. Li Sijing's current toothbrush has only been used for less than a month, so there is no need to replace it in a hurry. There are 5 finger-thick white candles in total. Before the end of each world, some items that can be used in the next world will be opened from the resource box. These 5 candles are a pleasant surprise. 10 compressed towels with packaging similar to candy. All put away. This thick and compressed towel was opened by Li Sijing before. Not to mention, it is quite useful. One can be used for a day without any problem. And it can be used as a disposable rag after use. Finally, there are 5 hair bands with cartoon soft rubber decorations on them, which are quite nice. However, the hair band on her head can still be used for the time being. So let's put it away first. After Li Sijing packed up all the supplies obtained from the 2 unpackings, there is not much time left before dark. Li Sijing simply did not wait for dark and directly closed the blackout curtain. Today's lunch was eaten a little early, and it has been 6 or 7 hours now. Li Sijing, who was a little hungry, was ready to have dinner. I was too lazy to cook any more dishes, so I just took out the dishes cooked in the mustard space. While eating dinner, Li Sijing opened the trading area. She was thinking about editing a transaction about pesticides. Now, there are only a few minutes left before dark at 7 o'clock. I think everyone in the area has stopped the car. This time is a good time to clear the pesticides. As for the price of pesticides, since it is said to be cleared, the price is naturally cheaper than before. However, in order to prevent those who worked hard to collect insects from feeling that they were at a disadvantage, the price must not be lower than 20 metal units. So in the end, the price was set at 21 metal units. Li Sijing now has more than 110 bottles of insecticide. If the insecticide making machine has not yet produced is included, there should be 137 bottles of insecticide in the end. Put these insecticides, according to the set price, and put 50 bottles in the trading area first. Li Sijing came to the Lively regional channel and edited and sent this message. In order to thank the compatriots in the region for helping to collect insects and to increase everyone's survival rate. From now on, insecticides will be sold at a low price, and each person is limited to 1 bottle, while stocks last. Li Sijing sent this message 3 times in a row. Some people in the area were originally discussing the popular video in the World Channel. Some were discussing how to spend the night with so many bugs outside the car. Others were discussing the disaster day tomorrow. After Li Sijing sent the message, and it was seen by most people, immediately, it caused a heated discussion. Fuck. The price of insecticide has dropped? I've always wanted insecticide, but I don't have time to collect insects. The original price is too expensive. Now that the price has dropped, I have to get a bottle. Insecticide is very useful, but it's too expensive. Now that the price has dropped, I have to buy it. Why doesn't anyone limit the purchase to 1 bottle? I want to buy a few more bottles. There are so many people in the area. If you buy a few more bottles, what will others do? Don't be so eager. I looked at the price of 21 units of metal materials. The price is not cheap. Yes. Saying that it increases everyone's survival rate is also a sales method. That's right. It's so true. It sounds good. Why don't you just give it to everyone? Is the person above an idiot? We are not related. Why should they give it to you for free? If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it. There are many people who want it. I'm worried about how to spend the night with so many bugs outside the car. Now that I have insecticide, I feel much more at ease. Although Mr. Li has lowered the price, I still can't bear to give it 21 units of metal. If you can't bear to give it, don't exchange it. But you will have to work harder. I would rather work harder. 21 units of metal can be exchanged for several kilograms of food. I can't bear to give it up. It depends on the individual situation. When supplies are insufficient, survival is naturally more important. Chapter 413: A large gasoline transaction. While the area was heatedly discussing the sale of insecticides, the insecticides that Li Sijing hung in the trading area were also slowly selling, although many people in the area were shouting to buy them. But in fact, the sales speed was not very fast. Almost every few minutes, a bottle of insecticide was sold. After all, this insect-infested world is about to end. More people hope to keep the supplies to face the next unknown world. After the insecticides were hung in the trading area, Li Sijing did not pay much attention. Sell as much as you can. After Li Sijing finished her dinner, she took out the flowing persimmons from the mustard space to eat. While eating, she was still thinking about the gasoline transaction. The 1,000 units of gasoline that Li Sijing wanted were not a small amount. The other party promised to give it to her after dark. And I don't know if it has been prepared. You know, after today's day's itinerary, Li Sijing's large tank, which has been expanded to 280 units, has only 14 units of gasoline left. There are still many electrical appliances at night that consume gasoline. When I get up tomorrow morning, there will probably be no more than 10 units of gasoline in the tank. However, the more you talk about it, the more you will see it. Just as Li Sijing was thinking about this question, the other party finally responded. 1,000 units of gasoline have been collected and can be traded. The exchange ratio of gasoline to food is 2 to 1. 1,000 units of gasoline require 500 kilograms of food to exchange. Li Sijing now has only about 300 kilograms of oranges in her hands, which is definitely not enough. However, the other party said that they would not only want fruits, but also some other materials for trading. Therefore, Li Sijing was not too worried about the trading materials. She was quietly waiting for the other party's quotation. In less than 2 minutes, the other party directly sent the list of materials needed. Among them, half of the materials were exchanged for fruits. That is, 250 kilograms of fruits. Then, the other party also asked for 10 kilograms of ordinary food. As for the rest, they were all exchanged for pesticides. As for the price, Li Sijing calculated it according to 20 metal units per bottle. After asking what ordinary food the other party needed, Li Sijing took out 250 kilograms of oranges, 5 kilograms of corn, 5 kilograms of potatoes, and 30 bottles of pesticides. She exchanged 1,000 units of gasoline with the other party. After filling the large tank with these gasoline, there were still 732 units left. And this amount of gasoline, plus the mineral water stored before, almost occupied 1 cubic meter of space in Li Sijing's mustard space. This also led to the mustard space becoming crowded again. Therefore, we have to save basic materials and expand the mustard space. After this big deal was completed, the two sides chatted for a few more words before it finally ended. In this way, Li Sijing finally stored enough food, water, and gasoline, even facing the next eternal night world. She has some confidence. When the time came to 8 o'clock, after handling things and digesting food, Li Sijing finally started today's exercise. Half an hour of exercise made her sweat all over. After Li Sijing finished taking a shower and washing up, it was only 10 minutes away from 9 o'clock. And this time was just when the ginger in the planting pot matured. After the ginger was harvested, Li Sijing also calculated. The remaining time was just enough for her to plant another crop of potatoes. After the potatoes were planted, Li Sijing returned to the bedroom. Sitting on the bed, she picked out a movie to watch. At the same time, she opened the trading area to check the sales of pesticides. In 2 hours, only 8 bottles of the 50 bottles of pesticides that were previously hung in the trading area were left. A total of 42 bottles were sold. Even when exchanging gasoline just now, 30 bottles had been traded. But Li Sijing estimated that the remaining pesticides should not be sold out. Even so, she still decided to take the pesticides off the shelves after 11 o'clock. After restocking the goods, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen and concentrated on watching the movie. This was her rare time to relax. So naturally, she didn't want to think about other things. After Li Sijing finished watching a movie, it was already past 10 o'clock. She was about to go to bed. So she naturally got up and started the finishing work. After getting out of bed, Li Sijing first looked at all the windows of the RV. There were more insects outside the car today, and the degree of corrosion to the vehicle was naturally deepened. Even Li Sijing consumed more than a dozen insect repellent incense today. But it still couldn't stop the car window glass from being corroded by insects. In this case, the RV obviously couldn't last until tomorrow morning. In order to prevent her RV from being breached in the middle of the night, Lee Sejing had to take out a car maintenance card and click to use it. The whole RV was brand new, and the defense value was full again. Lee Sejing used toilet paper to plug the ventilation hole again, and then released the hen. Then, at 11 o'clock, both planting pots were harvested. A total of 96 kilograms of oranges and 5 kilograms of potatoes. Then, sugarcane was planted. Finally, Lee Sejing returned to bed. Click on the trading area to check the trading status of insecticides. Another 2 hours. This time the trading volume is 45 bottles of insecticides. In this way, a total of 87 bottles of insecticides were sold in 4 hours of price reduction. The price of each bottle of insecticide is 21 units of metal materials. Another large amount of basic materials was received. Lee Sejing couldn't help but click on the manufacturing page to check the quantity of his current basic materials. At the first glance, I have to say that the data is very gorgeous. 3,550 units of metal, 3,756 units of plastic, 3,131 units of rubber, 3,066 units of glass, 3,045 units of cloth, and 4,647 units of wood. Among the 6 basic materials, wood has accumulated more than 4,000 units. The other 5 basic materials have also exceeded 3,000 units. Not far from the target. In addition to selling electric mosquito swatters and fruits in the early stage, most of these basic materials are accumulated by selling insecticides. It will take less than a few days to cross to the next world. Lee Sejing can gather the necessary basic materials and create a mustard space again. In addition to the insecticides sold, Lee Sejing still has 16 bottles of insecticides. Take all the insecticides hanging in the trading area off the shelves. In addition to the 3 kilograms of insects still working in the insecticide making machine, there are a total of 19 bottles of insecticides. These insecticides can only be kept in his hands temporarily. Chapter 414 Skills, Night Vision. Insect-infested world. The 7th day, the last day of this world, the natural disaster day, has finally arrived. At 7 o'clock, when the sky lit up on time, Lee Sejing woke up from her sleep. There was no need to drive today to find the resource box. Lee Sejing naturally didn't need to, and hurriedly told Shinkong to drive. Sitting up from the bed, she stretched her body. In one night, the number of insects outside the mosquito net reached a new height. After getting off the bed, Lee Sejing didn't feel sorry at all. It took 3 bottles of insecticide to finally eliminate all the insects in the car. She sent the swollen hen back to the breeding cage and picked up 2 eggs. By the way, Lee Sejing had saved a lot of eggs. When can I have a plate of fried leek and eggs to try? Afterwards, she also harvested 95 kilograms of oranges and a piece of sugar cane from the planting pot. I also replanted potatoes, a high-yield food. After doing these things, Lee Sejing sat on the spinning bike. While exercising, she focused her eyes on the outside of the car. The dense insects flew in the air and blocked her sight. This was already expected by Lee Sejing, but she didn't pay much attention to it. What she wanted to know more was, what kind of natural disaster would come on this natural disaster day? Is it related to these insects? At this moment, the 6th sense was suddenly triggered passively. Let Lee Sejing know that today's natural disaster is related to the cracks on the road. In the insect plague world, the natural disaster on the natural disaster day, it is not related to insects, but to cracks on the road? Who could have thought of this anti-routine of the dog game? This is the first time she has upgraded her 6th sense to perfection, and it is passively triggered. She actually sensed the specific situation of this natural disaster reward? Lee Sejing was very surprised. She quickly told Shinkong to drive, and prepared to find a crack on the road to observe carefully. Then, the sound of Shinkong reminding the RV failure sounded in the car. Lee Sejing remembered that she had not used the car repair card to repair the RV after getting up in the morning. So, she quickly took out a car repair card and clicked to use it. After the RV was transformed, it slowly moved forward under Shinkong's operation. Not far away, she encountered the first crack on the road. After the RV stopped, Lee Sejing did not rush to get off. She was still exercising on the spinning bike until 7:20. After the insect repellent incense was lit, the insects outside the car scattered. Lee Sejing then opened the door, got off the car, and came to the crack. Squatting down, she carefully observed the crack. The crack was about 10 centimeters wide, and the crack was bottomless. The deeper the crack went, the darker it became. Even if Li Sijing had perfect eagle eyes, she couldn't see the deepest part of the crack. This was a very deep crack, and there was nothing different. So, what was this natural disaster related to the crack? Will the crack become bigger? Will it make it difficult for vehicles on the road to move? However, these speculations in my mind could not be effectively confirmed. Before the insect repellent incense burned out, Li Sijing returned to the RV. Get on the spinning bike again. While exercising, Li Sijing told Shinkong to continue driving and look for the next crack. After passing 2 cracks, she finally encountered a crack that was much larger than the previous one. The RV stopped in front of this big crack. After pedaling the spinning bike until 7:50, Li Sijing finished today's exercise. She first took out an insect repellent incense and lit it to drive away the crazy insects outside the car. Then she opened the door and got out of the car to observe again. The crack in front of her was about 20 centimeters wide, twice the width of the previous crack. If a vehicle wants to pass through this crack, it will be difficult. Like the 2-seater car that Li Sijing and her friends just crossed over. When encountering this kind of crack, the tire will sink halfway. Even if it is upgraded to the RV level now, the tires have become much larger. If you want to pass through this crack, you can't get up without strong power. This crack is twice as large, so Li Sijing can naturally see deeper. But even so, at a depth of nearly 10 meters, the bottom is still invisible. After observing the 2 cracks, one large and one small, she had a rough idea of the bottom. At 8 o'clock, Li Sijing finally started to wash up. After washing up, she prepared today's breakfast. These 2 mornings, she had eaten steamed buns and chai boxes. This morning, Li Sijing decided to make some fish balls and fish cake soup. It happened that the purple sweet potato vines that were left before and the black fungus that opened yesterday could be added in. Finally, an egg and chopped green onions. Various colors are dotted, which looks very appetizing. Holding the freshly cooked soup, she sat at the table in the activity area. Let the hot soup cool down, and Li Sijing said, "Xingyao, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the night vision skill. Night vision. You can have 30% of the original vision in the dark. It's night vision? This skill is too suitable for the next eternal night world. Although this skill can only give people about 1/3 of their original vision in the dark. But for Li Sijing, it is also a very practical skill. At least, in the eternal night world, after losing the light, she will not be slaughtered like a blind person. Li Sijing has perfect eagle eye vision. Even if it is weakened by 2/3, she can have the vision of a normal person in the daytime in the dark. In this way, the upcoming eternal night world does not seem to be scary. Li Sijing is very satisfied with this sign-in. Today's breakfast tasted even better. While eating, Li Sijing also clicked on the blue screen. The first thing that came into view was the current real-time number of people, 3011/10,000. Li Sijing remembered that when she looked at it before going to bed last night, the real-time number of people was about 3,600. So, in this world, is the night really a high-risk period? In one night, more than 500 people died. Fortunately, there are only a few hours left to reach the end. Then, Li Sijing clicked on the trading area again. Without the insecticide, a money-making item, there is naturally no basic material to be accounted for today. However, Li Sijing can sell the fruits in her hands. After all, after this world, fruits will not be as popular as they are now. Li Sijing still has 238 kilograms of intact oranges in her hands. There are still 19 kilograms of cherry tomatoes with damaged skin due to improper picking, and 3 watermelons. Li Sijing is preparing to sell 200 kilograms of oranges. As for the remaining fruits, just keep them for yourself to eat slowly. After hanging all the 200 kilograms of oranges in the trading area, Li Sijing also observed them. The sales of these fruits are not as good as they were a few days ago. The previous fruits were sold out in a few minutes after being hung up. And now, her 200 kilograms of oranges are hung up and sold 1 kilogram at a time. It is estimated that they should be sold out before the disaster day begins. Then, Li Sijing clicked on the regional channel again. The disaster day is coming in the morning when there is no need to drive. The whole area is in a heated discussion, except for a few people who were complaining about the hardship of last night. Most people were discussing the upcoming disaster day. Many people also said that the bugs blocked their sight and the road conditions were too bad. So it was better to just leave it alone. Consume a few car repair cards and stay there until the end of the disaster day. Many people spent the disaster day like this in the previous world. Many people responded to this proposal. After all, if you can't get into the top 10, you can't get the reward. So why bother to work so hard? In the past, some people worked hard to stay in the terminal building and not spend the night outside. But what about now? There are only 3,000 people in the entire area. After the disaster, it is not certain whether there will be 2,000 left. And the huge terminal building can accommodate 2,000 cars without any problem. So why should we work hard to move forward? Chapter 4:15 Road Collapse. After breakfast, pack up everything. Before 9 o'clock, Li Sijing sat in the driver's seat, quietly waiting for 9 o'clock to come. Dear players, congratulations on surviving until the disaster officially arrives. This natural disaster road collapse is officially opened. During the disaster, there are no resource boxes on the road, and the road barrier disappears. Please pay attention to the attack of large beasts. The disaster lasts for 8 hours, starting from 9 o'clock in the morning and ending at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. You can reach the end of the disaster by driving 250 kilometers. Players who reach the end early can end their own disaster in advance and get rewards related to the next disaster. After the disaster ends, players who are still alive but have not reached the end are also considered to have passed this disaster. But no rewards will be issued. This disaster has been opened. Dear players, please enjoy the invasion of natural disasters. As soon as the game sounded, Li Sijing had already told Shinkong to drive immediately. And she was thinking about the road collapse mentioned in the survival game. Will the road collapse spread based on those cracks? It sounds very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will be trapped. I don't know how serious the collapse is. If the whole car body is buried, then no matter how many car repair cards you have, it will probably be useless. It feels that this natural disaster day is a bit dangerous. We must be prepared. When the RV was driven by Shinkong, it was moving at a constant speed. The transparent barriers on both sides of the road also disappeared. What followed was a denser swarm of small insects. They surrounded Li Sijing's RV, almost blocking most of the view. Not only that, even the large beasts in the jungle came to the road. Through the pictures taken by the camera, Li Sijing could see clearly. A 1-meter-tall, emerald green insect was chasing the car quickly. This large beast looked very much like the mantis that Li Sijing had met before. However, after careful observation, she found that this insect did not have the big knife that the mantis should have. So, this is a locust. Looking at the familiar appearance of this large beast, Li Sijing thought for a long time. Finally, he found this name from the depths of his memory. Yes, this should be a locust that farmers hate the most. This locust has been chasing the RV since it came to the road. With the terrible road conditions on the road today, the speed of the starry sky can be maintained at 60 kilometers per hour, which is already the limit. And the giant locust chasing behind the car is not much slower in speed. This made Li Sijing sigh. Why is the large beast today not a caterpillar or a snail? As time passed, the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Originally, Li Sijing was not going to pay attention to the large beast today. After all, her 9th place in the combat power list is very stable. Even if she didn't get the 100 points for killing the large beast, she wouldn't drop to 10th place. Why waste time and energy? Unfortunately, what Li Sijing didn't expect was that she was willing to let the other party go. But this large beast was unwilling to let her go. Now, this giant locust has even chased to the front of the RV. With a bang, the giant locust directly hit the rear compartment of the RV. This huge force made the entire RV in motion shake. Fortunately, the special steel body of the RV was upgraded with an accessory upgrade card. Facing such a strong impact, the RV did not show any damage. And facing a missed attack, the locust did not give up. It chased and hit at the same time. In this way, Li Sijing's RV also shook. This bumper car-like feeling made Li Sijing frown. It seems that it is impossible not to get rid of this large beast. After all, Li Sijing still has time to mess with it. At 10 o'clock, there will be a road collapse. At that time, Li Sijing didn't have the energy to spare any attention to this locust. However, now that the small insects outside the car are rampant, it is not a good time to deal with large beasts. Li Sijing endured the continuous attack of the locust for a few minutes. Until the time came to 9:20. The insect repellent incense was lit. Li Sijing then opened the large window of the activity area. Holding a submachine gun in one hand, half of his body leaned out of the window, standing on the moving RV, aiming at the target and shooting. For Li Sijing, it was not a difficult task. The key is that the body of the entire RV is too long, which has a considerable shielding effect on the locusts that follow too close. After aiming for several minutes, Li Sijing finally waited for an opportunity when the locust hit the RV and bounced back, and then shot it in the head. The giant locust, which lost its life, fell heavily on the road. It was thrown farther and farther by the moving RV and finally disappeared. After dealing with this large beast, Li Sijing put away the submachine gun. At this time, the time had come to 9:30. The potatoes that Li Sijing had planted before could also be harvested. After spending a few minutes and harvesting 5 kilograms of potatoes, Li Sijing chose corn and replanted it. Then, she sat back in the driver's seat and waited for 10 o'clock to come. Chapter 416, like a disaster movie. Insect Plague World. The 7th day. 10 o'clock. With a boom, the road collapse began. Li Sijing, who was sitting in the driver's seat, felt at that moment. He even felt that the whole earth was shaking, and the RV in motion also became a little shaky. Li Sijing's eyes could not help but look forward to the place where the sound came from. Then, like a movie special effect, a very spectacular scene came into view. I saw a very ordinary crack on the road ahead. Suddenly, from a certain point on the left, countless tiny cracks spread rapidly. This change directly made that area look like a spider web. As the cracks became more and more, the road gradually couldn't bear it. With a boom, a louder sound than before came. A piece of road several square meters in size suddenly broke into pieces the size of a human head and fell down. The road that should have been solid now seemed to have fallen into a bottomless pit. So much land sank in. But there was no sound. There was only dust rising into the air like a mushroom cloud, and a huge hole on the road. It made people believe that the scene just now was definitely not an illusion, although there was a collapse on the left side of the road ahead. But the RV did not stop moving forward under the driving of Shinkong. The RV moved forward at a constant speed along the right side, on the other side of the road that had not collapsed. Passing by the place where it collapsed just now, Li Sijing looked out through the car window. I saw a huge, bottomless hole standing directly on the left side of the road. If you don't get close, you can't imagine it. A hole on the road can be so big and so deep. If the car is going too fast, you will fall into it if you are not careful. Is this the road collapse mentioned in the survival game? The whole scene is like a disaster movie. Oh, no! Isn't their life now a disaster movie? The collapse of the road in front of them is like a prelude. Next, the whole road seems to be rotten, and collapses come one after another, just like what is happening in front of you. Shinkong drove the RV and moved forward steadily on the road. Then at a certain moment, the road a few meters in front of the RV suddenly collapsed. And as the collapse expanded, the RV was about to drive into the bottomless hole, follow the broken soil and fall in together. At this critical moment, Li Sijing quickly turned the steering wheel. Then, the RV quickly turned to the left to avoid the death collapse just now. In fact, 1 second before Li Sijing turned the steering wheel, the wheels of the RV were already turning to the left, which was operated by Shinkong. Obviously, Li Sijing was still slightly inferior in reaction, but even if he knew that it was safe to operate with Shinkong. But at the moment when he saw the danger, Li Sijing still couldn't help but act subconsciously. He turned left and narrowly avoided the road that suddenly collapsed just now. However, less than 2 seconds after driving, Li Sijing saw that in front of the left side of the road, at some point, a huge hole had appeared. If it plunges in, the whole RV will not fall in. But without the help of the crane, it is absolutely impossible to get up. So, the RV that just turned left had to turn again. In short, the route of the whole RV on the road, just like playing Snake, it keeps avoiding turns and turning again. Not only do you have to avoid the road that may collapse under the wheels at any time, you also have to avoid the huge holes on the road that have collapsed, but are not obvious. And the sound of the road collapsing, one after another, echoed in your ears from time to time. Not only does it make people feel irritated, it also makes people feel a sense of urgency and anxiety in their hearts. And on this road that may fall into the pit at any time, Shinkong's driving speed can no longer maintain 60 kilometers per hour. The final driving speed was only maintained at 40 kilometers per hour. In fact, according to Shinkong, it can maintain 50 kilometers per hour. However, between speed and absolute safety, Li Xijing finally chose safety and decided to slow down a little. After all, in such road conditions, if she was slow, others would be even slower. Moreover, the top 10 people who reached the finish line would receive a natural disaster treasure chest as a reward. She didn't have to work hard to compete for the first place. During this journey, even if there was a starry sky to escort her, Li Xijing was still tense. After all, this natural disaster day was more than twice as difficult as the previous ones. You know, the natural disaster days in the previous worlds. Although it is difficult, there are remedies. When the vehicle is seriously damaged, you can use the car repair card to return to the original state directly. And this natural disaster? Li Xijing specially changed so many car repair cards. But they seem to be useless. After all, when you fall into a pit, using the car repair card, you can't get the vehicle back on the road. Without the capital to start over, she has to be 100% serious. Time passed slowly in Li Xijing's tense nerves. After the initial fluster, with some experience, she finally became comfortable. Li Xijing turned the steering wheel to the left very smoothly. I don't know if the RV is under her control or under the control of Shinkong. Turning left, it avoided a big hole in front. After avoiding this hole, it took less than a second to move forward. And the rear of the RV didn't turn straight. On the road ahead, less than 5 meters away, the crack suddenly began to spread. Li Xijing was not at the beginning. Naturally, he knew that this was a sign that the road was going to collapse. The remaining road on the left was a bit narrow, but it was not enough for the upgraded RV to pass. There was no choice. Li Xijing could only turn the RV to the right again, along the edge of the big hole on the right. It was very dangerous to drive forward. It was hard to avoid this touring dilemma and drive forward. The RV, which was not short, became straight on the road. However, it was not straight for a minute. A similar scene as before appeared in front of him again. Chapter 417. The entire highway collapsed. For several minutes in a row, there was no sudden collapse on the highway. Even the silent holes, like landmines, seemed to have disappeared. Li Xijing looked at the time in confusion. It was 10:34. Has half an hour passed? No wonder the highway suddenly became so quiet. Fortunately, the natural disaster of the natural disaster day came. Every half an hour, there is a half-hour break. If it continues, I guess few people can stick to it. Finally safe. Li Xijing can finally relax her tense nerves. The driving rights of the RV are fully handed over to Shinkong. Li Xijing slumped in the driver's seat and closed her eyes to rest. After a few minutes, she finally recovered some energy. Then she got up and ran to the snack cabinet. She took out a lot of snacks from it and returned to the driver's seat. After high consumption, it is natural to eat something to replenish calories. Then you can have better energy to face the next challenge. While eating, Li Xijing also opened the regional channel. This natural disaster is not easy. I don't know how everyone in the area is doing now. Fuck. I almost fell into a pit just now. So close. Finally passed the first level safely. I almost died of exhaustion. This road collapse is too random. There is no pattern at all. I almost fell down several times just now. It was too dangerous. The road may collapse at any time. And there are so many insects outside the car blocking the view. This is not life-threatening. Me too. Once, there were too many bugs, and I didn't notice a hole in front of me. I almost fell into it. Fortunately, I braked in time. Oh! The situation is too critical. I didn't even have time to light the insect repellent. Ah! Help me. The entire front wheel of my car fell into the hole. Now I can't move. What should I do? Woo woo woo. Me too. I'm in the car now. I dare not move. I'm afraid I will lose my balance and fall in. No one can help you with this. Even the car repair card is useless. Don't worry. The two people above. Hold on for a while. Wait until the disaster day is over. No matter where your car is. As long as you are still alive, you can be teleported to the end. Yes. Try not to move. Keep your balance. And hold on until 5 o'clock. Think about those salted fish. Party. I didn't plan to drive today. Just treat yourself as one of them. Those salted fish party. Now probably have become dead fish. This method does not work in this world. What does the above mean? Does the above know something? Tell me. In addition to the small-scale collapse at a certain point on the road, the entire road collapsed. I saw it with my own eyes. Those who stayed in place were buried in the soil along with the collapse of the entire road. Yes, I also encountered it. At that time, less than 10 meters behind my vehicle, the entire road collapsed. And no one survived. Tell me a horror story. You can see the real-time number of people now. Fuck. The entire road collapsed. Is there any way to survive? I just took a look. Damn. My scalp is numb. At 10 o'clock, a whole section of the road collapsed 1 kilometer behind me. Is it true? Why didn't I encounter it? I didn't encounter it either. But at 10 o'clock, I heard an unclear sound. Could it be? At 10 o'clock, I seemed to hear a loud noise. And it was quite loud. I heard it at 10 o'clock. 2. The size of the sound should be related to the distance. So, at 10 o'clock, there was a whole section of the road collapse behind everyone. I found that the collapse of the entire road occurred behind the vehicle. Is there any pattern in this? The collapse of the entire road must have a certain pattern. I suspect that it is to clear those people and vehicles who just want to stay where they are. We know too little about the specific situation now, and we can't infer too much. But I still suggest that everyone move forward as much as possible, and don't stay where they are. Ah, Mr. Wuigwa. After listening to Mr. Wu's analysis, it's terrifying to think about it. Since Mr. Wu said so, I must go full speed ahead. Then I won't chat anymore. Just drive hard. Mr. Wu, if you analyze anything later, you must post it and remind everyone. Yes. Yes. We are waiting for the news from Mr. Wu to be shared. Mr. Wu, a good man, will live a peaceful life. Originally, I just wanted to see everyone's current status. Li Sijing didn't expect to see so much information from the area. Did the entire road collapse? So, the loud noise at 10 o'clock at the beginning. In fact, it was the collapse of the entire road behind Li Sijing. If she hadn't heard someone talk about it, she would never have thought that this loud noise had such a big source. The difficulty of this natural disaster day was already so great. Now, has a new difficulty been added? Li Sijing agreed with Wu Igwa's speculation. I just don't know if the entire road will collapse. In addition to the one at 10 o'clock, will there be another one in the future? If so, how far will the collapse be each time? By the way, someone just mentioned the real-time number of people. With curiosity, Li Sijing couldn't help but check it out. 2264/10,000. Li Sijing couldn't help shrinking her pupils when she saw this number. It wasn't long after the natural disaster day started. And more than 700 people died? This is too scary. Li Sijing experienced the road collapse for half an hour. According to her experience, the natural disaster was not difficult at the beginning, but it caught everyone off guard. As long as you get through the beginning, it will be much better after you get familiar with it. In short, so many people should not have died in this half hour. In Li Sijing's estimation, the death of 100 or 200 people is already the limit. And now, the more than 700 people who died are obviously not all caused by that half an hour. Then more problems can only arise when the entire road collapsed at 10 o'clock. So, those who were still smiling in the area before, saying that they would stay in place until the end of the natural disaster day. Now, had they all been buried in the collapsed road? Li Sijing had expected that many people would die on this natural disaster day. But she did not expect such a sudden large-scale death. Li Sijing was not given too much time to immerse herself in her emotions. Seeing that there were only a few minutes left in the half-hour break, Li Sijing had to pack up her things, sort out her emotions, and sit up straight. By the way, she also lit an insect-repellent incense because of the dense insects outside the car. Just now, she ate a lot of snacks and replenished her physical strength. Now, she is naturally looking ahead with full energy, waiting for the arrival of 11 o'clock. Chapter 418 Minimum Driving Distance. A loud bang. At 11 o'clock, there was another loud noise, opening the natural disaster moment. This time, Li Sijing heard it very clearly. This loud noise came from behind her. So, did the entire road collapse again? Li Sijing couldn't help but check the situation behind the RV through the display screen. However, the high-definition camera did not see any changes in the road behind the car. Obviously, this sound came from a long way behind. And this distance is not the position that the high-definition camera can capture. As for why Li Sijing can hear the sound coming from so far away, This is due to the fact that she has upgraded to perfect hearing. Since the collapse of the road behind cannot be seen clearly, Li Sijing did not pay too much attention, but focused on the front. There were holes on the road again, and collapses at any time and place. Under the dual control of Li Sijing and Xingkong, the road was relatively stable. Although there are often small, thrilling moments, they always turn danger into safety in the end. As for the speed, it is a little slower than the last time. There is no way to do this. After all, the road collapse will become more and more dense as time goes by. The insect-repellent incense that was lit before is gradually burned out. Without the suppression of insect-repellent incense, the insects outside the car are gradually recovering. As the number of insects increases, the view in front is gradually blocked and restricted. Fortunately, there is Xingkong to check for gaps and fill in the gaps. So Li Sijing is not in a hurry. When the insects outside the car were dense to a certain extent, the time finally reached 11:20, and the insect-repellent incense in the incense burner burned spontaneously. Finally, there was a quiet sky again. Li Sijing's next road was smoother. 10 minutes later, when the insect-repellent incense was burned out, the second road collapse finally ended. At this time, Li Sijing couldn't help but look at the itinerary on the RV. In 2.5 hours, she drove a total of 126 kilometers, which was exactly half of the journey. There was such a long distance. It was because there was no road collapse in the first hour. As the road collapse became more and more difficult, Li Sijing's speed would only slow down. In addition to the speed problem, she was actually thinking about another problem. That was the corrosion of the RV. You know, the density of insects outside the car is better than yesterday. The bulletproof glass of the RV. Without the upgrade of the accessory upgrade card, there should be no way to stick to this section of the journey today. Thinking of this, Li Sijing couldn't help but stand up and check around. As expected, some of the glass had been corroded. Next, it is estimated that it can only last for 1 or 2 hours. It seems that after the next road collapse, she will have to use the car maintenance card. After the inspection, Li Sijing sat back in the driver's seat. She ate snacks to replenish her energy and waited for the next road collapse. By the way, she also clicked on the regional channel to check the situation. This time, there was indeed a follow-up on the collapse of the entire road. More people responded that at 11 o'clock, they saw or heard the collapse of the entire road again. With everyone's discussion, this information was combined. Finally, Wu Igua summarized a more specific hint. The collapse of the entire road should occur once every hour. As for the distance or length of each collapse, it should be about 25 kilometers. In other words, based on the location of your vehicle at 9 o'clock, the entire road collapsed 25 kilometers forward. As for how this number was obtained, Wu Igua asked many people in the area. Then he found that those who survived at 10 o'clock had driven more than 25 kilometers forward. As for now, only those who have driven more than 50 kilometers can speak in the area. As for those who did not drive 25 kilometers before 10 o'clock, those who did not drive more than 50 kilometers before 11 o'clock, what are they doing now? Is there any need to ask this? So, is there a minimum driving distance on this natural disaster day? If there is a 25-kilometer road collapse every hour, then by 4 o'clock, wouldn't it be 175 kilometers of collapse? It seems that the survival game is really cleaning up those lazy people who have been staying in the same place. Of course, 25 kilometers per hour. As long as you are brave enough to move forward, it is not difficult to reach the standard. The key point is that the collapse on the road behind will become more and more dense. In terms of driving speed, the further you go, the slower the speed will be. So for safety reasons, it is best to drive faster at the beginning and leave yourself a safe distance. Otherwise, in the later stage, looking at the whole road, the collapse not far behind me, that kind of psychological pressure is not something that ordinary people can bear. Wu Igua also kindly gave a reminder about this. Therefore, there are not many people chatting in the regional channel now. Everyone is rushing to get on the road while there is no danger now. After understanding the situation in the area, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen. Before turning it off, she also took a look at the real-time number of people. After the road collapsed just half an hour ago, the death toll in the area was nearly 100. And this is the number of deaths that should be under normal circumstances. After turning off the blue screen, there were still 10 minutes before 12 o'clock. Li Sijing quickly stood up and went to the kitchen to wash rice and cook rice. In this way, She can have lunch directly after the road collapse is over. At 3 o'clock, the road collapsed again with a loud noise. But this time, the loud noise was obviously not as loud as the previous 2 times. It seems that the location of the collapse is farther away from Li Sijing. Under the protection of the starry sky, Li Sijing moved forward slowly and step by step. Although there were dangers everywhere along the way, they were all turned into safety. At 12:30, the third road collapse finally ended. Before getting up and leaving the driver's seat, Li Sijing also looked at the itinerary. 165 kilometers. That is the total distance she has traveled now. Not bad. There are less than 100 kilometers left. I hope to finish it before 3 o'clock. Chapter 419 Rush Forward. The rice in the rice cooker had already tripped when Li Sijing was concentrating on the front. Now the whole car was filled with the sweet aroma of rice. Li Sijing, who got off the driver's seat, had already been hooked by the aroma and the roundworms in her stomach. She couldn't wait to start eating. After all, there was only half an hour. She had to finish eating quickly, because there was another road collapse waiting for her. At this time, there was naturally not much time to cook. Or, just take out the stock in the mustard space. After the 2 dishes were brought out, Li Sijing found that there were not many left. But it was no wonder. These 2 dishes almost ran through her entire insect plague world. She had eaten so many meals. If Li Sijing hadn't interspersed some other dishes in the middle, it is estimated that they would have been gone 2 days ago. Now the remaining ones are enough for the meal in front of her. Just finished eating. And when she got to the new world, she cooked 2 new dishes. In order to save time, Li Sijing ate almost like a wolf. Finally, she finished all the food at 12:50. As for the dishes, I'd better wash them when I have time. She sat in her seat and rested for a few minutes. Li Sijing stood up again and checked the car window glass that she had checked before. Sure enough, some places were almost corroded by insects. So, Li Sijing could only take out a car maintenance card and click to use it. And the corn planted in the planting pot before was also harvested. Fortunately, it is not difficult to harvest corn, and it doesn't take too much time. After the harvest was completed quickly, the corn was thrown into the mustard space. Then potatoes were planted again in the planting pots. Before 1 o'clock, Li Sijing sat back in the driver's seat. Then, she encountered the 4th road collapse. As the road collapsed again and again, the difficulty increased little by little. If the 4th road collapse is compared with the 1st road collapse, the difference between the 2 times can be seen as a very obvious change. Thanks to the increase in difficulty, the driving speed of the RV has also reached a historical low. At this speed, Li Sijing can probably keep up even if she gets off the car and walks. There are really too many places to turn and avoid along the way. For half an hour, the RV moved forward at a snail's pace. When the time came to 1:30, this road collapse finally ended. Li Sijing was also greatly relieved. Such a journey is not only thrilling at all times, but also makes the heart feel aggrieved and panicked. Every half hour seemed to last a long time. Li Sijing, who finally had time to relax, was sitting in the driver's seat with her eyes closed. On weekdays, she should have taken a lunch break at this time, although Li Sijing really wanted to rest at this time. But today's situation was obviously not suitable for rest. So, let's wait until we reach the end before talking about other things. The time to close your eyes and rest is very good. It felt like not long when Li Sijing opened her eyes. It was only a few minutes away from 2 o'clock. Li Sijing stretched out her hands and rubbed her cheeks to make herself more energetic. Then he lit another insect-repellent incense to drive away the insects outside the car. At 2 o'clock, the sound of the entire road collapsing was almost inaudible, and Li Sijing didn't care about those, but put all his energy on the present. Avoided again and again. Turned sharply again and again. Skillfully turned the steering wheel to the right to avoid a huge hole on the left. However, on the left, right next to the hole, a collapse suddenly occurred. So, due to the collapse, 2 holes appeared side by side on the road. Moreover, the distance between the 2 holes was no more than 2 meters. A large vehicle like a motorhome obviously couldn't pass through the middle. Helplessly, the motorhome could only continue to turn right, almost half across the road. On the 10-meter wide road, 2 side-by-side holes almost occupied half of the width on the left. After bypassing the 2 holes, the motorhome was ready to continue along the intact half of the road. But, caught off guard, in the middle of the remaining half of the road, Li Sijing saw the cracks that were spreading. The cracks that were spreading were like an inconspicuous line. Looking at the perfect level eagle eye, Li Sijing discovered it. And now, these cracks in front of the car are expanding rapidly. After Li Sijing discovered it for the first time, the radar of the starry sky also scanned it. The speed, which was already very slow, suddenly became slower and almost stopped. Obviously, there were cracks on the road, and it would be dangerous to take this road again. However, at this moment, Li Sijing's eyes became firm. I saw that under the steering wheel, Li Sijing was stepping on the accelerator to the bottom. The RV, which was almost stagnant, suddenly accelerated without any warning. At this moment, the entire RV was flying forward like an arrow. The wide wheels pressed over the cracks that were rapidly expanding. When the front wheels of the RV passed, the cracks were not big. However, when the two tires at the back of the RV came over, the cracks had expanded to an exaggerated degree. And then the next moment, with a sound of crash, the cracked road fragments fell down. At this moment, the RV tilted slightly backward because the rear wheels had no support point. However, due to the rapid speed, it suddenly rushed forward. Li Sijing's foot had released the accelerator. However, due to inertia, the RV drove forward for a long distance. Li Sijing, who was driving, was staring at the camera display screen at this moment, and was sweating all over. The scene just now was extremely thrilling. If it weren't for Li Sijing, who pulled the speed to the extreme, if it weren't for the RV's upgrade, the speed would also increase. It is still uncertain what the final situation will be. As for why she suddenly rushed over at this critical moment, that is because Li Sijing found it the moment the crack appeared. Two holes side by side, plus this hole that is about to collapse. It directly blocked the entire road from front to back. If she did not take the risk to rush over at this moment, when the third hole is formed, it will be almost impossible to get through. Based on the distance Li Sijing has traveled now, the entire road behind collapsed, and she would definitely not be able to catch up with her. But it has also become impossible for her to get into the top 10. Therefore, at the moment when Shinkong was sure that there was danger and decided to give up, only then would Li Sijing suddenly rush over at the fastest speed. Of course, there was another most important point for her to make this decision. At the moment when the crack appeared, Li Sijing passively triggered her sixth sense. The sixth sense told her that she should rush over at the fastest speed. The sixth sense would always make the most favorable choice for Li Sijing. Therefore, at that moment, she would make such a risky decision. Now it seems that the sixth sense is indeed correct. If at that moment, she chose to stop like Shinkong, it is estimated that at this time, she can only look at the three holes in front of her and regret it. Chapter 420 Mood Value. 2:30 in the afternoon. The fifth road collapse finally ended. Thinking about the emergency choice before, Li Sijing still felt a little emotional. Fortunately, from this moment on, she can be considered to have safely passed this natural disaster day in the insect plague world. Only because, now Li Sijing has driven 236 kilometers, and the remaining 14 kilometers. In the case of no road collapse, it can be reached in half an hour. In other words, Li Sijing guarantees that she can reach the destination before 3 o'clock. She finally doesn't have to experience the sixth road collapse at 3 o'clock. Looking at the small insects outside the car, as the insect repellent incense burns out, they begin to revive. Li Sijing took out an insect repellent incense and relit it. Oh! There is no interval between the burning of the two insect repellent incense. If it was before, Li Sijing would not do this. It would be a bit wasteful. However, thinking that she is about to reach the destination, and there are still more than a dozen insect repellent incense in her hand that are not used, Li Sijing thought that it didn't matter if she wasted a little. So, in this environment without insects, the RV drove at a constant speed. When the insect repellent incense that Li Sijing had just lit burned out, she also saw the small terminal building in front of her. Is it finally here? As the RV got closer, the terminal building became bigger and bigger. Finally, when the RV drove into the terminal building, Li Sijing received a notification. Congratulations! You are the first player to reach the end of the disaster. You can go to the terminal store to collect your disaster treasure chest. Li Sijing was not surprised that she was the first player to reach the finish line this time. After all, in the face of the two major difficulties of dense insects and road collapse, the starry sky is a great bonus for her. Without the starry sky, no matter how energetic Li Sijing is, if she wants to reach the finish line, it will probably be after 3 o'clock. After the RV entered the finish line building, the lingering little insects around finally disappeared. Not only the flying insects in the sky, but even on the ground, there is no trace of insects. For a week, I have been staying in a world full of insects. Now that the surroundings are finally clean, Li Sijing suddenly feels a lot quieter. Her mood, which was already good, has become even better. After entering the wide finish line building, the RV slowly stopped in front of the stairs leading to the second floor. Looking at the empty finish line building, Li Sijing decided to make a quick decision. Go to the second floor to get the natural disaster treasure chest first, and then talk about other things. I don't know what the natural disaster supplies that can fight against the eternal night will be. Will it be candles or flashlights? Li Sijing made random guesses while going up the stairs to the second floor. It was still a familiar layout. In the middle of the second floor, there was a display cabinet with 10 natural disaster treasure chests. The first player has arrived. Please pick up one of the treasure chests. You cannot change it after selecting it. Wishing you here? These 10 natural disaster treasure chests are no different to Li Sijing. She just walked over, picked up one of the natural disaster treasure chests at random, and opened it. Special candle *1. Special candle *50. She actually guessed it right. It was really a candle. But why is it called a special candle? Special candle. Each candle can burn for an hour. After lighting, in addition to lighting, it can also reduce the mood value drop speed by half. Li Sijing saw the new term from this brief basic introduction for the first time. Mood value? What is this? Quantify the mood value with numbers? Slow down the drop speed? In other words, after the mood value is quantified, it will drop. After lighting this special candle, the drop speed will be reduced by half. Under what circumstances will the mood value drop? What symptoms will appear after the mood value drops? These questions cannot be answered for a while. But there is one thing that Li Sijing can be sure of. The danger of the next world is not only the lack of light, but also related to this mood value. And this special candle is particularly important. This point can be seen from the importance of insect repellent incense in the insect plague world. Therefore, if possible, she plans to exchange as many special candles as possible. A candle can only burn for 1 hour. If you want the candle to burn until the 5th day of the competition, you need about 100 candles in total. And this time, Li Sijing only got 51 candles. And there are still about 50 candles left. She casually put the special candles from the natural disaster treasure chest into the mustard seed space. Li Sijing slowly came to the vending machine closest to her. She found the natural disaster category directly in it, and clicked it. This time, there was only one item in it, which was the special candle she had just opened. One special candle. 100 units of basic materials. It was also noted at the end that it could not be exchanged with wood. Damn. This is too expensive. One candle. 100 units of basic materials. Li Sijing was going to exchange 50 candles. Wouldn't it require 5,000 units of basic materials? Although in this world, Li Sijing earned a lot of basic materials. But with this exchange, wouldn't she be back to the days before liberation? If it was 1 or 2,000 units, Li Sijing would grit her teeth and maybe exchange it. But she really couldn't bear to give up such a large number. However, if she didn't exchange it, would the 51 candles in her hand really be enough? Under the threat of life, Li Sijing hesitated even more. She couldn't make up her mind for a while. Or trigger the sixth sense? It just so happened that Li Sijing hadn't triggered the sixth sense today. If she wanted to do it, she would do it. She immediately closed her eyes and asked in her heart. Then, within 3 seconds, she got the answer. No need to change. Since the sixth sense chose not to change, Li Sijing naturally accepted this choice very happily. Fortunately, she saved a lot of basic materials. After reading the natural disaster items, Li Sijing clicked on other categories. She was going to see how many basic materials were needed for an ordinary candle. It didn't take much effort for Li Sijing to find what she wanted. Ordinary candle. 10 units of basic materials. The two candles looked the same, but the price was 10 times different. In addition to this, Li Sijing found another problem during the search. In this vending machine, she didn't see any food for sale. Look carefully. It's any food. Whether it's staple food like rice and flour, or supplementary food like vegetables and fruits, or snacks like spicy and fresh food. There's nothing at all. Not a single one. It's obviously other mineral water drinks. or daily necessities, decorations, etc. They could all be found in this vending machine. But I just can't find any specific food. So, what's the situation? Will the famine continue to the end? Although this will make the price of food higher, it will be more beneficial for Li Xijing to earn basic materials. But Li Xijing didn't feel happy in her heart, but panic. After searching for a while, she suddenly gave up the vending machine in front of her. She walked back to the vending machine next to her and quickly clicked to look again. However, the same content inside broke her expectations. She tried 1 vending machine, 2 vending machines, and 3 vending machines. Still didn't find any food for sale. And Li Xijing had to accept this fact. So, after losing the food source of large wild animals, had they also lost the way to get food from the vending machines at the destination? Chapter 421 Negative Emotions. With disappointment, Li Xijing slowly walked down from the 2nd floor. When she returned to the RV, it was just 3 o'clock. On the road outside, the 6th road collapse was coming. But Li Xijing in the RV was paying attention. In the planting pots, the fruits on the orange trees were full and ready to be harvested. Nowadays, Li Xijing is naturally very careful with these edible foods. It took some time to finally pick all 94 kilograms of oranges. Then he told Shinkong to drive the RV to a corner and stop. Li Xijing prepared to wash some cherry tomatoes for herself to eat to calm down. She did not overimagine the misery of the next world. While eating cherry tomatoes, Li Xijing opened the regional channel to check the situation. Unfortunately, everyone at this time was trying their best to avoid moving forward. Now, there are still people chatting in the area. There are more people trapped on the road and unable to move. They cried, complained, and faced the fear of death. Li Xijing originally thought that she could change her bad mood. But now that she saw these, her negative emotions became even heavier. Helplessly, it was not a solution to be idle like this. So she planned to find something to do for herself. Or, let's make sugar. The sugarcane juice has been in the mustard space for quite a while. But it has always been put aside because there is no time. Now, there are still 2 hours before the end of the natural disaster day. There is nothing to do in the future. And there is plenty of time. Thinking of this, Li Xijing took action directly. To boil sugar, you need to stay by the pot all the time. And it takes a long time. In order to avoid sore feet, Li Xijing decided not to put it in the kitchen. Take out the multi-function pot and put it on the folding table in the activity area. Then take out the half bucket of sugarcane juice from the mustard space and pour it into the pot. First, turn on the highest fire to boil the sugarcane juice and bubble it. Then turn to low heat. After that, it is a slow boil to boil the water inside. When boiling, in order to avoid sticking to the pot and burning, you need to keep stirring by the bottom of the pot. When stirring, you can't stop for a moment. It's very laborious. While stirring with one hand, Li Xijing also uses the other hand to hold the domineering novel to read. When stirring, when the left hand is tired, switch to the right hand. In this way, time passes not slowly. Halfway through, at 3:30, Li Xijing also did not forget to harvest the mature potatoes in the planting pot. Then, replant the purple sweet potato. When half of the sugarcane juice in the pot disappeared, almost an hour had passed. There were only 2 minutes left until 4 o'clock. Li Xijing's sharp ears finally heard the sound coming from outside the terminal building. She did not stop stirring, but raised her head to look outside. Then, she saw a motorhome driving in from the entrance. And the person sitting in the driver's seat of this motorhome was Zhou Qinghuan. As the motorhome drove in, Zhou Qinghuan obviously also found Li Xijing. She drove the motorhome directly to Li Xijing and stopped. Getting off the motorhome, Zhou Qinghuan shouted excitedly, "Sister Jing, the brown sugar boiling in the pot cannot be left alone." Therefore, Li Xijing did not get out of the car. Instead, she lowered the car window and greeted Zhou Qinghuan. The two chatted briefly for a few words. And Zhou Qinghuan was very curious about Li Xijing's process of boiling sugar. However, she finally went upstairs first. At this time, Li Xijing's boiling in the pot had come to an end. After an hour of boiling, the water in it was finally boiled dry. In the pot now, the brown sugar juice is thick and rich in color. It's time to turn off the fire. After turning off the fire, because there is still residual heat in the pot, Li Xijing continued to stir for a few minutes until the temperature in the pot gradually dropped. Then he poured the brown sugar juice into the large soup bowl that had been prepared long ago. When Li Xijing cleaned up the table, Zhou Qinghuan also came down from the second floor. From her expression, it can be seen that she was not very happy. Zhou Qinghuan returned to the RV with a lot of things. Then, she opened the window of the RV and began to complain to Li Xijing. As for the content of the complaint, do we need to guess? Of course, it was about the problem that there was no food in the vending machine. You know, as a big buyer of basic materials, at the end of each world, Zhou Qinghuan would exchange a lot of delicious snacks from the vending machine at the end. And this time, she didn't get anything. So of course she was unhappy. Li Xijing took the time to ask, how many special candles did Zhou Qinghuan get from the natural disaster treasure chest? And as expected, she got 60 special candles, which was more than Li Xijing. Time passed much faster when there was someone to chat with. When the time came to 4:30, there was only half an hour left before the end of the natural disaster. There was finally a big noise outside the terminal building. First, a motorhome slowly drove in from outside the building. This was not over yet. And several motorhomes followed behind this motorhome. With the arrival of these motorhomes, the terminal building finally became lively. And there were many familiar people in these motorhomes. For example, Luizhou, Wu Aigua, etc. At this time, they had no time to greet each other. They parked their cars casually and ran to the second floor quickly. As the top 10 places were filled, the people who came later seemed less urgent. Seeing that the natural disaster day ended at 5 o'clock, there were only a few minutes left. Compared with the previous few worlds, the number of people who reached the terminal now was much less than a little bit. These people did not even occupy half of the area of the terminal building, waiting for Wu Aigua and Luizhou to come down from the second floor. When we drove to Li Xijing and the other side, the game notification sounded. Chapter 422 Collapse. Dear players, the road collapse has ended. Players who have not reached the end, please return to the car as soon as possible. You will be teleported to the end in 5 minutes. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the acid rain disaster. Next, you will have 7 hours of leisure time. At 12 o'clock in the evening, you will be teleported to the next disaster Eternal Night in Jianbei. Please prepare in advance. Originally, the end building was a little noisy because of the increase in people. After the sound of the game notification fell, it was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds. Then, in the next moment, a louder sound was made. At this moment, many people screamed in disbelief. Probably no one thought that the next world's disaster would be Eternal Night. Although the item opened from the disaster treasure chest was a candle, but everyone paid more attention to the mood value. As for the candle, everyone thought it was just a carrying tool. However, at this moment, the survival game tells everyone that the natural disaster is actually Eternal Night. It turns out that the candles in the natural disaster treasure chest are the key to the next world. As a human being, the fear and fear of darkness are engraved in our bones when facing other natural disasters, because there is still light. Although everyone has various difficulties and hardships, they can survive by gritting their teeth. However, when the light in the whole world disappears, do these people who are struggling to survive really have hope to survive? The moment they know that the next natural disaster is Eternal Night, many people hide their cowardice, madness, despair in the deepest part of their hearts. All kinds of negative emotions that have been suppressed for a long time are hovering on the edge of recovery. They question, they scream, they vent. At this moment, all emotions are amplified. The entire terminal building is as noisy as a vegetable market. Not only other people, even Luizhou and Wu Aigua, who just parked their cars in front of Li Xijing's RV. At this moment, they couldn't help but change their faces. Among all the people in the entire area, after hearing this news, the only person who can remain calm is probably Li Xijing. Of course, this also ignores the expression of Li Xijing when she just learned the news the day before yesterday. Originally, they parked their RVs next to each other to chat and reminisce. However, after hearing this shocking news, Wu Aigua was the first to react. He ran out of the car quickly, still talking to Li Xijing and the others. This news has a big impact on everyone. I'll go take a look first and talk later. After saying this briefly, Wu Aigua strode towards the crowded place. Li Xijing and the others knew that Wu Aigua ran over not to watch the excitement. He was afraid that everyone would get excited and there would be conflicts and accidents. The 3 people naturally admired Wu Aigua's behavior. However, none of them followed Wu Aigua's footsteps. Li Sijing could probably guess the reason why the other two did not participate. As for herself, the reason was actually similar. She did not have the kind of prestige that could convince people. In terms of fame, Li Sijing might not be inferior to anyone. But when trying to mediate a fight, does fame have any effect? Especially now, when everyone is so broken and fragile. Seeing someone famous, especially someone like Li Sijing who has always been at the top of the comfort list, not only will it fail to mediate the fight, it may also arouse everyone's hatred of the rich. After all, everyone will imagine when they are suffering. What good life do people like Li Sijing who are at the top of the comfort list have? But Wu Aigua is different. In the area, he often gives everyone useful information, which is real. Every time in the terminal building, the inspection team's behavior of maintaining order is not false. This kind of prestige that is willing to help others and can convince people. It is accumulated bit by bit in Wu Aigua's daily life. Everyone's conviction in Wu Aigua is unmatched by others. So, under the different personalities of both parties, in order not to make himself the target of public criticism, Li Sijing will naturally not follow Wu Aigua. Of course, there was another reason. She was afraid of trouble. So, when Wu Aigua was busy shuttling among the crowd, Li Sijing and the other three gathered together to chat. However, since Lui Zhou didn't talk much, Li Sijing and Zhou Qinghuan talked more. Before they said a few words, the 5 minutes of the survival game previewed before were up. So, you can see that white fog appears frequently in the terminal building. Under each dissipated white fog, there is a vehicle that has just been teleported. While chatting with Zhou Qinghuan, Li Sijing also observed silently. It can be clearly seen that the owners of these teleported cars have very bad faces. Not only was his face ugly, but his mood was also very unstable. Compared with the people in the terminal building before, he was even worse. After all, those who could reach the terminal before the end of the disaster day, they were all players who stood at the top of the area. The lives of these people may not be comfortable, but at least they still had hope to survive. However, after the disaster day, the people who were teleported to the terminal were different. They were originally struggling to survive, wandering on the edge of life and death. The next eternal night world made them see no hope at all. How could these people not be desperate? As these people got off the car and went to the second floor store to check, the whole mood of collapse reached its peak. Sitting in the RV, Li Sijing could hear it. The desperate cry from the store on the second floor. Emotions are easily contagious, especially when there are many people. So, this cry was like turning on a switch. Then one after another. Some sobbed quietly, some cursed loudly, and some shouted helplessly. The chat between Li Sijing and Zhou Qinghuan did not continue in the end. Many people looked at the second floor where the sound came from involuntarily, except for those who stood in front of the vending machine and cried bitterly. More people walked down from the second floor in despair. Some of them were like zombies, moving forward step by step. Some were like gunpowder barrels, ignited at a touch. In just a few minutes, at the stairs leading to the second floor, Li Sijing saw several conflicts, and the reasons for the conflicts were very minor. For example, a bump, a step, a glare. Even two people who had no contact suddenly fought each other the next moment. There was no rules at all. Just pure venting. Everyone was going to kill him. Chapter 423 Different Food. When the number of fights increased from several times to more than 10 times, and then to dozens of times, everyone seemed to have vented out their originally collapsed emotions. So, the originally stiff atmosphere in the terminal building, which was like a battlefield, was finally relieved. Unfortunately, the despair in everyone's heart could not be solved by venting. And Wu Aigua, who was busy persuading and comforting the fights. Finally, from the crowd that had been reduced by more than half, an inspection team was formed again. With the inspection team's patrol, the entire terminal building gradually returned to normal. Li Sijing, who retracted his sight, said a few more words to Zhou Qinghuan and ended the chat. Now it was almost 6 o'clock, and they should prepare the sponsored materials. As for the types of materials that needed to be sponsored, they were still the same as before. After having 2 high-level planting pots as a foundation, the materials that Li Sijing could take out were naturally the food he grew himself. In the current situation of national famine, food should also be the most needed material for everyone. As for what food to take out, Li Sijing actually has 2 choices. One is potatoes and corn, which can be used as staple food. As for this kind of food, Li Sijing certainly can't take out too much. 10 Jin is already the limit. In fact, 5 Jin is more appropriate. As for the other choice, it is fruit. As a fruit that can't fill the stomach, but can supplement various vitamins. In times of famine, the value and demand are definitely not as good as staple food. But for fruit, Li Sijing can take out a relatively large amount. After all, everyone in the area knew that she had a lot of oranges. After thinking it over again and again, Li Sijing finally chose to take out 50 kilograms of oranges. She took out the 50 kilograms of oranges from the mustard space in advance and packed them. Seeing that there were only a few minutes left before 6 o'clock, Wu Aigua, who had been busy for almost an hour, finally came over here. And Li Sijing did not hesitate and got off the car with the prepared oranges. After chatting with Wu Aigua for a few words, she also learned some information. For example, the dozens of fights just now. In the end, one person died, one was seriously injured, and 136 people were slightly injured. For example, most people in the area have some emotional and psychological problems. In this case, if it were on Earth, you could find a psychologist to solve it. Now everyone can't even be sure of survival. So how can they pay attention to other things? And about this issue, after a few people discussed it quietly, they also made a decision. During their chat, the time came to 6 o'clock. The people gathered in this area also got off the bus and gathered together. Li Sijing had participated in the exchange meeting in the terminal building several times. This exchange meeting was the most intense one, regarding the natural disaster and eternal night in the next world. Everyone had too much to discuss. When it comes to the night, the unknown creature in the night cannot be avoided. So everyone talked about the exploration of the night after the last exchange meeting. Regarding the last exploration of the night, they had too many details they wanted to know. Wu Aigua did not refuse this request and said that he could chat privately. The whole exchange meeting was discussed for a long time, and everyone had various speculations and inferences about the eternal night and the mood value. Some of the ideas were also eye-opening for Li Sijing. The half-hour exchange meeting passed quickly. As for the second half, it was naturally the trade fair. However, there was nothing that Li Sijing liked at this trade fair. In this situation, the most in demand are weapons and food. Unfortunately, due to the eternal night of the next world, the situation is still unclear. The exchange ratio between basic materials and the price of food are also a bit confusing. For large-scale transactions, everyone is more cautious. In the end, because the price was not agreed, Li Sijing did not make a deal. Before dark at 7 o'clock, everyone returned to their cars. As Li Sijing pulled up the blackout curtain, the light outside the car disappeared. The whole large building was dark. There were obviously thousands of vehicles inside, but no sound could be heard. After turning on the lights in the activity area in the RV, the first thing Li Sijing did was to come to the planting pots. In the days of famine, these two planting pots were her greatest assets. In one of the planting pots, purple sweet potatoes were planted before. Now they are ripe and time to harvest. In addition to 3 kilograms of purple sweet potatoes, Li Sijing harvested a large bundle of purple sweet potato vines. Then, she planted soybeans. After the planting pots were dealt with, it was time to cook dinner. Tonight, I have to travel to the new world and wait until after 12 o'clock. In terms of time, it is very sufficient. Therefore, in terms of food, Li Sijing also prepared to make something new. First of all, for the staple food, I want to cook rice today. It happened to be that I took out a few purple sweet potatoes that I just harvested and steamed them. Mash them into a paste and add some white sugar. Then add some starch to make cakes and fry them. It's a pity that Li Sijing didn't tea of glutinous rice flour. And even the flour had been used up before. Otherwise, there would be so many desserts that purple sweet potatoes could make. As for buying glutinous rice flour in the area, don't mention it. It's absolutely impossible. After all, everyone in the area is in an unstable mood now. Li Sijing didn't dare to do anything weird at this time. What can be made of the existing materials in hand? After washing the purple sweet potatoes and steaming them in a pot, Li Sijing searched in the mustard space again. Purple sweet potato cakes alone are definitely not enough to eat. What else can be made? Then, Li Sijing took out a bag of semi-finished French fries from the mustard space. Oh! This was a long time ago when I opened the box. Li Sijing remembered that she had planted peanuts to squeeze oil before, but it was for frying French fries. As a result, The peanut oil was squeezed out. But this bag of French fries was almost forgotten. Now it is just right to take it out and eat it as a snack later. In addition to this, Li Sijing also took out a large yellow croaker from the mustard space. This is the last whole fish in her hand, so she will use it to steam it. A half-pound large yellow croaker was placed on a plate, covered with a few slices of ginger, and steamed directly in the pot. Taking advantage of this time, Li Sijing also prepared a sauce, which will be poured on the large yellow croaker later. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, the purple sweet potato in another pot has been steamed. Take it out and add white sugar to mash it into a paste, and then add an appropriate amount of starch. Finally, roll it into palm-sized round cakes. Put oil in the pot and fry it slowly. After waiting for a few purple potato cakes to come out of the pot, the large yellow croaker in another pot has also been steamed. Chapter 424 1/10 Survival Rate. A steamed yellow croaker and a few fried purple potato cakes. After eating all of them, Li Sijing actually felt that her stomach was not full. Helplessly, she had to search in the mustard space again. Finally found 2 fried fish fillets. Li Sijing remembered that when she fried the 2 big pots of vegetables, she fried a few fish fillets. When she participated in the resource point activity before, she ate 4 of them as lunch. Now she took out the last 2 pieces. After eating these 2 fish fillets, Li Sijing finally filled her stomach. At this time, the time was close to 8 o'clock. While drinking the soy milk she had squeezed before, she clicked on the blue screen. The first thing Li Sijing saw was the current real-time number of people. 1623/10,000. Today's natural disaster day. Almost 1,400 people died in the area. A full 10,000 people. And now there are about 1,600 survivors. This number is almost the lowest ever. With the vast area of the terminal building, even if everyone upgrades their off-road vehicles to RVs, it is no problem to accommodate more than 1,000 RVs. Tonight, no one will spend the night outside the building. Is this good news? Li Sijing sighed and shook his head, and clicked on the regional channel again. This time should be the busiest time in the area. However, not many people spoke in the regional channel. Even if the messages were sent, most of them were crying and complaining. And if you read too much of this kind of news, your originally peaceful mentality will be affected. Right? It seems that the news of eternal night and famine has brought too much of a blow to everyone. Frowning at the news, Li Sijing couldn't help but make a decision in her heart. She organized her words and said a few words. Everyone, I have a very important news to tell you after the merge tomorrow. I know that because of the eternal night disaster and famine, everyone can't see the hope of survival. But I hope everyone believes that the news I want to tell will definitely ignite everyone's hope. So, please don't give up on yourself and try to survive. About the important news mentioned in this paragraph. In fact, it is the content of the time travel card. That is, the news that you can travel back. Regarding this news, Li Sijing was not prepared to say it now. But before dark, after seeing the moment when everyone collapsed, Li Sijing discussed with Zhou Qinghuan and others, and finally decided to tell the news. I think these disappointed people should be able to ignite hope when they know that there is a chance to return to Earth. Of course, deciding to tell the news is one thing, but how to say it is another matter. Since this news has to be revealed in advance, Li Sijing naturally hopes to maximize the benefits. How to maximize the benefits? That is to choose a suitable time. For example, after the merger, when there are 10,000 people in the area, it is definitely more suitable than now, when there are less than 2,000 people. So, Li Sijing decided at that time, wait until tomorrow morning after the merger, and then tell this earth-shattering news. In this way, the top of the next world popularity list should be hers. Of course, when she wanted to do this, Li Sijing also revealed it to Wu Aigua. After all, if she hadn't done this, the top spot on the popularity list should be Wu Aigua as expected. And Wu Aigua was not angry about her choice, but praised her. Originally, this matter was decided. But when Li Sijing saw that everyone was speaking negatively in the regional channel, she couldn't help but worry, and finally couldn't help but give a wave of previews. Although the news was not all set out, but this wave of previews should have aroused everyone's curiosity, so that everyone would not be immersed in negative emotions all the time. And the fact is just as Li Sijing expected. After her preview was sent out, there was finally a wave in the regional channel for the news that Li Sijing said could ignite everyone's hope. Some people didn't believe it, But more people were very curious. Faced with everyone's questioning, Li Sijing did not answer. However, although everyone did not wait for her answer, they waited for Wu Aigua's speech. Hope is ahead. Everyone come on. Everyone was very surprised by Wu Aigua's positive words. But some people guessed that Wu Aigua should know the content of the news that Li Sijing would say tomorrow. So, the topic of guessing what the important news was. Unconsciously, it turned to what the relationship between Li Sijing and Wu Aigua was. This was also a situation that neither of them had expected. Of course, it can divert everyone's attention from negative emotions. Even if there are some rumors. It doesn't seem to matter. Right? Anyway, neither of them cares much. After turning off the blue screen, Li Sijing looked at the time again. It was 8:30. I had rested for half an hour after dinner and could exercise. I took a weighted skipping rope and exercised for half an hour. It was not until 9 o'clock that Li Sijing entered the bathroom covered in sweat. Today, she not only took a shower, but also washed her hair. After all, she was about to travel to the New World. Who knows what the specific environment of the New World is like? Various preparations should be done more fully. And the dirty clothes that have been accumulated for 2 days can also be washed. In short, after this series of operations are completed, there are only 95 liters of mineral water left in Li Sijing's hand. As for gasoline, the consumption on the road today, plus the consumption of various electrical appliances. When we arrive in the New World, there should be 980 units left. At 9:30, Li Sijing finally finished all her work and came to the back bedroom. As usual, she found a movie to kill time. In the middle, Li Sijing got out of bed and collected the soybeans in the planting pot. At 11 o'clock, after watching a movie, Li Sijing got out of bed again and harvested 95 kilograms of oranges. In another planting pot, sugarcane was planted again. Li Sijing returned to bed again and thought for a while. She took out a car maintenance card from the mustard space and clicked to use it. In fact, her current RV, although the bulletproof glass was corroded by small insects on the road before, but there is no problem with daily driving. As for Li Sijing, she suddenly used the car maintenance card now? Of course, it was to prepare for crossing the New World later. As I said, the situation in the New World is unclear. The preparations that should be made should still be thorough. There is no need to leave some hidden dangers for yourself for a little material. Chapter 425 Replace the crossing carrying card. When crossing the world, there is no movement around. However, when the time came to 12 o'clock, the moment the RV shook slightly, Li Sijing knew clearly. She was separated from her compatriots again and crossed into an unknown world. The night light at the head of the bed made the whole bed shrouded in a hazy orange light. Li Sijing immediately clicked on the blue screen to check. First of all, there was no change in time and temperature, and the toxin value behind it had disappeared. Now it reappeared. The mood value. Behind the mood value, followed by the number 100. Before Li Sijing could check these new things carefully, the notification sound of the survival game appeared in her ears. The insect plague has ended. Congratulations to the player for winning the first place in the comfort list, the second place in the popularity list, and the 9th place in the combat power list. The rewards have been distributed to the World Channel. Please pay attention to the players. Well, the rankings of the 3 lists are the same as Li Sijing expected. However, before she could open the World Channel to receive the reward, the notification sounded again. Congratulations to all players for successfully surviving the insect plague world. The game will reward all the stubborn diseases and upgrade the RV to a large RV. Please prepare the basic materials and go to the manufacturing area to upgrade the vehicle. In addition, due to the rapid decrease in the number of players in each area, the game will merge the areas at 7 o'clock, which will take 3 minutes. Players are requested not to get off the car during this period. 2 consecutive notifications brought a lot of news to Li Sijing. There were many things that needed to be dealt with, and she could only deal with them one by one. Li Sijing first clicked on the manufacturing page to check the RV upgrade drawings. Car upgrade. Upgrade from RV to large RV. Materials required for manufacturing: metal *400, plastic *400, rubber *400, glass *400, cloth *400, wood *400. The required basic materials really changed from 300 units to 400 units. Then, Xing Yao's voice sounded. Ding. It is detected that the host has duplicate drawings in his hand. and the replacement mechanism is activated. The replacement has been successful. Then, Li Xijing saw the content of the car upgrade drawings in the manufacturing page was directly converted. Mustard space, after placement. It can form a 1 cubic meter space. This space is stagnant in time and cannot store living things. Mustard space can be fused. Materials required for construction: metal * 4000, plastic * 4000, rubber * 4000, glass * 4000, cloth * 4000, wood * 4000. Looking at the construction materials, the series of zeros behind them, Li Xijing couldn't help but have a headache. Fortunately, she had already saved most of the basic materials in her hands. Now the gap between these numbers and all the materials added together is only more than 2,000 units. If she works hard in the next 2 days, she will soon have a 4th cubic space. After handling this matter, Li Xijing opened the World Channel to receive rewards. The first place in the comfort list has 3 car parts blueprints as rewards. The second place in the popularity list only has 2 blueprints as rewards. This time, Li Xijing directly obtained 5 car parts blueprints. However, what she didn't expect was that, among these 5 drawings, 3 were repeated. They were screen drawings, soundproof car body drawings, and audio drawings. In addition, among the other 2 drawings, one was a very familiar fuel tank expansion drawing. As for the last one, it was a brand new drawing. Child seat drawings. After installation, ordinary seats can be converted into child safety seats. Material required for construction: cloth * 10, metal * 5, rubber * 2. Child seat drawings? If it was before, Li Xijing would probably complain. There are no children in the survival world, so why do we need child seats? And now, after knowing that one day in the future, she can return to Earth, she naturally understood the purpose of this child seat drawing. Unfortunately, as a lonely person, Li Xijing has no children, so this drawing was not used in the end. As for selling it to others, but how to bring the entire RV back to Earth before this problem is solved? Li Xijing estimated that this drawing should not be sold at a good price. Compared to not knowing when the value can be generated, Li Xijing prefers the effect that can be generated now. For example, this blueprint, combined with the other 9 useless blueprints in her hand. A component upgrade card. As for what car parts should the synthesized component upgrade card be used to upgrade, Li Xijing hesitated for a long time on the bulletproof glass and the 4-wheel drive acceleration engine. In the end, she made the initial choice. Use the component upgrade card on the bulletproof glass. In this way, her RV body and bulletproof glass have been upgraded. The entire RV will have no weaknesses in defense. As for the power and operation of the engine, there is the starry sky to make up for it. Just wait for a while and upgrade next time. After the newly synthesized accessory upgrade card is used up, Li Xijing also clicked on another one. The fuel tank expansion blueprint. Finally, the 3 duplicate car accessory blueprints were processed. The replacement mechanism of Xingyo has been triggered long ago. But before clicking, Li Xijing needs to think clearly about what kind of blueprint she wants to choose. The natural disaster of this world is eternal night. What blueprint can resist the night? Headlights that can illuminate far away. Li Xijing already has it. So, what else? After thinking for a long time, I couldn't figure it out. Just when Li Xijing was about to change her target and think about what other accessories were missing from the RV, she suddenly thought of a possibility. By the way, will there be such a thing as a cross-carrying card in Xingyo's replacement picture library? After this idea came to my mind, I thought more and more. Since Xingyo has such a magical blueprint as the mustard seed space, why can't there be a cross-carrying card? Then, Li Xijing couldn't help but ask this question. Then, she got a positive answer. Sure enough, after knowing this news, Li Xijing couldn't hide the smile on her face. It's a pity that she didn't know that there was such a card before, and Xingyo would naturally not recommend it if she didn't ask. It also led to her missing so many times before. Now that she knew about it, Li Xijing would not let it go. After she triggered the replacement mechanism, she immediately asked Xingyo to call out all the cross-carrying cards. There were only 3 types of cross-carrying cards on the interface: skills, blueprints, and supplies. These were all cards that Li Xijing already knew. Among these 3 options, she naturally chose the cross-carrying skill card without hesitation. After all, Supplies must be available on Earth. And the things that can be made by blueprints are also available on Earth. Only skills are the most important thing that can enhance a person's strength. So, 3 cross-carrying skill cards were obtained. Finally, Li Sijing came to accept the reward for the 9th place on the combat power list. Chapter 426, Fusion of All Regions. Eternal Night World. First day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Li Sijing, who had just slept for 6 hours, was awakened by Xingyu's alarm clock. And when she opened her hazy eyes, it was pitch black in front of her. But she could vaguely see objects. This magical situation made her stunned for a moment. Her first reaction was, how could Xingyu make a mistake? Why did he wake her up before dawn? Then, the next moment Li Sijing reacted again. Oh! Right. She is now in a new world. And the natural disaster of this new world is the eternal night. So, the pitch black in front of her is normal. And this situation will last for 7 days. And she can see the outline of objects clearly in this darkness. It's because she got the night vision skill when she signed in yesterday. Li Sijing reached out in the dark and accurately touched the night light at the head of the bed to turn it on. The light of the night light is not bright. In this inky black, it looked like a firefly light. However, the light brought by this little firefly light made people feel at ease. With this little light, Li Sijing quickly put on her clothes and got out of bed. When she finally turned on the lights in the activity area, the whole RV became bright. However, looking out through the car window, it was still pitch black and nothing could be seen. The light inside the car could not even make people see the road under the car. In this case, let alone observe the environment outside. Of course, this situation is for other people. For Li Sijing, who has night vision, in the darkness in front of her, a straight road appeared in her vision. On both sides of the road, there was a wasteland. There was neither a desert nor an ocean, nor a grassland or a jungle. It was a wasteland with nothing. Not even a blade of grass could be seen. After a brief look, Li Sijing withdrew her sight. She first came to the planting pot. A piece of sugarcane and 94 kilograms of oranges were her harvest this morning. Then, Li Sijing planted potatoes in the planting pot. Then, there was the breeding cage. After no insects were fed last night, the hen naturally laid only 1 egg. After picking up the egg, Li Sijing did not forget to sprinkle some rice husks. Then, the merger of the survival game was completed. And the notification sounded. The merger has been completed. All areas have been merged this time. Among them, Area 369 has the largest number of people. So this area code is still used. Due to regional integration, the ranking function is temporarily closed. It will be reopened on the 6th day of the Eternal Night disaster. Please stay tuned. Well, since the integration has been completed, the lights can be turned on. Although Li Sijing can see in the dark without light. But as a human, she is still used to living with light. Li Sijing directly ordered Shinkong to turn on the lights of the RV first. As the lights came on, the darkness outside the car was finally driven away. The scene on the road appeared in the light for the first time. However, Li Sijing's attention was not on it at this time, because she suddenly realized that the game notification just now, what the notification said seemed to be integration of all areas. Did she hear it wrong? Or, without caring about anything else, Li Sijing quickly clicked on the regional channel. Then, she saw the real-time number of people on it. 21642/21642. It starts with 2 characters, followed by a decimal point. A total of more than 21,640 people. This number has exceeded the limit of 10,000 people in each area. So, is it really the number of people in all areas? Then, Li Sijing reacted. So, among the people who traveled to this survival game, there are only more than 20,000 people alive now. So, how many people were there in the survival game? What percentage of the remaining 20,000 people do they account for? 1%? 1,000? Or 1/10,000? Of course, this was only passed through Li Sijing's mind once. And she threw it aside. She is now thinking about a more important question. This time, all the survivors are gathered in one area. Is it simply because there are too few people? Or is there another meaning? For example, if this world ends, or the next world ends, you can travel back to Earth? She didn't know why she suddenly had such an association. Different words in the game notification. Not only Li Sijing noticed it, but everyone else in the area also heard it. In the regional channel, all the discussions at this time were about this topic. I don't know if it's because everyone's enthusiasm is too high, or the number of people in the area has doubled. Li Sijing found that the speed at which information appeared in the area was as if it had been accelerated by multiples. A message was pushed to the top without even reading its content clearly. This situation is really eye-catching. Originally, Li Sijing planned to post the information about the cross-carrying card in the regional channel after the merge, so that everyone would know. However, according to the current situation, Li Sijing was really afraid that the message would be pushed up after it was sent. After thinking about it, she decided to wait a little longer. Something new had just happened, and everyone in the area was just getting excited. Wait for half an hour. After everyone's excitement has passed, she will talk about other things. So, Li Sijing turned off the blue screen and looked outside the car. The RV's built-in lights had already been turned on. 2 circular beams of light spread forward. As for the distance of spread, it was a bit horrible. It could only let people see the road about 10 meters in front of the vehicle. As for the road outside the light, and the surroundings of the RV, it was still pitch black. In this situation, let alone looking for resource boxes, it was a bit dangerous. So, Li Sijing asked Shinkong to turn on the high beam spotlight on the roof of the RV. Then, a circular beam of light that was almost solid was seen shining forward. This beam of light, like a sharp sword, directly split the darkness in half. The entire beam of light spread forward, almost 100 meters away. As for 100 meters away, the light was not so obvious. That's not right. The introduction of this high beam spotlight clearly states that the lighting distance is 300 meters. How come it is only less than half of the distance now? Is there something wrong with the darkness now? Li Sijing couldn't help but look into the distance. The unclear light seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. The border of light and darkness looked even more strange. There was no answer to this question for a while. Li Sijing could only put it aside for the time being and then look elsewhere. Except for the other 3 sides in front of the RV. It was still in darkness. Obviously, even this high beam spotlight could not expand the range of light. However, such light was enough for Li Sijing. After all, she had night vision skills. Even around the RV, if any unknown creature appeared, she could find it in the first place. After thinking about it, Li Sijing spoke and told Shinkong to drive. He also turned off the 2 useless headlights in front of the car, leaving only the high beam spotlight on the roof. Chapter 427, Informing the News. The world of eternal night has just begun, although the whole world is in darkness. But the road conditions are very good compared to yesterday. Therefore, Shinkong's driving speed has been increased again. 100 kilometers per hour. In fact, after the RV is upgraded, the speed can be faster. On the last world disaster day, in order to cross the road that was about to collapse, Li Sijing increased the speed of the RV to the maximum. The speed at that time was 160 kilometers per hour. However, this maximum speed that reaches the critical point of the vehicle is not suitable for daily maintenance. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour is already very good. After all, today's RV is a large vehicle up to 8 meters long. The RV moved forward under Shinkong's driving. Li Sijing first washed the rice and cooked rice porridge for herself, and then got on the spinning bike. While exercising, she said, "Xingyao, sign in." Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the emotion controller. One of the emotions of joy, anger, sadness and fear. Sadness has been successfully loaded. Well, now Li Sijing has obtained 3 of the 4 emotions of the emotion controller. Now only the last emotion, fear, is missing, and they can be collected. Speaking of this emotion controller, from the time Li Sijing got the first emotion until now, she has never encountered an occasion where this thing can be used. She has never thought about what kind of situation this emotion controller will be suitable for. However, when she came to the world of eternal night and saw the mood value on the blue screen, a guess suddenly came to Li Sijing's mind. As for whether this guess is accurate or not, it remains to be verified. I haven't studied this issue for too long. At this time, it was already 7:30. I think everyone in the area was almost excited and had calmed down. It's time to add fuel to the fire. Li Sijing clicked on the regional channel. The speed at which the information appeared in it really returned to normal. And Li Sijing directly said a sentence she had prepared long ago. I guess we should have a chance to return to Earth. Together with the basic information of the crossing skill carrying card and the crossing material carrying card, they were sent up. In the area, everyone was originally talking about the topic of merging areas and eternal night. Of course, because many areas were merged together. There were also many people who were talking about some losses in their own areas. Among these topics, the paragraph said by Li Sijing was very inconspicuous. After all, in an area of more than 20,000 people, only more than 1,000 people in the original area knew her. For others, Li Sijing was just a stranger. However, even so, every one of them, as long as they saw the message sent by Li Sijing, all of them spoke frantically in the next moment. So, in less than a minute, the entire area was filled with the same topic. Fuck. Is this true? Oh my god. I feel dizzy. Someone help me. Is this true? Don't lie to me. Can I really return to the familiar Earth one day? Ah. So this is the important news that Boss Lee mentioned. It is indeed very important. Oh my god. I am really hopeful. Thank you, Boss Lee. Don't get excited yet. Is the time travel back mentioned in this introduction really back to Earth? Why can't I believe it? With the double guarantee of Boss Lee and Boss Wu, I am willing to believe it without thinking. This news must be true. I believe in Boss Lee Sijing. I also hope this news is true. However, is the Boss Lee you are talking about very famous? Of course he is very famous. One of the most powerful bosses in District 369. Although I don't know this Li Sijing. Just because she told me this news, I am willing to call her a boss. So, when will we return to Earth? I want to know too. By the way, all the areas suddenly merged into one area this time. Is this a sign of traveling back to Earth? Fuck. You said that. I am really excited. I hadn't thought about it before. But it seems to make sense. So, as long as I survive this world, I can go back to Earth? My eyes are full of tears. No matter what, I have to survive to the end. Don't speculate. Even the big boss who released the news didn't say the specific date of returning to Earth. Yes. It seems to be true now. Don't wait until this world ends, and then you can't go back. This will make everyone disappointed after finally having hope. But, with this little bit of hope, I might be able to survive this world. That's right. Even if the news is hard to tell, at least it gives us desperate people a little hope. In short, at this moment, I am full of expectations for the days to come. Earth, wait for me. I will definitely go back alive. Looking at the regional channel, everyone's words were full of fighting spirit. Li Sijing's mouth corners curved into an arc. Everyone regained confidence. It's great. Her popularity was also known by everyone at this moment. The top position on the popularity list is within reach. It's great. Just when Li Sijing was in a good mood, Shinkong drove the RV slowly to slow down. And the first resource box of the day appeared. Get off the spinning bike and sit in front of the driver's seat. Li Sijing looked forward. As the RV moved forward, the light of the high beam spotlight was also moving forward, until the resource box was only 100 meters away from the RV. It finally appeared in the light. The RV slowly moved forward along the left side of the low-level resource box. As the resource box got closer and closer to the RV, it finally appeared on the left side of the RV. The resource box had completely disappeared into the darkness. Fortunately, Li Sijing had night vision skills. Although she couldn't see very far, but operating the mechanical arm, there was no problem picking up the resource box on the left side of the RV. Carefully opened the window next to the driver's seat. Li Sijing reached out and took the first low-level resource box of the day. Chapter 428 Overcoming Psychological Shadows. I remember when Li Sijing and the others first crossed over to the survival world. The survival game had seriously warned them that there were dangers in the dark. At that time, many people did not believe it. They always tried various things. Then, those who explored the dark died. As long as it was in the dark, the people who got off the car disappeared. Then, everyone was scared. Human curiosity may be endless. However, when they are always facing various dangers and working hard for survival, those curiosities will naturally be annihilated. With everyone's hard work, they passed the natural disaster world one by one. The idea that there are dangers in the dark is also deeply rooted in everyone's mind. This is probably why everyone heard that the natural disaster is the eternal night. Why did they react so much? The bottom reason. For example, now, Li Sijing wants to open the car window and take the resource box outside. She clearly knows that it is daytime now. She also clearly knows that there should be no danger outside at this time. After all, I have traveled through several worlds. Every time I traveled through, the first 3 hours were the safest time. and every time the natural disaster manifested itself, it would only appear at 10 o'clock on the first day. So, this was clearly just a very ordinary window opening. However, looking at the inky night outside, Li Sijing stretched out his left hand to open the window, but hesitated for a moment. They all had a psychological shadow of the night, right? However, this situation was very dangerous. After all, in this world, darkness is everywhere. Li Sijing's right hand holding the joystick of the mechanical arm was already a little tired. She knew that she could not allow herself to hesitate any longer. So, she gritted her teeth and tried to ignore the palpitations in her heart. She stretched out her left hand, and with a snap, she pulled the car window open. The entire car window on the left side of the driver's seat was pulled open. At that moment, because the RV was driving at high speed, a strong wind blew outside the car. Li Sijing's hair was blown messy, and the fear of the night in her heart seemed to be blown away. So, this matter is really as simple as she expected. Li Sijing's mouth corner showed a smile. She took the resource box handed in by the mechanical arm with a relaxed expression. After the low-level resource box was put into the mustard space, Li Sijing closed the car window again. As for the reason for closing it, it was naturally not a psychological shadow or something. It was because the speed of the car was too fast. So the wind blowing in from outside the car was a bit strong. To be honest, I was a little cold wearing only a thin coat. Today's exercise was almost completed before I met the resource box. So, Li Sijing went directly to the bathroom to wash up, although she could see the outline of the object clearly in the dark. But no matter which area she went to, Li Sijing still habitually turned on the light. When she finished washing up and returned to the activity area, it was already 8 o'clock. The rice porridge in the rice cooker had already boiled. Li Sijing took out 4 buns from the mustard space as today's breakfast. By the way, the half bag of pickled mustard and a salted duck egg left over from last time were just right with the rice porridge. While eating breakfast, Li Sijing did not forget to turn on the blue screen. After all, there were suddenly so many more people in the area, and she certainly wanted to learn about it. Now it was already 8 o'clock. The regional channel was naturally not as lively as it was at the beginning. However, compared with the previous few worlds, it was already lively, and half an hour had passed. The topic of returning to Earth had long been updated. Now everyone was talking about some things in their original area. And these were exactly the topics that Li Sijing was interested in. She took the opportunity to learn about some powerful people after the merger. While eating breakfast, her eyes were still busy. Such time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Li Sijing's breakfast was finished, just when she was about to get up and wash the dishes. But she found that half an hour had passed, and she encountered the resource box again. So Li Sijing had to put down her bowl and chopsticks and walk towards the driving area. After the previous experience, facing the night again, Li Sijing's performance was much better than before. Open the window. Take the resource box. Close the window. The whole process can be considered smooth, and Li Sijing believes that over time, one day she will be able to face the night as freely as the day. After leaving the driving area, Li Sijing washed the dishes and then sat back in the activity area. Then, she began to do nothing. After all, she just came to a new world. Before the natural disaster really came, she didn't know what preparations to make. As for finding something to do for herself, for example, grinding rice, squeezing juice and boiling sugar, Li Sijing felt that it was not necessary. She should save more energy for dealing with natural disasters at 10 o'clock. She had probably already read the chats in the regional channel. As for the trading area, she had just arrived in the new world, and if she wanted prices to be stable, she had to wait until noon. So, there was no need to look at it. So what should she do? Well, let's make a pot of tea and play handheld games. So, Li Sijing was completely idle. Of course, the RV was still driving fast. Every half an hour, Li Sijing had to get up to get the new resource box she encountered. It was just in time to get a few more resource boxes before 10 o'clock. And when the time came to 9:30, in the planting pot, the potatoes that Li Sijing had planted before could also be harvested. When there was enough time, she was still very patient in collecting potatoes. After harvesting 5 kilograms of potatoes, Li Sijing did not forget to plant a crop of purple sweet potatoes. Then, she went to the activity area to do it for a while. When the time came to 9:45, Li Sijing encountered the 5th low-level resource box of the day. I have to say that the new world is really cool at the beginning. When the speed is not limited, 2 resource boxes can be encountered almost every hour. In this way, she can collect 10 low-level resource boxes before lunch break, and then synthesize the intermediate resource box. After putting this 5th resource box into the mustard space, Li Sijing sat on the chair and waited quietly. There are only 10 minutes left before 10 o'clock. I don't know what the new mood value is. Chapter 429 New Rules of the Eternal Night World. When the time came to 10 o'clock, Li Sijing was looking out the window. She thought that this change was silent again. She needed to discover it by herself and slowly explore the rules. As a result, what Li Sijing didn't expect was, at this moment, she heard the sound of the survival game. Dear advanced survivors, hello. Due to the great changes in the rules in this Eternal Night disaster, please listen carefully. First, the original road barriers are cancelled, regardless of day or night. Second, the original daily limit of 1 large beast is cancelled and changed to countless. Third, a new mood value is added. The amount of mood value will be directly linked to the combat effectiveness of the large beast taper. Mood value, at midnight every day. Each person refreshes the initial mood value of 100 points. Automatically consume 3 points of mood value every hour. The greater the personal mood fluctuation, the more mood value will be consumed. When the mood value drops to 80 points, you will attract large beast's taper after getting off the car. When the mood value drops to 60 points, the vehicle's ability to resist large beast's taper decreases. When the mood value drops to 30 points, the vehicle's ability to resist large beast's taper is almost non-existent. When the mood value drops to 20 points, the smell you emit will attract countless large beast's taper. When the mood value drops to 10 points, you will die. Tips. 1. Some leisure and entertainment items will have their own mood value. Touching them for 3 seconds can increase the daily mood value limit. 2. Listening to music, watching movies, reading novels, drawing, writing, and all other leisure activities can randomly increase the mood value. A series of rules were constantly poured into Li Sijing's ears, and the information contained in it was so much that she was almost overwhelmed. Without waiting for Li Sijing to study the information word by word, she was originally looking around and was about to withdraw her gaze. But suddenly, she saw a shadow passing by in the darkness outside the car. What was that? A large beast? Now, all of Li Sijing's attention was immediately attracted. She looked out the window at the illusory figure wandering outside the RV. This figure was very familiar. Small eyes, oval ears, a short nose that can be freely extended, and a fat tongue wandering in the air. Except for the head, the general outline can be seen clearly. The body below is gradually illusory, and at the bottom, it is as ethereal as smoke. It obviously has no wings, but it floats in the air. It can also keep chasing the side of the fast-moving RV. Isn't this what happened before when exploring the night? Is this the unknown creature that Li Sijing saw through the perception symbol? So, is this the unique large beast in the world of Eternal Night? When she saw the figure outside the car clearly and the specific situation, Li Sijing had to admit that at that moment her heart trembled and her heartbeat began to accelerate. However, after observing for a few minutes, Li Sijing found out, although this creature called Taper has been chasing the RV, moreover, it also puts its illusory body on the RV from time to time to gain leverage. It didn't seem to make an attacking gesture, or to be more specific, it can't break through the defense of the vehicle. In this way, Li Sijing's originally panicked heart finally calmed down slowly, since the figure outside could not harm her for the time being. Then, Li Sijing had to hurry up and analyze the rules of the survival game mentioned before. After understanding the rules more clearly, she could know how to deal with the creature outside the car. Fortunately, after Li Sijing experienced several worlds, all aspects of her body have been strengthened. Although the notice just now was long, she also remembered it all in her mind. Recalling the voice just now, Li Sijing began to analyze it sentence by sentence. First of all, the first one, the road barrier was cancelled. In the previous worlds, the role played by the road barrier was obvious to all. Now the cancellation of the road barrier has immediately increased the difficulty of this world. And the large beast that suddenly appeared outside Li Sijing's car, it was also the result after the road barrier disappeared. If the road barrier had not disappeared, this large beast would still be blocked outside the road. If the content of the first notice is barely acceptable, it can still be accepted. Then the content of the second rule is like a bolt from the blue. In the previous world, everyone would only encounter one large beast every day. After killing this large beast, another one would not appear until the next day. And now this rule has been changed to no limit on the number. In other words, in this world of eternal night, they may encounter countless large beasts every day. This is too tricky. What if hundreds or thousands of large beasts appear and rush over? Can they still survive? This rule is too scary at first glance. After being in disbelief, Li Sijing forced herself to calm down. She stood up and looked out from every window of the RV. However, after a circle, Li Sijing still only saw the tapir that had just appeared. There was no other large beast around her RV. So, the large beasts are not countless together. But if you kill one, there will be another one. If so, it is more reasonable. After understanding the second rule roughly, Li Sijing came to check the third rule again. Introduce the name of the large beast tapir, and the relationship between this tapir and the mood value. The mood value is linked to the strength of the large beast. Li Sijing expected this. After all, Wu Aigua told her when she was exploring the night before. When facing the tapir, the stronger the inner emotions, the more full the tapir's body will be. After the tapir's body materializes, the power of its attack will naturally become stronger. And the emotions mentioned earlier, in specific terms, are not mood values. In addition to these three rules of change, there is also a series of introductions to mood values below. Li Sijing also read them one by one. First of all, the first sentence introduces the specific numerical value of the mood value. Is this value refreshed at midnight every day? The most important thing is that it will drop by 3 points every hour. If this is the case, from midnight to 7 o'clock, a total of 7 hours. After waking up from a nap, the value dropped by 21 points and became 79 points. In addition, personal mood fluctuations will also consume mood values. If a person is in a bad mood, the mood value consumed is too much. What should I do if the remaining value cannot last until 12 o'clock in the evening? Moreover, the number of values consumed by mood fluctuations is not indicated in the rules. Chapter 430 The Emotion Controller shows its power. Regarding the mood value, what will happen when it drops to a certain value node? Li Sijing also has it, and is analyzing it seriously, hoping to get more information from it. First, when the mood value drops to 80 points, it will attract tapirs after getting off the car. The attracting tapirs mentioned above will naturally not be the one outside Li Sijing's car. After all, this tapir has been floating outside the car, and there is no question of whether it is attracted or not. From this rule, Li Sijing also got two pieces of information. The first is that when the mood value is above 80 points, even if you get off the car, it should not attract the arrival of large wild beasts, such as tapirs. In other words, as long as Li Sijing gets rid of the wandering tapir outside the car, then the mood value remains above 80 points. She can get off the car at will. As for the second information, the vehicle can isolate her attraction to the tapir. In the next rule, when the mood value drops to 60 points, the vehicle's defense ability against tapirs decreases. What is said above is that the defense against tapirs is reduced. In other words, there is nothing wrong with the RV itself. It just has no way to better defend against large beasts like tapirs. From this point of view, 60 points of mood value is a very important node. If you want to be safe on weekdays, it is best to maintain the mood value above 60 points. When the mood value drops to 30 points, the consequences are a bit scary. The RV has no way to stop the tapir. In other words, when the mood value is less than 30 points, can the tapir shuttle into the vehicle at will? This is too scary. As for what will happen if the value drops to a lower level, do we need to see it? No need. Seeing this, Li Sijing was ready to take a look at her current mood value. She quickly clicked on the blue screen, and the mood value suddenly appeared in front of her. 88/100. Hey, what's going on? Li Sijing remembered that before 10 o'clock, when she checked, the value was still 100 points. How did it drop so much all of a sudden? Then, Li Sijing watched it with her own eyes. The value above suddenly changed from 88 points to 87 points. It only dropped by 1 point. Obviously not the automatic consumption of 3 points every hour. So, is this because her mood fluctuated too much and began to consume the mood value? Just thinking about it, Li Sijing saw it again. The value dropped from 87 points to 86 points. Fuck. This is too fast. Isn't it? I guess it's because of my current mood fluctuations, which affected the value. She quickly closed her eyes and took a deep breath to stabilize her emotions. Li Xijing took a deep breath and calmed down, and finally thought of something. At this time, should the emotion controller she signed in for come in handy? Thinking of this, Li Xijing hurriedly thought about the emotion controller in her heart. The switches for the 3 emotions of joy, anger, and sadness that she had mastered immediately appeared. Then, Li Xijing tried to turn off these 3 emotions. The moment the 3 emotions were turned off, she suddenly fell into a strange calmness. It was a very rational thinking that was not affected by emotions. Like a robot. This kind of inhuman rationality made Li Xijing panic. Li Xijing has not mastered the emotion of fear, so it will appear. However, when this emotion appears, Li Xijing's rational emotions immediately said that this emotion should not appear. Then, she tried to control this panic very rationally. It was just a minute or 2, and this panic emotion was completely controlled. So, when 3 of the 4 emotions were mastered, even if Li Xijing has not mastered the emotion of fear for the time being, even if this emotion will still appear in her body, can she rely on the other 3 emotions that have been controlled to suppress those emotions? When Li Xijing finally opened her eyes, there was only calmness in her eyes. Obviously, the eyes are still the same eyes, and the face has not changed. However, when you look at it, you can clearly feel her difference. Once again, Li Xijing puts her eyes on the blue screen. The mood value has changed from 86 points before she closed her eyes to 84 points. And this value did not cause any ripples in Li Xijing's eyes. She had already guessed why the value was so low when the blue screen was first turned on. It should be when Li Xijing found the taper that suddenly appeared outside the car. The mood fluctuated too much, causing the value to drop. Also, Li Xijing's mood should have fluctuated a little when she checked the rules. Then, there are 3 points of mood value that will be automatically consumed every hour. These 3 reasons collided together, which led to her value being below 90 points after clicking on it. With the emotional controller turned on, Li Xijing's mood value also stabilized at 84 points. While Li Xijing was groping for the rules, the time had come to 10:15. The starry sky prompted that a resource box appeared on the road. Li Xijing, who got the news, immediately looked at the taper wandering outside the car. If you want to get this resource box safely, you must obviously kill this taper first. As for how to kill this taper's illusory body now obviously has no way to attack. The only thing Li Xijing could think of was to show strong emotions and make this taper materialize. Although in that case, the strength of this taper will also become stronger. But before, through the perception symbol, I understood the strength of creatures like tapers. Li Xijing felt that even if the strength of this taper became stronger, in a short period of time, it would not be able to kill her, and she only needed to quickly get rid of the materialized taper. However, there is a difficulty in this plan. Li Xijing has now turned on the emotion controller to stabilize her emotions. If she wants to have strong emotions, she must turn off the emotion controller. After turning off the emotion controller, under strong emotions, Li Xijing has no way to guarantee how much her mood value will drop. Her current mood value is only 84 points. If it drops below 80 points directly, attracting more tapers, the situation will be bad. To solve this problem, we have to raise Li Xijing's mood value first. As for how to raise the mood value, this depends on the tips at the end of the rules mentioned in the game just now. The content of the tips is a total of 2 points. The first point is that all leisure items have their own mood value, and touching can increase the upper limit of the mood value. The second point is that all leisure and entertainment activities can increase the mood value. Now, the fastest way to increase the mood value is obviously to find the leisure items owned by Li Xijing.